Are we live? It says that we're live. All right. She says we're live.
All right.
All right. Let's welcome everybody to this 24-hour telethon. I'm one host, Mr. Watts from Vagabond Saints, and joining me is Matt Serena from Hub of the Hammer.
Hello, folks. How's it going today? I can't hear what your answer is, so I'm going to assume it's great. You're having a great day.
Okay, we do have the comments chat section up, so if anybody wants to interact throughout the show, we've got that. Just to take these off, I'm getting a glare. To kick off to give the information about what we're doing here, we are running a 24-hour telethon to help raise money for our shop. And in doing so, we're also going to take a portion of it to help out Club Absinthe, who is also struggling during this pandemic and lockdown situation that we've been kind of thrust into by the provincial government. A lot of small businesses right now are suffering. There's not enough subsidies to go around. Our shop in particular isn't capable of getting any of the subsidies due to basically paperwork snafu. When we incorporated back in August, we were told incorporate, it'll help your shop. It'll protect, Tanya and myself if anything happens with the business. It reset our bank account back to day one. So we look like a brand new business, and the subsidiaries are not helping out new businesses. Well, we've been around since 2016. Our bank account has been with us the entire time. So we're kind of in a position now where there is no governmental aid. We don't get the wage subsidy. We don't get the rent subsidy. We can't qualify for what is now a $60,000 loan with a 20% payback, 20% forgiveness on the payback. So we had to take matters into our hands. And here we are. It will be a technological shit show. It's going to be live, uncensored. And we're really looking forward to everybody that we've got that's going to be a part of it today. A lot of community members, a lot of organization and groups that we've worked with as a business and that are pretty known throughout the community as well, throughout the city, rather. I will let Matt take the floor for a second.
Hey, everybody. I'm with Hub of the Hammer Event Planning. I, too, am in a rocky position because events are very hard to do right now because events equal people and people equal sickness. So it's been a lot of transitioning to virtual events and kind of staying afloat through thinking outside the box and kind of doing what I can to stay alive. And it's going okay some days, and some days it's not. But, I mean, we're all kind of rolling with it as best we can. So I'm very happy to be participating in this and trying to help other businesses out. So it's very exciting.
We've got a long time ahead of us, don't we, Matt?
Yeah, it's going to be quite a day.
I don't partake in caffeine, so my my decay will be much quicker.
We also have an auction that's going to be really exciting, an online auction featuring a bunch of items from local donators that people can bid on. That's going to really help things out.
Yes, we've got a painting from David Brace. We have a painting from Alberto Morales. Irene Mallory out of Oshawa gave us a hand knit blanket. The shop is giving out a gift certificate for a tattoo, a set of nails done by Tanya, a full set of nails, full gels with some deco. And we also have tattoo date night for two. What this will comprise of is we will team up with another local restaurant, and the winner of this auction will get to come in with their significant other, their best friend, their mom, whoever. But you come in, we will serve you dinner. We will give you a manicure for both of you. Then 2 small tattoos, followed up by drinks at the bar, and there's your evening.
If you want to go to that, it is biddingowl.com/vagabondsaints. I wonder if we can post that in the chat.
I can see what I can do here.
It's gone live, and people can start bidding on it. That's 9 different items.
Biddingowl.com.
Yes.
/Vagabond Saints.
Yep.
Okay, I put up a a banner to ticker across. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
Just to let everybody know, this is my first time ever streaming live outside of, like quick videos on Instagram and whatnot. I've also never used the software before. Shout out to Andrea Pullman for directing me to the way of StreamYard. Hopefully we can make this work in our favor. It's funny, Matt, when I first mentioned this to you about, we were going to do this telethon, in my mind, visions of grandeur, we're going to do it from the shop. We're going to have performances. It was supposed to be reminiscent of, our younger days when Jerry Lewis did his muscular dystrophy telethon every year.
Mm-hmm.
And you were the one that said, I see it going more the way of UHF. And I think we've actually gone below that. Here we are because of the new restrictions. We couldn't live stream from the shop, and that cut us out of a lot of people coming down to perform live. So now we're doing everything remotely. It's going to be through the chat windows here and through performances that have been sent in to us. So we are really in an advantageous position to really knock people's socks on their asses. It's going to be...
I've never heard that expression before. Knock people's socks off or onto their asses? I'm not sure.
Onto their asses.
Onto their asses.
As though the sock has an ass and it would be knocked onto it.
Now I understand. Now we're on the same page.
Oh, let's take a moment to admire the mustache.
Oh,
like that is glorious, my friend. Really.
Nice little quarantine project.
I approve. I've got this mange growing on my face, and I was like, I could shave before this thing, but
why?
I just kind of want to blend in with the Patriots now. I kid. I'm in no way affiliated with that mode of thinking whatsoever, and I don't look good in red hats.
So if people want to participate in the chat, should they be doing it through StreamYard or through everyone's on the YouTube page, right?
Yeah, it should be on the YouTube page. Tanya did it through YouTube. I can see that she said hello to us. So okay. if they do the commenting on the side, it'll come right through here.
Got it.
I'm pretty stoked to see how this all turns out.
Okay, so I can see us on YouTube as well. Like, perfect. Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Awesome. I've been in touch with so many people through this. It's just been wild.
I heard the interview you did with Jamie Smith. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I gave you a little shout out there as Hamilton's good boy.
Very nice to be a good boy.
People just need to know. They got to be in the know of this.
Right, so look at the schedule. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Got some live comedy, got some music, got some interviews.
Oh yeah, I'm stoked for all of this. I heard from Max the Lesser yesterday.
Okay.
And he's got brand new material that he's ready to bestow upon the world. He is genuinely the sweetest man in Hamilton. He's just, if you ever seen his videos with Revolution Records, mm-hmm. He always signs off by saying that he loves you. And I'm like, this is good. It's like hatred, misogyny. And then there's Max telling us that he loves us. He's just the best when it comes to, making you feel good. And the kid knows his music too. So this definitely a performance that I am, out of all of them, I'm looking forward to all the performances. But Max, just seeing him, that face of his, what a guy.
If someone wanted to donate, is there currently a GoFundMe up?
Yes, we do have the GoFundMe. It is on all of the social media. I will go through and pin that as the top tweet and the top Facebook posting and whatever else we can get out there. If people aren't able to do it through the GoFundMe, we have the capability of e-transfers for anybody in Canada, and we have PayPal. So if anybody's looking to, open their hearts and open their wallets, you can do the e-transfers at vagabondsaints@gmail.com and vagabondsaints@gmail.com for PayPal as well.
Okay, so I'm looking for the GoFundMe link. Here it is. So I'm going to pop that link into the YouTube chat as well. So if anyone wants to just do a direct click, you are more than welcome to.
Hey, Justin Coleman from Courage Pro Wrestling has just signed in, and he's saying hello to the freaks and misfits out there. Justin, we've known, I would say, since 2016. I met him when we were on Barton Street, and him and Courage Pro Wrestling have really come a long way in the last 4 years. They've been growing at the same time we have. So, Justin, thank you for tuning in. We are looking forward to later on today, actually this evening, watching the best of CPW that they have sent us. They were going to do a live. They were actually going to do a live match, but there was, with the pandemic and everything, that was kind of ruled out. But we do have the best of with a few matches that are in there. So I'm stoked on that. CPW has always been good to us. They always put on entertaining matches. So that's something to look forward to. And we have the After Dark, the After Hours section. A little bit of belly dancing, some pole dancing. Of course, it'll be kicked off with the wrestling segment. Manolo Santanos will be sitting down for a fun interview. I got to speak with him last night, and there's going to be some hilarity afoot. Later on in the evening, we're also going to have Matt doing a trivia.
Yeah, I got a trivia set up. The instructions will be on the screen and everything. I just want to, we can screen share through my end. Yeah, share screen, perfect. I can set that up at 9:30. That's going to kick off.
Awesome. What is the subject of the trivia going to be? Because I know Hub of the Hammer is known for themes.
It's a mix of general knowledge, kind of pop culture. Keep it open-ended so everyone can participate, no matter what age, gender, anything. You're good to go.
Very nice. Real quick, you have some events coming up this next week, I saw.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy one. Mondays, we've got a Patreon trivia for the people who support us online. Tuesdays, we support Electric Diner. So you order from them and you put trivia in the notes, or you order on the phone or online. So when you get your order, you get a number you can text a code word to, and you get a link that only we can play in. Wednesday, we kick off our office trivia tournament where we're giving away a Dwight bobblehead. And that runs every other Wednesday. And then next Wednesday, the Friends one starts. We've got a custom Geller Cup made by McCrone Woodworking.
So, I've seen photos of the cup. Very nice.
It's an interesting thing because I keep having to buy troll dolls. So I'll just go into like an antique shop or a flea market and just clear them out. And to see the look on a woman's face as a 6'5" guy just has like a handful of troll dolls and just, I'd like all of these, please. And it never doesn't make me laugh because they don't know what's going on. Why do I need so many troll dolls? I'm not explaining. Just trust me, it's not.
It's the look of, do we need to call somebody and make this guy a red dot on the internet?
Is this legal? Can he do this?
Oh, I would actually like to see that. That would be to be a fly on the wall as you're carrying all these troll dolls.
Oh yeah, it's a sight to see.
Justin says that he won wrestling trivia at Absinthe, but he never received his prize.
Yes, I got to get that to him, Justin. That is coming. Everything's been a little hectic. I will get that to you.
And Tara Aronson says, hey there. Thank you, Tara, for joining us. Tara is from Path Employment, and she'll be joining us in a little while for an interview. If anybody hears that, I've got a dog with a cough in the background.
I heard someone kind of sneezing. I don't know what that was.
That's my 16-year-old beagle. She's got a little bit of a cough going on the past couple of days. So there she goes. She's settled again. I'm a parent to a 16-year-old who's technically like 90.
Yeah, 16 is how old in dog years? Is it 90? Is that really it?
Whatever. I think it's for every year is 7 years.
Wow.
But yeah, she's old as shit now. She actually just looked at me when I said that. Yeah, she's got cataracts and she's gone deaf, and now she's got this annoying little cough, but she's very warm in the winter. She's a heating bag that we feed. Yeah, as you can see, I dressed up for the occasion. I went with the Kevin Smith line.
We have a floating head up in the background that's up all year round, and I thought about taking it down for this, but I was like, if there's ever an event to have a floating head, I feel like this is the one.
Oh, definitely.
It fits the vibe too well.
I actually, as we've been talking, I saw it up there, and I just thought it was like a plant holder. And now that you say that it's a head, I see the mouth, the eyes, the viscera from under the neck. That's classy.
Yeah,
that is classy.
It's got a name. What is the name? Freddie. Is that you named him, or that's just his name? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Freddie. He's named Freddie. Got it. So if anyone else is in the YouTube watching, leave us a message in the chat. Tell us how you're doing. Is there a way to do direct links on there? I wonder. No, you got to copy and paste it. So I put the GoFundMe link inside the YouTube chat.
Okay.
I have to copy and paste it, but if there's a way to do direct links, I'm not sure.
Like I said, this is new territory to me all around. I've not done the live streams through YouTube. Everything's like pre-recorded, then uploaded. And then, of course, this program, I mean, so far, so good. We'll find out here shortly when we go to the first pre-tape footage to see how that works out. So those watching, we're not going to apologize. This is just, we're flying by the seat of our pants on this because of the last minute changes to everything. But yeah, it's going to be a good time. And we can also mention the fact that this is our second time affiliating with Hub of the Hammer on a professional level.
Yeah.
We were actually your very first event when we did our fundraiser back in 2016 at Absinthe.
Yeah. And it's funny that Absinthe is tied into this as well. It's all full circle.
Yeah. I mean, Absinthe are our neighbors. They're literally now around the corner from us on King William. And I've seen their GoFundMe. I've spoken to, members of their staff, and I've had a lot of good times at Club Absinthe. And I figure we're in the same BIA now. We're actually physical neighbors. I'm going to, do for them as they have done for so many other people in this city. Like, I know you guys have done stuff there with Hub of the Hammer. We did our thing. They're constantly out there. They're pushing the envelope. Like when we first came back from the first lockdown, like they were smart enough to put their stage and open up the window so they could do the performances. Like I was like blown away by that. That was great stuff. So, yeah, they've always been good to us. And I'm like, you know what? We can't just be selfish in this. We're not selfish really with anything that we do. We always try to help out and pass along and, pay it forward. So I'm really excited to do what I can to help out Club Absinthe as well with this. Cover our... You were saying?
Yeah, I've got a lot of like very specific memories of Club Absinthe just from college and at the old location when it was further down King, I think it was, when they had their Motown nights, and just like everyone was there. I feel like it was always just so packed in there. It's just such a different time to think of clubs being packed.
We got to get them back to being packed. We've got a vaccine on the horizon. I mean, it's here, but a lot of us aren't going to see it until later in the year. But we need to get them to survive as well. It's important to keep our venues alive, and this goes for the Casbah as well. If anybody wants to help them out, they are looking for help as well, financially, to get them through this. Because the way that it works out for us small businesses, we're getting shut down. We're told that we can't do what we do to make money. So without the money, we still have to pay rent. We still have to pay the bills because the landlords have to pay their mortgages because the banks aren't going to give everybody, a freeze on or a moratorium on anything. So and the government's doing what it can for some people. But like I said earlier, not everybody qualifies. Not everybody can get this stuff. And it's harmful. It really is. And I was on the news, back in November, December, on the national news telling, the government, shut us down, give us subsidies. And they got half of the message because here we are shut down again. But yeah, these businesses like ourselves and Absinthe and, the Casbah and the Playhouse Theater, what's the other one in Westdale?
Westdale Cinema.
Yeah, Westdale Cinema. And the Staircase, they've just gotten a bunch of people together to help save that. But, you can only keep paying for rent so much without bringing anything in.
Mm-hmm.
We have to stand by our venues. We have to stand by, the small businesses that we love, because if you're not there for small business won't be there in the end. And, we are the backbone of the economy. Big corporations, they get the tax breaks. They don't pay as much in taxes, and they're making millions upon billions. Whereas, my shop brings in maybe 100,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's in a good year. And then I pay out my taxes. I don't get any breaks or anything like that. And I know myself, our local restaurants, our bookstores, our retail stores, that's, we need to be helped so that we can continue, because if they cut us all out, there's going to be no economy. And it's, a lot of people have put their heart and soul into the businesses they run. That everybody on James Street, when they first came up, we've got Ottawa Street with all their small businesses. We've got Concession Street and Lock Street. We've got King Street in certain areas that, where you've got the conglomerations of businesses. And this is, without them, it'll end up looking like someplace in Toronto where it's like, I can't even think of any modern stores because I don't shop in malls, but Forever 21, and then, you've got a Starbucks, and then you've got another, mega business where it's like a mall, but on the street in these boutique looking buildings. And that doesn't help the local economy. And, the one thing I love, the one thing I truly, truly love about Hamilton is the small business, and every day seeing somebody else having to shut her down, it hurts me. It really does. The latest one being Gameopolis, watching them have to close their doors, that really bothered me. Jex and her partner, when we first opened, were very, very helpful to us. They even gave us our very first cash register, which we have since moved on, passed it forward to somebody else when they opened up. I think we passed it over to Prowse Pottery when they moved to their second location. But yeah, it's small business is what we need to keep the world moving. And I truly love being able to support local, anytime I can. And, Hamilton without small business is nothing. It's just the garbage hole of Toronto at that point.
Yeah. Did you guys have any luck with the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy?
No. We did not. So the first time I went through it, I filled out everything, and then it wouldn't recognize my CRA number. It was telling me either my business name was wrong, or my CRA number was wrong. But I'm looking at the paper with my GST, HST returns on it, and I'm like, nope, this is what they sent me. This is my stuff. And then it wouldn't let me save because it told me I was missing a bunch of information. When you got to the section for the bills, because we were only doing it for the bill subsidy and the grant. Mm-hmm. So on the bill one, like, I put everything in there, and then when I got to the second to last screen, it would say, "Oh, you're missing all this information," but there were no boxes for the information.
Right.
I was like, "How bill payment method and like receipts?" There was nothing for that. So then I went on Twitter and I'm like, I'm mad. Fuck you, Ford. Fuck you, Skelly. And I think it was around, I was doing this at 10 o'clock. I think it was around 2. Yeah, because we went and checked on the shop. We came back. Around 2 o'clock, I get a phone call from one of the numbers. Now, mind you, the numbers, you can't call them. It tells you the subscriber is not in service right now. That's for the 800 number. That's for the 416 number. But this young lady named Zohal called me and kind of tried to soothe me and calm me down a bit. And they couldn't find my application because my application wouldn't save. I couldn't save it because I had all these error messages. And I told her this. And so she's like, all right, we'll look into it. She called me back around 5 o'clock last night. In the meantime, I had tried to do it again. At this point, it put us in a queue. So Tanya and I both had our laptops set up, and we're waiting on the queue. And it would get down and be like, all right, you'll be redirected to the website, and it would kick you off. And it would start your queue waiting all over. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So finally I get into this, and I start filling it out again. I fill out everything. I get to the second to last page where you verify. It says that it doesn't, my name wasn't included, my business name wasn't included, my business number wasn't included. I didn't include my name, and I didn't verify my email. But I made a video of the screen, and I'm like, look. So I sent it on to them. I'm supposed to hear back on Monday. She also said that with the amount of traffic that hit on that day, then there's going to be bugs and problems and backups. So I was like, you know what? I'm stressing myself over this. I went and drew for a little bit, and so I'm going to touch back on that on Monday once they call me, and hopefully all the bugs are taken out of it, and there's not as much of a first day swarm on the website like there was.
Yeah, I had the exact same problem. There is one that's just for rent subsidy that it's through you instead of through the landlord that I found that worked for me.
We don't get that because of the bank account situation.
Oh, okay.
Anything tied into CRA, the wage subsidy, the rent subsidy, and that $60,000 loan, those are through the CRA. And the CRA checks your bank account, and they're like, nope. And I'm like, all right. So that's all that's led us to this point is we've tried the routes. We've even tried, the initial just the GoFundMe. That brought us about $2,000 before GoFundMe took their percentage out. So I think it was like $1,500-$1,600 that we got so far, but that has immediately gone into paying bills. Because the hydro, the gas, the water heater, like all the things we're being hit with. And I know that if I'm going through it, other people are going through it, it's not just, poor us, it's poor everybody at this point. And it just leads us back to more needs to be done. I'm well aware of what I've been reading that Ford is sitting on about $9 billion. Hopefully that's what's being used for these $20,000 grants. I'm really hoping that he's, smartened up. I know I have called him a pudding-headed fuck on the internet. And I mean, it's true. The guy's inept at his job, and it's hurting us. It's killing people. Legitimately, people are dying because of his ineptitude. So I'm hoping maybe he wisened up and he's like, all right, let's use some of this money and put it out there so that, these businesses can survive. Because after a while, I just feel like I'm getting radicalized against the conservative government, well, the government in general, where I'm like, he's tied in with the long-term care homes, but yet they're going to give the vaccine to these elderly people. Are they just doing that to test on old people before they, and can see the effects before the young people? Like, you start getting caught inside your own mind on this stuff, and it's like you got to back away just because nothing legitimate is being done, and you're just starting to think like, wow, is he doing this so that all the tattoo shops and nail salons and everything disappear and developers can come and take over those spots? Like it's really messed. I know it's messing with my head, and I have to step back and be like, all right, that's some of that weirdo thinking right there. I can't be doing that. I have to take it at face value that it's just a shitty politician doing a shitty job. But hey, it led to a great idea, because here you and I are in front of, I can't even see how many people are following right now, but we are kicking off the first time a telethon like this has been done in Hamilton. Groundbreaking.
Yeah. Maybe in the scrolling thing at the bottom, we can put where people can transfer money to.
Yeah, let me see what I can do there.
I feel like e-transfer won't take the fees that GoFundMe will. So if you're just tuning in, guys, below it's scrolling. You can go to biddingowl.com/vagabond cents to take part in the auction. We got 9 items up, a mix of gift cards, local art, some paintings. We got a hand-knitted Afghan, a signed penny versus penny poster. You can go to biddingowl.com/vagabond cents. You can bid on some really cool items. And that just opened up.
Add more to this. Take that one down. There we go. I do have the e-transfer information there. Following the bidding owl.
Perfect.
Give it a little bit of a space, and we'll see how this goes. Nope, doesn't even give it a space. That's all right. All right. I think we got everything set up.
It's looking good.
All right, we've got more people joining in the chat. Hey, Tanya, can you see how many people are watching? 9 people. We are reaching 9 people.
Okay.
I understand it is Saturday, 12:30, and people are probably out getting their essentials right now. People are probably sleeping in, probably sleeping it off. I am very fortunate. I have not been, since I'm not a drinker anymore, that I have not had to resort to that during this, even either of these lockdowns. And I didn't quit drinking because I had a problem. I quit drinking because of anxiety and panic attack issues. It kind of exacerbated my condition, and I was like, you know what? Getting drunk and then having a panic attack ain't cool. So I just gave up drinking.
So no drinking, no caffeine for all of this.
Oh, man, I'm no fun, dude. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't partake of any drugs. Like, if I have a headache, Tanya's like, take an Advil. I'm like, maybe later. I'll just ride it out. But yeah, I don't do anything fun. It's now carbs. Carbs are my thing.
I love carbs.
That's why I'm going with the Kevin Smith collection. A fat guy with a beard and long hair. Just throw on a blazer and a t-shirt. I'm wearing shorts too. No one can see me from the waist down. I'm like, I'm not wearing a full suit. Fuck that.
No one's wearing pants these days. There's no reason to be wearing pants if you're inside doing
exactly
web stuff. Everything's below the table for a reason.
Newscasters, they don't even wear. They like wear jeans or And I'm like, I'm at home right now. Let's be as comfortable as possible.
So if you are watching, hit the like button. It's going to help with the algorithms and help spread this video out. Feel free to comment in the YouTube so we can respond there and see how everyone's doing. And
like Tanya has said, if you're watching, like the video. It will help with the algorithms. It will help spread our message a little further. And you can also put our link up on your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, and get the message out there as well. The more people that we can reach out to, the better that this will be. The less painful it'll be for everybody as well.
If you're looking to donate, at the bottom of the screen, it's where you can e-transfer the money to. You can search on GoFundMe as well. That's your preferred option. And we've got the auctions at biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints.
We got a lot of good prizes, a lot of good things to bid on. We have for those that are just joining in, we have paintings by local painter David Brace, one of our tattoo shop employees, Alberto Morales, who's contributed painting as well. Our friend Irene Mallory has donated a hand knit blanket. Hub of the Hammer is throwing in a trivia night. We also have a gift certificate for a tattoo and a set of nails done by Tanya, full gel set with some art deco. Really good prizes, and the auction will benefit, keeping our shop open past this bit of a lockdown we're in again while we're unable to work. And proceeds will also go towards Club Absinthe to help keep them open as well.
Oh, Path Employment Services just shared the link on Twitter. So guys, if you're out there, thank you so much.
We actually have 2 people we'll be interviewing today. Catherine Johnston, who will be on for Eric's Cupboard, is also an employee at Path, along with Tara Pattison. Funny note, I was the MC for Tara Pattison's wedding.
Oh, no way.
Yes, we've been friends with them for a number of years, thanks to Eric's Cupboard and the late Chris Parkinson. And when her and Larry Pattison got married, they asked me to be they wanted me as the Reverend, but I am ordained in the States, and it's a different process for Canada. It's much more involved. So they instead had me as the MC, which I thoroughly loved. I looked really good that day, and I got to wear a vest and everything. And so it gets to the part where I'm announcing the wedding party. They're coming out, they're doing their dances, and it's time for me to announce the married couple. And I straight up said Tara Aronson, her maiden name. Because for 4 or 5 years, that's all I knew was Tara Aronson and Larry Pattison. And in just the moment, the passion of the moment, I used her goddamn regular last name. I'm announcing them for the first time, and let's just announce it wrong. I could have called them Terry and Lara and felt less bad about it. But yes, that was little bit of trivia there, and really good wedding too. Really nice.
Where was the wedding?
I wasn't there for the wedding. I was there for the reception, and it was up on the mountain at this really nice hotel. I can't remember. It's not a Holiday Inn. I know that. I think it was like a Sheraton or something. But had a really nice courtyard, and the banquet room, super nice. So Tara just commented, and she said that she goes by both last names.
Oh, perfect. But
still, the day that you announce the betrothed, this is their first time being announced in public. I'm just going to fuck it up. It's probably on video too. I know that somebody probably got that on video. I haven't seen it, but it was the Courtyard by Marriott. That's where thank you for letting me know that, Tara. Yeah, beautiful wedding and beautiful people. Yeah, it was really, really great time. The food was delicious, and everybody was just in high spirits. I mean, then that's something else that people need to look forward to, is getting back into those things. So hopefully, like with this, with the vaccines rolling out, and hopefully, implementing a much better lockdown procedure, we can get back to those things. I'm not a wedding guy. Like, I didn't even want to go to my wedding, but people need that happiness again. I understand that you had to postpone your wedding.
Yep, it was going to be October the 3rd last year, and we're set for October the 2nd this year, but it really depends on everything.
October's a good month to get married.
I think so.
I'm an October marriage. Okay. We're the 26th.
Okay.
And it works out because it's cool enough that when you're wearing the tuxedo and everything, you don't get too hot.
That's ideal. I'm a husky guy, so the feeling of not being in the middle of summer, no thanks. Like, fall sounds nice.
Tanya, did you hear that? No. Matt Serena said he is a husky man. We were just talking about the term husky last night.
Oh, yeah?
That it's a term that's not really used much anymore. Yeah. And I told Tanya, I'm going to start telling people, this is my wife, Husky Tanya. And she hangs out with hardcore people named, Shitty Trish and stuff. And that's just, she's going to develop this persona. And so even today, we threw the word husky around just, for our own shits and giggles here. But thank you for using it. It's a term I like.
It's a fun word.
I'd rather be called husky than chubby. As a new man of girth, thanks to sitting at home, eating, and doing nothing else, I've grown exponentially. I grew the hair out to kind of frame my fat face now. I think when you first met me, I was 150, and now I'm at 210.
I think the last year, I think everyone kind of writes it off. I think everyone's in the same boat. We're all just kind of surviving and living as best we can.
Yeah, I have dreams where I'm doing exercises, and then I wake up in the morning and I'm like, am I really going to do that? No.
Does the dreaming exercise work at all? Do you wake up with less calories, or just?
I don't know. See, I don't know if I'm physically moving in my sleep. So, but yeah, I do have dreams where I'm doing sit-ups and push-ups and stuff, and then I wake up in the morning. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go sit at the table, draw titties, and drink a cup of tea and figure out where the day's going.
Draw titties.
And that's with 2 D's, so it's not offensive. T-I double D. There's always double D's and titties. That's what I do. Every morning I get up with the lockdown. Tanya's in the bedroom. Tanya's in the living room with the dogs watching Law and Order or some other stabby kill documentary. And I'm in the bedroom. and I just grab my iPad and just start sketching. And I post the pictures to my personal Snapchat. That way I know if people are screenshotting it, I'll be like, why'd you screenshot my picture? You better not get that as a tattoo. Because there are art thieves out there these days. People that don't want to go to Google Images to steal things. They just want to go and take it directly from the artist. So I do it there, but it's just gotten to where it's boobs. I draw a lot of boobs, and everybody that follows me loves it. So it's not like anybody's like, you're a misogynist and I'm offended. It's all done artfully and tastefully. I mean, there was the last lockdown. Things got a little lewd. They definitely got lewd with the artwork, but I was experimenting with the Procreate on the iPad, and things were looking great. And I just pushed the envelope. I really did. I mean, it's stuff that I can't even put on Facebook to sell without having it completely censored. Okay, I just got a message from Justin of Courage Pro Wrestling, and they have a few T-shirts that they could throw into the auction, a medium and an XL.
All right, I will throw that in.
Fantastic. Yes, I have Facebook messages coming in while we are working. I have to leave the Facebook screen up because that's the only way that I can send the invites out to those that are coming in. For the live chats and everything, the live interviews. But in about 15 minutes, we will put up our first performance. It'll be Mr. Justin Shaw. And if I'm not mistaken, he's a part of the Hub of the Hammer family.
Yeah, he's one of our hosts. He kind of handles some of the nights for us. And he's a really funny comedian and a really great host. He definitely knows how to host a hell of events.
I watched one of his performances. The kid knows funny.
Yeah.
He's got the goods. He actually messaged me on January 4th to say that he wanted to be a part of this. And the video I was watching was from January 4th, 2020.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, you know what? Right there. Perfect. You, sir, are in. You timed it to the day. But yeah, I also watched the video. I found myself laughing and enjoying his performance. So we have something that we're going to be putting up here shortly. I've only seen the first minute of it to make sure that it worked, and it will be a treat for the both of us to see this performance. The kid's funny. The kid is funny.
Okay, so in a couple seconds, you're going to see on the auction site Courage Pro Wrestling T-shirts.
Courage Pro Wrestling, they're good guys and ladies as well. They are very much co-ed with their stuff. Wonderful group, really wonderful people. And anytime that they've had a match, they've actually done things to help out. There was something to do with animals. They've got a whole bunch of stuff to help out people that were in need. So yeah, really stoked to check out the footage that they sent us today. And I can't say enough good things about all the people that are going to be on here today, but just everybody's good in my book.
Oh, we've already got some bids have come in.
Oh, fantastic.
Awesome.
Don't let me know who it is. I want to be surprised in the end with the winners. No spoilers.
I will say nothing, but people are bidding, so that's awesome. Really appreciate the support, guys.
I do have some information on the Zoetic. I see that popped up. I know the person who is taking over that.
Oh, when's that happening?
I have no idea. They spoke to me recently, a month or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, it was early December, and there is things happening.
Good.
So okay. I can't say what it is, but I can say that I know a person who is doing a thing that is taking place in that location.
Okay. So it's staying as a theater and all that stuff?
I can't give that information out.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I just woke you up, touched you, and walked away. That was unfair of me. But no, it gives hope. It gives hope that it's such a beautiful space.
Mm-hmm.
Like even when it was a theater, Larry and Tara got married there at the Zoetic. And I know that towards the end they were, doing it for becoming a venue. But yeah, such a beautiful place. I went by it once because I don't really make it out to Concession Street that often. I mean, now that I have a car, I can. I just haven't. I mean, who wants to go there during a pandemic?
Yeah.
But no, just what they were doing at the time too, as the Zoec was great. But knowing the person that's going in there, it's going to bring new life, especially after things get back to some semblance of normalcy.
Yeah, I think we need that. We definitely need that for sure. We need choices of entertainment and like bringing the arts back to the city.
Yes. The city was built on art. Well, I mean, it was built on steel, but then art became the new steel, and we need to keep it that way. Because as much as I love restaurants, you can't have a city just running on restaurants. I can only eat so much.
Yeah.
Even if I ate at one restaurant a day, one, I'd go broke, and two, my belt would break.
Yeah.
But and speaking of restaurants here, we have a really vast array of cuisine. I know with Hub of the Hammer, a lot of places that you work out of and work alongside have been delicious.
Yeah, we definitely have lucked out with it. We haven't dealt with too many places where I can honestly say the menu wasn't good. Like most of the time, I make sure that it aligns. We're going in a place that's got an affordable menu too. I don't like going to do things with places that are just over the top with pricing and kind of just like charging way too much for what they're serving. Affordable is definitely the key for nights out because you want people to kind of go out and eat, drink, have fun, and on everyone's budget, it's tough to do if it's not the right.
Exactly. As a person of the budget, if you're going out and you're spending, $50 just for two people, you're not having as much fun. You're like, oh man, I'm dropping $50, but I'm here for trivia night. But yeah, a lot of good cuisine. I just saw recently on your Instagram or Facebook that you guys had gone somewhere that looked really tasty. I can't remember what it was because there's a lot.
Here we go.
And just to let everybody know, throughout this whole broadcast, I am going to be name dropping like a motherfucker. I'm going to make sure all the people that I love are mentioned so that people that don't know of these people can go out and partake. First one to come to mind, Curbside on Ottawa Street, Curbside Grill. Randy is one hell of a guy, and he makes delicious burgers and poutines. If you are in the mood, go get a hold of him, set up for a curbside pickup, or do it through Skip the Dishes and DoorDash. I think they're a part of, but I would encourage just going there and getting it if you're capable. You actually will giving more money to the business than if you do it through one of the courier services. If you can't do, if you have to use the courier by all means. But yeah, for this moment, I am definitely putting a plug out there for Curbside.
Yeah, if you're in the chat, let us know what type of places you'd like going to. Who should we give a shout out to?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, this whole show, I mean, it's to raise money for us and Club Absinthe, but we're also going to be spreading as much attention as we can throughout the entire city.
Look at the schedule here. It's got a lot of great acts coming up. Talking a lot of great people.
I am all queued up for our first performance at 1:00. So in about 10 minutes, we will be unleashing Justin Shaw, the Wrath of Shaw. If you want to see more of Justin, he's at Wrath of Shaw on Instagram and Twitter. And I'm guessing he's just Justin Shaw on Facebook or something, like a regular schlub. And we are also, like I said, for those that are just joining in, we are taking questions and interacting through the comments. So if there's something you wanted us to discuss, something you want to ask us, by all means, go for it. This is a telethon. It's an AMA. It's whatever you really want it to be.
If you're just getting here, go to biddingowl.com/vagabondsaints. There are now 10 items you can bid on. And the auction will end tomorrow at noon. So you got plenty of time to put a bid in. We already got a couple of bids up for some really cool items. So get in there where you can.
You got 23 hours. Get yourself some stuff. Help us out. Like they used to say in the South where I grew up, open your hearts, but open your wallets.
She did not like that.
Oh, you heard Tanya moan from the back.
Oh,
huh?
yeah, it was clear. Loud and clear.
What's funny is the door is mostly closed to the bedroom where she is sitting.
Oh, my God. She did not like that at all then.
Her disdain traveled. Ah, good times. I'm glad this isn't being recorded. My goodness, we have got a lot of people here.
Yeah, feel free to talk in the chat, guys. We're very friendly.
Tanya says she's going to break out her mascara face. What is a mascara face? Oh, Matt, she says her mascara face is much like Tammy Faye Baker.
Got it.
I think that this should be seen. I don't think that she should just be throwing things out there that she's not going to follow up on. Her mouth is writing checks that her Tammy Faye Baker eyes need to cash.
You know the old expression.
I was actually in Texas during that time as a young lad. And they were the shit show. Her and Jim Baker, it was wild. Like, I am not a religious man by any means, but I would actually keep up on that whole thing. And then there was another scandal too with some guy that was banging a chick and he shouldn't have been because A, he was married, and B, he was, it was all part of the church. The PTO scandal.
Okay.
I'm reaching back many, many years, but yeah, in Texas time, that was big news. And, Tammy Baker crying, her mascara running. And I'm like, the people of the cloth are really fucked up. Let's watch this. A lot of people know my religious stance, and a lot of it is from growing up in the South with the fire and brimstone and the Bible thumping, and everything I did was wrong and bad. And it opened up my mind and made me a much better person because I'm out there doing things because I want to, not because Sky Daddy's telling me I'm going to get a reward in the end. If you do something without a reward, it's much better, much better. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to get on my pulpit with that stuff, But yeah, just the whole Jim and Tammy Baker thing, man. Tanya has a thing for people that have big hair and wild makeup, like Tammy Faye Baker, John Benet Ramsey. And she just watched the 2020 about her today. Huh. Yeah, if anything ever happens to me, people, know that Tanya watches a lot of Law and Order and true crime documentaries, and I think there's a notebook with actual notes in there. I'm not saying she will, but if something happens and you don't see me for a month, that's where you look first. And that would, of course, make her dream of being a true crime celebrity just flourish. We actually have an agreement that if she does die of natural causes, we're going to have it written up in a will where I'm just going to throw her body somewhere in the woods in Hamilton. And then the cops are going to do this whole investigation, and she's going to be the center of a true crime story. What happened to Tanya Watts? And it's going to be basically, in the end, there's just going to be a note in her pocket. It's like, psych, I died from cancer. Thanks for wasted taxpayer dollars or something. She's mischievous like that. But it's only if it's natural causes. I'm not dirtying my hands with her blood.
Should we be concerned for your safety? I'm a little worried.
No. Hey, I'm a nihilist. If she's going to take me out, I'd rather it be her, not a stranger.
So who else do we have scheduled for this?
Okay, so here in about 2 minutes, we are going to unleash Justin Shaw onto the people. And then following that, we've got a series of interviews. Let me bring up our schedule real quick. The first up will be Bonnie McGill of Ray. She comes to us as a representative from the Bridge House on Barton Street. Bridge House was one of our first business neighbors when we opened up. And Bonnie, who has been a longtime customer of the shop, has now gotten a higher seat within the organization there. So she's going to be telling us a little bit about that. We will be having Cameron Kroetch coming on, talking to us about some of his exploits that have been recently in the news, as well as things involving the city on a much happier scale. And after that, we've got Catherine Johnson from Eric's Cupboard, then Fallon Savage. So that's our first couple of hours. Will be filled up with these wonderful people telling us amazing things about themselves, all of which are people that we've dealt with as a business. So it feels good to get their names out there and let people know that we only roll with good people.
Yep. And again, if you're just getting in here, biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints is where all the auctions are taking place. We've got 10 items, 3 of which already have bids. So if you're looking to get a good deal, now is the time to place your bid.
If we can get the total raised, now we're looking at $20,000. That's the end game for all of this. If we can get, let's see, it's 1 o'clock now. If by 6 o'clock this evening we can get $1,000, I think we should get Tanya to do mascara face.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's the incentive right there.
Can I get a confirmation? Fuck yeah. I got a fuck yeah. All right, everybody. If we can raise $1,000 by 6 o'clock tonight or more, Tanya will do a Tammy Faye Baker face with makeup. She will make up her face like Tammy Faye Baker. I doubt we can get her to do it as a makeup tutorial, but I definitely want to see her come in, get on camera, and have just that outrageous makeup style. That if I wasn't here hosting it and being the one needing the money, I would pay that kind of money just to see that.
Well, if you guys want to donate, you can do it through either the GoFundMe link or through e-transfer. If you look at the bottom, there's a scrolling set of words. You can e-transfer to that address. So you got 2 great ways of donating.
If you're more comfortable doing it through PayPal, you can send the money to PayPal via or through vagabondsaints@gmail.com as well. On all of our social media, we do have the GoFundMe. And if you're Canadian and have the power to do it through e-transfer, vagabondsaints@gmail.com. We'll appreciate every bit that you can send in. If it's $1, it'll still make us holler. And I think we'll check in on the total at about 3 o'clock. See where the numbers are. And over in the chat, Jessica Matchett, who's one of my 2 apprentices at the shop, says, "Your beard's looking gnarly, Jim. I love it." When is she going to learn to stop kissing my ass? We're not in the shop. But also, the attention shouldn't be on me looking so grizzled. It should be on Matt's upper lip. I'm blown away. You look fantastic with a mustache.
Oh boy. Thank you. I didn't even know who to thank.
The tousled hair as well. Like, you've got a look going on, and Hamilton's good boy's coming off with a bad boy image now.
Bad boy, yeah. Thank you. I call it.
Bad boy for you is I don't stack my plates when I'm done at the restaurant.
I damn right I don't.
I am a plate stacker. Like, even if we were to go out with my in-laws, I would take everybody's empty plates and stack them up towards the end, because I've been a server and I know what it's like having to clean up after the barbarians have left the table. Yeah. And my in-laws are like, "Why are you doing that?" And I look at my mother-in-law and I'm like, "Why do you clean your house before our housekeeper comes? Why do you rinse your dishes before you put them in a dishwasher?" It's the same principle. I'm just being super nice.
It's not a bad point. It's actually makes a lot of sense. Once restaurants open back up, you might have to switch to your methods.
We have Bonnie McGillivray just messaged me. She can donate a painting that she did for a painting night.
Oh,
Okay, I will have to find a way to get this information over to you. We'll do that during the performance. And it is 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna do a screen share. I hope I do this right. Application window. Okay. Bear with me as I do not know what I'm doing. Chrome tab. There we go. Okay, let's see if
yeah, we can see it, can't hear it.
okay. Okay, so I don't know why we're not getting audio on this.
Is there a share audio tab at all?
I think it's because the audio is set up to be for you. So it captures your audio.
Okay, I'm not sure. Wow, we now have Bill Hader as part of this. Let me stop that real quick. Yeah, I am unsure why we are not getting audio at the moment. Checking the settings. I'm not sure if it's because I have my AirPods in and I'm only getting the audio.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Well, let me see. Let me see.
The best way to share audio is sharing the Chrome tab.
Okay, it says
When you do that, it'll have share audio at the bottom.
and it was a Chrome tab I was doing.
At the very bottom, it'll say share audio. You got to click that.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, now we have Bill Hader breaking character compilation going on. I don't think Bill will mind. He's a good guy. Okay, there we go.
No, still nothing. Is the volume turned up?
What a day! What a time! I'm Justin. I'm your entertainer. I'm so excited to be here. This set is filmed before a live studio apartment. This is what the world is now. Right now, geographically speaking, I am in Hamilton, Ontario, which is also known as Toronto's basement. It's where they keep Toronto's Christmas decorations. And their cocaine. It's great. Hamilton, not cocaine. I mean, hey, I'm originally from the East Coast. I grew up in rural Prince Edward Island, which is kind of a redundant thing to say. Rural PEI. That's like saying, yeah, I went for a swim in the wet part of the ocean. I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere. It was really isolated. I remember anytime I'd go out and play outside, my mom, she'd always say, hey, be careful out there. Be back by dark. And also, watch out for kidnappers. Where? Where does she think these kidnappers are coming from? We live like 10 kilometers out of town. We're lucky if we even get the mailman to show up to our house. Sorry, mail person. Sorry, person. But we're just so far out in the middle of nowhere. We wouldn't even get Jehovah's Witnesses coming to our house. They'd sit there with their little map planning where they're going to go and be like, oh, that's way out nowhere. We don't need to witness them. They're fine. God's everywhere. They're fine. They'll be fine. But who's going to come out of that far out of their way to kidnap me? I don't know if I'm worth it. To be honest. But Mom, she always worried I'd get kidnapped. And honestly, I think she's just trying to boost my self-esteem. I couldn't tell if she was more optimistic. Oh, you could get kidnapped. Look at you. You little cutie. Reach for the stars. Mom, you gotta say that. You're my mom. Deep down, no mom wants their kid to get kidnapped, but you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I just had an internet bubble. All right. But what's cool is I gotta know you're there. You gotta laugh the whole way through. So what I'm saying is here, guys, is no mom, like to be real, no mom wants their kid to get kidnapped, but deep down, they do want their kid to be a contender. Like they want their kid like my mom, she'd hear about the neighbor kid who's gone missing, and mom's like, oh my God. I should get Justin a haircut, My parents have been married for over 40 years. It's amazing. To each other. That's even crazy. Yeah, they've been together for over 40 years. I grew up in a two-person household, which explains why I'm so cool and well-adjusted, right? They loved each other. They had 3 kids. I'm the youngest. I've got 2 older sisters. And there's a lot of years in between all of us, so they're a lot older than me. So what that tells me is that my dad is a lot like Halley's Comet. He comes once every 7 years. I bet it's real healthy to think of your parents in a sexual context like that. Is it? I will say though, is it strange if I think my mom is a virgin? Is that weird? I know that's technically impossible, but nobody who has that many nicknames for our dog could have ever had sex with anybody. Calling it. This is a list, a real list of all the nicknames for our dog. We got Foo Baby, Bushu, Sminchins, Lil Schminchins, Lil Fuzzy Bum Bum. The dog's real name? Dylan. Dog's got a personality disorder, I'm telling you. I do miss my family quite a lot. I'm here in Hamilton now, living with my fiance Diana, and she owns a dog. You might be thinking, oh, so you own a dog? No. Learned real quick when I moved in, that's not how that works. See, with a dog, it's different. If it's a kid, I could be like the kid's stepdad. But with a dog, you're nothing. It's hard to explain your relationship to it. Like, this is the dog I know. Like, anytime I'd be both of them, I'd be like, oh, hi, this is Diana, my girlfriend, and this is Phoebe, my dog friend. What are we? We don't really know who we are. But what I find what helps is if you think of it in terms of a business, you have to consult the company flow chart. It's like seniority. That's what counts. So if you consult the flow chart, Diana owns the dog. The dog owns me, and I own an iPhone. It's a good job, though. You gotta love the job. The job has good benefits, That is to say, it had good benefits. We used to be friends with benefits. Then I moved into the apartment, and those benefits expired. Dog, though. Dog's got great benefits. Mwah. It's got dental. The dog, if she chips her tooth, we take her to the vet. I chip my tooth, I just stop smiling. That's where we're at now. And we're getting used to each other. Me and the dog. The pandemic really kind of stuck us together at home, spending a lot of time at home. But if you ask me, the most annoying part of the pandemic is the virus. But the second most annoying part of the pandemic is all these emails. Like, from all these different airlines, they just keep emailing me like, "We cleaned our bathroom today." Why'd the CEO have to send that email? And then I got an email saying there's a flight for sale from Hamilton to Charlottetown going for $36. What? $36? Who's flying the plane? Me? $36. Now, I don't have a lot of money. I don't think airplane tickets should be super expensive, but they should maybe be a little expensive. Enough to make you feel like you're buying a false sense of security. Nothing this expensive could ever be dangerous, is a real that the owner of Jurassic Park have had. If you're buying an airplane ticket for $36, you got to ask yourself, is this the airplane I want to die on? If that plane goes down, like, what kind of funeral do you think you're gonna have for $36 airplane ride? Like, your tombstone would be made of wood. My mom would be there if I'm lucky. Be like, he died, he lived. A cheap ass. But the airline that was selling this ticket was a company called Swoop. I don't know if you've heard of Swoop before.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet. It's not the best, in my opinion. What I don't like about it is its name. You really got to consider your optics when you're naming your airline after a sound effect of things going down. Historically speaking, swoop is not a sound made when things go up and stay up. Name your airline. I named my airline after an up verb. Give me an up sound, like swoosh is better, or up and away airlines, or doesn't get lost over Malaysia airlines. That's what I want. But what was the marketing meeting when they came up with the name Swoop anyway? All right, we put countless minutes into this plan. We got 3 names, 3 options. We got Plummet Airlines, Hindenburg Airlines, and we got Swoop. What do we do? Then some college intern is like, what about Swoosh Airlines? He's like, oh, what about you pack your bags? Get out of here by the end of the day. I don't want to see you printing a resume on your way out. You college puke. I don't even think you want to work at this third party airline. Joshua. The pandemic has definitely made it hard for guys like me who are in entertainment, trying to, like, this is what I have to do now. But really just know it's the thought that counts. And I'm trying my best with this virtual entertainment. But really, entertainment was hard even before the pandemic. There was, like, lazy ideas coming out that people were calling entertainment. Y'all ever heard of an escape room? What? What kind of weird Stockholm Syndrome nonsense is that? About a year ago, I was invited to go to my very first and only escape room experience. Said, come on, we're going. And I'm like, for what? It's an escape room. It's where they lock you into a tiny room and you're not allowed to leave until you solve a puzzle. All right, what's the prize? Nothing. You just go home. What, so the prize is freedom? I can have that just by staying home. It's like we won. But that nothing reeks of upper middle class indulgence more than pretending to have your rights and freedoms taken from you. Come on, and so I go. This was a gift. I go, and it's got a theme, right? Because you gotta have a theme. You gotta have a theme for your escape room. Otherwise, it'd be stupid. The escape room was escape from Alcatraz. Now, I've not been. I won't pretend I've been to Alcatraz. Definitely haven't even been to prison. In fact, the closest I've ever talked to a police officer is when I told them I saw some older kids smoking behind my high school. I was 28. But really, that is nothing like an escape room. It's not like you go in and the warden's like, "Welcome to Alcatraz maximum security penitentiary. You're serving a double homicide sentence here, buddy, and I'm gonna see you rot in the hole. Unless you can answer me these riddles 3. Riddle the first. I get smaller the older I get. A candle. How did you know? This is clearly not your first double life sentence, is it? It is going for the pandemic, for everything. And what was really hard before was I had to like trick you guys to come see my shows. Now I gotta like trick you guys to let me into your house to like let me eat your food. No, it's not like that. It's all about perspective. It's not like I'm in your house. In a way, you're in my house. Y'all want to see my favorite T-shirt?
Yeah.
Yes.
As if that was a rhetorical question. Of course you're gonna see it. Once it goes in the act, it stays in the act. All right, let's see. I know, where's my T-shirt? I'm back. Imagine if the show just ended like that. All right, I'm gonna use both hands on this. This is a T-shirt I bought at Value Village in Charlottetown. Any Value Village heads in the room?
Yeah, I'm wearing a Value Village shirt now.
Worn by other people. Come with a free mystery. So I was traveling to Charlottetown, and I had a grudge against the airline because of course I do, because clearly I'm a comedian from 1983. Airline joke. Flying, and I was really mad because they started charging for your checked bags. So I tried to boycott it by just packing a single backpack, only with socks and underwear. And I was gonna go straight from the airport in Charlottetown to the Value Village, buy a bunch of cheap clothes, stay the week, donate them at the end of the trip. That's what I did. I returned them all back, except for one. This is the one I kept, and the reason I kept it is it has a story, and I'm still trying to figure it out. Now, the front of the T-shirt tells one half of the story. Okay? For those of you need a description, this is a dog with the name above it. Now, the back of the T-shirt tells the other half of a completely different story. Love is a 3-letter word. Dad. Now, I'm going to show you the front again. You forgot. This is not deception. This is one T-shirt worn by one person. I'm still trying to figure out how this could possibly come to existence. And my only guess is it was a gift to a person, a really meaningful gift. And the story that I've come up with is this was a gift for an old man named Daryl. He had a dog, and his name was Setter because he's as good at naming dogs as my mom is. Setter, and Setter got really old and he died. And Daryl didn't have any kids. This was his only family, so he was really sad. And then Daryl's like, Tim Hortons buddies are like, oh man, Daryl's a bummer ever since the dog got kidnapped or whatever. We got to cheer him up. We got to cheer up Daryl. What can we do? One friend's like, I don't know. Why don't we get him a card? The other friend's like, yeah. Or we could get him a t-shirt, which is like a card, except you get to wear it. Points at his head to indicate where his brain is. Love it. That's a great idea. How about we meet up and discuss what will be on the front and the back of the shirt together? The other person, no way. That's way too much work. You do the front, I'll do the back in separate rooms because social distancing. We'll do it in separate rooms. When you're done, just give it to me in an envelope. I'm not even gonna look at it. That's how much I think we're on the same page right now. I'm gonna send it to the printer. It'll come back. We'll give it to Daryl or cheer him up. A week later, they get the T-shirt. The guy's like, "Oh, I didn't know you'd go with such an uncanny valley design of the dog for the front." The other person's like, well, yeah, we're trying to send a message of love, and I thought I'd use a classy Times New Roman default. Meanwhile, you, on the other hand, you went with Space Jam font. What's going on? Love's a 3-letter word, Dad. First off, no, it's not. Also, you know what else is a 3-letter word? Dog. Why didn't you just go with dog? Talk about his dog. Say, well, it's his son, right? Heck. Well, too much time has gone by. We have to give him the shirt now for some reason. And they give it to him. And in my story, Daryl loves the shirt. He loves it. He thanks them. Happy. He goes to the memorial for the dog wearing the shirt. That's how much he loves it. And that's why I kept it, because it's a story. But that story can't be true. And I'll leave you with this. This story can't be true because he got rid of the shirt. Come on, Daryl. This was your gift. This was your gift. Now it just belongs in the throw bin at Value Village. This was a gift from the heart. And you keep those gifts because it's the thought that counts. Thank you very much. I'm Justin Shaw. You've been great.
So that was fantastic.
So good. Very good storyteller.
I'm so glad that I didn't get a pre-watch of that beforehand. That was the kid excels. The kid excels. Definitely a good time there.
So we've added a new painting to the auction. If you guys are interested, checking it out. It's biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints. We've got a bunch of items up. A bunch of them are getting some bids. So please go check that out and donate when you can to the address at the bottom of the screen.
I just checked the numbers during the performance, and we're still at $0 raised for being 1 hour and a half into this. But I have high hopes that the money will come through. People will dig deep into their hearts and their pockets. And we're really counting on this. That's why we're putting the time in. Up next, I have Bonnie McGill from The Bridge coming in for an interview. Matt is going to be taking a short leave while we do the interviews, and we'll be returning later on for the trivia portion of the night.
Got a great game. Make sure you have a smartphone ready, or you could use an internet browser, whatever you prefer, but I'll have all the instructions on the screen for you. It makes it a really easy, smooth process.
I can't wait. I might actually participate.
Ooh, please do.
I will not be included in the prize winning, though.
Yeah.
I guess it's devoid for friends and family and, participants of the telethon, but yeah, I actually am highly anticipatory of this. It'll be my first Hub of the Hammer trivia.
It'll be good. A lot of fun.
All right, Matt, I will be bringing on Bonnie, and we will see you in a few hours.
Thanks, guys. Please donate if you can.
If you get lonely, come back.
I'll be back.
See you, Matt. Bonnie.
Jim,
Bonnie McGill of Ray.
How you doing?
How are you? I'm well. You?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Trying to keep
I'm,
busy and sane and all the fun stuff that goes with being in quarantine and essential services and such. So.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Did you do your eyes up for this?
I did. I heard about the Tammy Faye Baker face, and I just had to participate. So this is my before Tammy wakes up and before she has her chance to put on all of her wacky colors. This is what she looks like before.
And she wore a do-rag too?
Probably a rag that held curlers in her hair, because that's what you did in the 80s.
False. Tammy
No,
Faye
it's always-
Baker. Tammy Faye Baker slept sitting up so that she would not lay on her hair.
Oh, that's right. That is so right. Well, typically what they did in the 80s is.
It's possible. I just made that shit up. You've
I
known me how
understand.
long? I'm a bullshit. You know I'm a bullshit.
Oh, how long
But
has it been?
I-
It's been a couple of years anyway.
Yeah, I would say since 2017. I think that's you started coming around when we were on King Street.
Yep, because I was one of the first customers to get services from both you and Tanya.
That just sounds dirty.
It totally is, but it's so right.
You
and it's
guys
so
service
appropriate.
me.
You do, and like I'm desperate.
So,
So
I elevated to. I saw Matt drinking out of a mug, and I'm like, I'm not just gonna be sipping out of a can like a goon.
yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
let's get down to the nitty gritty here.
Yes, the brass tacks of it all.
So, for those that are watching that may not know, I have been a friend of the bridge since 2016 when we were neighbors.
Yep.
The bridge house sat diagonally from where we were on Barton Street. I was acclimated to the organization through James Bowick when he was the
Executive.
director.
Yep.
I knew there was a title somewhere. I
It's a
just said
formal.
the guy with the beard that was there.
Yep.
But no, James is a sweet fellow, and I was actually invited over there for meals and to get to know the men that were living there. The BIA executive director, Rachel Braithwaite, myself, and Helping Hands, along with the bridge, we did the Celebrate Barton art thing that had taken place a couple of times. So I have worked closely with the Bridge House, and I would like you to explain in much better detail what the Bridge House is for those that are with us right now.
So we are an organization that works with individuals, criminalized individuals exiting mostly the provincial justice systems. We do work with women as well, but typically most of our clients are men, as that's the underserviced population coming out of the judicial systems. We have a transitional house on Barton Street, just a few blocks east of Barton Street Jail or Hamilton Wentworth Detention Center. And we house up to 6 men in a temporary basis. It's a transitional housing. They have up to a year, but we try to get them transitioning into more permanent, more stable housing as soon as we possibly can. And then from there, our casework team acts sort of like a broker between the different services that our clients may need. We set up referrals for addiction services. We also receive referrals from them as well. We get them connected with social assistance, whether it's OW or ODSP, Ontario Works, or Ontario Disability Support Program. We get them connected with Hamilton Housing Help Center to help them with getting their finances to move into a more stable place. And oftentimes we help them to get their first job out, whether it's helping them get safety equipment that they need, if it's just using our computers and the internet to do job searches and housing searches. So we act like a helping hand.
Fantastic. So when transitioning from prison life, what sort of the unique challenges are often present for the individuals that are adapting to the outside world?
A lot of it is stigma. First and foremost, there's a lot of mentality that the only thing that they deserve is to be in jail. Even if they've served their time, the client's coming out, they've served their time, they're done, they're on probation, so they just need to, get that next step going. And then finding that job or finding that housing, as soon as somebody hears that there may be criminal activity in their past, even if they've moved on, just getting that conversation like, no, please understand, this is not their future, this is their past. If that stigma wasn't there, there's a good chance that the clients would not reoffend and would be able to become better productive or more productive members.
Right on, right on. So with the pandemic ongoing, how has the Bridge House adapted its support groups and on-site counseling?
So the support groups are done more virtually or more one-on-one. We don't really have the groups right now, just because of the restrictions. They are typically, the clients in both in-house and outreach clients are meeting with caseworkers once a week, with our caseworker once a week, whether it's by phone or text or in person, socially distanced. We still have our Tuesday dinner happening that the clients can take the meals out and still receive support that way. But yeah, the support groups where there's that peer connection, we haven't been able to have, and I'm starting to see a bit of a difference in the success of some of the stuff that we have going on.
So like a decline in morale at that point.
Yeah.
And you basically ate up my other question about like what the challenges are that have been, brought on by COVID.
Yeah.
Now, how can the public, those that are able to support those that are housing insecure at a time like this?
Letting us know about landlords that are a little bit more lenient with requirements, whether they're a little bit more lenient with credit checks or they're willing to work with our clients, even if they're just getting another room in a house. Letting us know of jobs that are available for even under the table work, but that's not a thing I'm ever going to talk about. But letting us know about jobs that might be available, even temp agencies. There are some temp agencies that will work with our clients, but there are challenges. Supporting for when they move out, they're often leaving us with just the clothes on their back or the clothes that they brought in. So things like small appliances may be needed, like a microwave or toaster, coffee maker, things like that. Helping us get move out packages set up. Obviously, financial donations are always appreciated. I know that these are trying times for people, but I have noticed, being the admin assistant, I have noticed that our financial donations, especially in the last few months, have gone up. So we do know that there are people who are still able to donate, and we do very much appreciate all of you.
Fantastic. I like to hear that.
Yeah.
So how would you say that Vagabond Saints, not to jump into tooting our own horn, but that's what the whole telethon is for us to kind of
absolutely
share the love here. With what our shop does, has it been beneficial in the ways of removing the stigma?
Absolutely.
In our partnerships and stuff.
One of the most awesome things about you as the shop, and the reason why I've been coming back I'm going into my third year with you guys, is because you're a safe space. We don't absolutely have to come in necessarily to get services just to be able to feel comfortable or feel heard. I mean, I see you guys every other week when things are open, and just feeling that warm embrace when I walk in the door, even from the staff that I don't know very well. Like everybody's just like, hey, how you doing? What's new? So through all of that safe space or brave space environment, people who are otherwise stigmatized actually feel they can go someplace, actually feel like they're valid. And when they feel that they're valid, they're able to make their arguments for their own wellness, which helps to break down the stigmas in the general conversations.
Well, we're just doing what we have to do.
And everybody should have that mentality. Just do what we have to do to make everybody feel warm and welcome. Like, we as a society, and I'm talking more for me and less about the bridge, but we as a society, there's a lot of bad stuff going on. I mean, it's nothing new. Even if you turn off the news, you're still hearing about it. But when we can come together and warm each other's hearts and lift each other up and make everybody feel comfortable, that's when things go away. That's when all the hard stuff goes away. My opinion.
Sorry, you had me at embracing.
I know, but it's true. Like, I always feel warm and welcome there. And I know where you guys are located, especially in the new spot. You have the clinic right next door. And nobody feels chased away there, and nobody feels like they're not welcome. And I think you guys have done really well with that.
Thank you. In regards to the clinic next door, I have no problem being next door to a clinic. For those who don't know, we're next door to a recovery clinic, layman's terms, methadone clinic. And people are like, oh my God, like they fucking had a shit fit on King Street because one opened up there. And
I know.
In my opinion, one, I'm the newcomer to that area on John Street. Okay. They're already established. Two, these are people actively seeking help with their addictions. So I can't be mad at them. I mean, it'd be different if I was next door to, I don't know, a drug den. Then I would be a little concerned.
That's never happened, right?
Right. I mean, our shop on King Street.
that was interesting seeing all the updates from that.
Yeah. But I don't have a problem with that. And our shop view has always been, we don't give a shit in the regards of anything. As long as you're cool with us, we're cool with you, and we love our community. We love, having these bonds. It shouldn't be like, oh, we can only hang out with the elite businesses and try to ride their coattails and, vice versa, or circle jerk each other. It's never been a matter of that. We're cool with the queer community, the LGBTQ community, because they're people. We are friends with the Bridge House because these are people, and it just boils down to, we're there because somebody should be. And like I told Matt earlier, I only roll with good people. Like, I have gotten the bad people out of my circles. I don't care how high on the shoulder somebody is being hoisted in the city. If I find out that you're a fucking scumbag to some degree, I'm going to not be in your circle. And that's important, especially in today's times. We can't be misogynistic at the shop. I employ 95% women. It's just how it turned out. It wasn't like, I'm going to be the man who hires women, because that just comes off wrong in its own.
Right. I mean, Hugh Hefner did it, but.
And that was, there was
it had its thing.
There was a lot of titties in that.
There was.
My goal is to say titties as much as I can throughout this 24-hour.
I kind of got that. I totally kind of got that. And my view on them is they're just inflated pieces of skin.
They're one of the greatest things ever.
Aren't they?
And it doesn't matter the size. Big, little, lopsided, saggy, old, young. It doesn't matter.
Surgically adjusted. They're all
surgically adjusted. You know what? I know there's lines. There was a little poem I was going to say, but we'll save that for the after hours tonight.
Fair enough. There's still kids watching, maybe.
But yes, with the shop, and that was one of the big things that I loved, being across the street from the bridge was James would always come over, and what was his assistant's name? Jonathan?
Yeah,
John. Mm-hmm. And they would always find a reason to come over to our shop. And in doing so, James would be there a fucking hour. And then they'd be calling him from the bridge and like, James, what's your 40? Where are you at? And he'd be like, oh, I fell into the Vagabond Saints black hole. Or he would send John over thinking, okay, if I send John over, then we can cut down the amount of time that we're losing James. Wrong. John would come over, and then James would be calling my shop being like, can you send John back over? I saw James. I know he's no longer with the organization,
Right.
but I saw him maybe a year ago. He popped in, and I haven't seen John, since 2017.
So John's working on, I can't remember if it was Bachelor or Master of Social Work. And the last time I saw him, I was making a trip out to Oakville, and we got off the same train, different cars. And he was, I believe, working with the Children's Aid Society for Halton.
Oh, right on. Well, good for him.
Doing it was a placement. So
if I'm not mistaken, Tanya worked with his sister at a coffee shop.
That's possible. That is so possible.
I think when she was at Finch on John Street, or not John Street, Finch on Lock Street. Yeah. John was a good kid. A lot of good people from there. And I know for the duration that we were on Barton Street, a lot of the bridge guys would just come over and hang out at the shop as well. I even had the honor of doing. Go ahead. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think I feel like you guys have placed yourselves to always be an opportunity for somebody to just come in and you hold space well for them. So
yeah. Well, and that's how it all started with the Safe Space program. Is we were already doing it without even knowing that it had a name. Yeah. It was just, I liked being a hub of sorts. People come in and talk. That's how you learn things. That's how you get to embed yourself in with people's lives, is just being like, hey, come on in, let's just talk. Kind of like the barber shops for people of color.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a communication hub. Not to take that away from them, by all means.
No, I think it's another safe space, and they excel at that particular format. And I love the barbershop concept.
Now, by barbershop, I'm not talking of the Ice Cube movie. No. I am talking to the scenes in Coming to America with Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall playing everybody. That's how I wanted it. But we just can't call people motherfuckers.
No.
Not in mixed company of that nature. No. But it happens. But and the Bridge House, I was able to meet with a lot of people there. I can't remember his name, the gentleman with the dog that now lives.
A couple, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
I still see him, and he still waves to me because I still live down the street. Yeah, I'm still a few blocks down, and I see him walking the dog around the house. Well, the dog walks itself as he trails behind it, but he still waves. I've run into another gentleman that had transitioned fully into society, or the outside world. I don't want to say society, but into the world outside of the jail. And he was dating a woman, and we ran into them at a party at someone's house. And I was like, holy shit, like he had done a 180. He had a job. He now had a girlfriend that he was living with. And I was like, that right there, that's the story. And, some of the older gentlemen that were there would come in. One guy from the Bridge House had come in and gotten a tattoo from me. He got the Prince symbol when Prince changed his name. I can't remember. Hispanic fellow.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. I was a volunteer with the family support group then, so I didn't have as much interaction with the in-house clients as you did. But yeah, I think I know who you're talking about because I think I interviewed him for volunteer last year. So
yeah, really sweet guy. And he absolutely loved that tattoo.
Yeah. Well, speaking as somebody who has some ink, there's something very cathartic about that experience. Just, I don't know what it is, but I am jonesing for more ink. Hurry up and get this lockdown done. I need more ink.
You're talking to the wrong person. You need to call that pudding-headed.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to everybody else. Like, wear a mask. Just plain and simple, wear a mask, don't go out. Just let us hurry up and get through this. I messaged Tanya because like I'm in there every other week getting my nails done, and I love that Tanya and I kind of peer support each other, and it's just so awesome. But I messaged her because my nails needed to get done. I'm like, oh my gosh, my poor cuticles.
You're so lucky.
Oh,
Tanya doesn't peer support me.
Oh, well, it's different when it's a partner though.
It shouldn't be different.
Well, you're right. It shouldn't, but it also should.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anybody that knows us knows that we're there for each other.
Well, and that's the other thing. I think a few of us have kind of joked around that you and Tanya are couples goals, because I don't know of too many couples that work so intimately together and like seem to have this. Obviously no relationship is perfect, but seem to have this good relationship outside of work as well. And yeah, I think you guys are couple goals. I know I'm making you blush.
No, I'm suppressing the blushing today.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I look like I'll have rosacea or something.
Yeah, you might want to look in a mirror.
There has been a someone says, can we get a titty counter? And mind you, it's with 2 Ds. And
Right.
Tanya's guessing about 17. Now, we're not able to record. Yeah, and Andrea Pullman says we are off to a slow start. So.
I know. You've got to like pull up your pants or pull up your shorts because I know you're not wearing pants.
That's right. That was a compromise that was made because I don't wear pants at home, ever. I come in, I'm like Murray Goldberg on the Goldbergs. They're off as soon as I come in. Shoes, pants, and I'm done for the night. It's my version of my bra.
Yeah, as soon as I get in, it's like, well, I mean, with COVID, the answer has always been really easy. I'm not going anywhere once I get home. I get home, I sanitize everything because with hair like this, it's a little bit trickier. And then I walk around in nearly nothing because I run hot and our apartment is 9 stories up and we have no control of our heat. So I wear nearly nothing. So I can appreciate that. And I mean, even for this, I put on my Walmart fancy.
Nice. Speaking of Walmart, I want to point out that I do look like a Walmart Dave Grohl.
You do.
Yeah. You
do. I mean, I do have to agree that the beard is looking pretty gnarly, and I think Jessica needs to keep kissing your arse until she gets a full-time gig. There you go, Jessica.
Ass kissing gets you nowhere. I mean, well, yeah, flattery will get you everywhere, but ass kissing, that doesn't get you to the top of the class.
Fair.
But she knows hard work. You put it in, you'll reap the benefits.
Yeah.
And she has been putting in the hard work. So has everybody at the shop. Well,
and I was the last client on your Spring Street location, and seeing how hard everybody was working there. I mean, you have a really good team. I'm, as a friend, and well, I like to think myself as a lot more than a client, but as a friend, I think I'm extremely proud of how far you guys have come.
Bonnie, are you saying that we're more than friends?
I'm absolutely saying that we're more than friends.
Community champions, we stick together.
Absolutely. I mean, somebody needs to like lift the other up when they're falling down. So yeah.
You know me. That's my motto. That's been my motto since we started. Like, I do. Back to my punk rock roots. If you fall down in the pit or someone falls down, you help them up. And that's what
it's the unspoken etiquette of pit rolls.
Yeah, it's this kind of mentality city council needs. Instead of being like, oh, we got to look after the money that's coming into the city, look after the people, because you take care of the people, the money will come in.
Well, we have a mutual service provider. And I had him over on Thursday because I needed to get some more ink. And we were talking about, now we have a different opinion, and that's fine. We're allowed to have a difference of opinion. We're not just allowed to hate on another group. Right. So we had a difference of opinion about the lockdown and such. But we got talking about the velocity of money. And I think that the concept of the velocity of money is seen so much, especially in the not-for-profits and the small businesses. And the example that I gave is I got paid the day I saw him. I paid him $50 for my ink. He's going to take that $50 and he's going to go put gas in his car. And that money that he spent is going to pay the service attendant who is going to go and buy her coffee from whatever place she gets it from. And that coffee shop is going to go and invest it in suppliers, and which means it's trickling to a farm that, right? So yeah, we need to look after the small money and the small time spenders, because that's where the velocity comes from.
Now, in all of my soapboxes that I stand upon, because they vary in height and girth, I used to be very anti-Starbucks, because you had mentioned, the girl coffee from wherever. I used to be very anti-Starbucks. Now, I don't partake. Tanya got me a white hot chocolate from there like a month ago. It was delicious. Put my blood sugar through the roof. I was a whole different person. But I can respect them on a different level, even though they are a multi-million-dollar corporation.
Sure.
The things that they do for their employees are outstanding.
Yep.
And every once in a while, if Tanya goes with me to run errands, I reward her with a trip to Starbucks on York Avenue. Every time we've gone through, the service has been top notch.
Always.
The gentleman yesterday that answered the window, even after he gave Tanya her beverage, talked to us for another 5 minutes through the drive-through.
Oh, how awesome.
And the time before that, the young lady that, I'm sorry to assume, young lady, the person of feminine
presentation.
Yeah, presentation. They also were very much engaged in speaking with us. And it's wonderful. Now, I did promise that I was going to, drop names like a motherfucker all through this.
Sure.
But I would like to say that I do not have a strong anti-Starbucks stance due to how happy their employees are at what is done for them. There's a long list of things I won't get into, but I will say, if anybody watching right now really wants some good service, go to the Starbucks on York Ave. They are wonderful.
Yeah, I've had similar experiences when I was working in Burlington at the one on Brant. Just so warm, welcoming. They don't feel corporate. Even with their supplies, I find that they're more ethically sourced than other corporate and large chains. And I mean, this isn't a chain promotion, and certainly coffee shops like Red Church and Cafe Arania, right? Like they're absolutely wonderful places. And, whenever I have the opportunity to support them, I do. My child, and there's a few coffee shops down by where we are, on Barton Street, that are absolutely amazing as well.
One is our location.
A Stir It Up Cafe.
Stir It Up.
She's unfortunately out with sciatic pain right now, so the shop hasn't been open, but she's really good. She's another safe space. Emerald Cafe, they are new owners, so they're doing a full service revamp, and I'm not unhappy with their service. Like, they've done really well for the couple of times that I've been in there. So yeah, like there's all kinds of absolutely amazing service providers out there, and it's all about how they make you feel. And I mean, to be very cliche and quote Simon Sinek, people will remember your why before they remember your what. They want you to keep coming back through the door. You want your customers to keep coming back through the door. That's why you create this safe space. That's why you have this warm and comforting environment, so that we always want to keep coming back.
And that's Vagabond Saints in a nutshell.
That is.
So before I let you go,
sure.
Aside from tattoos and nails, what is one thing that you are highly looking forward to once the world can kind of return to a sense of normalcy?
So besides coming to see you guys?
Yes.
Sitting in a restaurant.
Good answer. Good answer.
Sitting in a restaurant. And I don't even care if it's Harvey's or McDonald's or Tracy's Place or whatever. It's just sitting in a restaurant.
Now, If everything could open tomorrow, the world was free of the virus, what one restaurant?
Oh, Hooters and Niagara Falls.
That is a damn good answer. And it takes
Okay, sorry.
back to titties.
Well, okay, so yeah, it does come back to titties, but that is absolutely not why. I mean, their burgers are absolutely amazing, and they have a buffalo chicken dip that I get as an appy, and it's like, yep.
Now I look forward to that.
Well, good. I'm glad.
The last Hooters I went to was in San Antonio when I was in the Air Force. I think it was on the Riverwalk, and that was, gosh, well over 20 years ago. I'm on the verge of, let's see, it was 20, was it 25 years ago? Yeah, it was over 25 years ago. I just remembered I'm going to be 45 shortly, and I was in the Air Force when I was 20. So, 25 years ago. Wow.
And I think, so for specifically the Hooters in Niagara Falls, I think it's more than just, going to Hooters. It's the Niagara Falls. It's the whole trip. It's just, and I mean, I love my city as in all of its faults and crap. And, you know, I see the good in it, even though it's like hell, but just sometimes getting a different city's seeing is just that nice break, because I come back and appreciate our shit better.
Well said. Everybody, this was Bonnie McGill from the Bridge House. Look them up on the internet. Find out how you can help them. And, you know, be supportive of institutions like the Bridge House that are making changes in people's lives when they need it the most. Bonnie, thank you so much for being a part of this.
You're welcome. And thank you for having me. And everybody, please make sure to donate to Vagabond Saints, because if it wasn't for businesses like Vagabond Saints, then we wouldn't have any other purpose as well. So it's a two-way. Get on. I mean, the stuff's scrolling right here too.
Thank you, Bonnie.
You're welcome.
Hopefully we'll see you in person soon.
Yes, it has to be very soon.
Take care.
You too.
All right, so that was Bonnie from the Bridge House, and it's always a delight speaking with her. Up next, let me check our schedule, because we have got some more fun people to bring on board. I am literally surrounded with electronics right now. Okay, so up next, let's see if they are available. Bear with me just a moment. Hey, we are waiting on the next guest. While I'm waiting to hear back from them, I would like to remind everybody that we have an auction going on biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints, which is scrolling across the screen here. Of the prizes we have there, we have a painting by local artist David Brace, who owned B Contemporary Studios Art Gallery, B Contemporary Art Gallery here in Hamilton. We have a painting from shop member Alberto Morales. We have a tattoo gift certificate. And Tanya has a free set of nails that she's got up for auction, full set with art. Hub of the Hammer is donating a trivia night, which is always a good time. I've seen nothing but rave reviews on behalf, not just because he's co-hosting. No. Matt and his team do excellent work, and it's always a good time. We have t-shirts that you can bid on from the Courage Pro Wrestling Group, some of their shirts, and a blanket made by our friend out in Oshawa, Irene Mallory. So pull out your wallets and get to bidding. We are also, the whole purpose of this is to try to raise $20,000 in the next 24 hours to help our shop survive this pandemic. We still have rent of an exorbitant amount of money for however long we're going to be locked down for. Those that are tuning in that aren't in the know or live outside of Ontario, our government has shut down the entire province to the point where personal service settings, we can't work. Personal service setting is barbershop, nail salon, tattoos, piercing, aesthetics, anything super close proximity with the customers. So with us not making money, the landlord still wants his rent. The bills still need to be paid. And if we don't do that, we're gone. Like, we cannot stay afloat with no income coming in. Tanya and I have a little bit of income coming in from the government through the CERB program, but it's not like it was at our last shop where I could use all my money to take care of the shop and live off of her money. It's now an extreme amount of money. We're paying $5,600 a month in rent on top of close to almost $2,000 in bills. So we're asking everybody, if you can give a little, give a lot. We will appreciate it all the same. We've got February rapidly approaching in another 2 weeks. We're already at the middle of the month. So we ask that you can dig deep and help us out. And by helping us out, you're helping out a lot of people in the community as well. Okay, so our next guest I'm still waiting on, so I'm just going to riff for a little bit longer until they are able to sign in. Okay. Gosh, I had my own talk show at this point. Damn. So if there's anything anybody wants to talk about, we have the comment section open. I've seen that a lot of people are being very vocal and active. That's great. Make sure that you are liking the video on YouTube. It will help with the algorithm and to spread things along. Put it in your Facebook, put it on your Twitter, get it out there. The more people that know, the better. I'm going to take a moment to say hello to Sandra Downard, who's out there. Andrea Pullman, who will be joining us a little bit later today. Thank you for joining in. And I saw Liam T. McNamara. He was our UPS carrier when we were on Spring Street. Unfortunately, we moved outside of his delivery area, so we don't get to see him as much anymore. But it's great to see that he is following up and keeping tabs on all of this. If there's anything that you want to know, feel free to ask. The comment section is open. Gosh, it's already been 2 hours, and I'm holding strong. Matt Serena will be joining us again later. He's getting everything ready for the trivia portion that's coming up. We're looking forward to see how many people join along on that. What else? God, I'm going to have to do this for, 23 more hours. Feel free to tell me in the comments how I'm looking with the hair, the face. I already pointed out I look like Walmart Dave Grohl. If you have any any statements of the like that you would prefer to share, go for it. Andrea asked, what's the thing you're most looking forward to post-lockdown other than working, obviously? Honestly, I would actually have to say concerts. I miss taking Tanya and going out to a concert. We missed out on a lot this last year. When finances were looking good, we decided, Tanya and I don't really buy gifts at holiday time for each other. The whole Hail Satan thing. We don't worship Jesus's birthday. We would rather have memories than gifts. So what we did is anytime a concert came up, we would get tickets for it. And we missed out on Less Than Jake, Lagwagon, and Masked Intruder. We had tickets for Kenny vs. Spenny, which they did honor, and we did go to see them at Levity, the comedy club here in Hamilton. Fantastic the way that they did it. Everybody was distanced. It was ourselves. We had gotten a ticket for Jessica the Apprentice, and all the tables were spaced. You were with your people only. It was great. The meet and greet afterwards We were separated a good distance from Kenny and Spenny, so it wasn't the same as if it had been a regular show, but it was still, the accommodations in light of the pandemic were great. But it's just, to get out to a live concert, I really, really miss that. That's the feel, the drums and the bass just hitting your body, and being with other people, enjoying these same performers. I do miss it. I've watched videos that we've taken from the concerts, and it's just not hitting the spot, but yeah, to answer your question, Andrea, I miss concerts. Tanya says that she misses eating breakfast at Breezy Corners. The one that we go to is on Main Street. I think it's Main. It's over near Ottawa, and the best eggs Benny in the city. Again, another name drop. If you haven't checked out Breezy Corners, please do. Andrea asks about she says I look great, but that right there, that's a gold medal. She asked where she can buy one of these shirts. I have been thinking of reprinting these. This was one of, back before we opened the shop, I actually did my own line of shirts that I printed myself. And so this is the Vagabond Danzig. It was a play on the Danzig t-shirts. So they might be coming back. They might have to come back in order to try to raise some more money if this telethon doesn't come as be as beneficial. Fallon Savage jumped in and let us know that it's Main and Balmoral where you can find Breezy Corners. It's got that 1960s diner vibe, and it's great. I'm not sure if they're doing skip dishes. I'm not even sure if they're open for curbside, but definitely check them out. That's another local business to look into. Okay, Matt had answered Bonnie's question about Trivia Night. Trivia Night is taking place at 9:30 this evening. Guaranteed to be a good time. So, Justin said something about the Pigs tribute show. Oh, the Pink Floyd Pigs. Actually, Tanya and I went and saw that a couple of years ago, and one of the best Pink Floyd cover bands I've ever seen. So much so that the bass player thought he was Roger Waters. There was definitely an attitude there. Okay, so let me check on. Okay, so we got about 2 minutes till our next guest arrives. Yeah, I'm definitely digging the interactive part of this today. So, hell yeah. Make sure you just put it out there and let everybody know what's going on. Andrea, I will do my best to get you a shirt. Tanya, when did I make these? Back in 2013? Yeah. I wish Tanya was closer so I didn't have to yell across the apartment. But she's doing her thing. She's not feeling very camera ready right now. But I might convince her to take over for a short bit, like if I need a nap or something. Lily Harbinger. Oh, Lily, it's so great to see that you're checking this out. God, Lily is a friend of ours from Georgia. And I want to say congratulations on your state coming out of the Confederacy. That was something that I was highly anticipating recently with the last voting. And but Lily, it's so great to have you checking out everything. Later on tonight, I'll actually be able to tell you better. At 11 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time, is when the Kroetch Pro Wrestling section will be on. So if you're looking forward to that, which I know you love wrestling, that's when you can check it out. And Andrea wants titties on a shirt. I will work hard to put out a shirt with titties on it. Okay, I'm just checking up on Facebook to see what's going down. Okay, still waiting. Hold on just a second. Okay. Justin, in case you don't see it, Lily is very excited for Courage Pro. Lily loves wrestling, loves it. She would visit us with our friend Kurt. They would come up for the Niagara Comic-Con, where they would go to see wrestlers from the golden age there of the 80s and 90s. And when they were done, then they would come across into Hamilton and visit with us and check out things. Lily has been a huge force behind Vagabond Saints. She's like a silent partner almost. And we just love her. We don't get to see her, or, our schedules have been, complicated. One, the border's closed. Two, she hasn't been able to make it up here due to her work, even before the pandemic. But our love for her knows no bounds. And seeing that she's watching this right now, it's very moving. Tanya, she just goes eyebrows. But yeah, Lily, amazing person, fantastic writer, all around misanthropic humanitarian, much like myself. She hates people, but will do anything for anybody. Hoping in maybe a year or so that we can resume our yearly visits with her. Okay, we're still waiting on the next interview. Yeah. So we are at the 2 hour and 11 minute mark. A lot of good stuff ahead. In case you're just joining, we do have an online auction taking place right now on biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints. And if you're looking to help us out financially, which the whole purpose of this show is, you can e-transfer if you're in Canada to vagabondsaints@gmail.com, or you can do it through the GoFundMe account that we have set up on all of our social media, or do it through YouTube on Vagabond Saint, not YouTube, sorry, on PayPal at vagabondsaints.com. Vagabondsaints@gmail.com. Okay, so my next guest is here and ready. Give me just a second to get myself together. I would like everybody to welcome Mr. Cameron Kroetch. Cameron, it is a pleasure to see your face.
Thanks, Jim. It's great to see you too.
This is a different Jim right now. This is a much more disheveled, pandemic-worn Jim.
Well, I'm not in wearing my finest either. Our internet went down, so I've been running around trying to sort that out today. So yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thanks so much for having me, and I'm glad you're doing this telethon because small businesses need help.
The special surprise is that we are going to be taking some of the money we make and sending it on to Club Absinthe as well to help them out.
Amazing.
They're dope people. We got to keep them going. I wish I could do it for so many businesses, but we need help. They need help, and got to do what we can for the next couple of months. So I'm going to just dive right into things. As a former candidate for Ward 2, you are a real Hamilton cheerleader. And I'm curious what some of your favorite spots in the city are and any new places that you might have discovered during your lockdown bike rides.
Yeah, that's a good question because there have been a ton of opportunities to go outside more. I mean, the outside has always been there, so that's ridiculous. But what I mean is that it certainly changed my frame of reference about the way I get outside. I've been going on a lot more walks, actually. So that's been the place I've discovered things. And downtown, especially near Hess Village, has some beautiful murals. And so folks are walking to see those. That's been a favorite spot of mine, just kind of standing there. And with the decreased traffic around all of downtown, you can actually really see what's going on downtown. in a different kind of way than I could before. I think for most pedestrians, you're on the street, you're, thinking about where you're going. You're watching for traffic. You're trying not to hit other pedestrians. You're
trying not to get hit.
Right, that also. Maybe you're carrying a grocery bag. Maybe you're carrying, you're wheeling something. You have a kid. You're wheeling a stroller. You're trying to be careful and not get hurt or hurt anybody else. When there's fewer people on the roads, you have a chance to look at your surroundings and to see the kind of beauty that lies in downtown spaces, right? So for me, I think just getting up there and walking anywhere downtown is great. But a place I've really found some kind of peace, and perhaps maybe it's not where everyone's go-to would be, is the Hamilton Cemetery. And for folks who are downtown, it's not a far walk. It's just sort of up by Fortino's. I'll say that's not really accurate, but it's sort of up there by Fortino's in terms of that area in Ward 1. And it's quite large, right? And so you can walk around, see a little bit of the history of Hamilton, see some names of folks you might know, but also just like enjoy the fact that it's a path, there's greenery, and it connects to a large network of other unused trails and areas that were living and were important before the 403 sort of took over that space, right? So Hamilton author John Terpstra writes a lot about this area in his books, and yeah, it's a beautiful place to go explore because you learn so much about Hamilton and the layers of Hamilton, right? Because it's been around a long time, and you see that stratification when you walk through those parts of the city, up and down, right? Last place I would say is the Bay, which I think I've always been a big fan of the Bay, but during the pandemic, I have really noticed that I've been going to the Bay a lot more. And yeah, doing the loop is cool because you get to see different parts of the Bay and the harbor. But if you take that left-hand path as you enter Bayfront Park and go all the way down to the steel stairs, you can actually climb right up to the cemetery. It's pretty much right up there. So there's that nice link, right? And again, you're seeing Coots, you're seeing our waterways, and yeah, it's a beautiful part of the city.
Cemetery. I was not expecting that to be an answer today. That is that's top shelf right there. I'm definitely going to take your recommendation on that and check it out. As someone who's still relatively new to Hamilton, I mean, I've been here almost 10 years. That's something that I definitely myself would find interesting. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So as a member of the LGBTQ plus advisory committee, is the city doing enough to be inclusive? I know we're just going to jump into politics right here, but it's important that when I think of Cameron Kroetch, I think of you as a man about town, physically walking the streets, doing, your daily exercise and exploring, but also the work that you do on the forefront of the community. So that's, why I got to jump into this question. So is the city doing enough right now to be inclusive?
The short answer is no. And I think I'd like to provide kind of a couple contextual examples I think that are relevant. So one is that, the city made a really big strident push when they had a new city manager to say, we're doing it. We're doing equity, we're doing diversity, we're doing inclusion. And they made it part of their pillars and their structures over there, and they made it a priority. But then it hasn't really happened. And so that's the first thing that I always think to myself is, yes, the commitment is there in writing and the words are there, but it's not happening in terms of action. And the thing I think of that stands out for me as the biggest example of that is there is no dedicated citywide space for members of 2S LGBTQ plus communities. And credit to Councillor Narinder Nan for Ward 3 for trying to get the multi-hub going. But the discussion about that hub for diverse communities, right, which is very broad ranging, the discussion's been put off till June of 2021. So we're really, really far behind. And I don't think that the city understands what it's like for 2S LGBTQ plus Hamiltonians who not only don't have civic space, but typically don't have any other space. I'm glad you're donating part of your funds to Absinthe because for so many years now, last few especially, but for a long time, they've been a space that's been safe, that's hosted events for the LGBTQ plus community. And so that's been great, but there haven't been dedicated spaces, queer spaces, trans spaces that we can gather in those kinds of ways. We've often done things like YWCA, other kinds of places, again, who've been fabulous about giving a space, but there aren't spaces dedicated. And for a metropolitan city of more than 700,000, but for a core city, amalgamated city of 550,000 people, we need something. I remember being a student at Western doing grad studies, and they had space they had space in that city in London.
Yeah.
They had space, at the campus. So
Hamilton used to have a space that I know of in my time here, and that was the Steel Lounge on King William, right across from Theater Aquarius. Emily Groom had created this dynamic environment, and it was awe-inspiring, to say the least. Tanya and I would go there once a month for the comedy and bullshit and comedy shows, and that was our date night. And this is the tail end of my my hermitage. I was a shut-in for 3 years due to my panic disorder. I couldn't go places, and the first place I went to by myself was to go hang out with Emily over at Steel Lounge. And myself being, cis het, I saw what she and her people were doing for the community, and I was like, I got to be a part of this. This is important. And it wasn't a matter of her being a queer representative in the ways of, well, you need to do something for the community. That I wasn't even a business at the time. I was still waiting on my permanent residency to go through.
right.
But just being around her and around Chef and the other people that came in, if I'm not mistaken, James D used to work there as a bartender back then, if I'm not mistaken. But being around them, there was no preaching of, a queer agenda. It was just, these were wonderful people. And I was like, these people are dynamic. I have to be on their side. And it was because of that space. And, they had the dance club upstairs, like they would do the DJs and dancing upstairs. And then downstairs was a tapas restaurant. And it was quaint and wonderful. And we would be there some nights during Theater Aquarius's intermission. And you'd have like these lovely old couples coming in. And I was like, wow. And I miss that. I miss that just as a person of the community. I can't fathom what it's like for the queer community, for the LGBTQ community, to have a place of their own that they can go and congregate and be safe in. And it's really sad to see that all of these environments are gone now. Just that's important to the community, as it is having Black-owned businesses, brown-owned businesses. We need more of a queer voice in Hamilton. And I'm a straight dude saying this,
Right.
And having someone such as yourself that is on the front lines, I have zero issue standing alongside. I've respected you for the whole time I've known you. We actually were big fans of yours when you ran for Ward 2.
I appreciate you, Jim. I appreciate you.
I still have your campaign poster. I never gave it back on purpose. And it used to
memorabilia, right? I like it.
It's hope, because it could happen again. I'm not saying soon, because I know how, financially burdening it is, but I still keep that. It's down in the office at the shop now, but it used to be up on the wall in my tattoo room when I was upstairs at the old shop. And it gave me that hope. And I'd be like, Cameron, that's a goddamn good dude. And I like what he does. And it helped me to push forward, because why should you have to do it by yourself? You need allies, you need friends, you need, the numbers. So, this is me kissing your ass. I'm kissing your ass a little bit, just letting you know that I'm really happy. I'm really happy with what you've done.
And I appreciate you. Like I think the transformation that your shop has made has been amazing, and you should talk about that more. You do, but I mean, like it should be announced more. I mean, it's not an easy feat to go from having a small shop out there, kind of edge of Corktown, which was what your smaller space was, to going into this much bigger space and taking this risk during a pandemic, when you don't know what's going to be happening next, right? You don't know what's going to go forward. You think you're hoping for good things to happen. You're hoping our government will get their act together. You're hoping that guidelines will be clear, and you're hoping that there will be real rules. And then when they're not, and this chaos ensues, right? The folks who end up suffering from that are folks like you. So it's a huge leap you took, because occupying spaces on our major streets downtown, in retail, being on the front of streets, doing that work is work. It's not just having a business. You're down there, you're representing, and you kind of show the picture of what the city is, right? And what the city is all about. And so I love it that you're there. And I love it that you're doing this, because you're an ally to the community. And we need more folks like you out right on the front of the sidewalks in our major streets, running small businesses and making it beautiful. So I appreciate you too.
Well, thank you, Cameron. That touches me. And it just, wow, your flattery just threw me off. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
That's it, right.
I do have something I wanted to bring up. So
Sure.
you called on members of council, including Mayor Fred, to fess up when you mess up. Best quote ever. Regarding the treatment of the Pride organizers and the defenders following the violence that took place at Gage Park back in 2019. I'm just curious, have you received any apologies or accountability from council regarding this? Now, I follow that, which is Cameron's story via Twitter and Facebook. I know what you've been through, but I'm bringing it up for you to be able to explain to those that may not have that direct connection to the story.
Yeah, I think people should know that Pride Hamilton is a volunteer organization that started incorporated in 2018 and is carrying on a almost now this year 30-year tradition of celebrating Pride in Hamilton. It's entirely volunteer run. I want to just put that underline there, right? It's entirely volunteer run. I think people underestimate or overestimate, depending on the person, what that means. But most of the organizations I know of in the city who are doing work that's even similar to what Pride's doing have at least part-time or full-time staff, sometimes multiple staff members. And it's a grassroots organization. I'm certainly still on the board. I'm actually transitioning off this year to let more folks in, which is really exciting. And we have a huge board now, so it's great. But yeah, that's kind of background of the organization itself. But in terms of what happened, yeah, sure. There hasn't been a connection between the mayor, politicians, leaders in our city, I would say, and this organization, which for many years has been doing that work. It is a weird thing for me to imagine that from 2018 to 2020, the mayor of our city has not shown up to Pride in any meaningful way. I mean, 2018 Pride didn't show up. 2019 Pride didn't show up. And what is that about? Like, what is that about? And so there's no connection there. And no, there haven't been apologies or direct statements made to the Pride organization about what happened, right? I mean, you had a city that just kind of let an organization down, and that city should have stepped up and just said, hey, like, we screwed up here. This is how we screwed up, and we're sorry. But they've continued to kind of paint the organization, sadly, in a way that puts it outside of the problem, right? And puts their responsibility outside of it. Well, we're just going to apologize to the community in general, kind of, and then we're going to leave it there, but we're never going to address the actual issue here that we never reached out. I mean, Jim, the number of organizations and people, and Graham Crawford made a wonderful poster with 400 businesses that supported.
We were on that.
Yeah, which supported. Yeah, you were. What happened with Pride and the aftermath. When you have that kind of outpouring after an event like that, it really did help to bolster the organization. I can speak for myself personally. It really helped me as a member of that board to see the support. But when you don't have anybody from leadership pick up the phone or send an email directly to say, look, there was some violence at your event. We're really sorry that happened. Is there anything that we can do to help? And how is everyone doing? That really human point of like, is everyone okay? Like, and none of that happened, right? None of that pick up the phone or send an email checking in to see if people are okay on an empathetic level is, I think, the part that resonates with me the most is like, it's a really simple human decency point, right? And so why weren't members of our city council and elected leaders reaching out to make sure people were okay? And to be fair, some did, right? I mean, some were reaching out.
Yes.
Some leaders like Matthew Green have been involved in supporting Pride for years.
Councilor
Nan. Yeah, exactly. Right?
Maureen Wilson.
Totally. These people reached out, and I know Councilor Danko and a couple of others came out to a rally that happened shortly after Pride in 2019. So there are people who are supportive, but on the whole, and I mean the vast majority. But I want to say, leave this a bit of a hopeful point. The LGBTQ Advisory Committee for the City of Hamilton has recently been delegating to the city a lot more. So not only have we been making recommendations, but we've been coming when those recommendations are given, and we've been having conversations with councillors in the moment. Like, you're about to make this decision, here's where we stand on the subject. And that's been going really well. It's been better received. And so I think overall and over time, the advocacy of everyone in our community, because it's not just about me, everybody who's doing this work of advocating and talking about these issues is starting to actually have an impact. I was heartened maybe surprised to hear some suburban councillors who were saying things like, yeah, I've had people in my ward reach out to me who are members of 2S LGBTQ plus communities and they want to get involved. And it's like, great, like this is important. And those folks have said, yeah, I want to do more to help. So I think that the tide is turning in terms of some of the outliers, but in terms of our, sort of primary leader, the mayor, yeah, I don't think that guy's budging on his stubborn position that that he and the folks that he's leading are doing no wrong. So it's too bad, but I've long ago given up on trying to convince him otherwise.
Well, here's what we can do. Once I get my citizenship, I will be actively able to vote in Canada.
Cool.
I just saw that they are doing Canadian citizenship tests online. That's great for me. And it's going to be great for the city because I am not going to shut my fucking mouth once I have the ability to open it. And I am going to do everything in my power to support the right people to fulfill the representation that we need municipally. So if you were running again, you'd have my vote. And whoever's running against Fred that's not a Nazi and isn't the other dude, I want to make sure that we have a mayor that's going to show up. He doesn't show up to anything other than donors, people that are trying to come to Hamilton to invest in Hamilton. I want a mayor that's, about shaking hands, kissing babies, and roll up. Well, not really kissing babies because.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if we should be kissing babies now, but
no. Well, I mean, I'm talking consensually, but I want a mayor that's gonna be there for the people that he is representing. That's how I feel about all politicians. I can't stand the way the governments are because they're looking after their own interests, their own investments. I want a mayor. I want to be mayor. I want to rise up and just be there for the people. So when the LGBTQ community comes up and they're like, hey, we need this, I will sit face to face with them and listen. When the people of color have a problem, I'm going to sit face to face with them and not just nod my head and smile and listen and be like, okay, then I'm going to do something. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and then I'm going to take the steps necessary within my power to make sure that these people that have issues are taken care of.
In public. I want to say it in public, please.
Yeah.
I mean, number one thing I think that we've been hearing from Hamiltonians in the last 6-7 years is that they want to see more leadership from their leaders in public. And I think that it's so important. It's so easy too, right? Like, I mean, how easy to have a conversation if you're speaking truly from, your position and your beliefs and your values. It's easy to have conversations about that kind of stuff in public. It's only when you need to backstep and be creative and frankly undermine those who you're talking to that you need to have those conversations in private. That's always been my view, right? You can have these conversations in public. It maybe changes the way those conversations happen and changes the way you think about having them, but those changes are probably good things, right? It's probably important that you make those kinds of changes.
So I'm almost 45. I'm on the path to getting my citizenship. So by the time I'm 50,
go Jim.
By the time I'm 50, I'll probably get up to the point where I'll run for mayor and show people how it's done because it's got to be done the right way. And I'm gonna be the man that listens. But
nice.
I want to thank you, Cameron, for coming on. I appreciate that you were able to find the time and the signal.
Sorry, my internet was toast for the first few minutes. I apologize. Yeah,
that's okay. That's okay. I have so many more hours to fill. So I appreciate you coming on. You are an outstanding human being who I have nothing but the utmost respect for. I wish you the best, you and your partner, making it through this with the rest of us. And hopefully I can see you on the other side once things are, back to an even keel.
You bet, Jim. Say hi to Tanya for me. Cheers.
See you, Cameron.
See ya.
Everybody, that was Cameron Kroetch. Outstanding person. I now have to bring on our next guest. So bear with me just a moment. I am a one-man show, getting all this set up. So bear with. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the invite has been sent to my next guest. So we're going to back off from the politics for a little bit. God, I just get so heated when it comes to, unfair representation throughout the city. And, it's another reason that we do so much to be inclusive at the shop. But I am going to bring on another person who is very, very close with us on a personal level. I would like everybody to welcome Catherine Johnston.
Hi, Jen.
How are you, Catherine?
I'm trying to move over here. I don't know. It's confusing. Okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Can you hear me okay? I wasn't sure about these speaker things.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. So this is exciting. Was a great idea. You should go on radio permanently.
I saw your comment, but so you're saying I should go on radio because I have the face for it?
Yeah, that's it. Is that your COVID face?
Kinda. They charge me as much for razors.
Me too. It's like I haven't cut my hair in a year now almost. So
same. I got my hair cut. Nigel over at Groom for Men on King Street. He was the last person to cut my hair, and this is where we're at now.
Oh, it looks good. You actually suit long hair, so it's all good.
Yeah, I do it occasionally. After Tanya and I got married in 2012, I got my hair cut the day before the wedding, and I told her I wasn't cutting it till our anniversary, and I went a whole year. And the day before our wedding, she looks at me and she goes, "So, we gonna cut that mop off or what?" that was a lot. And then I grew my hair out again between the Barton shop and the King shop when we were having problems getting our licensing in order. I had grown it out then, and then once we got everything taken care of, I chopped it off. But,
I think I remember that.
Yeah. But it is a pleasure to see you.
Me too.
I haven't seen you since we did our thing with Path in much the same fashion as this.
Yeah, it was exactly the same as us, except you're interviewing me now.
That's right. It's not so much as an interview as it's kind of a virtual hangout.
A conversation. Just catching up.
I use it as an excuse. I'm like, oh, yeah, Catherine, but how can I trick her into this? So.
Well, I didn't hesitate to say no when you got a hold of me. So
that is true.
It's not my favorite place to be out in the public eye, but for you, Jim, anything.
Well, just pretend nobody else is watching. It's just you and I.
That's it. Just me and you. Okay. Is this PG like mine?
Oh, you can say shit and fuck whatever you want. This is totally live stream, uncensored. I'm not gonna put on airs and be like, oh, I'm such a well-refined gentleman. No, I'm a fat kid.
You aren't?
No. You've been around me enough to know. I think it's my endearing factor. But so since I have you on, can you tell everybody a bit more about Eric's Cupboard and why it was so important for your family to start this nonprofit organization?
Well, Eric's Cupboard started back in November of 2011. November 2014. It had been, I'm just going to close the door just 1 second. Sorry, I know we're live, but so July 2013, I lost my son, Eric. He was 21, and he died by suicide. And the following year, and I mean, still to this day, every day is difficult without him. But my partner, Chris, was trying to find a way for us to get through it a little bit better, mostly me, to, find something positive to do to keep myself, feeling better. And we always like to be involved in the community a little bit. So we talked about it, and he talked about it, and I guess he was probably having conversations with many people behind the scenes as he was trying to figure out what we could do. And he came up with the idea of helping people with it was a clothing. So it was like a clothing drive to get donations and help people in need, like those who were unhomed or those who were in bad situations and needed a little bit of support. So he had met somebody in the community who was doing food drives, and we thought we would combine the efforts and do a clothing and food drive, a massive one. It ended up that didn't end up happening. We ended up taking on the whole thing. So Eric's Cupboard, which was intended to be like a virtual cupboard where you could donate clothing, was everything. So food, clothing, non-essential items, essential items, whatever was the need. And so I kind of look at it as we were volunteers for the people who were helping to get it to the people in need. It was, a virtual cupboard per se. And, we've done so many food drives and clothing drives over the years. You've masterminded some amazing ones that were really successful through your shop, and and toys too. Yep. We even added, you started that one where we added a toy drive for some of the community organizations in the city. So it was amazing. But I guess my passion was always to take Eric's Cupboard to a different place, but I wasn't ready at the time. I wanted to support mental health, specifically youth and mental health. That's a difficult place to get into. It's a difficult thing to navigate. So I thought, I'll start with adults and mental health, and what can we do? So Chris and I were part of an NLI, it was Neighborhood Leadership Initiative that we took an idea that we wanted to do with our organization, or it didn't have to be what we were working on. So we took Eric's Cupboard, we researched how to do suicide talks in the community. We wanted to do them for free. So Safe Talk. Safe Talk is teaching you how to handle a situation when either someone in your family is in distress, someone anyone in general. So we fundraised for that, and we offered them in the community for free. We'd find a location. Usually it was donated, the space was donated, and we have a facilitator who's amazing. And we would run their 3.5-hour workshops for anyone who wanted to participate. Yep, you're Safe Talk certified.
I just pulled them out of my wallet. I keep them in there anytime that they're needed.
Yeah.
Tanya and I were the second or third group that you were?
I think you were at the first one at Marilla's, weren't you? That was that was the very first one. Yeah, that was when I spoke and tried to share my story without crying, and so we've been doing it for a few years. We haven't obviously done them because of COVID, because it's not something that you can do virtually. We've thought about it. It's just, so we're trying other things. We're trying resources, reaching out, and we're trying to build relationships with organizations that are doing other things to find something that'll work, because it's necessary. It's so necessary right now. People's mental health is beyond anything that you can explain. It's really difficult. I mean, I do regularly, as often as I can, check in on my community friends, I call them, and these are just people who I may not even see them. It's just checking in, how are you doing? And not everybody's doing well. But I mean, this is what we have to do, right? We have to check in on our friends and our family and our neighbors as best as we can. And as well as your own mental health, right? If you're that support for your community members, you have to be careful with your own mental health, because I've been known to, pull the sheets over my head not come out for days on end. You've been in those situations, so
Yep.
yeah, we just all have to find a way to be together and support one another and do the best we can in this, because we don't know where this is going to end. We don't know, what the end result of all of this. We can't say when things get better, this might be our norm. So how do we navigate this? How can we all work together to make this better?
And right now it's just checking in on one another, making sure that everybody is sustained mentally to know that there are those of us out there that do care. There's a lot of people, they just get shut in. They're terrified of going out. They're tired. They don't want to catch it. They don't want to, jeopardize themselves. And then they're sitting at home. They're glued, just doom scrolling on social media.
Yeah.
So right now this is the time when we definitely need to put more influence on to looking after those that are in need mentally. And I make sure that I message people periodically.
I know you do.
And
I know.
I'll be like, hey, what's going on?
Yep.
Yeah. If you really want to help break the stigma, you got to find new ways to go about it. So instead of being like, hi, Samantha, how are you doing? How's your mental health? Just call them and be like, hey, what are you wearing? Get them laughing. Up. And if they tell you what they're wearing, it's win-win there.
Yeah. Change the subject, because asking anybody how are you doing is such a broad question, and the answers, how many people are being really, really honest about that answer?
Yeah, call them up. Treat them like a phone sex operator. See what happens.
What are you wearing, Jim?
I am wearing my suit jacket, a Vagabond Saints t-shirt, and a pair of shorts.
Okay, that's nice. I'm wearing my Eric's Cupboard t-shirt somewhere here, and my track pants.
Wow. I'm a married man. Don't be flirting.
Hi, Tanya.
She can't. I have the headphones in. I think she might be watching. She might be watching the live stream. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But,
Tanya knows I love her, so.
Oh, absolutely. That has never gone into questioning. Speaking of love, let us take a moment and just revel in the memory of Chris. Not a day goes by we don't, see him, think of him, see him in like, he's on my wall at the shop. Every time I'm behind the bar, I see that son of a bitch looking at me. But he was a huge driving force for me. I know that. Like here, Tanya and I were starting with our, the first version of our business, the first step of our business, and this loudmouth a-hole comes in and he's like, "You're my new best friend." But I do like to take time to just celebrate the man that he will forever be. And I think the first time I met you was when we did our first donation drive. And he was like, "Hey, I'm going to bring Catherine by. This is like the first time she's getting out of the house to meet somebody." And that was an honor to me. I'm like, "Oh my God." And then like, I stand a little taller than you. So I was like, "Oh, this poor." And, every year that pops up in my Facebook feed is the picture of you and me holding the barrel there. And, and I'm just like, wow, that was the very first day that I met Catherine, all because of Chris. And, a lot of where we have come as the shop has been because of Chris. He's like, "Hey, come with me. You're going to meet this person. You're going to meet that person." And, that's how I, as a person, not even as a business, but as a person, got thrown into these situations. I remember he made us go to some Ward 3 get together at Bottoms Up at the time.
Oh yes, yeah.
And that's where I met Alistair Morton and his wife. That's where I met. I met so many people that night. Some people I don't want to know anymore. But he really was just this unspoken glue that went between the tribes, really, between the wards and the communities and the organizations and the people, especially. He was this binding agent that held us all together. And a lot of the things right now that we have accomplished as community champions is because of him. And I never want to take I never want a chance to mention him to ever pass. It's easier now, just almost 2 years later, to talk about him without, getting a lump in my throat. God, I still can't believe everybody saw me cry at his funeral. But yeah, I just went and I saw Sandra Downard and Chris Herman a couple weeks ago. I ended up getting some speakers from Chris. I had a question for Chris Herman about a little amp that I bought for my record player and regarding speakers. And it's because of Chris Parkinson that I met Chris Herman.
Okay.
I don't have as much of a. I'm good. I'm friends with Chris, but I don't get to follow Chris on social media as much as I want to because he's always getting put in Facebook jail.
Oh, okay.
But when I went over there, for this distance pickup, he handed me something. Another one of those motherfucking Nerf darts.
Oh no.
They keep finding them and. Yep. and these things still keep popping up.
I know.
What I wanted to do this last year on the 1 year anniversary of our Chris's passing was to do Nerf dart tattoos for everybody. I was going to do them for free or for a donation to put towards Eric's cupboard. But then we were locked down. we couldn't do anything. But I'm hoping maybe if things ease up in the next few months and then the 2 year, I'm going to do that. I myself will get one.
Well, I still find them everywhere. Strangely, everywhere.
It is the craziest thing.
Yeah.
And the weirdest places too.
Yeah. Yep. There's one in my mailbox. I don't know how it got in there. Maybe somebody put it in there, but I leave it in there now. It's just a permanent thing. I found them on my seat. I find them when I walk through the park. Just wherever in the garden, because he used to have Nerf gun wars with Connor, Laura Farr's son, regularly. So they're all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I miss him greatly, and I'm not as sad anymore that he's not around because now I'm Chris. You're Chris. Sandra's Chris. Chris is Chris. Well, he's double Chris, and. I know we're all carrying a piece of him, and through knowing him, I became a better person. I mean, I'm still shitty to a degree, but the part of Chris that's inside, my heart is like, all right, Chris wouldn't approve of this. As you know, I'm not one to follow what would Jesus do, but I would be like, is this something Chris would approve of? Is this something that he would, he would give me that over the glasses look if he was skeptical of something. I know he would be very, very happy at how we've grown, that the way the business has matured, the way Tanya and I have matured. I know he would be very happy to see, how far we came. And a lot of that is due to him. And so that's why Bonnie McGill, WWCD, what would Chris do?
Yeah. What would Chris do? What would Chris say? And what's our favorite? Don't tell me. Don't. Oh my goodness.
Don't tell me that it can't be done. Show me how it can.
Show me how it can.
When you print 50 shirts with that saying,
I know. Large print with a big top hat. Oh, by the way, Jim did this for me. Where is it?
I did. Now everybody knows I was grabbing your titties.
Oh, Jim, no PG here.
Titty count is up to 18 now. Catherine, it has been wonderful being able to see you and spend a little time with you. I'm glad that you fell for my bait in order for me to check in on you this way.
Thanks, Jim.
We love you so much, and we look forward to everything getting back to a state where we can give you all of the fucking hugs that you've been wanting.
Thank you. I'll keep watching this because I know there's some other friends on here, and I'm enjoying it. It was a great idea, and good luck with this for the shop and for all of you. It's awesome.
Thank you. Get some coffee. It's a long show.
Yeah, I might not stay up for the 24 hours, but I'm going to do my best to watch as much as I can.
Take a nap. Come back around 11. That's when things are going to get risky.
Oh, okay. All right. Take care,
Bye,
Jim.
Catherine.
Have a great day. Love to Tanya, too. Bye.
And that was Katherine Johnston, everybody. Now I am going to take a quick intermission. I don't have anything to put up here in the meantime, and Tanya won't sit in for me. So, you know what? Screw up. I can go another half hour. Let me bring up the next person. There's a method to this madness. Okay. Please bear with. It's a bit complicated. Let me see. I have to do everything. I'm sending everything through Messenger for everyone to get the link to come on. All right. So the next two guests are going to be much easier to handle because they're married to each other and they're representing two different organizations. So I'm just waiting for confirmation on them. Okay, so the invite has been sent. I do have to say that Lee McElmoyle's performance has been canceled due to some technical issues on their end. Okay, so our next guests are getting ready. In the meantime, let me remind you that we have an auction going on biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints. We have a number of wonderful things that are up and available to bid on. We have a painting from David Brace from B Contemporary Art Gallery here in Hamilton. We have a painting from Alberto Morales, a member of the shop. We have a full set of nails, gel nails done by Tanya, up for auction. And that's a full set with some art, a tattoo from me that is up for bid. And we have a trivia night courtesy of Hub of the Hammer. And hold on just a second. We have a tattoo date night for two. Oh, I messed up in my scheduling. Hold on a second. Okay, so I sent the invite to the wrong person, but that's what happens when you're a one-man band right now. Give me just a second. So we have a tattoo date night that we are going to be auctioning off. And what this is it is dinner for two at the shop. You'll get to sit in the bar area, and we will find another restaurant here in Hamilton to supply the meal. Sorry, I'm doing 8 things at once. Then after the meal, we will have you come in for a manicure, both you and the person that you bring, if you're the winner of the auction. And then after your manicure, both people get tattoos, 2 small tattoos. And then afterwards, you get to sit at the bar with a glass of wine, a beer, or a can of Carlisle cider. So give me just a second. I'm getting everybody situated. Okay. I think I handled that. It says I have new comments. I can't see them at the moment. Okay, so I've got I skipped a person on my schedule, had the other person come in, and I made a big mistake. I'm not seeing any of the new comments that are popping up for some reason. Oh, I can actually post your comments to the screen. That is cool. But yeah, I don't see how I'm not getting the new messages. There's a button here. All right, so if I'm not seeing your comments, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on here. We are in hour 3 of 24 hours. And yeah, I still have, what, 21 hours to go? No. Yeah? Okay, give me just a second. I will return momentarily. All right, I am back. My apologies for that quick break. And our next guest is ready. Okay, so I am welcoming to the stream where are you? Fallon, are you there? Okay, I have a black screen here. Probably just a connection issue. Okay, it's thinking. There we go. There's the man of the hour.
Hey, my internet's not the best, so hopefully this works itself out somehow.
Okay, I can hear you. I can see you. There we go. How are you?
You know, I'm pretty good. It's I think it's spring already. I don't know what happened, but we skipped the second half of winter.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw bugs outside today. Like, that's how warm it is. It's
Really?
different for January. Yeah, like I saw like flies and stuff. I'm like, you're not ready to be awake. This is not time.
Well, seeing that you're keeping an eye on things like that, I want everybody to know that you are the proprietor and owner of Savage Gardens, a landscaping business.
That is me.
I was telling Matt Serena about it. I have been forgetting to mention in our bidding that you are giving 10 lawn mows or yard clippings. What's the proper term?
Yeah, I mean, basically it's like 10 visits for property maintenance. So if you don't have a lawn, but you have a garden, or say, you would rather have a house clean instead, we can arrange that. The main thing I'm offering is the typical March through, well, I mean, this year it was November. Just come over, cut your lawn, trim everything up really nice, clean it, and make you really, really happy. So that's what I do.
You do a damn good job. I follow on the social media. I live in an apartment, so I can't partake of anything. And I have to clean for myself because, you know, that's just how I was raised. But I was telling Matt Serena when we were getting everything ready for this, I was like, oh, yeah, so we've got, you know, 10 things from Savage Garden. He's like, wait a minute. This landscaping company is called Savage Gardens. I was like, oh, it's Fallon Savage's name. And he's like, that is an incredible name. Matt is caught in that era. Matt lives in that era of the 90s where the Bare Naked Ladies 1 week, Savage Garden, you know, the Chicka Chicka Cherry Cola. And so that really was just, he loved it. But aside from the business, I am a friend. I have, since the day we met, I'm like, this fucking guy is one of the best people. And, you know, I wanted to be able to take an opportunity with all this to give you a little bit of limelight. It's been what, two years now that we've known each other.
Yeah, probably just about 2 years. I think I got my first tattoo from you. I'm gonna say 2019.
Yeah, I think it was 2019.
Like early 2019. Yeah.
It was before your surgery.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So that, I think it was January or February of 2019 because I had my surgery in October, and by then I had already had them both done. So I was like, all right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. As you know, I've got nothing but respect for you and all the things that you have done, you know, in your own personal battles, you know, being a doting dog dad, now an entrepreneur. And, you know, I'm going to go out here publicly on the internet and let everybody know that you have been a fantastic person in my life. You know, as I don't know if you caught the interview with Cameron Kroetch earlier, but there are people within the communities that have had an impact on me, you being one of them. And it's been the last 3 years that I have become more acquainted with the trans community, and meeting more and more people that are finding themselves and being open about it. And you were one of those people, because when I first met you, you know, I had made no assumptions as to who you were or how you identified. I was, you know, I'm like, Fallon Savage, that's a dope ass name. And it was when I went to work on you, you still had the binder on. And then I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an interesting situation.
But it didn't, you know, it wasn't like startling. It was just like, okay, now I know something, and I didn't have to speak about it. And I was already using proper pronouns with you. I was already, you know, just respecting you as a person. You know, we got along swimmingly that day, and from then on, you know, not everybody gets a mutual follow from me, you know, on my personal account, and it was through, you know, and it was through, you know, your fucking demeanor and the way that you carried yourself that it helped me reflect, you know, in myself to be better towards, you know, the communities, to be more helpful. I'm like, you know what? This dude's a part of this community. I like this dude. This dude jives with me well, you know, and it made better for my allianceship. It helped me, you know, because I had heard of, you know, the people in the trans community before, but I never knew anybody. And then all of a sudden, I met so many people in a 3-year period, you included, that it just made it so much better for me to fight. Like I was already fair with people at that point, but then getting to know you and to see your life and, you know, what you were going through and, you know, what other people that we knew were going through, it really awoke something in me to fight harder. And it was great. So I owe some of my less shittiness to you.
I'm glad if I get, you know.
and I wasn't one to be homophobic or to bash people or, you know, to say transphobic things. That was never in my nature. But, you know, you were a
Yeah.
damn good part of that equation.
Sometimes
And
people, yeah, sometimes people make those sorts of like accidental trip ups and things like that, and those get easier the more people you know in the community. You just have to sort of meet more people and be around them more and practice. I hate to say it, but everything in life is practice, and we hate it because everybody wants everything now.
yeah,
But it is, to be an ally is to practice, and it is to constantly go out there and be like, how can I actually do something without necessarily taking up space and providing it instead. So yeah, it's always good to be able to try and help that.
and hopefully I've been able to do that, especially the not taking up space part, because it's not about me. It is about the community. And I'm hoping that you know, the message we put forth with the shop, the way we go about things, that we are not putting ourselves in front of the fight, that we're putting ourselves in line or just behind everybody in making things fair. You know, like I think you mentioned,
absolutely.
I think the first time you came in for a tattoo, you had mentioned that you were a bit shocked to see that we actually have circle your pronoun at the top. And you know, I will be honest. I'll be honest in saying I did that to make it easier for me to know how to properly address a person without having to be like, "Are you a ma'am? Or are you a sir?" You know, that there people always have that awkwardness. But I'm like, you know what's sneaky? Just put it on the paperwork, and it shows our support for the community, as well as I can look at the paperwork and know, because trans people don't owe us anything in how they present. You know, if you were to come in wearing a prom dress and big blonde hair, and you're like, I identify as a male, you know, I can't be like, well, you need to show me. Instead, I have a piece of paper that I can look at, and if you circle she, her, he, him, they, them, then by God, I'm going to stick with that. And it makes it so much easier. So there's not that awkward talk. So
yeah, it's little things like that you can do as a small business to really make a difference. I find that it's so easy. Like it works out to be less wording on most papers, to be honest. Like instead of putting Mr. or Mrs. or this or circle that, just put everything in gender neutral terms, put your selection at the bottom, and keep rolling. You know what I mean? And I find that at least a lot of the business I'm getting is in the community, because people in the community want that allyship, or they want somebody that they're comfortable with, based on a lot of bad experiences with people that they weren't comfortable with. So, I mean, it's important to see that sort of relationship, and you don't get that with corporations. You don't get that with huge businesses where there's thousands and thousands of people. At least not unless it's being like, you know, like for Starbucks, for example, was a good one where they have policies in place for their trans people. They have policies in place on their benefits that help people out. But it took a long time to get there. And so that's why small business is more important, in my opinion, because you have that personal relationship. You know the business owner yourself. You know the person that you're going to walk in, that's that guy owns it. And I know his personality, and that's why I'm here supporting it, right? So.
Good. I'm glad that you approve of all that we're doing. I don't know if you caught there was a bit of a joke at the last shop, the Spring Street location. We only had one washroom. So I went and I got the everybody bathroom sign, the washroom sign. And that was kind of a joke because there's only one washroom. You know, it is meant for everybody. But I wanted to just go that extra little bit to show, even though we've only got one shitter, it's for everyone to use. Now we have two. Now the washroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we have two at the shop, and they're both still for everybody. I put the sign in the middle because, you know, it's just, it would be unfair. I would basically have my own washroom at the shop. I'm the only
shop daddy.
Yeah, shop daddy would have his own private bathroom, and that's just not fair. But you know, it's the little things like that it doesn't take much effort. It really doesn't. And to be a good ally, it doesn't require going out and, you know, spending all day on Facebook and Twitter or whatever, you know, bemoaning the opposite side or, it's just the little things, and someone comes into the shop and they get properly addressed, they're going to go and have a good day without it being a forced situation,
Yeah.
as long as they're and I like people leaving the shop happy, because then if someone comes in and I call them ma'am, and that's what they prefer to be called, with their transition, and then they go to the bank, they're in a good mood. They're not going to be shitty to that teller. And then that teller's not going to be shitty to 20 people after that. So it's just kind of like a pay it forward good. It's like a good mood being paid forward, and that's, something I strive for. It's a minor, achievement throughout the day. Like I like to think that it keeps somebody from shooting up a business, at the end of the day. I treated someone well earlier in the day, but it's just an extension of, I was saying earlier, I don't care what, to a degree of what a person identifies as, or, what the color of their skin or anything. I see people, I recognize there are different races. I recognize the struggles that everybody goes through, but at the same time, I just treat people like people. And that's all anybody wants at the end of the day, is to not be,
Oh no, my neighbors got home. They're sucking up my internet. Hold on.
those bastards. But it's great that I was able to get you on here and shower you with some praise, because sometimes you need it, and in these times, a little bit of praise goes a long way. And I also want people to know how great you are, and how proud I am with you and your business start. You started up last summer? If I'm not mistaken, it was last summer you started?
Pretty much in June. Yeah, I started up in literally June of 2020. It was interesting because I was just helping out my grandma. Like, she's 96 and she likes her lawn done a certain way, so I was just doing that, and then I hated doing it with her electric lawnmower. I don't know if you ever have to do that. You basically have to mow it and then take the cord and throw it over so you don't run over the cord. And it's hell. It's garbage and it's hell, and why would, I hate it. So I went out and I got a lawnmower without a cord, and then I was like, well, now I do my house. And then my house turned into my house and my neighbor's house. And then a couple other people called me and was like, okay, let's take everything that everybody has ever paid me minimum wage for and make a business out of it. And that's what I did. I just I hustled really, really hard. I still have my full-time corporate style job and everything like that. That's Monday to Friday, but my side business fills up every other inkling of space. So, yeah, I feel like I feel like it maybe wasn't the best time, but at the same time, it's like never is the best time. So why not try?
Hey, look at us. We were just like, let's open a business, and great things have come from it. There's been hardships, and as with any business, but there are extreme rewards that people don't realize that exist outside of just financially, knowing that at the end of the day,
absolutely, the things you could do for other people.
Yeah.
All the things you can do for other people by being a good business. You guys did the feminine, which silly name for feminine product drive, the period product drive. Let's call it what it is. You guys
Menstrual
done food
products.
drives. You guys done all that kind of stuff. Menstrual product, even better name. Menstrual. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was born in the 90s, but whenever I say menstrual, I just feel funny.
Yeah.
Menstrual.
Self-esteem starts with clean. When we were doing the mental health, we give a shit mental health awareness nights. The gentleman that runs Self-Esteem Starts with Clean is in the menstrual product donation category. And he expressed to me, it's not feminine hygiene because there are men now who have menstruation as well as women. So it can't be binary in that regard. And then we take the word hygiene out of menstrual hygiene because then it just denotes that it's dirty. So it's just menstrual products. And so I took that lesson and stored it away because I want to be fair in everything that I say. Because
Yeah, exactly. And when you guys brought that up for the shop, you were the only ones in the area who did. Really, like it was
Exactly.
you guys, and then I think people started kind of popping up down the street, which is great because when you are downtown, you're in a very high traffic spot. I don't think people realize how many people go through downtown every single day, especially if you live up on the mountain. You really don't get the vibe of the city. Like you have to come down and feel it. It's different.
Oh, no doubt. The mountain is just big box stores, big chain restaurants and car dealerships. There are a smattering of small businesses, like I will mention Chicago style pizza. There I go for the next hour. Another name drop. Chicago style pizza up on the mountain. Fantastic stuff. But yeah, for the most part, the mountain is just commerce. It's not small business. It's commerce. You go up there for Walmart, you go up there for Kelsey's and, to buy a new car and stuff. And it's not welcoming. It's all heavy traffic. And I understand there's neighborhoods up there too, but I'm just like, I don't like going up the mountain. It just doesn't feel like home, like the way down here doesn't.
And when you're talking about a walkable, like to be able to like get off the bus and go hit a couple different places, which now obviously we can't do because we're in a lockdown, but in the future, well on our way when things are in a better position, it would be nice to go back to when you get off the bus, hit a couple of bars, hit a couple of restaurants, go to the dessert place, and get a bus home. Like that sort of down feeling. I haven't eat anything yet. So I think they should have their own hub as well.
Yeah, I surely am on board with that. Before I let you go, I want to ask, how's your mom doing? I think we've lost connection. I think Fallon's neighbors ate up all his internet. Fallon, are you still there?
I think I'm back. I don't know. I have terrible internet.
I don't know if you heard me. How's your mom doing?
She's doing pretty good. It's nice actually. This whole slow down thing has been really good to just like, we live together, so I just get to like spend more time with her, which is something I haven't done for like the last 10 years or so. You feel like a wily teenager. You leave home and then you realize, oh, I shouldn't have done that yet. So now I'm back. Yeah, no, things are good. Mom's good. Dog is gonna cost me like $1,200, but she's also very healthy, so it's worth it. I was worried it was going to be one of those situations where extending her life wouldn't be a good idea because of quality of life. Like I'm a really big believer, like the animal has to be happy. I don't want her legs shaking. I don't want her feeling sick or things like that. But I took her in, did some blood work. Her blood work's amazing. She just has lumps. She's just a lumpy old dog. And I mean, I have lumps. Everybody got lumps. So it's not so bad.
I've got a 16-year-old. Well, she'll be 16 in a few days. But my beagle has just got lumps and bumps on her. Yeah, Miss Zoe, she's going to be 16.
See, and they were telling me, it's like, 16? Holy God, man. That's an old dog.
Yeah, and her quality of life is good. The last time we took her into the vet, they were like, she's in really good shape. She's fat as hell. But yeah, she's good. She's going to be 16 and my little guy is going to be 12. Yeah, I got 2 senior dogs.
Wow.
And I've had them both since puppies.
That's great. That's amazing. That's children. It's babies.
Yeah, she's
big babies.
Yeah, and she's an old lady baby.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't help but love them. You can't help but give them everything that they want. So yeah. Thank you for having me. And I hope somebody picks it up.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say thank you for letting me know that your mom's all right and that the dog is doing well. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. You seem to be in good spirits lately and not really letting the world hold you down. So all in all, thank you for being a part of this. I look forward to coming out on the other side of this and being able to have you back at the shop. And hopefully after this whole pandemic thing, eases, we'll be able to have the bar open at the shop so you can come down for a cold one after you've been mowing some lawns.
Absolutely. Sounds great, my friend. Good luck with the telethon. I'll be tuning in. Take
Watch
care.
me fall apart. See you, Fallon.
Bye.
All right, and that was our friend Fallon Savage from Savage Gardens. You can find him on Instagram and Facebook under Savage Gardens. Yard work, landscaping, house cleaning, you name it. He is the person that you definitely want to be putting your money into as a small business. Let me check out the scheduling for our next guest. All right, so I have a half-hour gap. So that gives me time to go over. If you go to biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints, we have a auction going on in conjunction, with this telethon, and in it you can get up to 10 lawn mows from Savage Gardens. There is the tattoo date night, which is dinner for two from a local restaurant at our shop, along with 2 manicures and 2 tattoos, followed by 2 drinks of an alcoholic nature at our shop. The whole shop will be just you, the person you bring, and pretty much me serving you and Tanya. We have a tattoo gift certificate that is up for grabs, as well as a set of nails, gel nails done by Tanya, full set with artwork. Hub of the Hammer has a trivia night. We have a hand knit blanket by our friend Irene Twisty Mallory. Gosh, the list is getting bigger as we go. We have a painting from Alberto Morales, another painting from David Brace from Be Contemporary, and the trivia night from Hub of the Hammer. We have t-shirts from Courage Pro Wrestling as well. So, and we have a painting from Bonnie McGill of Ray, who was here earlier. So yes, bid on these things. Matt Serena from Hub of the Hammer will be joining me in a few hours, and he will let me know, let everybody know actually how the auction is going. Sorry, I got distracted by comments in the section. This is one of the busiest undertakings I've ever done. And I've done a lot of big shit in the last few years. So yes, go do your bids. We are doing this to raise money for our shop and to help out Club Absinthe. In the ways that you can help, we are accepting e-transfers if you're in Canada. So you can send that to vagabondsaints@gmail.com. If you are a PayPal user and are from outside of Canada, within Canada as well, you can also vagabondsaints@gmail.com on PayPal, or you can go to our GoFundMe, which the link is in the comments here on YouTube, as well as on all of our social media. I will, during one of the next performances, I will go and put that as the top posting on everything so that's easier to find. I want to thank everybody that has been tuning in. The interactions have been great here in the side column, and I haven't checked to see what the totals are just yet. I'm probably going to do that at about 3 o'clock, and we'll see where we stand in the ways of fundraising. Let everybody know that is just joining in. We are doing this to save our shop during this lockdown. The personal service settings, barbershops, hair salons, nail salons, tattoo shops, aesthetics, eyebrows, eyelashes, waxing. We aren't able to work. The pudding head that runs the province is not doing a very good job with this COVID pandemic and has not implemented a lockdown properly to help all of us. Back in December, I was on the news telling people, listen, the government needs to lock us down and subsidize us. Lock us down, give us money. Once you open up from a lockdown, money is to be made. And the only problem is between now and then, having money to pay our rent, to pay our bills. If we don't stay on top of our rent, we're going to get evicted out of our shop. If we don't pay our bills, we're going to get evicted out of our shop because that's part of the lease. If you don't pay your hydro or whatever. If we don't survive this pandemic, we lose our livelihood. There aren't a lot of jobs out there right now. And we've worked really, really hard to provide this shop that's more than just our business. It's our work. It's our as in me, Tanya, Sophie, Elise, Jessica, Diana, Berto, Nicole, our receptionist. These are our jobs. These are the jobs that we have been able to kind of create to make available so that, everybody can work in a place where they don't hate coming in every day and that they can feel good about themselves. And it's a place where people can come to also get good work and be treated well. That's why it's important for us, because if we shut down, there's a whole lot of organizations that we work with that won't be getting help from us. We are a bit, we're a cog in the machine, and without us, the other cogs and sprockets can't move. So we understand times are tough right now for everybody, but whatever you can help us out with will be greatly appreciated. We've tried going the other routes with getting aid from the government. It doesn't exist for us. When we incorporated to protect our business, it then made us look like a brand new business, and they're not giving subsidies to brand new businesses. The provincial government, the federal government, the municipal government, there isn't anything right now. And so we took it upon ourselves to do what we do. We're asking for help, and we're doing it in our own way to make sure that we can persevere past this lockdown. So even if it's $1, even if it's, $500, it doesn't matter. We appreciate it all the same. And all we're asking is that we can get through these next few months. We don't even know how long the lockdown is going to be. We've got people asking us constantly, messaging, hey, when are you guys going to reopen? We don't know. The last time it was supposed to be 2 weeks that we were locked down, ended up being 3 months. And now here we are again. So I seem to have Matt Serena popping back in. Hey, Matt, welcome back.
Well, hello.
I was just going over everything again for the people that just showed up. I've been keeping people posted. We have been forgetting to mention that we have the 10 free lawn mowings, or sorry, not 10 free, but the 10 lawn mowings up for bid from Savage Gardens Landscaping. So I have remedied that and been mentioning it a lot. Fallon was just on.
So I'm looking at the auctions. They're doing pretty well. The tattoo date night seems to be the one that's most popular. 2 bids. So if you guys are bidding, I should bid. If you're not bidding, yeah.
Hey, we're at 3.5 hours. That's not too bad.
I'm seeing Catherine is asking how to bid on the items. You're making an account at biddingowl.com. And then once you're registered through there, you just place the bids on the items you want.
And while you were doing that, I'm going to be, we got a $50 donation. We got a $10 donation. Oh, and another $50 donation, all e-transferred.
That's good.
We got 2 new subscribers to the YouTube channel. So Mike Hutchings, who will be with us later, and the Shannon29, thank you for being a part. But yeah, that's where we are standing right now. Oh, we just got another donation for $100. So that is $210. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody who's donated. At the end of the show, we will go through and thank everybody individually, as it would be much easier in that fashion than trying to do it throughout the night, because I'll forget everybody's name in the meantime. So that's where we stand. Things are going good. We did have our 5 o'clock or 5:30 to 6:30 performance canceled due to technical issues. But we do have a couple more interviews coming up here very shortly. and then we will have our performances a little bit after that.
Okay.
We've got Mike Hutchings, Max the Lesser, another interview coming up, and then Thomas Duxbury will be performing for us. And then trivia.
Looking forward to that. It starts at 9:30, folks. So make sure you're ready for that. Get your smartphones ready or a second browser window. You just arrange it so you can see both screens if you are doing it that way.
So Matt, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What was your biggest influence in trivia? Like, what was like a game show that put you in the path of like, I want to be a quiz master?
I think it's the first one was the Seinfeld trivia when it was at Anchor Bar. So I think it was starting there. And for some reason, just talking about Seinfeld was just so much fun. And then from there, it was just kind of branching out. But yeah, it wasn't really so much an influence, so much as it is nerding out about the stuff that I find fun. And kind of finding people who also like that type of stuff.
Very nice. Very nice. The first trivia thing I ever did was Family Guy trivia. And I think we got 3 questions into it. And they were like, what color is Peter Griffin's pants? And I'm like, I watch this shit every day. How do I not know what color his pants are? How do I not know what color the couch is? And then I was like, I need to start paying better attention and retaining this information forever.
There are definitely like fan groups of everything that are just so hardcore that they'll know that instantly. And then there's some groups that are like asking who would know that. There's always, one or the other.
You gotta love the people that are that dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, I don't think I'm that dedicated to anything that I can remember specific colors of their stuff. Now Peter Griffin, I remember his pants are green because I had to look it up.
Yeah.
But the couch, I actually don't remember what color it is. Tanya says it's purple.
Is it purple? No, I don't even know.
She's looking it up, but yeah, like I admire the people that are that deep into their love.
On the spectrum.
What?
I bet you they're on the spectrum. I feel like I can remember those things.
All right, we're gonna get an answer to this.
Sorry, I had Tammy Faye Baker in the way. Purple.
It is a purple couch.
That is purple.
And lavender. Okay. Yeah, but you see something so much that it just doesn't register,
Yeah, I get exactly what you mean.
So yeah, that is why I'm looking forward to tonight, to see what these people know.
Mm-hmm.
See how deep their knowledge is.
It's always stuff like people say they know if they really like. It's always on the tip of their tongue. Like it's always like an answer that the longer you take, the more you second guess yourself. It's always good to go with your gut and just put in an answer. Otherwise, you'll overthink it and it'll just ruin your day.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. So we are closing in on the 4 o'clock. Wow. It really hasn't felt like 3.5 hours so far.
20 more to go.
Tanya goes 20 more hours to go. She's like my Andy Richter, just in the other room.
Just an off-camera sidekick.
Yeah, my sidekick, Husky Tanya. I just want her to wear like a denim vest and like a beanie and just walk around like a tough guy. Little known trivia about the shop. I'm actually good cop. Tanya's bad cop. So whenever a situation gets to the point where my niceties can't cover it, that's when Tanya's let loose. Certain bill collectors and stuff, like not bill collectors, but like telemarketers and things that'll be bothering us. And I'll be like, listen, we don't have any ducks. We don't have ducks here. We don't need your service. And then finally, once I've had enough, I'm like, here, Tanya, have at her. Have at her. Yeah, that is a little trivia about the shop, is that Tanya is the enforcement when the time comes. There's a lot of shop trivia.
The numbers on YouTube are growing, so if you are just getting here, you can donate by sending an e-transfer to the scrolling thing at the bottom, where there's also a site to go to bid on the auction. It's biddingowl.com/vagabond cents. Pick an item that was graciously donated by local supporters and make a bid. It goes right to the shop. A good selection of choices too.
Matt, I am enjoying this YouTube profile picture of yours. It just popped up on the screen. That is sassy. That is.
Yeah, it's an older photo. I think for my sister's graduation. It was just it came out looking just so sassy. It makes it sassy and coy for some reason. Like, yep, that's the one.
that is that. Yeah, sassy. Definitely the word. This has been enjoyable. I came into it a little fearful, thinking like, oh man, I'm just going to be here rambling on like a moron. But no, I've rambled on, and people have been enjoying it. Tanya, how many people do we have?
Currently 16.
We're up to 16 people viewing. Thank you, everybody.
But it looks like you've gained almost 10 YouTube subscribers.
Oh, she thinks we've gained 10 YouTube subscribers.
All right.
Very nice.
You're up to 23 likes on the stream.
And 23 likes on the stream. Tanya's more worried about those things than I am. I'm just a little curious, but like she's a YouTuber, she's monetized. So those things matter to her. And I'm just like, ugh. I want to watch a guy put a fucking log onto a lathe and whittle it down into a vase. That's what I do on YouTube. Or I'm like, oh shit, I'm stuck at this video game part. What do I do? Go to YouTube. But she watches the makeup, she watches the true crime, she watches the nails, she still watches soaping videos. And, then she watches her drama channels and this and that. And I'm just like, I'm going to watch a guy lathe a huge stump into a chalice. Like, it's relaxing. If you haven't watched it, check it out. It's wood turning. It's beautiful. And they like put shellac and stuff on there. Some kind of resins. I know I've gotten old where now I'm excited about air fryers and wood turning. When I was 18, I was like, I just want to rock and roll all night, fuck on the floor, and not give a shit. And then I'm like, Tanya, how do you feel about getting like a ninja foodie, or hey, can we afford this KitchenAid?
You tell you're getting older when a nice kitchen appliance just changes your week.
Oh, when you start cooking for yourself and you realize this will make my job easier, I'm not going to be sitting here with a wooden spoon and a bowl. I can just put a mixer in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful. And we're bakers. We bake, we cook. So, anything that can just change things up. I just got a device off of Amazon, which helps you make raviolis at home. So it's got these two half moons set like this on a stick, and you roll it and it makes perfect circles in your dough. And then you've got the two little things with the ridges on it that you close up to seal it off. Mm-hmm. And so I made she's bringing it to me to show. So you have this, and as you roll it, each side goes down, cuts it out, and then you put it inside here, put your filling, close it, and it crimps it off for you.
Oh, ravioli maker. Okay.
You can use it for raviolis. You can use it for pierogies. I used it to make little turnovers with like cherry filling in them. Mm-hmm. So I saw that on Amazon. It was like $20, and I'm like, let's do it. So then I made some dough on the counter, and it worked out really good. Really nice. I cooked them in the air fryer.
If you're in the YouTube chat, tell us what your favorite kitchen appliance is. It is gone.
Tanya hates ASMR mouth sounds. Oh, man. Liam T. McNamara says, I love watching a guy who transforms Transformer toys. You know what? I think I would watch that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I would actually watch that because as a kid of the 90s or 80s, actually, for me, we Transformers were readily available, and sometimes you could not get them to transform the right way. And, to be able to watch somebody do it, hell yeah. The Shannon 29 puts up a nice comment. Meat beater. I'd rather be a meat beater than a wife beater.
No disagreements there.
Right? I'd rather beat eggs than a human being. So we've covered appliances, so we're good there. Matt, what is your favorite appliance? Like, what is the one that gives you the most comfort in your kitchen? The one that you rely on?
I just got a cast iron pan. I'm still learning how to use.
Oh.
So far, it's been a lot of work to restore it, but it seems to be worth it.
Cast iron's the way to go. You can make a good steak in a cast iron.
Yeah, they're heavy as shit, but
it's worth it. We've got one, and the upkeep is the pain in the ass part. You have to like season it, you clean it, you season it. You have to put it in the oven after you put the oil in. But when you've used it, you could taste your accomplishment in the meat when you cook it. I mean, you can use it for vegetables too, but that's what my wok is for.
Same.
Yeah, I'm a man who owns a wok. And in Malaysia, they call it wok hai.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh.
And according to Uncle Roger on Nigel Ng's YouTube channel, Gordon Ramsay's a 2-wok fuck boy.
Fuck boy.
Check out the video. Gordon Ramsay was the only one who actually made fried rice the right way. And he's in like a Taiwanese field. It's beautiful. And he's like out there just cooking. And Malaysian, Taiwanese, somewhere in that vicinity of the world. And like there's beautiful greenery behind him. And he's just at this table with 2 woks. And he's so calm. I was like, I enjoy this side of Gordon Ramsay. He's just cooking for himself and beautiful scenery. And but yeah, he's a 2-wok fuckboy according to Uncle Roger on YouTube.
Okay.
That's it sounds like it'd be an insult, but at the same time, I'm like, that's a badge of honor right there.
Yeah.
PPL gal says that her KitchenAid stand mixer is the best. I will agree with that. When Tanya and I got married, she was adamant the only gift that she wanted as a wedding gift was a KitchenAid stand mixer, and we have one in black. And we actually have one attachment for shredding, if I'm not mistaken. You can actually put things on the end of it. So I agree with people gal that it is definitely a good investment to have. They're pricey, $300 to $400, but it's so versatile if you have all the attachments, and it just does a really good job. And don't get the ones with the fancy colors because they have a less powerful engine in them.
Really? I didn't know that.
Black, red, and silver are actually their top of the line ones that have the more powerful motors in them. But like the orange, the green, as much as I love the color orange, I won't get an orange one. So I had to rely on black. But yeah, KitchenAid, dynamite. And Andrea Pullman has told us to leave Gordon alone. I have nothing but respect for Gordon. Gordon Ramsay is a culinary wizard in his own right. And I love people getting yelled at. So I enjoyed that part of the show, but seeing the other side of Gordon is what really appeals to me. And Andrea says, Gordon Ramsay fucks for sure. I want everybody to see that. That just needed to be done.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking of Miss Pullman, we will be tackling this subject later, but Gritty from the Philadelphia Flyers also fucks, according to her.
I believe it.
So I'm waiting for that to pop up, that Gritty fucks. Nope, just an LMAO. Bonnie also said her serrated peeler she likes using because of the texture on her veggie plates. I could get behind a serrated peeler. And that's really a left field choice right there. I can appreciate that almost as much as Cameron Kroetch earlier talking about the Hamilton Cemetery. Like, of all the places I would have never thought to explore was the cemetery. So I know tomorrow after I take a nap after being up for 24 hours, I'm going to go to the cemetery and walk around and check things out. Yep, Gritty fucks.
Gritty fucks.
There. It sounds like that Gritty fucks comes across like Sex on the Beach should sound. Oh, I love this uncensored medium. Oh, Andrea is just becoming the star of the show right now. Her water bottle has a Gritty fuck sticker on it. And Leah McNamara, I'd watch that on Pornhub. That is fantastic. Oh, and my next guest is already in queue on their own, which that's a nice feeling. I can dig that. So Matt, I will let you, if you'd like to sit on it, you're more than welcome to, but I will bring up Tara from Path Employment next.
Sounds good. I'll be back later. Bye, guys.
My man.
Good luck.
Tara!
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm quite well. I've got my mug of tea with two hands, the way you should.
We've got you on our TV in the living room, on Larry's computer, on my computer. You're like broadcasting everywhere in this house. Yeah. Yeah, super exciting.
I was going to put it on our TV because I can stream from my laptop to the smart TV, but I would get distracted watching the TV as opposed to looking directly at my guests. So
Fair. Yeah.
So how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Considering the state of everything, things are okay. Things are good. Yeah, busy working from home. To have 3 kids that are also doing school from home now, so internet access is interesting. But yeah, we're hanging in there. We're doing all right.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm also glad to mention your hair kicks ass right now. That is, that's got that 80s vibe to it. And I can appreciate that.
So Larry and I are huge 80s fans. Like we still live there with music and, you know, movies and TV shows. We're 80s kids for sure.
Yeah, Larry makes sure to wake you up before he goes, and
exactly.
your love is a battlefield.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, your hair does look fantastic. I just
Thank
want to
you.
put that out there in a non-objectifying manner.
Yes, yeah.
You are a married woman now. I was there.
True. You were there. You were our MC.
I was.
Yeah.
Not the best MC. That would be MC Cool Cat from Paula Abdul's video. That would be the only MC. That's the only MC.
That was a fun day. I'm feeling very fortunate that we planned that for 2019 instead of 2020.
I agree so much. Like, I'm seeing people that are still having weddings happening, and I'm like, come on, that's kind of selfish. Like, by all means, go get married privately, and if it means that much to you to be betrothed, do it. But then save the party, and I know Tanya's going to hate me using that word, but save the party for another time.
Yeah, for sure. I did hear that there's couples that are doing virtual weddings, which I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, that's super safe and everybody's at home and attending. So I think that's all right. But yeah, save the party.
See,
sure.
I'm all for unions. It's just making kids that I don't approve of.
Yeah.
You know, if there's one thing Shop Daddy CEO likes, it's love. But yeah. I'm all for people getting married. It's just right now, don't have the big drawn out thing where you're putting people at risk. And I know there's people that have a different view of this whole thing than most of us, but yeah, just try to be safe about it. I know people there's no, the marriage is for the two people. Everybody else is just witnesses to celebrate it. It can be celebrated at a later time when the world opens up. Totally on board for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it will open up again. So, it doesn't have to be now, just has to be later.
Exactly. And Liam T. McNamara is saying that the practice of making babies is great, but no need for actual kids. See, making babies, it's all about poking fun until the woman takes it serious.
Yeah. Well, we've got 3 and they're all 12, 13, and 14 years of age. So we're right in the thick of it with our kids right now.
The teens. I was an asshole then.
I think we all were.
Well, I wasn't an asshole because I had parents that wouldn't stand for that. But it was a tough time. We were in the 90s,
Yeah. As was I.
Yeah.
That's when I hit, I think, 89. I turned 14. Yes, that's math. Yeah.
Am I older than you?
I don't know.
I'll be 45 on Wednesday.
So I'm a little bit older than you, and happy birthday for Wednesday.
Oh, well, thank you. Save that. Send me a special message on that day.
Oh, I will. It's planned. Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw, but I am not a patriot This is just laziness. I'm not supporting 45 in any way.
You could blend in with the crowd, just so you know.
I would have to, but I would blend in just to sabotage.
I believe that.
I'd be like, psych, I don't believe in MAGA.
What? Yeah, for
But
sure.
you have a shitty beard and you're slightly chubby.
Are you sure? You have the look. I don't know.
I do not have that mentality. I enjoy facts.
Yeah, science and facts. Yeah, those kinds of things are pretty important.
I believe in democracy.
Yeah.
Like freedom.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess we should move on from just bullshitting.
I can bullshit for the next 25 minutes if you like. It's totally up to you.
We can do it all night. Like Lionel Richie in the 80s, all night long.
That's right.
I'm just going to do all 80s sequiturs now. Let's talk about the important thing, path employment.
Yeah, sure.
Give a quick rundown for everybody that doesn't know the glory that exists on King Street across from the park.
Yep.
Is path employment.
Okay, so Path Employment Services started in 1972 as the first organization solely funded to connect people with disabilities to employment. So interesting fact, that is also when The Godfather came out, just to give you the frame of reference for how old we are. I've been there for, I guess, 4.5 years now. And so we have employment coordinators that specialize in connecting people to work. People do not have to identify as having a disability, although we do specialize in arranging accommodations for people if that's needed, reaching out to employers to market their skills and abilities. And we're pretty good at what we do. I think, a lot of it is having a good team who care about people and who want to help people to reach their goals. And I can honestly say that we've got just a spectacular team of people who work hard every day, that have been working hard every day from home since last March, I guess. And we're still sending people to work, which is pretty awesome. People who want to work can work, and we help connect them.
That is awesome. Hearing that people are still getting to work, that does the heart well. We actually got to partner up with you guys in a way this past year. Actually, a few months back, we took on a student from one of your job programs.
Yeah, so we partnered with Center 3, which is a really super cool organization that's focused on the arts. PATH partnered with them to offer a program called 360 for Youth. And what that program does is it teaches digital marketing skills, so how to use Photoshop and Canva and social media apps to develop marketing campaigns for small businesses. And part of that, the placement component of the program is to place them with small businesses and employers like yourself. And so we are in our second cohort of the program now, and it's just an awesome opportunity for youth to gain some skills in a market that is continuing to grow, and then offer support to small businesses at the same time.
Awesome. What should prospective employers know before partnering with PATH? Like what are employees looking for?
So that's an excellent question. So we help employers with all types of positions. We have people that we work with that work in all types of positions. We have psychiatrists that come to us for help. We have welders that come to us for help, customer service people, drivers. It doesn't matter what the occupation is. The way that we work is we do it from the individual. So if you come in and you say, I want a welding job, then we get you prepped to have the marketing tools in place that you need, a resume and interview skills and things like that. And then we connect with businesses in Hamilton who are looking for welders and connect the two. But that is for all occupations, all industries. Our services are 100% free. We're funded by the provincial government. And so there's no cost to anyone. So if someone's looking for work, there's no cost to them. If an employer is looking for an employee, there is no cost whatsoever.
Now, you used the term disability earlier, and that's often a misleading term. How can we better understand the disability in the context of employment, and what ways can we expand our understanding?
So it's an interesting topic. So disability is any kind of condition, or that could be physical or non-physical, could be a visible disability or one that isn't readily seen. If you look at the stats on disability, typically it's 1 in 5 people have some sort of disability. If you want to bring in mental health into the equation, I would say, we know it's 1 in 4. I would suggest that it's probably much closer to 1 in 2. And as we're going through times like today and what we have been going through, I would suggest that it's probably even a lot higher than that. When we talk about disability, we don't focus necessarily on what the disability is, but what kind of accommodation or adjustment does somebody need when they go to work? So, for example, somebody who takes a medication, sometimes a medication can leave somebody feeling groggy in the morning, and they are better starting at noon. And so if that's their situation, then we would reach out to employers who can accommodate that need. If somebody needs a screen reader to do their work, then we'll support them by purchasing that for them, so then they can do their job. It's really about making those small adjustments in the workplace, whatever that might be. Most cost nothing, to help them connect to work and be successful in the job.
Right on. Now, have you noticed an increase in folks accessing PATH services as COVID-19 and lack of government support continues to add to job uncertainty?
Yeah, so it's interesting. That's a great question. So have we seen an increase? I would say that instead of an increase, we've seen steadiness in terms of people looking for work. I don't think that we anticipated there would be a reduction in the number of people that were reaching out to us for support, when in fact that actually remained steady throughout the entire year. So the same amount of people. There is a misconception that there's a lack of jobs available right now. And what we're finding is that not necessarily a lack of jobs, but maybe a change in how jobs are functioning. So for PATH, for example, we work from home. So all of our staff work remotely. We meet with clients through telephone, through phone, through email, through social media chat. We have our chat on our website where people can log in and ask questions at any time and get advice. Yeah, we haven't seen like an influx, but we haven't seen a reduction either, which is kind of interesting.
Good. That is good either way. What was my other question? How can people in Hamilton help support those that are facing employment insecurity and financial struggles? Like outside of PATH, are there any other local resources that might be beneficial?
In terms of getting like different types of supports. We have access to a really great resource tool that we have available to us where we can provide advice to people on who they can contact for different things. So for example, if somebody is looking for housing, we would direct them to the Housing Help Center. If somebody is looking for mental health support, we might refer them to the Barrett Center. Really just depends on what the need is. And a lot of times people don't know where to go to find access to those supports. So we can help make that connection as well. Good.
Has PATH had to adapt its employment resource center during the pandemic? Pretty much you guys are all working from home.
So unfortunately, we've had to close our in-office support. So prior to the pandemic, we had a resource center where people could come in and use computers to job search or to, find resources. Unfortunately, because of it, we've had to close that to be safe, just for people to be safe. It's really difficult to have people spread far enough apart within a small space. And then using, computers and stuff being cleaned afterwards and all that kind of stuff. That was kind of tricky. So, but I would argue that, they can still get that help. So if, you may not be able to come in and do independent job search by using our computers or fax machine or things like that, but we can do that for you. So if somebody gives us a call, we'd set them up with one of our employment coordinators and they can do the typing of the resume and the sending out of the resume and all that kind of stuff. So we've adapted services because of the fact that we had to close.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's smart. And, you know. But
You know
yeah,
what's cool? It was how easily we adapted. Like that, I think to me was one of the most shocking things because we're used to an in-office environment, seeing people in person. One of the things, the benefits that we did notice though, was that having appointments done online, on the phone, through Zoom, things like that, people actually show up more because there isn't the barrier of either getting transportation to come downtown or finding parking downtown or whatever that might be. We actually had more people access services because of the flexibility of service, which was cool.
Also anxiety.
Anxiety as well, huge. Yep. One of the things that we do at PATH as well for anybody that books an appointment is we have a warm call in advance. So Jim, if you were to call us, book an appointment, the first thing we do is the day before the appointment, we call you and just chat with you. Try to make you feel a little bit more comfortable about the fact that you're going to be getting some support. Not a formal thing, just basically, hey, Jim, I'm meeting with you tomorrow. My name's Tara. I'm looking forward to it. Is there anything that you want to know? And so we've maintained that process throughout the work from home situation that we're in, just to kind of relieve those anxieties as much as we can. Because looking for a job can be scary. Reaching out to new people can be scary. And anxiety inducing. So if there's anything that we can do to try to make that more comfortable for people, that we certainly do try.
That's super appreciated. Just myself knowing that is something that you guys do. That's heartwarming. That's endearing. You know?
Yeah, we're pretty proud of it.
As somebody who has dealt with anxiety and panic attacks and stuff, knowing that you guys go that extra step, that's great. And I hope that those watching, if they are in need of the services of PATH, will definitely hop on board after this.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of employers that are looking for employees right now. So that could be work from home, that could be healthcare, that could be, we have a lot of need for COVID screeners, not surprisingly. There's just employers that call us every day, letting us know what they're looking for. There are still jobs available. So if somebody does want to work, that is an option too.
Very cool. COVID screener. So people that will just be in the storefront asking the questions and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So anytime you go to any store, that's somebody that's paid to do that.
Okay, good. You need to send somebody over to No Thrills on Main Street because they're just like, you got symptoms? Go on in.
Oh no. Yeah.
I'm like, motherfucker, you hit me in the head with a thermometer dot. You asked me all the questions word for word.
I want everyone.
Shit, if it meant taking my temperature rectally, I would feel much better going into a store knowing precautions are in place other than some 16-year-old look at me going, you sick?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Like I don't go out much, but if I do, ask me the questions, at least, go through the steps.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Hey man, you sick? All right. Well, okay. I run into it so much. I've actually limited where I go because of that greeting. I want you to know, I want to know that you're taking it seriously. Shoppers at the end of my street, I stopped going there for a month because I walked in one day, there's nobody to ask me the questions.
Wow.
People are walking around with their face dicks hanging out over their mask. And I'm just like, nope. Even though I'm self-checking out, which I hate. I have to go through, I need interaction. If maybe it'll be the day the cashier will flirt with me. That always feels nice. But the machine is so cold and heartless. And I also know that it's taking a job away from a person. But in these times, I don't want anybody near me. I don't want to be near anybody to, say I'm a silent carrier. So somebody named Glenn Danzig is following. And Glenn Danzig says, I'm always sick, but I'm never ill. Oh, well, Glenn Danzig, I am demon. And I like a dirty black summer. It's Sophie. As soon as I saw sick, I knew it was Sophie. But yeah, how have you and the family been doing, circumventing the world right now?
I really have to say how we are in one of the luckiest positions. So Larry and I both have jobs where we can work from home. We know that's not the case for many people. So we have been incredibly lucky for both of us to do that. So we've been okay. Financially, we've been okay, and super fortunate that that's how things turned out. Our kids are hanging in there. I mean, overall, we really shouldn't complain about anything. Big picture, there are people that are in a much worse circumstance, or people that are really struggling, and we're pretty fortunate that way. Our biggest challenges would be, I don't know, not having interaction with other people besides ourselves. That's kind of minuscule, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not a thing to really complain about.
But it's still important, not being able to see your mom and dad and Larry's parents. That is detrimental mentally. The people that you love the most. I can only imagine. My grandparents are dead, so I've missed them for years. But to know if they were alive right now, and I have this invisible barrier keeping me from seeing them, that would destroy me.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that's what our parents are struggling with, not being able to see their grandkids at all. We try to make do with, a dinner on Zoom here and there or something. It's just not the same as picking up your little ones and hugging them. But I think we're doing okay. I mean, the kids have been great. They have each other too. So that's the other thing. It's not, it's not always one kid. My daughter's here 100% of the time. Larry's kids are here 50% of the time. So every other week, there's 3 kids that get to play with each other. Yeah. We've been pretty lucky. Really not a lot to complain about. Yeah.
So between you and me, have you gotten on Larry's nerves yet?
I think, you know what, let's be real. I think we probably get on each other's nerves here and there. I'm working all day upstairs. He works all day downstairs. I think maybe that's the separation that keeps us sane, but I'm pretty sure he would say that we're getting on each other's nerves.
Tanya and I, we did this with the last one, and the last lockdown, it worked perfectly. She gets up in the morning, takes the dogs out, and then she just is a YouTube zombie for a while in the living room. So I would stay in the bedroom. I would get up whenever I got up, and then I would just draw. And I had just gotten my iPad and Procreate, so I had to learn how to use the app well. So I would stay in the bedroom until like maybe lunchtime. And then we'd come out. We bought a table specifically to be able to eat at, because before then we were savages who sat on a couch. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to be home all the time, I need a table. So we got the table. And so we would eat lunch together. Then she would retire to the bedroom to work on her YouTube videos and watch, murder, stab documentaries. And then 5 o'clock, we would cook dinner together and then sit at the table, have dinner, and then we'd spend the rest of the evening until 10, 11 o'clock when we went to bed. So that worked out. But this pandemic, I'm purposefully pissing her off because it's funny.
Are you in her space more than you were the first time? What are you doing?
Oh, absolutely. So she's in the bedroom watching, Law and Order season 11, and I'll walk in and just talk to her about shit I know she cares nothing about. And then she just stares at me and she's like, "Are you done? I'm watching this." And then I'll leave. And then I'll yell to her from the living room about shit that she doesn't care about. And it's all intentional, but it's funny. And I know she still loves me for it. But then, then there's other times where she thinks something's interesting and comes and talks to me. And I'm like, "Are you done? I don't give a shit." And it's just me pushing her buttons again. Like, I have to make sure she can still growl and bark so that her blood is moving.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like,
no, I totally get
we
that.
do that with Zoe. We do that with Zoe because she's almost 16 and all she does is sleep, eat, and poop. And like some days I'll just get a little rough with her. Not in a hurting fashion, but I'll rile her up. Just to make sure her blood's moving and that she's still alive. And but I've taken that to Tanya also.
I wish I could show you what Larry's doing. From this angle, I can't really take you outside, but Larry's working on and has been working on an ice rink in our backyard for kids to keep their blood moving. But I don't know if you've been outside today at all, but I'm thinking it's probably spring now.
That's what Fallon was saying. I have yet to step outside of my apartment today. I got up at 8, 9 o'clock. I had trouble sleeping last night, so I wanted to sleep in as much as I could today before embarking on 24 hours of awakenedness. And I got up and immediately started getting everything configured and ready. And I have not gone outside. Tanya's been out twice. She's taken the dogs out and has breathed fresh air, but not I. And I'm okay with it.
Yeah. You got a lot. You got quite a few hours ahead of you still.
Yes, 20 hours.
Just under 20, maybe?
Yeah. It's going by so fast, too.
You got some awesome guests. We've been watching all day.
And like I said, I roll with good people. I don't want any shitty people, mudding up my tires. So I just figured everybody that has something important to do in the community that we've worked alongside as well, because I want those that don't know us to be able to see, like, all right, these people trust this fat asshole and what he's doing, that maybe we should contribute to help keep their business going. To show that we're not just a tattoo shop, that this isn't about me and Tanya being like, oh no, there goes our fortune. It's never been about a fortune. It's about us. I just want to be able to go to work, do what I do, and come home. I'm not worried about being rich from this. I'm not worried about having a name. I just want to be able to provide a job for myself, Tanya, Sophie, Elise, Berto, Nicole, Diana, and Jessica, and anybody else who we might have come along. The list would be a little bit longer, but we had 3 people jump ship. And
yeah,
as disheartening as that was with everything we were trying to do, so we could survive this together, they were just like, it's COVID, I'm scared, bye. Or it's too hard. And I don't know the definition of it's too hard. I just know, like Chris says, don't tell me I can't do it. Show me how I can.
Yep.
And that's what I'm doing. The last lockdown, I'm like, let's get a bigger place. We can make more jobs for people. We did it. Now I'm like, well, fuck, now we got to keep this thing going. And I don't know if you caught on that we don't qualify for anything because of our bank account situation.
Yeah, I know. There's got to be, at the end of everything, there's got to be somebody that's sitting there that can push the button that say you're an exception. Just because, like, who is that person? How do you get in touch with them? There's got to be a way for you to get access to what you need.
Craig Burley, are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
Craig has taken us on pro bono to fight CRA to see what can be done for us.
Good.
We also have an amazing accountant, James Finley. He's the guy that works over at the AIDS Network. He's our tax guy there. On the side, he does do tax stuff for fun. A great accountant. He's helped us out so much. He's always a call away. He always knows how to calm me down when I'm financially stressed over something. So him and Craig are actively working to see what they can do. I'm just waiting till Monday to try again to apply for the $20,000 small business support grant, because that website was garbage yesterday. It's got Donna Skelly promoting it. So I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to be good. I'm surprised it wasn't written in fucking crayon. But
yeah, no, there's got to be a way. There's always, the way that I see it is, there's always somebody who is the last decision maker on things, and if you make enough noise, then they can change whatever the decision was. So keep making noise, Jim.
Oh, I made a little noise yesterday on Twitter regarding how crappy the website was. I got a call from the people running the website, and they're like, oh, what can we do for you?
Good.
And I was like, is it because I tweeted Ford and Skelly, which I don't do. I don't tweet politicians outside of Matthew Green because I don't get a response. And they don't tweet outwards either. You look at their Twitter account, Ford tweets at you and retweets at you, but it's never like, hey, concerned citizen, what can I do to make Ontario better for you? No, he doesn't do that. It's just like, boom, announcement. I'm eating ice cream. I'm eating a bag of chips. I can go fuck myself. And so I know there is someone there that will be that final, like, all right, man, if we do this, will you shut the fuck up?
Yep.
So that's where we're heading with this. And right now, Craig is doing his research. James is helping any way he can. And then I'm just trying to jump on any grants that are being thrown out there now to see what's available. But this right here is my safety net in case nothing else works out.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm very driven on this, and I'm the one that's taken on because I don't want Tanya to have to fucking sit here for 24 hours doing it. Like,
do we get to see Tanya today though?
If we can raise $1,000 by 6 o'clock, we'll see Tanya.
By 6? Okay.
By 6, and that gives us an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's almost 4:30 now.
That's the only way we get to see Tanya. I mean, I watch her videos, her YouTube videos, but I think that if we make enough noise, then maybe we can bring her on.
Well, the noise I want to hear The noise I want to hear to get her to come out is the opening of wallets and purses.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, that came off so fucking. That was just.
Send in
so
your
not me.
dollars. Yeah. No, this is Telethon. That's what this is about.
I want to hear plastic Canadian hundreds clicking together. If I don't smell maple 100s, we're shutting it down. No Tanya for anybody, not even me.
No. Okay. we're sending in a check right now. Yep.
Oh, also, thank you for the donation. I saw that came through. I appreciate that.
Yep. No problem.
And I'm
always happy to support.
And that was just me being funny, cocky. I was, you know me. A little goes a long way.
I know that. Yep. No, that's something that is never in question, Jim. And you talk about how, your store is just about, do your job and go home. But you've always been such an avid participant in the community, supporting causes, working with Eric's Cupboard, working with Chris and Catherine. I wouldn't sell yourself short. You're an amazing asset to this community.
I wouldn't say working with Chris. That's more he grabs you by the arm and you're just flying behind him like a kite.
Do we get the Chris story on here?
Oh, which Chris story?
Well, I'm thinking the one where he came into your shop and asked about a specific tattoo on a specific body part.
Since I couldn't share it at the funeral, due to my fucking blubbering like a baby, I will share the story here. So Chris came in one day at the Spring Street location, and this had to have been about 2 months before his passing. And at the time, we had Laura Schumacher as our co-op student from the school. Now, this girl is a beautiful mind, and she's also like almost 7 feet tall. And so she's towering over Chris. Well, I hear him. Chris was not a quiet person. And so I'm up in my tattoo room, and I hear him come in and be like, I want to get a tattoo today on my penis. Where's the boss man at? And so Laura never met this guy. So she comes upstairs and she's very demure. And she's like, Jim, there's a guy downstairs who's inquiring about a penis tattoo. And I was like, you tell him anything under 2 inches, I don't work on. So she comes downstairs and she goes, he says he doesn't work on anything under 2 inches. I hear Chris slap the table and breathe in all the air in the room. And then just that boisterous laugh. And he was like, that son of a bitch got me. And so I had come downstairs before she had told him. Like, I crept down and was watching from the corner. And, oh, my God, I got him good. He wasn't expecting it. And anytime that you can make Chris laugh like that, you won. And, That's
a great
they wouldn't let me tell that story at the funeral.
Yeah. No, tell it wherever else you can, because that's
absolutely.
That's a great laugh. Love it always. Yeah.
I have another story. What? No, it's not the t-shirts. We were on King Street, and we had just come back from somewhere. Oh no, Chris picked us up. Chris and Catherine picked us up, and they were like, hey, you want to go out to breakfast? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a fat kid. That's what I do. I breakfast and lunch and dinner. So that's before I put on all the weight. And so we go to the Bedrock Bistro, and we just had this amazing meal with them. And Chris is just being Chris, and Catherine's trying to tell him to knock it off. He's making a scene. And Chris is like eating her soup, and he's telling us to eat things off his plate, as Chris does. So afterwards, I don't know how it happened, but there was a dispensary down a few stores from our shop. And Chris was like, I think I want to smoke some pot. And Tanya's like, I can help you. So we take them down to that little dispensary on the other side of where the reptile store is. And he'd never been in one. So he's just blown away. Because, Chris was what, 55? This time he had to have been about 52, 53. And the last time he saw weed was from some guy who looked like Tommy Chong. Hey, man, you want to do a lid? I think they used that term in the 80s also. So Chris is just like blown away. It's not even like a glamorous, weed shop. This is before they all got shut down. And so Tanya, we bring them back to the shop. She bought like a little dime bag of something. And she pulls out her little bong. And we're in the basement of the old shop, which was a kind of a makeshift apartment before we moved in there. And we watched Chris get high. And we watched Chris do bong hits. And I was like, oh my God, I'm watching Chris Parkinson, who's like this esteemed leader. And it's okay to say it now. He's not going to get kicked off the school board now.
No risk of that. No.
I mean, you could put his urn on a board that says school on it and knock it off, but that would just be uncalled for. But yeah, so Chris got high, and it was Tanya had to show him how to, like, you know, do everything. Because, like I said, back then they just rolled joints that tasted like Doberman. But it was so funny, and it calmed him down so much. Like, it was the chillest I'd ever seen him. Now, I don't smoke, so I got to enjoy this fully clear-headed, and I was just like, wow. Like, Chris got quiet, and he was just like, just really into things. And I think Catherine enjoyed watching it also. And he was just, he liked it.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to tell that story while he was alive because, you know, he didn't want anything to tarnish the reputation that he had put forth, even though it's just marijuana, you know. Yeah. If I was like, oh, I saw Chris smoking crack out of a light bulb, that'd be a whole different story. But seeing, and also he messaged me, I think a day or so later. We all know his sciatic was the worst thing about him. And he was like, my back didn't hurt. I slept good. And we're like, well, welcome to the dark side, Chris. It's a medicinal thing.
Yep.
But it was great. And I'm glad I got to experience that. That was as monumental to me in my life, being a part of that with Chris smoking weed, as it was the one time that I got to drink with my stepfather back when I was like 18. That's a story for another day. But with, you know, seeing Chris and just like, wow, have we influenced him? Have we brought him to yeah, Chris was great. And my only other really good story, because I mean, I had a lot of good experiences with him. He's the man that introduced me to pho. Over here at Mother's on Barton Street. He was like, let's go for lunch. He picks me up and we go in, and I'd never had pho before. And now it's one of my favorite things. So any chance I can go down there and grab it, I do. And it's only like 2 blocks away. But Chris picked me up one day. We did some running around. We dropped things off to different people, food and stuff. And then he drove me around Hamilton over near, my portion of the city, over near the Canadian Tire and stuff, over on Main Street, and he was showing me houses that he lived in.
Oh, really?
After, like, when he was in his early 20s and stuff, like all these apartments he lived in. You know, he's like, oh, there was a girl here that I had a crush on, and I lived in this apartment. And he told me the story of how he just come from the country. You know, we all know his dad was a preacher man, and you know they live by certain ways, and so his mom had made friends with these people, and they had some older teenage kids, and they were going to a concert, and they're like, hey, can we bring Chris with us? And his mom's like, go, have fun. And so they go, and they bring him to this concert, and it's in like Buffalo, and the show starts. Now, mind you, he's a kid who's been raised on Christian music, Christian upbringing. It's fucking Kiss. His first concert, Kiss. And, you know, Gene Simmons is spitting blood. There's fucking pyrotechnics. They are known as Knights in Satan's Service, according to, you know, the conservatives. And this kid was blown away by it. And from that day forward, Chris had a love for rock and roll. And that was just like, wow, like, you know, because Chris didn't carry himself as a guy that would just go to a heavy metal concert, but his music tastes were on the heavier side of things, and that was pretty good.
Yep.
And I got to sit in and have him tell me that story and show me this part of his life, and so I hold that very close to me.
Which confused us when Catherine kept telling us that his favorite rock band was Outkast. And that, do you remember? Outkast. What was
Offspring.
It was Offspring, but Catherine kept saying it was Outkast. And I kept saying, really? We're going to play that at the funeral? Okay, sure. Let's play some.
I would listen to Hey Ya.
No, I know. It just didn't seem like it fit exactly.
Well, even Offspring wouldn't have fit. Offspring would not have fit either. But Oh, I would have definitely. Catherine just goes offspring.
She said, yeah. That was kind of a funny laugh that we had because.
I mean, if I walked into that funeral and I heard Miss Jackson playing, I would have been like, all right.
All good music for sure. We just weren't sure that was exactly Chris's taste, but hey, yep.
Now the last thing that I would talk about with Chris was the viewing. He would have enjoyed this. So it was Tanya, myself, and I think we walked with Patricia Poore on the way home. No, it was Jennifer Prowse that was outside. So like I had enough emotionally being there, and I didn't want to break down in front of everybody. So I went to leave, and then I forgot to get one of his cards, the funeral trading card. So so I went back in to get it, and as I'm coming out, Patricia Glover and her nieces are coming in, and I tried to liven it up, and I'm like, don't even bother. It's so boring in there. I'm like, it's the worst orgy I've ever been to. He's just laying there. He's just laying there doing nothing. And Patricia goes, what? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, he's in there? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, and she just almost fell to the floor. And I was like, oh my God, I just said the worst thing ever. I was trying to lighten the mood. Like the first 3 letters of funeral are fun. And, you know, of all people, I didn't want to be sad, you know, while he's, you know, in that box.
He would have appreciated that joke because it was funny.
If it had been anybody else there and he was next to me, I know he would have cracked up laughing. And he probably would have told 12 other people that it was a horrible orgy. But
it's a funny joke.
So then I run outside and I got this look on my face like I have severely upset Patricia Glover with this news that it wasn't a very good orgy. And so I come outside and Tanya's like, what's the matter? And I'm like, I knocked the coffin over. And she's like, no, you didn't. But Jennifer Prowse's eyes got so big. And I'm like, I'm just kidding. I didn't knock it over. But on that note, that's I tried to. No, those are the stories and the memories I keep going.
Yep, absolutely.
Liam McNamara says, I want Jim as the MC at my wake. And Larry thinks funeral trading card. I mean, that's what it kind of comes off as. Every time you go to someone's funeral, you get their saint card with their name and stats on the back. I'm just going to get one of them old school binders for baseball cards and just pop them in there.
Yeah. So you were really doing the wedding funeral circuit in that year. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I've seen
but I'm not Jewish, so
I've seen a few comments that everybody wants a podcast from you. So I'm thinking that might be another step.
See, I would rather, not to sound vain, but I don't want to not be seen. Part of my charisma is my character, and I would rather have a show on Cable 14.
Do it.
I think I would have a Cable 14 show where I just sit and, I mean, it'd have to be late at night because I don't clean up my language.
Do it.
But also the extra swearing and saying titties, that's number 19, is just because I have this platform where I can just be myself. And I'm not trying to, you know, I wore a suit jacket, but it's not, it was just to be funny. Yeah, it's a telethon, and I didn't get to do it the way I wanted to. I wanted to be in the shop and, you know, make it kind of like the Jerry Lewis Day telethon or Labor Day telethon. But you know, when life gives you lemons, you say, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna have orange juice and do it the other way." So
this is working great.
Yeah,
we're loving it.
If Cable 14's watching, I would love to have a show. I think it would be informative, and I won't say fuck as much. Or actually, I will, and they just bleep it out in post editing.
Yep.
Oh, Bonnie says I need to be immortal. No. I think that would be the most awful punishment ever. If you're immortal, you're going to outlive everybody you love. And it's hard enough, you know, carrying the deaths of my grandparents in my heart, the death of Chris, the death of Prince. It's so much. And imagine being immortal and just having to carry the mourning that long. Nah. Put me out of my fucking misery when it's time. I'd much rather go wherever I have to go. I don't ever want to have to carry heartache, you know, to have to live 100 years without Tanya. That would piss me off. I wouldn't have anybody to bug the way I bug her.
I love how much you guys make each other laugh. I think that's just beautiful.
Well, that's all I had going for me when I met her. I was poor and undernourished, and I'm like, I can make you laugh.
That's the best thing. Yep, I know it, Larry. Your next guest makes me laugh all the time. Like that segue.
Oh yeah, he better make me laugh. Tanya, grandparents, Chris, Prince. Yes, if you would like to bring Larry in, we can carry.
Yeah, I should shout down to tell him to get in the waiting room. Is he not in the waiting room?
Cable 14 after dark, he says. So he's watching.
Ooh.
Oh, I need to send him an invite link. He can't just jump in.
Yep.
I don't know why I keep highlighting that. Okay, where are you, Larry? Downstairs in the living room, Jim. You can't hear me. I'm talking to the screen. It's not working.
Let me in.
There we go. Larry Pattison, not Pattinson. He's not a vampire.
There's no N. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, I made that mistake with his cousin Michael. And he's like, no, there's no N in it. We're not related to that guy from Twilight. Okay, Larry, I sent you the invite. Click it. Or just come upstairs.
Yeah. No, he's got his own space all set up. He's ready.
Oh,
Mhm.
That's adorable.
It is adorable.
When he gets bad, you send him there. Larry, to your space. And he just falls asleep.
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah.
Oh, trust me, I've seen the Facebook. I know. Larry falls asleep all the time.
He does. I'm super jealous. I'm up for 2 hours every night, and he's like, "Oh, look!
Oh, there he is."
How do I leave so that he can have the show?"
I'll kick you out. Boom. Bye, Tara. Larry, looks like you've been hitting the barber there, man.
I know. Yeah. Actually, that's a funny story in its own. You said you wanted to laugh, so let's start off with a funny story then.
All right, hit me.
Okay, so they're announcing before Christmas about all the lockdowns about to happen. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go walk to as many stores in the Crown Point area because, as you may know, I'm the managing editor of the Point Community News now. So I walked around and introduced myself. It took me about 2 days, and I didn't get to everybody because there's a lot of people that I know and I'm used to going to a lot. So I was trying to meet some new people as well. And I was walking around, and I just had the best butter tart I've ever had in my life from this keto place on Ottawa Street, and the name has escaped me at this moment, but it was
with the Willy Wonka looking sign.
Yes, that's exactly. Yeah. So I just ate that, and now I'm looking across the street. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I hadn't gone for a haircut since before COVID. My sister has done a couple of haircuts, and one of them was their surprise, and the second one. The second one, she said, oops, as soon as she started. And, she's good at it. She actually did really good the first time, and she felt bad about the second time. But I'm like, ooh, a barbershop. So it was a brother's on Ottawa Street as well. So I'm like, I wonder if they take walk-ins. So I walk across the street, and sure enough, 5 minutes later, I'm in a chair. And, we're partly through the haircut, and he asked if I want to have a threading done. So I thought they were just going to, trim my eyebrows and my ear hairs. Never heard of this term before. And at one point he goes, "You're not going to like me," and I'm like, "That's kind of weird." And then he starts doing it, and he's like chopping vegetables for a stir fry or something. He's like doing this to my eyebrows, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, "Oh my fucking God, that hurts like a son of a bitch." And then he had to go and take a phone call, and I just started laughing my head off. And this is Mo, one of the brothers. I just couldn't stop laughing. And when he came back, I'm like, all of a sudden, through all that pain, my eyebrows are like throbbing, and I'm like, I clued into what you meant by "I'm not going to like you." And then he went and did my ears and everything else, and it felt really good afterwards. Like I felt really fresh, and really, it was a great haircut. And but man alive, that's not for the weak. He said he even cries when it gets it done. So, yeah.
I know the feeling. So Tanya had this jar of wax, and I thought I'd be daring and funny, and I put it in a sensitive area, and then there ended up being blood afterwards. So I was like, yeah, this isn't great. But then I did realize when you wax your nose, the inside of the nose, it hurts for a second, but then it's the best feeling afterwards. You're like, God damn, I don't feel like an old man with, Zoidberg.
Well, thankfully, because of the mask, we couldn't do that. So
Oh,
I think I've had enough torture.
I haven't done any maintenance above the shoulders in forever because, I wear a mask all the time, or I'm just home and, I'm not out to impress Tanya. She already got me.
And this is one of the rare times I've actually had a meeting since March, really. I mean, we don't have a lot of meetings at work. It's, just get your job done and have at it. And, Tara's obviously upstairs on meetings all day long. So, she's used to this whole rigmarole of getting dressed and getting in front of the camera and letting her roll.
Well, this isn't so much a meeting. It's just an excuse for me to hang out with people while I'm staying awake for 24 hours. And, but I, check in with everybody, but also give people a chance to say what they are, who they are, what they do, and get that out there for the people that may not know, and you actually are a man of many hats. Not only are you the editor for The Point in Crown Point, their little local newspaper, you're a former school board trustee. You're one of the many indentured servants at Cogeco. And you also run, if I'm pronouncing it right, INSE, INSE.
Yep.
And you are also one of the co-founders of the Kate Andrus Pumpkin Prowl, which is going into, it just had its 5th year, correct?
No, that was our 7th Pumpkin Prowl. Yeah.
I'm not a man of numbers, Larry.
It's good. It's all good.
I just speak the word. But I do actually have some questions here to help people get kind of acclimated with you, and to see what you're all about. So one of the first questions I have, as a former school board trustee with the Hamilton Wentworth School Board District, you called proper sex education vitally important. As a sex positive shop as we are, can you tell us more about your stance on this? Yeah, I'm just going to go right into the hard-hitting questions. I'm like, here, let's talk about Chris getting high, and I'm like, Larry, it's serious.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's I love those 4 years on the school board. I certainly miss it. Many of you know from a piece I put out when I announced that I wasn't going to run, and that Chris was going to run in my place. That it's a hard job to do. It's a part-time thing, and you have your family and Cogeco that I've been at 22 years. You're trying to balance the two, and it's where I tell a lot of people that, are complaining about things going on, especially politically, to get involved like you do, to write an email to, you've had some great press recently because you can change things. And because as a political official, I was just a trustee, but there's so many issues to tackle and only so much time in the day. I don't care if you're doing this full time, many others in our community, but that was certainly an issue that came about, I think, when Doug Ford had just taken the reins in Ontario, and obviously he's got a lot of lobbyists on the far right, trying to continue to push these issues with sex education and LGBTQ plus rights and whatever we have in our school board. And I have LGBTQ family members. It's wonderful even to see our kids that they're talking about it all the time, and they're curious. Like, I don't remember talking about it as a teen. I don't remember knowing anybody that specifically told me they were gay. And now they're just, I might be gay, I might be lesbian, I might be trans, I think it's wonderful the way this, our kids' generation has just flipped that on its head. So to hear a political official coming in and actually just cancel the sex education curriculum that had just been done a few years before that, and to revert back to, I think it was a 1998 curriculum. It was disgusting. I mean, so many things have changed in our world since then. And, and the ridiculous thing is that, when they finally had a chance to do their, surveys and whatnot, that they ended up putting basically the same curriculum back. And I'm not sure that I got to see because I had stepped out. Exactly what the changes were, I think they were worried about some age specific thing, but I don't know. It was just, these are important things that our kids need to be talking about, and kids need to, school boards themselves. I mean, they often talk about kids being able to see themselves reflected in the school board, whether or not that's, with diversity of leadership or to know that it's okay to be whoever they are, and it's okay to have a conversation. And, we're talking about it in class. It was really gross. And obviously we didn't really get anywhere. I mean, what I wanted from that advocacy was for our board to just say, forget it, let's just continue with our current curriculum, and let's not do this to the kids. And in light of not happening, let's make sure that there's things on the wall that remind them that, hey, that that there's safe places, there's these are the numbers you can talk to, and that in absence of that curriculum being active at that time, that kids still knew that they belonged, still know that they they were important to us, and that what the government was doing was in no way related to what our board or trustees or our community stood for. And it was one of the many tough things that the government can come in and do, from canceling Indigenous education seminars at the last minute, and what that cost us to cancel that, and and how that affects the Indigenous community. You're like, well, are we not important anymore? Are we gonna revert back on our truth and reconciliation? And I don't know, it's really a shame to see that kind of government effect on important issues in our society.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Conservatives. I think their sex ed program would basically have people fucking through a sheet, and that would be the extent of it.
Yeah, and I just, I don't think they read the curriculum.
No, and it's too much religion for my liking. I hope you can still hear me. I had to take my headphones out; they were dying on me.
I can, yes. Yeah.
But yeah, I believe in separation of church and state. And I do believe that those of a more religious centric way of life are very much, what's the word I'm trying to think of? They're definitely held back when it comes to sexuality and the act of sex itself. And that is detrimental, really, for them to be pushing that kind of thinking on the kids, because I'm a kid of the 80s and the 90s, and I learned everything I knew about sex at the lunch table from the morons that I was in school with. I remember one day we're sitting there and someone's like, hey, Ronald's a masturbator? And that's like 4th grade. And I'm like, I'd never even heard the word before. I'm like, what's a masturbator? And this kid's like, oh, I like to play with myself. And then just goes back to eat his lunch. And I'm just like, this is where I'm getting my education? My parents weren't religious, but they also weren't really comfortable with talking about these things. Like they openly talked about sex, but not to us. Like my mom would say dirty things in front of us, and my stepdad would tell dirty jokes. But our sex talk was, he popped in a copy of the movie Porky's on VHS. He's like, if you have any questions, ask. Now we know why I'm such a well-rounded individual. But that was my upbringing. And then, of course, I looked into medical books and understood, at least the basics of reproduction and, STIs and things like that. But you've got this section, these conservative people that don't want to talk about these things. And they're more worried about, it can't be man and woman, and it's not the way God wants it. And I'm like, God said you're not supposed to eat fucking shellfish either, but you guys enjoy all you can eat shrimp at Red Lobster. But for me, even though I don't like kids, I do want them to be given the information that they need to be responsible. And in being responsible with their sex lives, also with their sexuality, to come up and not be shunned or shamed because they identify differently or they are attracted differently. Yep. And it's not even differently in that regard. They're being identified. They want to be identified properly, and they're attracted to who they're attracted to. I take back saying differently because it's not. It's normal for them to have their attractions just as it is for straight people. So I don't want people to think I was being, binary or transphobic there. But I do believe in that. As much as I fucking hate kids, I do want them to have opposite sex education that's available.
You're good with kids, Jim.
I was in school in Texas for middle school and the first 2 years of high school, and it was a Baptist community. They didn't talk about it. Like there was nothing that they taught me in sex ed that I didn't already know. And I want that, my class, when I graduated, we didn't have that many teen pregnancies. And I went to a pretty big school. I think we graduated with 500. Could have been more. It was like 20 some odd years ago. But yeah, like, if you cut down on teen pregnancies, you're cutting down on the need for social services to help these kids, and it's less of a drain on the health system and the insurance system, and it's just an ounce of prevention in advance. And I don't see why Ford and his gang of morons don't see that if you raise someone the right way and give them the right information of what to do with their life and to treat people better, it pays off in the long run. But, I'm not a big money developer that he'll listen to right now. And he probably saw I called him a pudding-headed fuck on Twitter. So that that lessens my argument.
So you guys aren't best buds.
No, I don't. He looks like a retired high school football coach with his bleached out eyebrows and his neck that blew a bubble. I could go all day on this fucking guy. I do not agree with any of his policies, but
at the end of the day on this topic is that there's so many things we just don't want our kids to learn in the community. We want them to be having a conversation with a teacher, trained to teach it, trained to facilitate a discussion, because the discussion itself is the most important part. All these kids are together. They all have questions. I'm not sure how much they're, free to share, especially on the computer. And most of them would rather hide their video than share their picture or whatever. But, we just don't want them learning this stuff in the community.
Well, let's move on to happier topics. I've already
for sure.
And we got to talk about sex a little bit. So let's talk. God, there's so many things with you, Larry. God damn it. Let's go into INSEE. Let's talk about INSEE. Okay, we'll transition from the trustee to INSEE because they're both education related. Then we'll get into more fun stuff.
So, I haven't really talked a lot about INSEE. I've talked with you about it really in the early stages. I wrote down some notes and some thoughts of what I wanted to do. I just got some new business cards made up last week, and something I'm just gradually kind of working towards. I've been a coach for over 22 years, and it's been good to me. I've learned so much. I've met so many wonderful people, so many passionate and smart people. Obviously, at a time like this and many other economic down times during my lifetime, that it's been unstable. It's we can't always count on it. No job is guaranteed, but what I do has been it's been something that stood the test of time. And but I have dreams. I've always wanted to run a small business. I have a lot of respect for folks like yourself. Not just running a small business, but to see what kind of struggles you go through on a day-to-day basis. And I think of all the businesses we've lost over the years. You can think of Stony Creek Dairy or the Tivoli or just you name it. Even Center, the Center Mall, to lose one of the first covered malls in North America. I'd like to know when things are at threat. I'd like to know when people are struggling and how we can help each other. And that's kind of where INSEE started. When my cousin owned Homegrown, I got to really see kind of a little deeper into the business and how things work. And I was just tired of seeing people struggle. And then I became a school board trustee, and that's where the education piece started to come in. Is that I seen how hard it was really to make a change. Maybe if I'd gone in a second time and I knew more about what I knew at that point, and your advocacy gets better. You fail some and you win some, and you get stronger. But there's just so many things that you can't change at that level. And so there's a thought you can go into counselor next or to an MP or an MPP, and obviously the higher you go, the more opportunity there is to create change. But NC kind of grew out of a desire to want to spend time in the background, because in the background there's a lot more time to spend on research and development and creating relationships. And when you're in a job like a school board trustee, there's just not enough time to do all the things that you want to do and read and study everything you want to do. So that's kind of where it started. I was seeing a school like Parkview and Mountain, and schools like Parkview and Mountain get closed, and the effect that they had, on students and their families in general, even the teachers. I mean, the teachers, principal Paul Beatty, they loved working in these institutions, and to see the province, this was the Liberals at the time, that they didn't see a benefit in having these types of schools around anymore. And then, there's no vocational schools. A few of my uncles all went through vocational schools. I had an uncle that went to Parkview back in the 60s, probably. So it was a shame. It was angering. And seeing all these schools close, losing these assets in our community, and it's the way the funding model works and everything. So here I have the things I think we're losing in education. We're losing special education. There isn't really anything for gifted children. I had calls from people in the community that wanted their kids to be in the gifted program full-time, but I had to tell them it wasn't a full-time thing. It was extra programming that their kids could get throughout the month. But, and then there's also a high threshold of I think it was like you had to be in the 99th or 98th percentile to get into gifted programming through the testing they do in grade 4. So I'm seeing all these gaps, and I'm like, well, I wanted to bring it all together. I wanted to bring small business, medium-sized business, and I wanted to bring education. I wanted to create so the bigger picture of NC is to create a school, to get a building like a Delta or Barton on the Mountain is going to be probably going for sale as well soon, which is in great shape. To have a building like that and to bring business in there, have business teaching courses, and in turn, you being able to teach and helping out with this school is that you have space there. So if you're teaching how to be a tattoo artist, that's your space. Your tools are in there. You can use that whenever you want for your business. We have a printing shop. So the printing shop, the kids are working there, the volunteering there too. It's important for the kids to be working and volunteering at NC, because we're talking, kids old enough to work, as we're, the parents being involved. A big thing I heard, especially around Delta, parents asking if they should send their kids there, feeling a disconnect between the school and the community, is that the community wasn't saying all the wonderful things that the students were doing there and all the wonderful programs, and then the school wasn't seeing all the wonderful things happening in the community, and to create a bond between those two. And when I was leaving, they were working on creating some partnerships and a big database, and to try to fill some of those gaps. But that was, to me, the biggest thing that was missing, is that connection between the community, families and students, and to, just make this an interconnected thing. And that's where the idea of INSEE, so it's the Independent Network for Social Education. And actually the INSEE also in a certain language means realize, but it was actually Tara had just had Jet Propelled redo their marketing for Path, and so she connected me with Brad Dean, and we shared the kind of the early concept of INSEE, and that's where he came up with the name, the logo. He's done the Pumpkin Prowl logo and a lot of flyers for us over the years as well. So that was going back a couple of years ago now. So now we had a name and kind of a branding, and just over time, since I've had a chance to kind of unwind from being a trustee and on the side from working and family, I've constantly thinking about this. There isn't a minute that goes by that I'm not thinking about this. If you see my business card now, you'll see that the point is kind of tied into the business card. It's still a thing that's owned by the community, but it's something that we run. It's something that I see being deeper connected to INSEE and to school in the long run. So that's kind of a quick kind of spew out of what INSEE is looking to do. You've noticed probably, I think 2019, so our last in-person event, that's when we first started to put the INSEE logo on things. To tie Pumpkin Prowl into INSEE now as a entity of it is something that the alternative programming that we want to put out there. So you think of Pumpkin Prowl as something that was created as a second Halloween event on another day to reach out to families who are separated, who, one parent or another might not be able to spend time with their kids. We had Icing Anxiety that we started last year to help kids who were, help my own daughter, first of all, but it came as a thing to help kids who were feeling anxious about playing hockey. That's the kind of alternative stuff we want to do. And it ties into the school being an alternative education, about the school being designed to affect change in special needs kids and high functioning kids, to provide a program for that, but to be inclusionary. So we're kind of backing it up. We're kind of reversing it, where right now a school is designed kind of in the middle, right? It's designed for that kid that kind of learns right around here. It's not doing great for the kids down here. It's not doing great for the kids up here. So we wanted to reverse it and make a school for the people who are the most challenged in our community, to support them, and then reverse it so that, any kid can go and they will be incorporated into this model. They will help with other kids. They will, there'll be specialized programming in there to be able to create some kind of interest in, whether it's music programs or hockey programs or whatever for these kids to apply to. But we see it not as an attack on the school board, because I have so much respect for everything from the director to the trustees I worked with and the staff. It's more about seeing a gap, seeing that the government really doesn't seem have any interest to go back a few steps and realize what was good in those things that we lost, and to try to create it ourselves. I mean, I'm not an educator. I'm not a business guru or any of those things. And INSEE is not about me owning anything right now. It's INSEE, Larry Pattison. That's why I call myself the protector of it. Is I don't see myself being a CEO and making all this money. It's, I just want to, I eventually would like to do this full time, and I want to make a wage, but I want this to be something that helps support small business and becomes a kind of a hub for education, where teachers come in from other schools to learn from what we're doing, so that they can incorporate some of that stuff into their school. Kids can kind of flip back and forth between public education and our school, which ideally would eventually have some funding from the government as well. But that's kind of what we hope to do, because we're tired of seeing folks like yourself struggle. And I mean, obviously right now the whole world is struggling. It's a really tough time, but even in general, there's always somebody who's having a hard time, and we want to find a way to fill these gaps.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with vocational training. Like, yeah. I've told so many young people, I'm like, don't worry about college. Get a job. Get the training you're going to need for a job. Liam McNamara is saying, without vocational training, we're going to step back as a culture. And that's right. If we don't have construction workers and plumbing and, things of the trades, electricians, masons, we're going to lose them. If every kid is going in for coding, you and I are around the same age. And remember, everybody graduated, they're going into computer science, business administration. And then there was that whole tech boom, and then it failed. And all these people that went to school for computers, they were left in the dust. And we
had access to, I'm not sure about the school down in the States, but we had access to all these vocational things in middle school. Like, we were learning how to cook, we were learning how to sew, we were learning how to use computers, which was really down here.
In Texas, we didn't. We had like home ec, and we had agriculture, because that was in Texas. Like, those kids were learning how to snip bulls' balls and fry them, and how to wrangle sheep. And I'm not even joking. Tanya's laughing. I'm not even joking. These kids learned how to shoe horses. They learned how to wrangle cattle. They would do rodeo shit. And at the end of the year, they would do a barbecue, and it include Rocky Mountain oysters, which are bull's testicles. Wow. And that's why I never ate at their barbecues, because I didn't trust them. But when I moved to New York, they actually had a program called BOCES, Center of Continuing Education Services. I can't remember the full name of it. My mom actually went to it for nursing. My sister, Courtney, went to it for Eastern Studies. My brother went to it for Eastern Studies, but there was like automotive. There was going there to be a PSW and things like that. So they actually had that in place in the North, but in the South, the only thing close to vocational in-school training was you had to be a farmer, FFA type stuff, even though they did have that in New York as well. So I'm not too familiar with what went on up here because, I've only been up here for the last 10 years and I was already a grown ass man. but I support, the vocational. You have much better success in a job market for jobs that are hiring like that. There's always going to be a need for construction and and the trades that fall within that. Kids that are going in for coding, there's only going to be so many coding jobs. And that seems to be as much as I do believe in STEM, that's a smaller market job wise, Yeah. But there's always going to be a need, especially here in Hamilton with all the condos that are being built. There needs to be more people that can lay brick and that can, run wire and run pipe and, put things together. And that's really, the basis of society right there are the trades.
Well, and by exposing all children to all trades in some fashion, obviously there's not enough time in middle school and high school to really dig into them all, but you allow them the opportunity to say, hey, I really like that. And then for them to be, next semester, they can explore that one a little further. I can sew, I can, I'm not the cook in the family here. Tara is the one that does most of that. But, I do a lot of the own repairs because I don't have a ton of money. So I was lucky that I got to work with my uncles and everything from welding to tearing down houses to building picnic tables. So, I had a lot of uncles that had gone to trade school and taught me some things. And are our kids going to have this? So.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to happier stuff. We're starting to get a little down now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this pumpkin prowl. I know about pumpkin prowl. You know about pumpkin prowl. We have a lot of people that need to know about pumpkin prowl. And I'm going to let you give a brief demonstration of the glory that is.
Yeah, so really, for a lot of the history, you can go to pumpkinprowl.ca and kind of learn about how we got started and what's kind of gone on over the years. And like I said, this will be our 8th coming up this year. 6 of them were in person, and the last one was live. And started with a need. I wasn't going to see my kids on Halloween, and right at the end of my 2014 municipal election, we decided to have an event a couple weeks before Halloween, and that was 20 kids and about maybe 20 houses participated that first year. To the last in-person event, we had over 200 kids and some 45 homes in the neighborhood. Basically, it's an event that we do before Halloween. We actually go trick-or-treating to the neighborhood at houses that have agreed to hand out candy. We have a little festival at the park with bouncy castles and whatnot, and it's wonderful. It started off as because I was divorced, and to help parents who are divorced. There's also parents who work shift work, or maybe there's conflict in the family. This was an opportunity for the other family member to be able to enjoy a Halloween-like experience. And then, so last year, because we didn't want to lose momentum, and not that anybody would have thought any different about us not being able to do an event with COVID, but we didn't want to lose out on that momentum that we built, and we enjoy doing this. It's something we look forward to every year. Like I said, being with Cogeco 22 years, this kind of community stuff energizes me. I actually get depressed after it's over because there's so much work that goes into it, so much time, all that interacting with people and in the community, and then afterwards it's all done for a little while, and it's time for sleep and a lot of rest after that. But it's such great enjoyment for Tara and I and our family to be involved with this. So last year, I was doing some research today, trying to get timelines. It was about September 23rd that me and Tara kind of talked and said, listen, what are we going to do? Are we just going to do nothing? We need to say nothing, or we need to do something virtual. So we chose virtual, and we talked to our neighbors who own this wonderful big old church that they live in. And we thought maybe they would like to do some kind of a virtual haunted house for our event. We were just going to do Zoom, We'd done a little bit of a research on Restream because we had seen Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion had used it. So we were learning about that a little bit. And then we talked to the folks at the Slough of Despond, which is run out of the church. And they have a whole recording studio down there. So they agreed to do this for us. They hosted it. They live streamed it for us. And from that point on, it was like, wow, we couldn't imagine how we were going to try to bring all these people in like you've done here. It's a lot of work. I really commend you on the amount of work this is to try to coordinate all this. And they took that away from us took away that pressure. And then we just started to go on sites like Gig Salad and those kind of sites looking for some artists, because our kids are older. So, you know, they're even kind of not even enjoying trick-or-treating as much as they would either, right? So we're not really in tune with the whole kids entertainment market. So we started off on places like that. We kind of posted it on Hamilton Friend of Returners, I can't even say that, sites. And then some people started making some suggestions, like Mr. Ben or so many other, my friend Christopher and whatnot. And then it just kind of steamrolled from there. People were sharing it with other people, and people were saying, hey, you know, I'd love to be involved with this. And we had people all the way from Will's Jams and Kung JD, who's an Indigenous storyteller out in BC, to a storyteller down in South Carolina. We had the wonderful Sarah Smith out of London, and a lot of wonderful, talented local folks, including our friend Alfie and his wife and his daughter, who live right here in Crown Point. I think we had a total of 17 entertainers, and this was put together in a few weeks. You know, they came up with original content, and some of them even came into the church, which was a wonderful experience to meet all these artists. You know, and everybody was responsible. Everybody wore masks from the moment they got in. Even when they were getting set up on stage, they were still wearing masks. They would take it off for the performance, put their mask back on, and leave. And we had people kind of rotating in and out. I think we had about 6 or so people do it at the church. Some didn't feel comfortable doing that, so they recorded their sessions. And you know, especially the ones that were out of town, obviously sent us recordings. But just the time they gave us to do this event for kids, I think we had. It's hard to tell on we use Twitch to broadcast that. And it's really hard to tell how many people joined us, but it looked like about close to 500 people had watched the event. And plus we did something we called Upside Down Halloween, where we still wanted to bring treats to kids. So we had over 200 kids that we delivered candy to all throughout the GTHA from Burlington to Grimsby. So we made the little gift packages. You know, our kids and friends helped stuff bags, and we made some games and everything and put them in and then we delivered them to houses, to all these houses. We had maybe a dozen or so volunteers that helped us do that. And that was all done Halloween Day as well. And so, I mean, with all the volunteers we had this year, we still had about as many volunteers as we usually do at Pumpkin Prowl itself in person. Plus we had, you know, a dozen people kind of doing work in behind the scenes and all these entertainers. It was just a remarkable event. I mean, the only part of the evening that was live was Tara and I and our family kind of hosted from the basement of the Slough of Despond. So every once in a while we'd pop in and we'd say a few things. Just hearing the stories from the other artists and what they were going through and how they were struggling, you know, not having the, you know, the regular circuits that they're usually doing in the summer, you know, all the festivals and whatnot. You know, they have families, they have bills to pay. You know, a lot of them do this. This is their gig, right? So it's been tough for them. And one of my favorite, and nothing was my favorite. It was all wonderful. Everything was great. But you had introduced us to Mitch Markowitz a couple of years at your shop, and so I'd reached out to him. And I'm not good at reaching out to people, asking people, you know, to help. And I didn't even know what I wanted from him. I was, you know, I just like, ooh, I met Mitch. It's Halloween. I've always wanted to reach out to him after I had met him at your shop. And so I sent him a message on Twitter. And for the next 3 weeks, Mitch and I were contacting each other, you know, daily. He agreed to let us use any imagery, any videos, anything from the show to use in promotion and to use in on the day of the event. And if you had a chance to check out the Twitch stream, you know, we had many clips throughout from Hilarious House of Frightenstein. And he also brought in a gentleman from Bleak December, so he does a lot of voice acting and some actual live acting too. He was actually just coming back from North Bay. He was shooting a movie up there, and he agreed to give us
Anthony Mann.
Anthony DP Mann, yeah. So he agreed to give us some time as well on the show. So actually, on our Pumpkin Prowl Twitter or Facebook, YouTube channel, you can actually see me and Mitch actually talked for about an hour and a half at least, because he can just ramble on, and the stories are just phenomenal. He reminds me of my grandfather, the way he can just tell a story and just have you just excited to be sitting there listening to it. So I kind of condensed our interview with Anthony and Mitch to about 5 minutes and put that together onto the live stream, and it's still on YouTube. But that was a lot of fun. I mean, Anthony's a wonderful character actor. He does great voices. And Mitch, he's just a wonderful guy. He was super hippie on Hilarious House of Frightenstein, for those that don't remember. He was also co-creator. So just hearing the stories of how they got Vincent Price to do the show, and one day I'm hoping to put all that together and to put a kind of a podcast together so that let other people hear those stories. But it was a really special Pumpkin Prowl this year to be able to still deliver something in the middle of a pandemic and to be able to still give back to kids. And, so now we know too, right? Now we know that if something ever happens again, that there is that live option. And we even had a DJ dance party. A friend of mine and his son hosted the last hour of the show. And they actually had so much fun that after the credits rolled, when we had timed the show to end, they came back on for another half an hour, and we were dancing and just enjoying. Kind of the show was now over. It was successful. Everything kind of went without a hitch. One little programming problem we had, but it was very minor. And then afterwards, we actually stood up and we cheered. So it was just the folks from Melodic Pixel Media could make the live part, but they did all the video recording for us and all the editing. But the folks of Slow Despond and our family kind of had our own little social distance dance party, and we all stood up and clapped after it was over, because it was just, we were so in awe of what the artists had given us and the quality of everything. And to have something that large and that short of time go off the way it did, it was just very special for us. And it's wonderful to see how people have come together and how they've looked for alternate means, like yourself here with this real fun event you're doing, introducing people in the community that are involved in trying to make a difference and trying to help our fellow brothers out and sisters out. So
got to do what we got to do. That's what the world has shown us right now.
Yeah,
the message has always been there. The need has always been there, but now we're at the point where we're realizing a lot of people can work from home that before didn't think they could, and through all of this, it has brought us a lot closer. It's tightened up a lot of the communities.
Yeah, my boss said that we might not even ever go back. There's no reason. We're doing everything we need to do from home. Like go and have a lunch in the parking lot, or go do some beach volleyball when we're allowed. But otherwise, there's really not a huge need to take up space. And I like working from home. I like having my dog beside me or my cat stepping on my keyboard. And it's been really a blessing actually just listening to Tara. I mean, even though she's upstairs, I can overhear a lot of things. And I mean, her and her coworkers are interacting all day through video, and just to hear the wonderful work that they do in the community has been really eye-opening to how they serve our community and help people. So that's been another blessing is to really learn more about what Tara did. I don't think she's got to learn more about what I do, because I'm pretty quiet down here.
I do want it to be known, if Kojiko's listening, this has been a Kojiko connection.
Yeah, here as well, of course.
But we are on Kojiko here, so all is good. We're not saying anything bad about Kojiko.
That's been a struggle for us. We're Kojiko, and Tara and I've actually had to kind of set up a system where we're both connected, hardwired, because with us two working from home, 3 kids every other week working from home, they're on their phones and their tablets and their MS Teams, and Tara's on sucking up data using Zoom all day long. It's tough. It's using up a lot of resources. So.
Yeah, Tara Aronson says, "What do you do anyway, Larry?" And then Kathleen Johnson, "Yes, Larry. What is your paid job?"
I make maps.
Oh, you're a cartographer.
Well, so I take care of the kind of the inner city, and we do trades with third parties to help us get to areas kind of that each other aren't in, to help us with creating circuits and backups for our SONET networks that kind of carry the internet and all the stuff around the province, because we're everywhere from Ottawa and Pembroke to Windsor and Niagara, so it's quite a vast network there's Rogers and Bell kind of intertwined in the middle of those pieces. But so I get to work with all these third parties, Hydro Ones and whatnot, and TELUS, and create these relationships back and forth where we help each other, which you don't see in the outside world where they're competing against each other, pretty hard. But so I get to kind of work with those companies on a regular basis, and I do enjoy that. It's something I've done for a lot of years, and so I map all that out, and people come to me to understand how the inner city part of that. So that's like in between Hamilton and Toronto. What does that network look like? And then we have another team that looks after the internal Hamilton network.
Right on. So of course you're going to be quiet about it downstairs.
Yeah. Not as interesting as what she does. It's fascinating.
She works with a good group of people. I
yeah.
got to know more about through their business through Nicole, the representative that we dealt with our placement that we had back in August.
Yeah, they're a wonderful team. I mean, every team has their quirks, but it's really inspiring to see how they've kind of come together and how they keep in contact, with each other. I think that's some great leadership and just a great hardworking team. I mean, to keep busy and to still make a difference in the times that we're in, it's inspiring. So
as long as we got community, man, we can do anything.
That's right. Yeah. And it's important. It's important more than ever to come together and help each other where you can. And, you can't always help each other financially, but you can also share something. You can write something. You can make sure you let people know what things mean to you, because before you know it, we lose a store that's important to us. We lose a landmark that's important to us. And if we don't say nothing, then people don't realize how what that means to us. And I think the situation you find yourself in, we can say some things, and we can point out the the kind of hypocrisy of standing in line at a Costco to a small business that might see 5 people during a day, and there's so many things that they could be doing. Like I come into your shop, I do what I need to do there. You take a few minutes to sanitize down, and then let the next person in. There's so many things that I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they just don't have time to sit and think of all these intricacies, and that's why we're seeing more kind of broader kind of decisions being made. But I think it's it's up to us to say, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And to share that and kind of inspire some thought in them of how we could do this better. I mean, we haven't seen this since 1918. We're in the biggest recession that we've been in since World War II, right?
Yeah.
It was the fastest that's ever happened. Fastest and shortest that it's ever happened. We dropped like 18% in the GDP, and we're only kind of back up to 5%. And they don't figure us getting back to where we were back in February until the end of 2021. It's a tough time, and we need to, we need to be safe. We need to do what we need to do to keep people safe and keep our, ICUs low. But when we start opening things back up, we need to, we need to do better. Small businesses, there's just not, as you said, there's just not enough supports to, there's going to be tens of thousands of business. There was a great talk on the Scott Thompson show before the holidays when we first went into lockdown about the number of businesses that are, they're just not going to make it. And it's just not fair, the measures they're putting in place to, allow what's happening at big box stores and to shut down all of our small businesses. What's Ottawa Street? I mean, I've lived here. I've lived in Hamilton my whole life. I remember going to Ottawa Street as a kid with my grandmother. And then I remember moving here almost 15 years ago. Ottawa Street has come a long way in that time, and it takes a long time. So how many businesses are we going to lose? How long is it going to take to bring business back? And what does that do to the street, the safety of the street? Right now, I walk down there and there's lights on, there's beautiful displays, at 9:00 at night, walking my dog. I feel safe walking down a place like this. I don't really feel safe going down Barton Street in my end of the city where there's so many things boarded up and whatnot. So I stay more to Ottawa Street. These are all the little things that we lose by losing business.
Yeah, absolutely. And look what happened after the steel industry crashed here. Barton Street was the bustling epicenter of Hamilton. It had a Rolls-Royce dealership for a while. And then the steel industry, went under and everything got boarded up, and everything is still pretty much boarded up. I understand, the different BIAs that are working those areas are trying, and the neighborhood hubs, but still, it's like little oases of like, oh, here's my pie, and then there's, you know, over near Sherman, and then there's, you know, the businesses in that area, and then you've got another 3 blocks of just boarded up, rundown buildings, and then you make it to another section of Barton that has like a few businesses that are open and thriving, and then more, you know, boarded up windows. The same thing is happening on King, only instead of them being boarded up, it's Ambitious Realty signs. It's, you know, Red Brick Realty, it's Malleum, and nothing's being pushed, you know. And it seems like, you know, more condos are going up, but it's not bringing more business. It's not, more businesses aren't popping up. And I really fear that we're going to turn into like, you know, Toronto, where I mentioned earlier, where it's just going to be all major corporation stores filling up these spaces.
Yep.
And, you know, because the malls are dying. That's a given.
But who wants to go to, you know, a place like the center on Barton where it's not walkable, it's not safe to walk around there.
Oh, it's the worst. Back when I was a pedestrian, it was the worst to try to navigate. We'd take a bus down there and then try walking across parking lots and, you know, the driving areas. And it's, if you're on one side of the, yeah, like say you're on the shopper's side and you have to get over to where Marshall's is, it's very hard to get across those little streets, you know.
And the great thing about a mall or a shopping district like, Barton BAA or Ottawa Street or Concession or any of these other, you know, Locke and James, is that you go there for something and then you're walking around and you say, oh, you know, I'm going to go in there, or I'm going to go in here. And that just, you know, like me and Ottawa Street going for a haircut and for the best, you know, butter tart in the world. It doesn't happen at a place like Center on Barton where you're driving over there, you're going to your one stop and maybe you need to go over here for gas or whatever, but that's what you're doing. You're driving around to whatever you need to do, and you're not accidentally stopping at places because they're there along your travels through a mall or through a shopping district. So
exactly. Even when we were on Spring Street, I would leave the shop and go visit my business neighbors up and down King.
Yep.
You know? And I would make it down to James Street on my travels, and it was great. You could just walk and be like, oh, let's stop and see what Nikki B's doing over here at Vintage Soul Geek. Or, oh, we'll zip around the corner and visit Mina at Cafe Aranya or Christy over at Tundra Leather, you know, and I know their names, not just because we were business neighbors, but because I frequented them before we moved over there.
And that's the wonderful thing is that you do, especially, you know, after you're living here for so long and, you know, running a business for so long or being involved in the community, you get to know them, you know their names, you know their families, you know, you think of Hammerheads and, you know, how they've been involved in their family. Those are important aspects of our community. And
knowing a person's first name, like if I say Dave Couric, you know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
You know, if I mention either of the Jelly Brothers, you know the Jelly Brothers, and that's what I love when I said earlier that I love the small business community is being on a first name basis. I remember the first time I had gone into mixed media after we had, you know, kind of got the shop going for a year or so, and Dave Couric was like, "Oh, hey Jim, how are things?" I'm like, he knows my name. Someone else who Jeff Smith over at Cool Toys or Cool Stuff. Tanya and I walked in there. I'd never been in the store before, and it happened to be a day we walked in that area of the city, and we went and checked things out. And he's like, "Oh, Jim and Tanya, how are you?" And she's like, "How the fuck does he know me?" And because he was keeping an eye on us on social media. Yep. And you know, one of my big things is knowing people's names. So when we first moved over here to West Ave. There was a little convenience store in the corner of Robert and Wellington, just kitty corner from our old place. And it's run by an Indian fellow. And I was like, you know what? I'm pretty much your neighbor. I'm in here all the time. I'm Jim. How are you? His name is Yogi. His birthday is coming up here soon. And every year I get him a card that I make myself with things written in Hindi because, you know, they don't make Christmas cards that are in Hindi because Christmas doesn't exist there. But, you know, and that's something I like to know. The convenience store over here across the street from the General Hospital, Danny Kim, when him and his sister Mindy owned it, I had to know their names because I was in there all the time. And that's just important to me. And in this, you know, in this city as a business owner, it still makes me happy knowing people's names that run businesses and being on that first name basis where I can be like, oh, hey, Lauren. And she's like, hi, Jim. Lauren being our neighbor over at the Witch's Fix. It's just, I like that we can still, if you know the owner's first name and can address them by it, and they know your name, then you have that small town mentality that really makes the heart of everything.
Yeah, and so many of these businesses have been around so long. I mean, I was walking through some textile shops in Ottawa before Christmas as well. You're like, well, you think to yourself, how are they going to survive when things are closed down? How am I going to feel this fabric? How am I going to see all the different kinds you have? And you know, like, and you're walking through these realizing that, you know, my parents, my grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, great grandparents, they've shopped here and they've made clothes and other things for their families at these shops. And to think about losing those, you know, like, especially, you know, if we, you know, say all the textiles kind of couldn't make it through this pandemic for some of those same reasons. You know, that's Ottawa Street. It's a textile district, you know.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, so Larry, I am so grateful that you were able to come and be a part of this today. It's been a joy hearing all of your knowledge. And, I'm glad to see you're doing well, and you know, you've kept the hair going.
Yeah.
Not everybody can pull off these locks.
Well, I had some good locks before. You know, my sister got a hold of me. That's kind of why she attacked me. She's like, "You're getting a haircut right now." I'm like, okay.
"Oh, come on." You could have grown it out and had it all done flock of seagull style.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got a much better hairline than I do. You could have pulled it off.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky that way. Yes.
Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thanks so much.
I'm glad to see that you, the wife, the kids are all doing well and surviving this. And like I've been telling everybody, I really look forward to being able to see you in person on the other side of all this.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing your shop finally. So let's get her done here, Jim.
I hear you. I'm masking up, staying safe, staying distance, and putting out the good word that, you know, keeping everybody's positivity up.
Sounds great.
All right, Larry.
Take care.
Your night. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will resume, and hopefully it'll be time for the music.
That's awesome. Looking forward to it.
All right, Larry. Cheers.
Cheers.
I am taking a quick 5. I will be right back. And by then, it'll be time for some live music from some of our local musicians that are going to be a part of this. So I will talk to you soon. Do your face so you can sit in when I'm behind. I don't want to do my face. Put a mask on. Wait, no. Can I do? I know, you think you're going on. Oh God, you're so heavy. Okay. Hi. I get the dog every time. I tried to put Zoe in your seat, but she's so tiny. And I am back. Okay. I think we've charged enough. Ooh, my arms hurt from carrying that. I forgot that these things only last 3 hours. Okay, so let me check the schedule, see who we have next. Okay, so we've got Mike Hutchings coming at 6:30. So that gives us about half an hour. Sorry, that gives us about an hour. In case you're just joining us, we have biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints, where our auction is going on right now. We've got so many things up for grabs. Gosh, where do I start with all this? So Savage Gardens Landscaping has donated 10 lawn mowings, or you could use them for house cleanings. Whatever service you'd like from them is there. You can bid on that. We have a blanket from Irene, who hand knitted it. That's up for grabs. Berto from the shop has given us a painting that he's auctioning off. David Brace from B Contemporary Gallery has also done a painting that is up for grabs. You can check them out at biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints. We also have a nail set done by Tanya. Gel set of nails, full set with artwork. That's up for grabs. I have put up a tattoo gift certificate for $150. That's there now. And we have tattoo date night, which is a dinner, manicure, and tattoos for 2. You can bring your partner, you can bring your best friend, your mom, your sister, whoever. We don't care, but there's only 2 of you. The meal will be provided by a local restaurant to be determined before then. And it will have to be after everybody's reopened with the I don't want to say reopen the economy, but all the small businesses are reopened. Trying to think what else we have on there. We have t-shirts that are up for bids, a medium and an extra large from Courage Pro Wrestling. We have a painting from Bonnie McGill of Ray. What else is there? But yeah, go check it out. We have that. If you're looking to donate, which this telethon is for, I understand that the whole direction we were going with has changed to where I'm here at home and we're doing everything virtually, where it was originally going to be at the shop and have a little more production value. If you're looking to donate to help us out during this pandemic, to keep the shop afloat while we are currently out of work, you can donate through PayPal at vagabondsaints@gmail.com. You can go to our GoFundMe page, which is on all of our social media, or you can e-transfer if you're here in Canada. You can e-transfer to vagabondsaints@gmail.com. The information for the bidding and at least for the e-transfer are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Give me a second. I will update that. Okay. There we go. Made the ticker a little bit longer with all the information that you'll need. So yeah, we are in 5.5 hours of 24. So that gives us less than 20 hours to go. Less than. Oh, let me check real quick. So we are still holding steady at $210 raised since earlier today. Yep, we're still at $210. Sorry about that. I got distracted by all the messages I've been avoiding since I've been on screen. Okay, so we haven't hit the $1,000 where Tanya's going to show off her Tammy Faye Baker makeup. There's still 15 minutes till that goal. Yeah, Tanya was going to do her makeup Tammy Faye Baker style, but that was only if we raised $1,000 by 6 o'clock. So we still got a little ways to go. I mean, we could push it. Once we hit $1,000, then she'll do it, she says. In case you're wondering why Tanya's not here in front of the camera, she didn't sign up for this. I'm the one that took the reins and kind of made the thing. And I didn't want to force her into something that, you know, she was a little uncomfortable with. She's not a big camera person, as you can tell from, you know, her endless YouTube videos that she makes. No, this was my undertaking, and it's my endurance. She will be intermittently voicing herself from the other room. She just doesn't want to be live. But yeah, so we've had a slew of really good people that have been on for interviews and everything. We've got some more people coming up. Then at 11 o'clock, we kick into our evening section, where we are going to have some good times. There may be some technical difficulties with some of the pre-recorded material. We were able to get around it earlier because Justin Shaw sent us a link to his video on his YouTube page. So we were able to do it through the Chrome browser. But the other two videos that they sent us, we may not have audio on them, which I mean is probably for the best, considering that the overlords at YouTube won't let us use non-original music. So we'll figure that all out. If we'll make something happen. The video will be there. It's just the audio may be an issue. I'm giving forewarning on that. Later on, we still have Mike Hutchings, Max the Lesser, and Thomas Duxbury doing some musical performances. We've got Andrea Pullman coming in for an interview. The Hub of the Hammer is going to be doing a trivia thing, which I'm really looking forward to. I haven't been able to see Matt Serena in his natural element, so it will be good for me to witness that. This evening, we've still got Kat the Satanist, Courage Pro Wrestling. More of the after-hour stuff will be some pole dancing with Abby Ives and some belly dancing with Fatima. We also have some more interviews with Laura Farr, and Manola Zentanos will be sitting in with us for a bit tonight. And we are still looking for a spot to put... we're still waiting word on when we can have the cooking segment with James Tremaine from the Hardy Hooligan. So I'm pretty stoked on that. I think there might have been talk of butter tarts, but we'll see. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But yeah, we are at almost 6 hours, which leaves 14 more hours to go till I can feel the warm embrace of my bed. I'm also going to, I guess, involuntarily be on a slight hunger strike while we're doing this, if that would help. But yeah, I'm very appreciative of everybody who's been in the comment section interacting. I'm seeing the stuff. I'm trying to work it in as I can. I'm totally down for the next half hour to answer any questions you have of me, and personal questions, business questions, go for it. This is my AMA. Ask me anything. I will answer it, and I will provide facts to make you know that it's true. So yeah, fire away. Everybody that's in the comment section, go for it. Even if you're not in the comment section. If you're trying to text me, I'm not going to be responding because it's kind of rude to be on my phone while I'm being, doing this. But yeah, I'm really excited to interact with everybody. You might get some information you never had before. And I'd like to address Glenn Danzig. The best part is, Glenn, this jacket also has matching pants. Am I wearing them? No, I'm wearing shorts like a fucking fat kid in January. But I was saying earlier, I chose the Kevin Smith route: a suit jacket and a t-shirt and some shorts. That's what us chubby kids do now. Being a newly founded chubby kid has been nice. Liam is back from his walking his pup. What's your favorite tattoo you ever done? Well. My favorite tattoo. Now, pretty much anything I can do that's of my own work originally, I love. I absolutely love. I also love doing lettering and stuff. But there was one tattoo that I did, and this was back when I was in the Air Force. So this was 2007. No, not 2007. 1997, 1998. A girl from the medical training squadron asked me, had found out that I was, had been tattooing. This is before I ever had an apprenticeship. So I was still in my shitty days. Had me do a tattoo on her vagina, and it was an open zipper. So it basically looked like her sniz was unzipped, with the key being right above the. Tanya's directing me on proper terminology. So I tattooed over her mons, and the zipper key was above her clitoris. Basically, her sniz looked like it was unzipped, and it was my favorite piece, not because it was on her lady business, but because of all the little zipper keys and how the skin was just a different elasticity. But it was so challenging that became my favorite piece, just because of just how labor intensive it was, and just the whole situation. This poor chick had to keep her leg like up in the air the whole time, and then had to do the other side. It was wild. And but yeah, I would have to say, Liam, that was my favorite tattoo that I ever did. I mean, there's a lot of tattoos that are in my favorites, but that one was pretty much a landmark tattoo. So hopefully that answers your question. Oh, and Liam also says that he'd like to have me ink him this year. He doesn't have a vag, but he cannot wait. That's fine if you have a vag or don't. That has no relevance on me doing the work. Ironically, though, I have never tattooed male genitals. In all my years of doing this, I have never tattooed ding dong or balls. My kid brother, I set up my machine once and he tattooed his own shit, but I didn't watch. I was in no way involved with that process. I sat behind him out of view of his, downstairs bonanza. But he did that. Myself, I don't have a tattoo there. I no desire to desecrate one of my favorite parts of my anatomy. So, but yeah, favorite tattoo I did was on a vag. Place I've not tattooed is the male genitals, or sorry, the penis and balls. Also, I've never tattooed a butthole.
We gotta cross that off the list.
Yeah, that's something cross off the list. I've never tattooed an actual butthole or around the butthole. That's definitely another area that I would be like, all right, this is going to be tricky. Let's see. What's my favorite tattoo of my own tattoos? I would have to say, God, that's a toss-up. So I got so many. Like, my first tattoo was my favorite, just because it was my first tattoo. It's up here on my shoulder. I've got a little Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes, and it was when he was in negative. So he's X-ray. So it's basically Calvin, and you can see his skeleton. And I got that back 97, I want to say. Little shop outside of Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas. And I got it because I love Calvin and Hobbes and what it represents. I've always looked younger than I am, and I was into, cartoons and animation and stuff. So, and plus with it looking like he was electrocuted, it kind of signified my last name of Watts, which most of you should know is a measurement of electricity. So that was my favorite because it was my first, but I've got so many more since then that have a lot more meaning to me. I've got. If you're going to be a part of this, then come in here. I can't talk to a screen and have you chattering at me. You're more than welcome to come in here. Trying to think. Lately, my favorite piece, it does change. As I get something new, it does change. But lately, my favorite piece is the Monkeys logo that I have on my my forearm here that Sophie did. That's definitely one of my favorite pieces. You know, a lot of motherfuckers are like, oh, the best band I ever knew was the Beatles. No, for me, it was the Monkeys. I still to this day love the Monkeys. During the last lockdown, I got the Mike and Mickey show autographed. Like, I love the Monkeys. They were such an inspiration on me. And so right now, and I know Sophie's loving hearing this, but that's my favorite piece right now is the dancing, the Monkeys piece on my forearm. I do have plans for a dynamite Misfits piece to go on the back of my arm here, which Sophie is going to be doing. And that might become my next favorite piece. So I hope that answers the question for Andrea. My favorite for right now, my favorite tattoo is the Monkeys piece. James Tremaine has popped in. I thought you'd say her whiskey butt, but zipper snatch, yeah. Yeah, but James does have a pretty decent whiskey butt. It's the word whiskey spelled in its proper way without the E on their butt. Liam asks, is there a piece you've seen from one of the workers in your shop that blows you away? Yeah. I wouldn't say a piece that's blown me away. I would definitely have to say with Sophie, not to blow too much smoke up her ass, but she has come a long way since she started with us almost 2 years ago. You know, her artwork improved, which then also it made for better tattoos with her. I'm really, really proud of, you know, her journey with us, you know, with the shop and with what she's been doing. The level that she achieved in such a short period of time has blown me away. But that's not to say that, you know, Elise also hasn't improved with her work. That she's come quite a distance since she started with us just over a year ago, or almost a year ago. Her 1 year anniversary is coming up. Jessica, the apprentice, her work is coming along really well from when she first started. So I can't really break it down to one piece, but I can say that they have all equally come up in such a fashion that it's really impressed me. So yeah. Next question. Sophie, quit fucking crying. You're gonna dehydrate with all the crying you do now. God damn. And by the way, that's not really Glenn Danzig, it's Sophia Baccio. Another fun fact for the shop is that Sophie and I share a birthday. I think it was shortly after I hired her that, I don't want to say hired her, but brought her on, you know, with the shop. She mentioned something about her birthday being January 20th. And I was like, no, it's not. And we whipped out our IDs. And sure enough, we both celebrate a birthday on January 20th. So next Wednesday, or this upcoming Wednesday, I will be 45. And if I'm not mistaken, she'll be turning 24. If you want, you can, you know, send gifts to her because she's had a pretty rough year. As most of you might have heard, she got diagnosed with diabetes like 3 months ago. So yeah, she's had a rough go, but she's coming out on top, and yep, she'll be another year older, 24, and having to shoot up insulin every day. And I'm not saying that to be an ableist. I'm just saying it because I know she's watching and it's fucking funny. If we can't laugh about it, then it's serious. So, but yeah, Sophie's here in the comment section if you want to talk to her. And I might actually have to zoom her into this and talk to her for a bit tonight. You down for that, Soph? I know you can see me.
It's your comment
Oh.
to me, clip dancing.
Courage Pro, we don't acknowledge that era of the Misfits. That was a Misfits cover band trying to write original Misfits songs. Michael Graves is a garbage human being. I'm being told, yeah, Sophie, just put a mask on and then cover your hair with a hat. Put it in a ponytail.
Andrea, I washed my hair for only this.
Oh, this is great. I do not know of a CPW champion in my building.
Sandra's son?
Oh, that's right. I didn't really think of him as being in the building. He's just kind of crashing at his mom's house.
Oh.
Yeah, it's what, Arrow Tyler, I want to say. Nick. Yeah, Nick. I guess Nick's been staying with his mom. I don't know. I've seen him a few times. I used to talk to him a lot more back when we were on Barton Street, and then like he's grown up and gotten a girlfriend and a job and everything. So I just see him in passing. Plus I've been busy, but yeah. I didn't know he was a champion. God damn. All right. No more deep questions for me. In case you're wondering, I am not sponsored by Bubbly, but you will see a lot of their product passing before your eyes because all I do is drink tea and water. All right. Oh, how's the Stephen King collection coming along? Any new books? No. There are new books coming along. I think I need 20 more books for the hardcover collection, and pretty much nobody on Kijiji or Facebook Marketplace has any of the books that I need. I have completely got all the books that everybody has just flooded their market with. I still have a bunch of early ones, and I need a bunch of the later ones. So, but there hasn't been any new books, probably in about a week. I think the last time I got books is when I went out to Grimsby. No, not Grimsby, Guelph. I drove out to Guelph and I got I think like 11 books for a really good price. I know which one I'm looking for now. It's the Bachman books collection. That one's important to me. That has like one of my all-time favorite stories. I'll never be able to afford the individual books with their original printings because King will not re-release them. And I'm looking at about $100 for the Bachman book. And with money being tight right now, I'm not spending $100 on a book. I'd spend $100 on all the books that I need altogether. But yeah. So no new books just yet. Andrea asks, aside from a butthole tattoo, what's your dream tattoo to do? Well, it would have been the butthole tattoo. I really don't know about a dream tattoo. I pretty much have tattooed everything I want to anytime I want. Like customers do come to me with such a vast array of things that I get to do a little bit of everything I like to do. So it would have to be the butthole tattoo. That's my dream tattoo that's next. I've tattooed armpits. I've tattooed pretty much everywhere except the butthole and penis and balls. So yeah, I can't. There's really no dream tattoo. There's tons of pieces I've drawn that I would like to do. It's just a matter of the right person coming along that wants them. So the next question: who's gonna win the Bruins Devils rematch? I'm always got my money on the Devils. I'm a Devils fan for life. My first hockey game was the Devils' very first hockey game, and that's the way it's got to be. I know that this is Larry, who's a Bruins fan, but they're like Chris Parkinson was buried in his Toronto jersey. I'm going to be buried in my Devils jersey. Okay, the next question I have: do you also enjoy the? Yeah, I enjoy the books. Definitely enjoy the books. Tim Curry or Skarsgård your favorite? Pennywise. It's really I can't say one's better than the other because it's like saying, who's the better Joker or who is the better Darren on Bewitched. Each actor brought something different to the character and made the character stand out that way. With Tim Curry, he brought the scary as well as, the lame humor, that a clown should have, the whole beep, beep, Richie, and the thing that he did in the library, the comedy that he brought to it was fine. Skarsgård really didn't bring any humor to the character. It's a clown. It should have a little bit of humor. He just came into it full scary, full creepy. But what he did was fantastic, and it was more in line with what the book had for the character. So I really can't say who was better for playing it or Pennywise. Each one brought something different to the table. Darren on Bewitched, yeah. Yeah, I don't hide my age. I've owned up to it. The gray that I have in my hair, I don't hide anymore. The gray in my beard, I don't hide. It is what it is, and I just go with it. And I've lived in some pretty good times. Lots of cultural references that people nowadays probably won't understand, but those that are old enough to appreciate them, that's where the audience for me is. Bonnie and her Habs. When's the last time the Habs have won anything? Berto's a Habs fan, and
He's from Montreal.
yeah, but still, I don't remember the Habs winning anything.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they win some sympathy from their fans. Oh, next year, guys. All right, so the next performance is going to be at 6:30. Yeah, we had the one musician that had to back out, so there's nothing I can do. As a Leafs fan, I just keep my head down and hope we don't have a Game 7. Remember when they shortened the season and the Leafs still choked? It was a shorter season. Like, if it had been at the beginning of their season, they would have been fine. They do fine. I'll give the Leafs that. In the beginning of the season, they do great. And it's like somebody just pops their spark plug and their engine dies for the rest of the season. But yeah, it's funny. They're the most expensive team to see in the NHL, and they are the losingest team. I don't want to say the losingest. That's a little unfair, but they haven't had a Stanley Cup since when? 1960? 67. That's sad. That's sad. Like, haven't the Mighty Ducks have a Stanley Cup win since then?
I don't know. They got a fucking Disney movie though.
Movie was first. The movie was first, and when Anaheim bought their team, they named, because Disney paid for it, then they became the Mighty Ducks, but they're not the Mighty Ducks anymore. They're the Anaheim Ducks. Just had to school Tanya on some hockey. Emilio came before there was the NHL team. I will share a recipe with you guys that I made last night. I call it buttered Indian balls. And what it is I was going to make butter chicken. And I actually love homemade butter chicken, but I don't always have the time to make it, and it's a little ingredient intensive. You have to get the coconut milk and the curry powder and everything. So I use Patak's butter chicken sauce, and it's not bad. It's got some good flavor to it. So I cooked up some rice. I grabbed a jar of the Patak's, and then I was like, well, shit, I don't want to cook up chicken right now. So I had a whole bag of pre-made meatballs that I threw into the air fryer, and they were turkey meatballs. And then I just threw them on the rice with the butter chicken sauce because I'm a lazy shit sometimes. And it ended up being really delicious. I understand if they were like actual beef meatballs, then it wouldn't be servable in an Indian restaurant because they hold cow sacred. But yeah, it came out so nice. And I'm kind of wishing I still had more meatballs to make it again. But it's Indian butter balls. Or buttered Indian balls, however you want to see it. To answer Andrea's question right now, what do I prefer, Mighty Ducks or Space Jam? I would have to say Space Jam because of animation. Those of you who aren't too familiar with me, I have a deep, deep, deep love for animation. I'm 45 years old and I still will watch pretty much anything that's a cartoon. Within reason. I don't like Scooby-Doo because it was just repetitive. But I am a huge animation fan. One of my original goals was to be an animator. I actually went to Disney World my senior year of high school to pursue that. And, but yeah, Space Jam had animation. Now the Mighty Ducks, I mean, it's got fucking Emilio. It has Penub. Really good movie. I loved it as a kid, but you got me in this, which would you rather situation, and it would be Space Jam just because of the animation. And I'm not a big Looney Tunes fan to begin with, but I do just have this fondness for animation and live action. That came about with Ralph Bakshi with Fritz the Cat, and he ended up doing Cool World. I think that was around the time of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But yeah. Someone's asking Animaniacs. I was a fan of Animaniacs when they first started. I have not had the chance to catch any of the episodes of the new stuff that they have put out. I'm looking forward to it. It's just I don't have Hulu, and I'm not gonna get in trouble for downloading shit just for that. My Pet Monster, that I remember the toys. I don't remember the cartoon. But then again, in the 80s and early 90s, there was an influx of animation. The 80s was actually like the dark ages of animation, but there was just so much out there. So I can't actually say anything about My Pet Monster. Scooby-Doo is a classic, yes, but you watch one season, you've watched them all. The gang runs into somebody at the beginning of the show. They end up broken down or go into some place that's got a haunting or something. And then they end up finding somebody, they run around the place. It's very repetitive, and I have a problem with that. That's why I don't watch a lot of porn, is because it's the same formula over and over, and it's just repetitive. And it actually makes me sick to my stomach when things are just too repetitive. So don't tell Jenna the Piercer, because that girl's whole life is based on Scooby-Doo. Okay. Is there any image you absolutely refuse to tattoo on someone, excluding hate symbols? Yeah. The image that I absolutely refuse to tattoo on someone is Dreamcatchers. I'm kidding. No, I actually hate tattooing basic bitch stuff on people. Aside from hate symbols, gang symbols, I just don't like doing the bird with the fucking the feather turning into blackbirds, or an infinity symbol. None of that stuff. I don't. The basic shit that's just overdone. Anytime a new trend comes out, by like the second month of doing it, when it was watercolors, or when it was fine line, or when it was whatever trend it is, I get burnt out on it very quickly. Again, repetition. But as for one particular image that I absolutely refuse to tattoo, there really isn't one that I just straight up say no to. But it would. You've taken my one response away by excluding the hate symbols. We had a guy come into the shop, give a little bit of story time, because I know Irene was asking for some. We're at the old shop on Spring Street, and this guy comes in, and he's being really quiet about what he wants. Dude straight up wanted me to do the SS symbol on him, and I'm like, not happening, not happening. I will not put the SS symbol on a person. And the closest that I'll come is if I do the KISS logo, because those S's do look like the SS logo, but they are not the SS logo. So I tell the guy I'm not doing it, and he's like, okay, man, yeah, I understand. And then jumps back into it, and he's like, listen, so my grandparents were killed by the Nazis in Poland, and I want the SS symbol to commemorate like how they had to die. And I'm like, that's not happening. So then he's still trying. He's still like putting the irons to me. And I'm like, listen, man, I'm not doing it. And I'm being quiet over around the corner where the counter was. And so he's like, well, would you be able to do a swastika? And I'm like, no. That's like asking a girl to go to bed with you, and she says no, and then you're like, well, what about anal? So dude finally realizes, I am not budging on this. I am not gonna do any Nazi symbolism on him. And so he leaves, and Andrew Thompson was in the shop, and he comes over and he's like, hey man, did that guy want a swastika or something? Yeah. Like that's how that is exactly how transparent this gentleman was. And we never saw him again. I do, on the other side of this coin, I do enjoy covering up swastikas and shit like that. There was a short period of time where I had like this I don't know, I was on a high horse or something, where I wouldn't do anti-religious symbols. But then I was like, you know what? Who gives a shit? It's fake anyways. So upside down crosses, Jesus getting, pegged in his butthole with a cross. I don't care. I don't see that as hate imagery. But I will not do anything that's gang related, MC related, Nazi related, nothing like that. So hopefully that answers the question for you, Kat. Larry, we actually did talk about this before. That's how I was quite surprised that you were going to be an animator. We talked about it at the last pumpkin crawl that I was a participant at. And Sophie, I wouldn't fire you for doing a flower tattoo. You do pretty decent flowers. It's just so funny seeing Glenn Danzig on the screen. Hey, just realized that we are into the 6th hour. Oh, Sophie, I would do Hatchet Man tattoos all day. All day. I would do Shaggy 2 Dope and Violent J's faces. I would do a 2-liter bottle tattooed coming out of somebody's butt crack. Whoop, whoop, all day long. When we reopen the shop, it's going to be nothing but ICP that we listen to. Nothing but. We all know Sophie's quietly a juggalo. We picked Jessica the Apprentice and I picked up Sophie when she was living up on the mountain one day, and just as shits and giggles, I put on ICP. Sophie gets in the car, doesn't even acknowledge it. Like it's just like that's her world, because she's such an ICP fan. She's a juggalo, and like she even sang along. And then she was like, "Why are you guys listening to ICP?" Because you're a juggalo. And I don't want anybody to think that we're juggalo haters, because we're not. I have no problem with ICP. I find great joy in some of their songs. I was quite impressed with the whole storyline that they had going with like the original 6 Joker cards. Like it was good marketing. It was really fun that way. So also I have done ICP tattoos. I have done Hatchet Men. I have done Joker cards. So I have no problem doing ICP tattoos. Actually, I think we should do more ICP tattoos, but not anything from the 2nd or the 3rd Joker decks, because I didn't like the artwork on them. They kind of phoned it in, like the Great Malenko and Riddlebox and up to the Jekyll Brothers. Really sound design work, but then like everything after, like Hell's Pit, I was like, come on. Or it was after the Wraith, I think. It was just Liam, I would do a Vanilla Ice piece on you, straight up. I would make sure fucking Rob Van Winkle has the slits in his eyes and that pout, and we put something like, "Why don't you drop the 0 and get with a hero?" That's what I would do. I will draw one up. I will draw up a Vanilla Ice piece if you get it. Okay, so just a reminder for those that are joining in with us, we do have the auction going on at biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints. We have a lot of stuff there to be bid upon. So the winner can take that home. And we are looking for contributions. That's why this is a telethon. We need to try to raise as close to $20,000 as we can. The lowest that we can come out of this with is 7. And that will get us through 1 month of this lockdown for the next month. If you would like, you can find our OnlyFans, which is on. Sorry, that's our plan C. If this doesn't fucking work, I'm opening an OnlyFans account. I'll probably be very popular with the bears, and that's okay. I can't stop people from liking what they see. Our GoFundMe is on all of our social media, and find that, and sure enough, you can drop some pennies in our jar. If you'd like to e-transfer, you can do that through vagabondsaints@gmail.com and on PayPal, vagabondsaints@gmail.com. By helping us out, you are keeping a small business going that has active ties with helping the community. So if we don't make it and we get kicked out of our spot for not paying rent, or if we fail to make our bills, we'll get kicked out for that as well. Then, there are many organizations and groups that we have helped. Even our freelance stuff. Jessica the Apprentice and I were going out when the tents were all over the city. The tent cities were up, and we were taking food and water to them. Sophie was going and making meals and giving those out to people. And we did it all quietly so that, we didn't seem like we're carrying crosses and asking for martyrdom. But, we actually do firsthand stuff with a lot of people. The work that we do collecting goods for the Sex Workers Action Program, we won't be able to do that if we're out of business. So one of the biggest parts of this telethon is us showing the people that we work with, the organizations that we work with, and, to kind of let people know that we're not just a fucking tat shack, that we are much more than that. We're humanitarians. We are people that give a shit about the community. We're a mental health safe space. We do all these things to make our shop more than just, a tat shack. Yeah, come in, get tattooed. We'll make sure that your mental health is good, and, that people aren't going to be out there starving and without clothes and whatnot. So help us out so that we can still be a part of the community in that manner. We are getting close to our next performance that's coming up. So give me a second to send them their link. Bear with me as this gets to be a little... I don't know how these kids today can do these Twitch streams and stuff, because damn. I'm 6 hours and 18 minutes in. This is nuts. Okay. Okay, so just waiting for the next performer to get themselves all set to go. Okay, so they are getting themselves on their way. I got time for probably like 2 more questions. Oh, to answer Sophie, the next performance is in 10 minutes. If you want to hop on now, Soph, we can do that. I'll send you a request. There we go. We're going to get Sophie in for the next 10 minutes. Yes, we did make the canvas bags, and we're a candy drop-off location for the pumpkin prowl. That was actually fun. Oh, the bin drive was the dumpster drive that we did to raise all of the food donations after Chris Parkinson passed away, to try to help out the organizations that we had, that we were contributing food items to, but because Chris was gone, we figured we'd do it all in one. Sophie's no longer worried about hair, just eyebrows. Yeah, Sophie, so the link I sent you on Messenger, Facebook Messenger, you click on that and it will bring you into this. Oh. Sophie!
What's up?
I hate that I have to say this, but I fucking missed you.
Oh, I missed you guys.
I drove by your street the other day. A couple days ago. Yeah.
Which one?
The one over near Freshco.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have many streets.
Yeah. I was coming back from somewhere. Oh, Tanya and I went for a drive just after we looked after the shop. We drove down like Main Street and then to Centennial, then looped around and came down Barton.
Oh.
And I was like, hey, that bitch Sophie lives over there. And Tanya's like, cool. And we carried on. I'm so glad to see you.
I did my eyebrows, but I didn't wash my hair.
Hey, your hair looks fun though. No one can tell.
Terrible.
Wait, are you under the stairs, Harry Potter?
Yes.
Love it. Love it.
It's a mood.
That's cool. That's cool. So
Nothing
I've been keeping myself busy drawing titties. You don't check on my Snapchat anymore, so.
I haven't opened Snapchat in like a month.
Well, you should, because I draw titties every day.
Every corn titties is back.
Not corn titties, just titties in general.
Isolation titties.
Yeah.
The best kind.
Yeah. No, I've been actually working with, here, I'll show you. I've actually been working with some poses.
Oh.
I guess we'll let everybody see, huh? See? Like that, I'm actually using anatomy and shit. It's not just titties.
It's just titties.
I think we're up to like 30 titties now. I've been saying it a lot.
On one person. 30.
I've been saying titties to everybody. I'm working it into every conversation. I didn't say it. I don't think I said it with Larry when Larry was on. I don't think I said it to him. But yeah, titties, titties, titties.
I've been like in and out of it for a couple hours.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm bored. I've been drawing. Like,
well, I mean, I know you cry a lot now, but like legitimately, how are you? Like, it's
good.
Like you're not going crazy, you know.
I'm going slightly more crazy than normal.
Yo, we have cars now. Why don't we just meet up and go drag racing somewhere?
You'd probably win.
Maybe. My car is newer.
Well, I don't have a roof, so.
Yeah, well, if you have your roof on, it's not going to have as much drag.
Honestly, I drove with it top down last night.
How was that?
Cold.
That'll happen in January.
But it was 2 degrees, so it was fine. Just blast the heat, put the seat warmers on. It's a good time.
Not an HR issue. You're on cam, not in shop. I say titties in the shop too.
That's true.
My cousin April, she lives down in Texas, and every day she is sending me messages about the drawings I post on Snapchat. And I'm like, I'm so happy that you're so accepting of the titties that I draw. And she was like, why wouldn't I? They're like the best thing in the world. And then I find out that she is a former exotic dancer. And I was like, good for you. Like, awesome for her. I was like, something else I didn't know. And but it was so great that like I've got this cousin that is just so behind the bullshit that I do that she's like, thanks for the daily titties, cousin Jim.
I hope my parents are watching this.
Christine McLeod can't get mad about titties.
I think my dad just texted me, so I hope that he's seeing this. It'd be really funny if he was. Oh, he didn't.
Your mom. Sissy, why is he talking to you about titties?
He's downstairs. Like, I moved back in with my mom.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, this is my mom's house.
Oh. I thought you were still at Jess's. That's why I thought I drove past your house.
No, I missed my mom, so I was like, I'm coming back.
Oh, that's good. That's a good environment to be in. I mean, even though she does have you living under the stairs.
Harry Potter.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, Soph, it was good seeing you, and I'm glad that you hopped on and we got to see your face and everything.
Did I give you guys a hug?
Oh, we still got our plans for the 20th, right? Yeah. We're not going to let these people know what's up.
No, it's
But,
top secret.
I've got Mike Hutchings all queued up and ready to go. So,
Oh, it's Mike next.
yes, he's going to be playing some songs. He looks excited. It's so fun. I can see him in the box. He can see you and me.
I can't.
Yeah, you can't see him. But yes, and I'll get a hold of you soon.
Okay, I'll text you.
I might drop you off some like keto craving stuff. You know,
Yeah.
I'll get you a butter tart or some shit.
You want me to bring you pizza tonight? I can bring you pizza from Born and Raised.
I've never had Born and Raised pizza.
Maybe I will.
If you want to do it, go for it.
Like $5 like madness thing tonight.
Oh yeah?
8 until 10.
Okay, I'm down.
I'll bring you guys some pizza.
I'm stuck in this chair other than like taking little quick bathroom breaks because Tanya won't sit in for me. And Matt Serena won't be back until 9:30 for the trivia portion.
Just cut a hole in the seat.
No, I paid good money for these plastic bastards. All right, so
Bye.
I fucking miss you. I really do. As much as I like to be like, oh fuck Sophie, you fuck you. No, it's you know. You've been years. You too, Tanya. But yeah, if you want to get us a pizza, go for it. I'm here. Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Bye. Mike,
Jim.
I saw you waiting in the wings there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. There's not going to be nearly as many titties this time around. So yeah. So
work it into a song, just like
I'm a gay dude. I'm not into that.
Michael. Gay dudes love titties as much as anybody else. I know this because I have a lot of gay friends that are like, "Hey, man, I might be gay, but I can still appreciate a nice set of tits."
So you're looking good for what now? 6.5 hours into it. So
yes. Oh,
yeah.
Shirt twinsies.
Shirt twinsies. Yeah. I am fighting the cause and repping for you. So there we go.
I'll tell you what, Andrea Pullman's going to be a little jealous because these are she asked if I'd be reprinting these, and you've got the gold one.
I got the gold one. Yeah.
Yep. I wore my gold one a couple days ago, but it's gotten rather small as I've been putting on mass.
Yeah. the COVID 20s hit you,
Mike? I hit COVID 20 last time. We're going into COVID 40 now.
Awesome. That's some baby weight you're getting there. So yeah.
I'd rather be this way than from an actual baby. I mean, unless I ate a baby and put on weight, then I'd be okay with that too.
So you're who the QAnon folks are talking about. Okay.
You know, joking around about it, like I've made these jokes for years about eating babies and whatnot, and I never put it into perspective with being a Satanist because that's just not what we do. And now that you pointed out, fuck, someone's gonna paint a Q on my shop. Someone's gonna dress up in like
Chewbacca.
They're gonna
with the water buffalo horns.
I was about to say one of the water buffaloes from the fucking Flintstones. Oh man!
Just go and pinch his nipples; he'll enjoy it. You know, and it'll be good for everybody. So yeah.
I saw a meme the other day of someone twisting his nipples, and it was the Leonardo DiCaprio face. Good times. Good times. I fucking hate the alt-right. Well, I hate conservatives as well. But yeah, so I wrote up I didn't write up. I actually had somebody do up a bunch of questions for me to talk to you about. And we could do that, or we could just bullshit. Like either way.
Go with the questions. All
right. Yeah, so I had somebody who's they work for the Spectator.
Okay.
And they're not a part of that Spectator. But she her name's Lauren Scott, and I was like, hey, Lauren, you want to help me out? Write me up some questions to ask my guests. And, it saved me a lot of time with all the other stuff that I was doing. So she wrote these up, and they're actually really good questions.
Okay.
Because I wanted somebody, because I know about you, and it's hard for me to make up questions I ask somebody that I'm friends with, but having an outsider do it made it more fun. Yep. So you're very politically active on social media. How do you use your platform as a musician and performer to address social justice issues?
A few of my songs are very politically oriented. I'm actually going to sing one of them because I saw the conversation you had with Cameron Kroetch today about the bullshit and shenanigans that has been going around the city of Hamilton. And I actually wrote a song about that. The song dates back to when David Sweet, who's the Conservative member of Parliament for Flamborough, Ancaster, and everything. And he was a member of the Conservative Party, and he appeared in one of those It Gets Better videos, supporting gay teens and gay rights. What really got me really hot and bothered about that was the fact that Mr. Sweet, before he became a member of Parliament, actually was the president of a group called Promise Keepers Canada, which is a very right-wing Christian organization that is it's a men's ministry where it supports the men are supposed to go out and support the family, and the women are supposed to be home and everything like that. And they were actually publishing books about praying the gay away and how you can cure yourself of your homosexuality through prayer and through belief in God and following the Promise Keepers. And just the sheer fucking hypocrisy of this man appearing in an It Gets Better video that was stemmed by a suicide of a young gay man. It just infuriated me, because it's like he felt it was his get out of jail free card when, you know, he's really just a fucking hypocrite. So,
Politicians.
Politicians. Yeah, so you know, it is what it is, and you know, I write love songs that a gay man would sing, so deal with it. You know, the you know, I'm writing songs about meeting guys at bars, so that's a political movement in and of itself. So there we go. So
I can respect that. Now you sing with the church choir on James Street.
Yes, I do.
Do you ever try to fit the word gay men in where the word amen is, just to be funny?
Given that they pay me, I have to behave myself for the most part.
I'm not talking solo. I'm talking like if you're in a choir of voices, instead of saying amen, can you get away with saying gay men?
Well, we don't use the long A, we use amen. So sometimes it's like, amen, you know, so there we go.
Respect. So what are some of your favorite songs to play, whether they be covers or original compositions?
It changes. My favorite song of all time is definitely Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. It's just a fun song to play. I've got a song that was written for me by a friend shortly after my husband died, which it took me about 4 years before I could actually sing it without bawling my fucking eyes out on stage. And it's just an honor to have someone who was so touched by what I went through with my husband to write a story about him. And then ever since I finally finished my, I call it my Primal Scream Therapy album, Table for One, the stuff I've written since then has been stuff that I'm pretty proud of, because it's gone past the, oh, woe is me, I'm morbid, broken human being. And so it's more like, I'm getting better about myself, and I'm writing more observational stuff about other people, and the joys of trying to date someone when you're a gay man in your 40s and you are a widower, which is sort of like you might as well be wearing a bell around your neck and something that says, you know, leper or something like that, because a lot of gay guys can't handle the realness and the fact that mortality hits them in the face. But c'est la vie. So.
Yeah, Tanya has the same problem going after men and being married and all. It's albatross.
well, it's a pretty big albatross. He's putting on 40 pounds over COVID, so there we go. So
hey, it's big boy season. I'm keeping her warm in the winter.
Yep.
Did most people? I'm not sure if they know, the ones that are following, at least if they know or not. But you are also known as Phineas the Elf around holidays.
Yes.
Which is pretty much a branch off from your days of clowning.
Yes, yeah.
For people that don't know, Mike is also a professional clown.
Yep. I don't do birthday parties, so let's just go there. I do a lot of corporate work. I grew into clowning through work with groups like Cirque du Soleil and Blue Man Group, and I do, before my husband got sick from cancer, I did a lot of work in the hospitals and retirement homes and group homes and stuff like that, just trying to provide something to smile about. So that was a lot of what I did. And then Phineas just sort of came dragged out of retirement, kicking and screaming by a local Santa who told one of his contacts that, oh, he's got an elf who will happily work with him. And then my name was given. And
right
yeah.
Yeah, I never knew that that's how Phineas came out of retirement.
Yep.
I've had the honor of meeting Phineas on the job. Not last year, the year before, with the BIA's Christmas thing that they do every year, Holiday in the Village.
Holiday in the Village, yep. You came on the night that we did the Victorian night in the International Village. and got your picture taken with Santa and Phineas. And
I
it was
sure
great
did.
seeing you. Yep.
And you made that easier for me because after my grandfather's passing, I had a hard time being around Santas. For those who don't know, my grandfather was a Santa, and he ended up passing away on January 24th of 2010. So seeing that imagery that he portrayed was very much, I don't want to say triggering, but it definitely makes the holidays hard. But with you being there, and I'm there with my friend Mike, who also happens to be Phineas the Elf. It made it much easier to be in that situation. You were kind of an anchor.
Glad to hear.
So yeah, I never told you that before. I've been saving for a special occasion. So with Phineas, I know you've had to adapt due to COVID. So how did you manage to do that this time around?
This year, we focused on doing Zoom visits with Santa and Phineas, and we created an experience where families could log in, and we would do the same type of visit that they would get in the shopping mall or in person. We could do just something as simple as, have you been a good boy and girl? What would you like for Christmas? And then the other thing we did is we did a full tilt hour-long story time with Santa and Phineas, and that was a lot of fun. We did it for anything from groups of toddlers all the way to special needs adults who are still believers, and it was really fun. And I will say, working with the special needs adults who are still believers, it's like working with a group of 5-year-olds who are able to buy beer, and they were getting pretty drunk and having a good time at their Christmas party. And then Santa and Phineas came to visit, and the party just kicked into high gear. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. In general, this year has been really challenging, especially for you as a performer. How did you cope? And did you find yourself relying more on social media to spread joy as a performer?
As a performer, as a musician, I had some time to really sit and think about what could be done. At the same time, I've got a day job, and it continued pretty much nonstop through the entire period. So I didn't want to take bandwidth away from musicians who were live streaming shows and crowdfunding and everything like that. So for the first little while, as any of my friends or people that I respected, if they did stuff like live streaming or gigs online or something like that, I was plugging their stuff. I was supporting them to the best of my abilities. At the same time, I want to play too. So what I've been doing is I've been literally teaching myself a new song every day. And if I like what I do, I record the song on a video and post it up on my Facebook page. So there's been a whole series of them. I think we're up to, I think over 102 right now that I've done since the shit hit the fan. So.
You're out there learning songs. I'm out there drawing titties.
Yep.
Well, Mike, you are more than welcome to have the floor.
Okay.
To perform away.
Okay. Well, just like to thank Jim and Tanya and everybody who's arranged this, and just want to give everybody else a shout out who is a friend or a family member of the Vagabond Saints crew. They're great people. They do amazing things for the community. That's how I met them, was through their community outreach and creating safe spaces for people of all stripes and all kinds to come. They were one of the first to get certified as a mental health safe space in the city of Hamilton. And they do great work. So, do what you can to support them. I see you can PayPal them or do an e-transfer. And I think there's also still the GoFundMe, Jim. Is there? Yep. So do whatever you can, throw some money into the pot, help support this amazing business. Great folks work for them, creative team, amazing, stuff like that. Jim's done tattoos for me. Tanya does my nails when I have a whole pile of gigs involved, because I am quite physical with my guitar playing. And they've got a great crew of young artists doing their thing, and it's just amazing. And when I was asked to perform, I was like, oh, hell yes, I'm going to perform and help support you guys. So there we go.
The stage is yours.
the time for the nameplate on the door, exchanging their lives to reach the uppermost floor, running a race that they'll never win. Hope they're alive when the ship comes in. Painted facades adorning empty hearts, designer labels in place of personality, pinstripe armor with a silken noose, easy to dress apart than to live an authentic life. Amongst hollow pillars of cold fake stone, they rush to and fro. Hardened faces set and pretending like they have somewhere else to go. Painted facades adorning empty hearts, designer labels in place of personality, pinstriped armor with a silken noose, easy to dress apart than to live an authentic life. Portraits of families that they bought with the frames hover on desks curated to impress. Illusions of lives live beyond those walls, shallow, featureless, devoid of soul. Painted facades adorning empty hearts, designer labels in place of personality, pinstriped armor with a silken noose, easy to dress apart than to live an authentic. Painted lives adorning empty hearts, designer labels in place of personality, pinstriped armor with a silken noose, easy to dress the part than to live an authentic life. That was a song, Rat Race, from my most recently released EP, Foundation. That was written as I'm a social worker who works in downtown Toronto, and I work right in the inner city, right where all of the bankers and lawyers are on Bay Street, and just watching them run around those little corridors underground like little rats just is incredible, because I'm out working with the mentally ill and the injured on the streets, and these people are avoiding them completely underground. Anyways, I was saying to Jim earlier that I am a member of the local gay community, and I tried to hide who I was for a little while, and then it just became too hard. My husband and I were gay bashed in Hess Village and gay bashed on Locke Street. So we decided to just live a real reality and be the couple who we were in public, even though it was harder, and it became sort of a political protest. So I am a musician. I write many songs, and I decided to write a song now that I'm a widower going on a date. And this is a song that I wrote. We met at the Eagle under neon light glow. We talked the whole night and we danced real slow. the world disappeared. As I got to know you, they cried out last call. I wondered where things would go. You took me to a place that you called your home. I was lost in my thoughts, following you to address unknown. We made love through the night, and the time it had flown. When you woke with the start and said it's best that I go, you gave me your number, out I walked all alone. But I just couldn't shake you, I was lost in your glow. I felt so damn lost when I finally got home. For all that I knew, you lived at address unknown. I went back to the Eagle, hoping you'd say hello. I sat in the same spot, but you just didn't show. So I walked out the bar and wandered out through the snow. I couldn't find your place, so I went right back home. When I asked Alexa to tell me where to go, she could only just tell me you lived at address unknown. We met at the Eagle under neon light glow. Then you disappeared and you left me alone. I did try to call you, but you won't pick up the phone. Now I know where my heart is. It's all at address unknown. Address unknown. Address unknown. To everybody who asked me if I listen to country and western music, that should fucking answer your question. So as I was telling Jim earlier, I wrote a song that initially I dedicated to David Sweet, but that was 9 years ago, 10 years ago, and there's so many other people I can dedicate this to. People wearing the yellow vests out in front of City Hall, the people who hired Nazis and hid them in City Hall, and the people who sit around the horseshoe doing sweet fuck all in City Hall. So this is all about you. I see you standing there with your sons and your bullhorns. You're out there looking irate. You're so damn angry at people just trying to live and be. You're screaming and spewing some hate. I'm trying to understand what makes you so angry. How did you get to this place? People like you are the root of the problem. People like you don't always live like you should. People like you are blinded by your hate. People like you cause more harm than good. Your good book tells me that my love is an abomination, that people like me should be put to death. but you seem to pick and choose what verses you follow, ignoring those that don't fit the bill. But if righteousness could be gained by those words, your own Savior died for nothing. People like you are the root of the problem. People like you don't always live like you should. People like you are blinded by your faith. People like you cause more harm than good. Your past works ask me, what steps can I take towards leave who I am in my reality? You say I'm struggling with who I am and who I love. The only struggles I see when you change me. But if my lifestyle is not acceptable, who is it acceptable to? People like you are the root of the problem. People like you don't always live like you should. People like you are blinded by your hate. People like you cause more harm than good. People like you are the root of the problem. People like you don't always live like you should. People like you are blinded by nothing but hate. People like you cause more harm than good. You keep on saying that I just haven't seen the light. I have, and the shadows that it casts. We've got what, Jim? Another 3-4 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll do 2 more songs. The first song is the song that I fell in love with from my Primal Scream album, Table for One. Table for One is a song cycle that I wrote when my husband was dying, and I nearly killed myself. So it's really uplifting and really, really, and really light and happy. So, but this was one of the oldest songs I wrote musically, but it's also one of the youngest songs I wrote lyrically. He keeps on saying himself that everything will be alright, but he knows he's lying to himself. 15 years of love and happiness ended with a phone call that echoed louder than a bomb in his life. His voice echoes in the empty halls. A single setting out for dinner. A table for one once again. Nobody told him how much grief felt just like fear. He smiles with his mouth, but his eyes and heart betray the truth. Nobody told him how loneliness could cut so deep. The pain running so deep in his soul. He wanders to the cafe in silence, passing the usual table, he takes a seat at the bar. A table for one once again. I keep on telling myself that everything will be alright, but I know I have been lying to myself. 15 years in love and happiness ended with a sigh that echoed louder than a bomb in my life. My voice echoes in the empty halls. A single setting out for dinner. A table for one once again. And there we go.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you very much, Jim.
It was like I was your private audience right there.
There we go. There we go. So I hope you have a lovely, what is it now? Another 14 hours or so?
Yep, 14 hours. We're at 7 hours exactly now.
There we go. So there we go.
Oh,
I look forward in watching the Jerry Lewis-esque meltdown.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a good time. I'm just going to be like...
Calcium pizza and Red Bull. Calcium or coffee, pizza, and Red Bull. So...
Yeah, I don't partake caffeine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're so natural then.
Yep.
Woohoo!
It's just going to get to the point where you're just going to see me sleeping like this. Mm-hmm. Oh, what? Hey, everybody. We're back.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Mike. It was a pleasure. I mean, I've seen you perform live before, but this has been a treat for everybody.
Yeah, it's been a treat for me. I'm happy to be able to join you in this, and hope for the best, and hope that the telethon is successful for you.
I will be checking the numbers here shortly, so hopefully you stay tuned. You can see that. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well.
Cheers, buddy.
Ciao.
And that was Mike Hutchings. If you would like to know more about his music and see more of his performances, you can find him Mike Hutchings on social media. He is Hentor on Twitter, and he's Mike Hutchings. That's Mike with a Y on Instagram, and I think he has a Mike Hutchings music page as well on Facebook. All right, so I'm waiting on our next performer to show up. I sent him his invite. I'm just waiting for him to check it. So yeah, there's that. Let me take a moment and I will go in and see what the standings are at right now. All right, so I'll just set somebody else up. Okay, we'll get into these totals now. So we were at 210, 230. We are at 245. Thank you to everybody that has donated in since the last time. Greatly appreciate it. At the end of the show, I will definitely be putting a list of thank yous to everybody verbally. Really appreciate everybody helping out and believing in us for doing this. My hair is definitely taking on a life of its own so far. We're only 7 hours in. It's going to get wilder, I tell you. Wilder. I kind of wish Andrew, Tanya, I wish Andrew was here. That kid, he's entertaining. I mean, his entertainment value is just him. Like, yeah, so I've got a few more minutes while we're waiting on the next performer to check in. Hair everywhere. I see Mike from Bounty Hunter Toys has joined us, and Berto has checked in. Trying to see who else has popped in since the last time. Like I'm really overwhelmed at how many people we have. How many people are watching right now, Tanya?
Currently, it looks like 18.
We're up to 18 people.
At one point, it was up to 27.
Oh, we were at 27. That's dynamite. That is fantastic. Let me just put up here again. To make sure people know that the live stream is going on today. I'm a little concerned that my laptop's getting warm at this point. Not sure if I'll be able to switch over to another device in the meantime. But yes, that is a concern I have. I might just have to make it cold in here. Hair like an angel. Oh, Leah McNamara. This guy, Liam T. McNamara, not only does he deliver packages for UPS, he delivers the compliments.
Andrea says it'll be fine.
All right, let it be hot. I think the same thing has been said about Andrea Pullman. Let her be hot.
Let it be hot.
Let her be hot. I'll find something to prop it up with.
It can't be your Andy Richter if I'm not semi-useful.
All right, you know what we can do?
I got.
That'll work. Perfect. All right.
Sweet Andrea.
Andrea says correct. And we did prop it up so that there is some venting. Tanya, do we still have that thing that would go under the laptop with the fans? Is it in the drawer under the bed?
I could take a gander.
It was like a cooling station we had?
Yeah.
You have to move Zoe's stairs.
That's a weird sentence to say.
Our 16-year-old beagle has to use stairs to get into bed. Why stairs? Because I can't afford one of those chair lifts that they have. Tanya just goes, do they have those for dogs? No, they don't. Not for 3 steps. Zoe's like chairlift is us. She's getting a little too difficult at getting up the steps, so.
No.
Oh, we don't?
Oh, wait. I lied.
Yeah, you did. Yes, that's the thing. Cool.
Hooty hoo.
Blow all the hair off of it. I think I said the same thing on our first date. Blow the hair off of it.
Rude.
That's a phrase you can use anytime because of being a pet owner.
Here, you can figure it out from there.
Yeah, come around this side.
It's really loud though.
True. Yeah, well, I'll deal with that when the time comes. If
Fine for
if
now.
need be, yeah. All right.
Pick a spot. Good boy.
How did I know it was going there? Well, because that's the only where that it will go. That's the only there it will go. Anybody who's been in the shop knows it all goes back to perv. Where is my next guest?
Who are you waiting for?
I can't say because I don't want to give it away. It's not high school. I'm not giving it away anymore. All right. For everybody watching, there is a comment section on the side of the screen, or maybe it's under. On my screen, it's on the side. If you're there, drop a little note. Let me know that you're watching. I don't really have ready access to jump over to the other tabs I have open, just because I got to keep an eye on things here. So yeah, if you're watching, just drop a little hello. Let me know that you're out there watching. And, you know,
Your name on the screen.
yeah, you get your name on the screen. Yes, to answer.
Sorry.
What?
Alicia's watching.
Fakita?
Alicia Feta Cheese.
Alicia Feta Cheese. All right. It's Fakita.
I know.
So Liam just looked up Bounty Hunter Toys on Instagram. They do indeed rock. Mike is a very stand-up guy. I have had the pleasure of interacting with him a lot since the first lockdown. He needed some in tattooing. We have these rubber O-rings that when you use a coil machine, the O-rings are very much a part of getting the springs in order and everything. But since we moved over to mostly rotary machines in the shop, we don't need the O-rings. And Mike reached out to me and was needing them for G.I. Joes. Those of you that are kind of old, the G.I. Joe figures, their arms, head, and torso were one piece. Inside, where the screw would hold the two sides of the body cavity together, you would have an O-ring that would come down. And then where like the cod piece of the body was, the legs would come up into that and there'd be a hook and it would hook into the O-ring. The body, the top and lower halves were held together with a rubber band. And Mike was waiting on some I think he was waiting on them to be delivered or wasn't able to get a delivery, but he got a hold of me and I had a whole bag of them. I think it was like 60 of them, and was able to help him out with a whole shipment that he got in. The problem with those O-rings is that they would get old and brittle and break. And I knew I had that problem as a kid with my G.I. Joes. So I was able to help Mike out. And since then we've been buddies. We communicate a lot on Twitter behind the scenes, and, you know, he'll comment on things on my tweets and such, but it's been a really good friendship, and really nice guy, and he has a dynamite selection of all the toys that you could imagine: G.I. Joe, Transformers, He-Man. I'm drawing a blank here. I think he's got Matchbox cars as well. But like, if you're looking for old Star Wars, old Star Wars figures, G.I. Joes, he's definitely the place you want to go to if you're looking for those nostalgic toys of the 80s and 90s. I have been driving by there looking to see if there's lights on so I could just knock on the door and be like, can I peek in? But it hasn't happened yet. I truly enjoy what Mike is doing out there. So if you're watching, Mike, you got a fan here, and I'm hoping more of you check out his stuff on Instagram. It's Bounty Hunter Toys. The same thing with, or is it BH Toys? I think it might be BH Toys on Instagram. I can be wrong. Do your own homework. Look it up. So yeah, there's another small business shout out right there. When Larry was on a little while ago, he mentioned the keto place with the butter tarts. It's Keto Cravings on Ottawa Street. Definitely check them out. While you're on Ottawa Street, I would recommend checking out Stone and Shadow. That is a wonderful little, I don't want to say holistic, but Nadia Ishmael runs a fantastic little shop there. There's soaps, there's cleansers, there's incense, there's gems, all sorts of just spiritual type of stuff. And so there's that business, and of course the Cannon Coffee Shop is over there. We actually have the Hardy Hooligan coming on a little bit later tonight as part of our after hours set. They're also on Ottawa Street, and Curbside Grill, like I mentioned earlier. Bounty Hunter Toys, Wicked Wax Candles. Ottawa Street, really fun place. If you have an afternoon and you're not living in a pandemic, definitely check them out. Check out the whole street. You park on one. I'd say park at the Tim Hortons and walk your way all the way down and then back up. Tanya and I, that was something that we would do with my mother-in-law shortly after I moved up here. She was like, let's go do an Ottawa Street thing, and that was like five years ago, maybe even 6 years ago, and it would just be a full day of checking out the vintage stores and the antique shops and finding these treasures. And it's come a long way since then. So definitely give out that small business area. Definitely give them a look out. Still waiting for confirmation from the next performer. Doing my best to try staying on schedule. There we go. I have time for a few more questions if anybody's got them. I feel like a damn cue hole. No, I can't even say cue hole anymore. There was this movie with Justin Long, and these kids are looking for Bigfoot. I can't remember the name of it, but Justin Long had a mullet, and he's yelling at these kids. He's like, "Make me feel like a goddamn cue hole." And they're like, "What's a cue hole?" And he's like, "Well, if I have to tell you, you won't understand." But now with the whole QAnon shit, I guess that's a phrase I can't use anymore, is cue hole. I mean, we could call them cue holes, but it is what it is. Trying to think, who are some other businesses I can shout out? We got J.H. Gordon Books on King Street, right across the street from Tundra Leather. Groom for Men, I've mentioned. That was the last person to ever cut my hair. Nigel, the owner there. Fantastic group of kids that he's got working there. They've got he's open, I think it's like 3 shifts, and just I know before the pandemic it was everybody was in there rotating out. They always were busy. They were there till like 9 at night. Fantastic place as a barber shop. You got Cafe Aranya with Mina and Tiana over there doing just the coffee lord's work. So there was also, you got Nikki B over at Vintage Soul Geek. Gameopolis just left, which is kind of sad. And I think that over on King Street, you also got Rock and Tees. So if you're looking for rock t-shirts, rock hats, memorabilia, things like that. Well, not really memorabilia, but rock merchandise, Vans, Chucks, Docs. They've got a wide selection of just rock stuff. That's where I go if I want instant t-shirt gratification. I pop in there and come out with something, a new Dead Kennedys or Misfits shirt.
That's where all my high school shoes came from.
And that's where I got Tanya her anniversary gift of her new Doc Martens. But yeah, definitely little gems throughout the city. We can talk about out in Westdale. If you remember Mixed Media being on James Street, they're now out in Westdale next to their own bookstore, King West Books. And Dave Couric, great fucking dude. But they're out there. They're doing, you call them up and they're having curbside delivery now. But they did have it just before the lockdown where you could, it was before Christmas, you could actually rent out the space. Like you could schedule a visit and you'd go in and it would just be you and whichever staff member was working, and then you got to take your time during, I guess, an allotted period of time to do your shopping for books and supplies. And I just thought that was a fantastic way to kind of circumvent, not being able to have a lot of people in the store. And I know when we went to by appointment only, it made shop life much easier for us. So we weren't like having someone just pop in and been like, oh, I need a panther, on my arm. And we're like, oh, we got to draw it up now. But yeah, definitely check them out. I've been trying to make my way down there to pick up some books, but I don't want to, my needs aren't that important to add to, what they're dealing with. I'd rather them deal with people they don't know and take care of that. When things open back up, I know that they'll still be there. City and City Books over on Ottawa Street as well, another great bookstore. No, Bonnie, Mixed Media is still open. They're in Westdale. And let's see, who else? Can't go wrong with Dr. Disc or Revolution Records. I truly, those are the two places that I go to. I've never made it over into the Abyss because I don't really, anxiety-wise, I can't handle Lock Street. It's too tiny and too crowded at the same time. Like even with having a car, it's hard to find a spot over there. So I don't play, hang out much on Lock Street. I think the last time I went there was to pick up cupcakes from Bitten, and that was a shop appreciation thing that I did. So I got everybody a cupcake from Bitten, and Bitten is fantastic. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I think it's Kelly. She has just been nothing but fantastic anytime that I've had to reach out for an order or anything. And they have it set up where you don't even go inside the building. You walk up to a table, you tell them your order, they bring it out to you along with the pay machine, you're good to go. So if you got a sweet tooth, get a hold of them. And let us not forget on Ottawa Street, there is also the East Hamilton Cheese Shop. So amazing. We actually had a tie-in with them after we started carrying beer at the shop, beer and wine, and she made us Lunchables, like adult Lunchables. It had this amazing kielbasa sausage in there and really nice, like Triscuit thick crackers and a Dairy Milk candy bar. Sorry, chocolate bar. And oh, they were delicious. And I forget what kind of cheese she had in there, but it was, you stack them up.
It was the best cheese.
It was the best cheese. So yeah, those are just a few of my more of my recommendations of local businesses. I do have a question here from Sean Daw. Hello, Jim. What was your craziest tat adventure? Oh, do I have a story for you? So I'm in New York, upstate New York, Rome, New York. I had just moved back to New York from staying in Texas for a while. And I moved into an apartment that my brother was living in with his two roommates. The roommates had left, so we took over on the lease. And I had just left a shop that was kind of not up my alley. Rather abusive, rather toxic, a lot of, a lot of unfair practices towards the female clients. It was around the time that they were getting rid of smoking in public places. So these guys would be tattooing, and the girls women that they were tattooing would be like, "Hey, can I have a cigarette?" And they're like, "Well, you can't smoke in here." And they're like, "Well, I'm getting a tattoo and it really hurts, and I need to have a cigarette." And they're like, "Well, we'll let you smoke in here if you either take off your shirt and let us take a photo, or you take off your thong and we tack it to where the ceiling and the wall meet." So some of these women, did it just so they could have their smoke break in the shop. And I really didn't agree with that. And word of that traveled. So like when we were out hustling, which back in those days, you actually had to go to bars late at night and hang out and spend a little money and talk to people. Whereas now you just throw shit on Instagram, or you follow everybody in the fucking city and then hound them for a tattoo afterwards. Because marketing has changed. So I left that shop because it was costing me time and energy and money because people are like, oh, you work there? I don't want to go there. I don't care who you are. You're probably as scummy as those dudes. So I was stuck in a rut and couldn't find another shop for a bit. And so I started doing pretty much tattoo parties again. And so we go out to this party, and it's my kid brother and I. We borrowed a friend's car, and we go out there, and I'm tattooing, and this one dude just keeps coming back to me. Hey man, hey, did I pay for my tattoo? And I'm like, yeah, you paid me. He's like, no, I didn't hear. And he'd throw more money at me. And he did this like 5 times, kept throwing cash at me. And I'm like, dude, you already paid me. And he was getting mad, being like, no, fuck you, man. My money ain't good. You're going to take my money. And I'm like, fine. So every time he came around, he's like, oh, did I remember to pay for my tattoo? I'm like, no, man, no. So every time he handed me money, I handed it to my brother, who was hiding it away. My brother got up to stretch his legs while I was working, and he goes to the washroom. He comes back and he leans in my ear and he's like, hey man, just so you know, a whole bunch of people in the bathroom offered me some cocaine. And I was like, what? So he's like, I didn't do any. I'm like, good, because I don't know if I could respect you if you did cocaine. So then he goes out in the living room of this house that we're at. I mean, there's got to be at least 30 people at this place. And so he comes back and he's standing behind the client that I'm working on, so I can see him, the client can't. And he puts his finger to the side of his nose and does this motion, meaning everybody here is high on cocaine. We are working a coke party. So I get through what rest of the customers I have. My brother is like ever vigilant to protect the money that I was getting from all this work. And so we bounced back. Like as soon as we could leave, we packed up, we got out of there, and we headed home. And I think I came back with like $3,000, 1,000 of which was this guy who kept throwing money at me. And I'm like, you know what? He's going to be fucking around with the fucking booger sugar and not knowing what he's doing. That's all on him. And so the next day, we're I think it's like 2 PM. We're finally waking up because we were out till 3 AM. The dude who held the party was like, hey man, did you happen to find any money laying around? Like a big wad of it, like $1,000. I was like, no. He's like, oh, because this one dude, he swore he had all this money, he can't find it. So he's like, yeah, I just figured I'd ask. Now, if he had asked me if the dude threw all this $1,000 at me throughout the night, I would have been honest and said, yeah, and I'm not giving it back. But that was one of my the craziest tattoo experience. Now, with no further ado, I would like to introduce all of you to the one, the only, the sweetest man in Hamilton, Max.
You're too kind.
Max, we're not going to sit here and tug each other's ding-dongs.
No, don't do it. I'm a Leo. It'll go straight to my head. I'll get this huge noggin. It'll be insanity.
I have missed seeing you.
Well, I've missed being in your presence. It's always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And yeah, this whole thing doesn't even feel real.
I know. And I have, as much as I need records every day, I'm like, oh, I need a new record. I don't need a new record, but I do need to see you. I do need to see you and make sure that, you're good.
Well, that's fair. You know what? I think a lot of people are pretty far from essential at this point, and it's all well and good. If they won't close me, because I'm over at Revolution, if they won't close me, then I gotta stay open. There's no other way for us to get income and stay afloat. So we're right. Open for curbside.
And that's smart. Scott had a great idea with that. Yeah.
I think we were all sort of taking everyone else's lead too. It was just sort of like, okay, well, we want to be setting a good example, but we don't want to be the ones who stay open when everyone else is closed. That's a slippery slope if everyone else is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Mark at Dr. Disc has his table set up like right at the doorway, so there's no getting in there. And he took a picture of it one day, and I was like, "That's brilliant." And
like
and basically, so they opened the door, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Mark, and what can I get you?" And then he's running through the store grabbing everything, which is fantastic. I am on a record diet.
Are you?
Actually, Well, I'm not spending as much money on records right now as much as I would love to. But I can't say it's 100.
You should just, if you're on a record diet, you should just buy cheaper records.
Well, the thing is, Max, I'm doing a telethon right now to raise money for my shop, and I can't be asking for help and spending money recklessly. But I did get some records from my one of my clients, Kelly Gordon. She gave me a crate of some of her dad's records from, God, he passed away when he was 23 years ago on a motorcycle accident. And she's held on to his records since then. And the last time she was in the shop, we were talking about, my love of music consumption. And she's like, oh, I'll give you some of them when I go through them. There is some Zappa in there. Wow. There is a lot of Triumph, which I haven't gotten into. I've never heard of Triumph, so I'm definitely going to give them a listen this weekend.
Canadian band.
Triumph. Yeah. I have a book on Canadian metal.
Oh,
it's called Metal on Ice.
They are in that alley.
Yes, the album artwork was just like, yeah, I'm gonna get down on this. ABBA's Greatest Hits was in there. Billy Joel's The Stranger, some Bob Seger. There's something about Bob Seger, man. I can't get enough of that guy.
Can we talk about Bob Seger for a minute? I love Stranger in Town. That's a killer album, and it's got We've Got Tonight on it. It's got Old Time Rock and Roll's on that one.
Yep.
I think my favorite on that one is probably there's a song called Till It Shines that has Glenn Frey on lead guitar from the Eagles.
Exactly.
It's a very good song. Very, very excellent album altogether. He's like the Detroit Springsteen, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
He and Springsteen are right at the forefront for proto arena. They can take a pub or a small show back in the 70s and make it feel like a big arena event.
You mentioned Stranger in Town, the album Stranger in Town.
Yeah.
That is my favorite album. When you put the needle in the first groove and Hollywood Nights starts, there's no lead up. He is just like, bam, my musical dick is in you. Enjoy. and you are there for this ride. Hollywood Nights is just such a great album start. There's no kissing on the neck. There's no, pulling on your earlobe. He is just like, bam, it starts. And anytime I hear that song, I get amped.
The drums on Hollywood Nights alone, it's such a driving song. It's one of those, it really does evoke that immigrant song kind of feel, but with a lot more, a lot less mystery and spookiness.
Yeah.
And there's always this eternal optimism with Bob Seger. I hope my mom's watching early because she got me into Bob Seger. We had Bob Seger's Greatest Hits on CD. We used to play it in the car all the time.
The one with he's standing there on the railroad tracks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Great.
So for everybody watching right now, Max and I have this unique niche in our friendship where, Max, you are what, 26?
I'm 27.
27. I'm in the ballpark.
Yeah.
I'm 40. I'm almost 45. But musically, we are in the same age demographic that is way older than us. So we can talk about REM and Bob Seger and Pink Floyd. And we've got this, like, anytime I'm around Max, it's just like music. And that's what I love about this kid. That and his love for everybody. If you have not seen the Revolution Records Instagram, when Max does a video, he always tells you that he loves you at the end. And you're doom scrolling, and you're like, Trump, QAnon, the world's blowing up, South Korea. And then you see Max, he's like, I love you. And it's just like, God damn it, man, you got me again. And
in the words of Burt Bacharach, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. So I don't know. That's the only. It sucks because there is so much just absolute BS going on in the world. But I think that it gets pushed. There's a lot of people who say, "Oh, unity is not enough, love is not enough," and no, it's not. You got to protest. You got to be, doing what you can. You got to be talking to people and making sure that all viewpoints are heard and that your viewpoints are heard. But most of all, I think that there is an incredible humanity in letting people know that you love them and you love them enough to want some kind of better future for them and some kind of better future for everyone. It's but I don't adopt that as a personal ethos or anything. And do I think about it when I'm saying I love you? No, but when I say it, I just say it because I mean it.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to think about it. Just you emote it. It's boom, it's there.
We've been so blessed this year. I'm in love with all of our customers. We've been so blessed to have had a pretty wonderful turnout, and one of our best years financially, despite the shit show that's occurred, and despite the world crumbling around us, we're still good somehow. We're unscathed.
And that right here, I appreciate hearing that. That's because you guys, you really work hard. You have great social media presence. I've been in there on times when you're not there, which upsets me. I'm like, I'm going to visit Max. Oh shit, it's just Scott today, and I do like Scott. But I've seen Scott where he's dealing with somebody who's being a little difficult on the phone. He's trying to help a customer. He's trying to run the register, and he does it with this finesse where he's not ignoring any of those three people. And I've seen him a little stressed, but he doesn't get dicky about it. And but you guys always go above and beyond. Anytime I've needed something, I know that if you don't have it, I will soon get it from you.
That is our ethos right there. Is we want to be one of those record stores that you can walk in and just be like, I don't see this anywhere. What are you doing with it? And yeah, that's so I strive for titles that we all strive for titles there that that are just like, oh, this is weird. Why don't we have this? But at the same time, I understand why we don't have this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys have been great for gifts. I do have to sometimes spend money on other people.
Yeah.
So it was when Run the Jewels 4 came out.
I remember.
And my friend Sandra Downard had done so much to help us with getting our tattoo licensing with her blueprints and everything at the new shop that I zipped down. I made Jessica the Apprentice drive me all the way across town to your store, and I grabbed the 2 records and had you hold one for her. And it tickled her pink. I still didn't want you to tell her it was for me, but she forced it out of you. That's what Sandra does.
She pried it from me. She was not going without an explanation. But,
she is 4 feet of power. She
is an intimidating force, and just the friendliest person, but just an intimidating force, you know.
She is. She's an M80 firecracker. She is just this tiny little thing that can blow your fingers off.
Totally.
And I love her and her husband Chris. Chris just gave me a couple of his speakers. I bought a little amp for my record player.
Nice.
And it puts about 80 watts. So I needed speakers for it, and the speakers I had were just too small. So and Chris was like, you know what? Keep them. Happy birthday. And I was like, oh, thank you. But they're great people. And that's why, you know, I made sure to get her that, because you guys only got like so many copies, and it wasn't coming back until December. And I think this was September.
That's right. We got 5 copies, and we didn't get any more until I think that they were due to arrive early December, and I think that they came in late November. And we were just like amazed that we even got some in.
Yeah.
That's fairly timely. The other Run the Jewels albums have been pretty well out of stock, borderline out of print for the last little while. So that's been, I don't know, it sucks because working in a record store, you want to have the availability, but some things are just so hard to get your hands on. And
Run the Jewels 2 I still don't have it. I have Run the Jewels 1, Run the Jewels 3, Meow the Jewels, and Run the Jewels 4. I don't have 2, and that is my favorite album of theirs.
If I come across 2, I'll make sure to let you know.
I appreciate that, but wait till it's after I'm back on my feet.
Yeah. I'll let you.
So,
I'll let you know when. I won't tease you if that's what you're asking of me. I won't tease you.
So, another question I have: what are you reading? What are you reading right now?
I have some issues reading because I find that text is a little bit too close together sometimes, and I have some kind of concentration thing. So I'm not currently reading anything. I do a lot of learning by reading online articles, and I do a lot of learning by reading. I watch a lot of history documentaries, a lot of true crime documentaries. So I do a lot of watching, but admittedly, I don't do a lot of reading.
My apologies. I made the assumption that you were a reader.
That's okay. I try to stay fairly well read, but I used to read, a little bit more when I was younger, and I find that it's kind of, I have my favorites. I'll, as an example, one of my favorites, just so I can advertise a book, which probably doesn't need any more advertisement, is Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut.
Great book. Great
book. I read this in, I think, grade 12 or post-grad, or no, it wouldn't have been post-grad because I already had all my English credits in post-grad. But this is what I read. I think it was in grade 11 or grade 12. And I loved this book, not just because it's a fantastic story and a really moving read, but it's also, this particular pressing is the same pressing that I read in high school. And I was just showing this to a friend the other day, but look at all the space between the text.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, so it helped me a lot because I'm, if I read some Harry Potter books as a kid, I found that they were always really jammed together. So I'd keep reading the same line over and over again. And Harry was this, and Harry was this. And I would get really frustrated because I'm just like, how many times could I read the same line over and over again? And then I lose track of where I am on the page. This is a great book for people who have difficulty reading and might need, I'd resign myself to large text books. But
okay.
As long as it's a this looks 1.5 spaced. As long as it's 1.5 spaced or double spaced and a good plot with good characters and well written, I'm usually all about it. Now
I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind for you.
Yeah, please. I've been thinking of trying to get myself back into it. I've had some. I've watched some. I watched Good Omens, which is Neil Gaiman wrote that.
I've seen some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really good. It was, so I'm interested. I want to read Good Omens, and I would like to read a few other Neil Gaiman books. And I've also been thinking of picking up some Donna Tartt novels, but admittedly, I'm not a big book reader. I do like to, scour Wikipedia and learn about stuff. But
now you mentioned true crime earlier.
Yeah.
Have you watched The Night Stalker?
Not yet. That's next on the docket.
So good. We just finished it last night. Good.
I've done.
It could have been longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been longer. It's only 4 episodes, like 4 hours, but very informative. The way that the guy set it up and everything, and it definitely could have been longer. But yeah, really good production value.
Cool. I love learning about the Night Stalker. He is probably, just by, you see the pictures of his teeth and stuff, and he looks like he's gonna eat you. I'm sure he's not actually like, that. I was gonna say that malicious, but obviously he is. He's not like a spirit or a demon or something like that, but he's kind of got this really paranormal vibe to him, which is it's kind of strange and really distinguishes him as a serial killer. Not that I like to talk about him as a serial killer. I just find where it all comes from super interesting, where in the mind it comes from, and the atrocities that we all commit upon each other is just it's overwhelming. But it's I never get tired of human misery. For entertainment,
it's intriguing. It is intriguing to see, like, you have these rules for society and everybody obeys them, but then you have those people that are compelled to do what is considered the most atrocious of things, and that being murder. And it's not just murder, it's to to greater degrees of dismemberment and desecration of the body, and and that's always what's fascinating me, was like the darker side of humanity in that regard. And it was like, what propels these people? Like what fuels them to go this direction where, they only go and cut off people's noses after they kill them and make a necklace out of them.
Yeah, it's strange. I think that some people have different things that drive them emotionally than others, and I don't know if it's it's obviously not always the healthiest drive or the
Right.
I think that we're all after the same basic core things, but how we attain them and the actions that we do through life, that's where we really differ. But yeah, I'm really interested to see that one. I just watched the Ted Bundy tapes one a few weeks ago, and right before that I watched the Aaron Hernandez.
Tanya just watched that.
Very, very interesting. There's a lot about him that I didn't know, and to be honest, I don't even remember, and it probably got a lot more media attention in the States than it did here.
Yeah.
But I don't even remember that happening. I remember that one wrestler who killed his family.
Chris Benoit.
I remember that from a few years ago, but I didn't remember Aaron Hernandez and all the things that all the stuff around him. And I was amazed that he'd killed more than one person, that he'd supposedly killed 3 people.
Yep.
And then him apparently himself. So
yeah.
Yeah, very, very strange. I like learning about old true crime, Jack the Ripper stuff, Albert Fish, H.H. Holmes and the murder mansion.
Yep. A lot of people sleep on Albert Fish. Albert Fish was unique, like putting the pins into his pelvis and
some weird stuff. Do you know he came clean about, and I don't know if this is true, but in one of his letters, I guess in a diary or something, he wrote that he first heard of the concept of cannibalism and it being like an actual thing you could do from a ship captain friend of his who had gone to China while they were experiencing a famine and gone into a butcher shop in China, and they had human meat from like orphaned children hanging in the shop.
Wow.
And this sea captain, Albert Fish writes, this sea captain friend of his, that he said, he described it to, if you get a chance, try it. It's really good. But yeah, I'm just, and then, just goes on to have this do absolutely atrocious things to people. Just, hurt so many families and hurt so many innocent children. I don't know. I can't help but draw a little bit of creative influence from these instances of human misery. One of my favorite musicians is Randy Newman, and he's got a song called "In Germany Before the War" off a really good album called Little Criminals. And the song is about a pre-World War II German serial killer. And it's very, very eerie. I love songs like that don't paint a flattering picture, because it's so cliche to make the main character the hero. But when the main character is somebody that you're not supposed to like, but that you're fascinated by, it's a whole different experience.
In that regard, have you ever listened to Amigo the Devil?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You recommended him to me.
Yes, I recommend him to everybody. I tell the lady at the bank, is there anything else I can do for the lady at the bank? She's like, is there anything else I can do to you? Yeah, listen to Amigo the Devil.
Is there anything else I can do to you today?
Courage Pro Wrestling just put up Dark Side of the Ring is a good series if you want to know more about Chris Benoit.
Cool. I'll have a look. I'll watch it. I love to know about stuff like that. It's weird. My dad loves wrestling. I never got super into it. But I do reading on it on occasion, just because the people involved in wrestling they have a tendency to be so charismatic beyond any other sport. You know, you talk about football or basketball, and you talk about how charismatic people like Michael Jordan were charismatic, like, you know, Tim Tebow or whatever. And then, but in wrestling, everyone is so much more animated. In wrestling, you're you know, an athlete. It's part you know, charisma and personality, and you got to be super interesting to be engaging in you know, and it's just a recipe for really good entertainment. And yeah, I don't know, I don't know a lot about wrestling. I'll have to check that out.
Check out the Iron Sheik's documentary.
Cool, I will.
It's so good. He's still alive, and he has these two kids that were fans of his when they were younger. I think he was friends with their father.
Cool.
They run his social media for him, but
Wow.
it talks about how he was an Iranian wrestler and was like an Olympic wrestler, and ended up leaving Iran because of political turmoil and stuff, and came to the U.S. and was teaching wrestling, and then got pulled into, you know, the World Wrestling Federation type stuff. And his rise, his fall, and his recovery from all that. Great documentary. I think I watched it on Amazon Prime or Crave, one of the two.
Cool. Okay, I'll check it out.
I sat in bed on a Sunday and I'm like, Iron Sheik, I remember him from wrestling. Let's check it out. And it was a really good documentary. I have a fondness for 80s and early 90s wrestling because my stepfather watched it. And you know, like my sister Courtney was a big fan of like the Missing Link and Kamala, who were characters of that era. I remember Randy Savage and, you know, Jimmy Superfly Snuka and the not the Road Warrior, the Bushwhackers. So there were all these characters, you know, from when I was a kid. Modern wrestling, I'm not as big into because I've just been out of the loop.
When I was a kid, I remember seeing clips of like Batista, and it just seemed like the scariest dude on the planet. But of course, you know, back then it was all about Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, yeah. Dwayne Johnson, the man with the most charming smile in all the world.
I don't know, Max. You're up there.
Oh.
You don't have the eyebrow. You can't do the eyebrow thing, but
no,
you're up there with smiles.
I can't quite do it.
You're quite. Like, what? You look worried.
He's very fit. I'm sure he exercises all of his muscles, including these.
Oh, so, absolutely. He looks like a cloud now, but
for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened. That you get older, you soften up, doing all those movies and photo shoots with. I'm sure he's the type to like kiss babies at grand openings and stuff like that. I'm sure.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
He's a soft guy, but he's still pretty hard, but soft at the same time. Yeah.
So now we are at the part where everybody can thoroughly enjoy this if they haven't already enjoyed our dialogue.
Oh yeah.
Strap it on, my friend.
Are you ready?
I have been ready all day. I've been ready for everybody all day.
Cool. I'm screen capturing from my tablet. So let me just. There we go. Okay, I had to turn the volume up on it.
Okay, I am giving you the stage.
Okay.
I'm giving you solo layout. That is all you.
Well,
the stage is yours.
Yeah, stay indoors. Thank you very much, Jim Watts. Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you very much, Vagabond Saints, for having me on to do my music. I've missed playing for everyone so much. So without further ado, I will play some songs for all of you. I guess I'll start with how I would start. And that would be... Can you hear that okay?
I sure can.
All right.
with a head full of air. Oh, the ground's caving in, and you don't even care. And what a trip it must be, tightrope walking the fence, to take even one step without consequence. Gotta die just a little to live just a little in ignorance. Bid your conscience goodbye, frontal lobe bon voyage. You're in privilege land now, you see only mirage. It's a toxic belief and impractical too, to think no one out there's got more misfortune than you. Gotta die just a little to live just a little in ignorance. Two, three. When you open your eyes, it may weigh on you, sure, but when the ground's caving in, that weight will keep you secure. And how sobering it is when you fall off the fence. See, the grass ain't so green at no one else's expense. Gotta die just a little to live just a little in ignorance. Part of you gotta die to keep living the lie, blissful ignorance. Two, three. Thanks so much, y'all. I'm just gonna fix this so that I'm not cutting the top of my head off. There we go. Better. Better. So I fell forwards in position, and so I spun eternally, and I just made my peace with physics, and here I float above the floor. Creator told me, look, my friend, I see your patience at its end. Is there a chance your will could bend? Well, nevermore, quoth I, nevermore. I'm what I always was before. I wasn't built to keep it locked away behind some secret door. I'm only doing what you taught me. I'm all you said you ever wanted. Deep in the black light neon. neon hues of ancient boiler rooms, and in the smoky arcade air, fluorescent every shirt I wore. Creator said, hey Max, get real, that's not how you were built to feel. So what say you, we cut a deal? Nevermore, not me, nah. It's all as all should be, and what's to come is free, this is infinity, and I'm only doing what you taught me. Though every breath I take is haunted, yeah, double dare you try and stop me. I'm all you said you ever wanted. Go kiss the angel goodnight, making out in the high rise. Prepare your lips for the deep dive. Go suck the angel dry, embracing under the black light. 7 minutes in hell on the dark ride. Go kiss your world goodbye. Floodlights on the tree line, running down in a beeline. I'm making use of my free time. Time as it moves is a point of view, and this fabric will falter too. I will meet you there. So go suck the angel dry. So this is how I will be living. So this is how I will remain. I think the deal is off with physics. I best get ready for the war. Creator said, Max, who would have guessed you'd be the one to pass my test? Will you now join me in my quest? Well, nevermore, not I'm done. The power lies in everyone. Far be it from you to set a limit. We'll transcend it till there's none. And I'm only doing what you taught me. And if you got it, go flaunt it. Yeah, double dare you try and stop me. I'm all you said you ever wanted. Thank you. I'm gentle with the flower, why'd I pull its life? Uproot it from the ground. I'm careful with my power, so much malice in me. I'm turning upside down, routinely in a chorus I complain. What a piece of work are all of you. I cover up my flaws I find each day, distract from all the learning I must do. Routinely in a chorus I place blame, self-righteous on my mountaintop you see. I'm up there staring down on you in shame. Don't see the shame about to fall on me. I swear that isn't me. This is what I've buried. I killed this long ago. promise of my anodyne intent. Betrayed by my thinly master plan. Betrayed by my thinly veiled content. The ruling of my concrete plastered hand. And God, I hope to never have to see the inside of my hollow chest exposed. Don't know what you expect to find in me. Regretfully, you find no heart enclosed. My joy is swirling down foreverness. I'm in a spiral glide. My steep and fiery pile foreverness. Behold my pyral slide. All lightning in his pearly whites, yellow are his eyes, his pupils always crispy fried. Taste buds stand on end when he takes a bite from his slice of life. His tongue is 12 feet long and electrified. He's got a demon kicking outwards deep within him, burrowed up and set up camp in his large intestine. Red sneakers scuffed to tatters, and it matters 'cause he's tired of the coffin. He's bored of doing nothing. Greek fire flushes cheeks, cheeky ire ancient Greeks. He's done a lot of self-exhuming. I knew him back in school. He's never been so cool. I never knew him quite so human. Once took solace in a solitary set of footprints. Was then I buried you, a solace in a solitary set of footprints. Was then I buried you. I'm gonna play some songs that ukulele now. Thank you. Thank you. This is an old one that I've reworked through the pandemic so that I like playing it more now. Draped a shroud over his being, and no one knew what they were seeing. He sat on mossy hills and stumps, rolled into valleys down in the dumps. His final friends materialized, through shadowed faces, glowing eyes. Across the road I witnessed it, and he was me but aged a bit. Open up your eyes, wait the change to come. It's a dark and lonely time for us. Ooh. I turned and ran for it had hurt to see my future's tattered shirt. And Lord, it pained me to behold. One day I may become that cold. I looked behind in future me, led all his friends into by the trees hung o'er, and I could not see them anymore. Open up your eyes with the change to come. It's a dark and lonely time for us. Convinced myself those murky men were just mirage or dream, but then my ghost yet to come appeared, and life became as I had feared. He took me through the darkness of the ancient but the trees above, while I was in the world spun on. No one had noticed I was gone. I was gone, no. But you open up your eyes and await the change to come. It's a dark and lonely time for us. I came out, I was not whole. Felt something big vacate my soul. I lay there on the grass exhausted. I'd had it all and now I'd lost it. My torn up gown, a souvenir. How I am forsaken here. If you could free me from disdain, my future may look bright again. Should you open up your eyes and await the change to come? It's a dark and lonely time for us. It's a dark and lonesome time. It's a dark and lonely time for us. It's a dark and lonesome time. It's a dark and lonely time for us. This is called Thanksgiving, and it's about colonialism and religion not having any place in the state, and crucifying people and eating them. Sacrificial fruit, breaking of the bread, fever in your head, harvesting the anguish, dour is the bow, dire is its hum, damp to skin the drum, speak each other's language, eat a piece of Peter, eat a piece of Paul, or never eat at all, reap the soil barren, eat a piece of David, eat a piece of Saul, drink to mighty Gaul, brackish estuarine, pass the salt, God is not without fault. Holy, how charming in his tempest the being we exalt. Holy, burning at the stake, offerings of char, barges on the tar, Sodom and Gomorrah, sacrificial lamb, free him of his sin, jerky from his skin, to eat but also more. Thank you for the bounty that we now receive. Wear it on your sleeve. Blessed are the living, fostering injustice, festering disease. The power of saying please. Thanks for all you're giving. Pass the sauce. We are nailed to the cross. Holy, endearing our incompetence in being our own boss. Holy, 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 somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb. Thank you. Every day I worry about a superficial thing. I worry I may never get in on the ground floor. Every time I think about it generates a fragment of an artificial me. I worry I may never find another back door. A trapdoor in your trust, at least to just find common ground. A way around. to get through. What green-eyed monster takes me over? Me, I wish the world for you. What selfish greed exists within my empathy? What will undo? I feel my eyes get a little more green. I feel my life get a little bit bleaker. I feel my soul get a little bit weaker. And I feel just a little more mean. I feel my heart get a little more blue. I feel my eyes get a little more green. I feel my life get a little bit bleaker. And my soul gets a little bit weaker. And I feel just a little more. Every day I worry about a superficial thing. I worry that you're gonna find someone you like more. Who you like more. Who you like more. Do a few more piano songs for you. Just a few short ones. This is about effort trust. Effort trust can go to hell. I ride my bike through the night on the bridge, over top the ravine, teeter over the ledge. In the evening they close shop and doors lock, and that's when I strike. There'll be nothing to trace where I've been but the tread of my bike. I ride my bike through the dark downtown core, not too far from the home where I lived before. To the effort trust offices I miss it gather inside. I summon them there from the darkest of shadows. They're only too happy to drink from a new host. Exsanguinate bloodsuckers' veins till they're buried dry. And I'll laugh through the night as away on my bike I ride. Laundry, dishes, shave, just tell the truth. Where lies my youth? I only set it down a while. Don't just assume I wish to save it, though I do. That may be true. I laid it neatly in a pile so I could come back to it lately, just to mourn, to feel forlorn. And every day is deja vu since I decided to cremate me in the past, just passing through. The wind will sweep it all away. Goodbye to you. Laundry, dishes, shave, just tell the truth. Where lies my youth? Your resting place, I wish I knew. Where I could go cry at your grave. Round me you flew, said here's a clue. I'm never far, I rest in you. You perceive a gaseous heat, ritual bending in the air, a shape in your periphery, that's just me. I am there. I'm checking in. I felt the light dim in your voice. You said my name as if I'm past tense. I'm calling from a burner phone. You swear I walked into the room. You felt me standing in the door. I've only shared some old constraints, but you don't see me anymore. I'm checking in. I hope you hear this. Just focus closer. I'm always with you. Won't you answer? I'm calling from a burner phone. Thank you. I've got one more, if that's okay. Just a shorty.
That is quite okay.
Cool. This one is for Fred and Doug and Justin and Donald. Hope you find your hurt crumpled in your shirt. Hope you shrivel up, get what you deserve. Hope they stare and shun you for what you've done. Yeah, I wish you luck. Nothing but the worst. March you to the guillotine up on Jackson Square. One fell swoop, the answer to my prayer. I am free, but till then I only hope you find your hurt crumpled in your shirt. Wish you all the best in finding all the worst.
I was hoping you were going to play that.
Thank you.
That's what I was looking forward to. Either that or Me and Honey.
I wouldn't do Me and Honey because I only did songs that I've been working on and perfecting and that I've written through COVID. So all those songs were songs that I've either played, like I've either written in the last year or worked on extensively in the last year or extensively reworked in the last year. So all those are newer.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And that last one, I was really hoping it would be that. Fun fact, when Tanya and I are driving and your song comes up on our Spotify playlist, it is a sing-along.
No way.
Yeah, and she even goes, yay, yay.
my Elvisisms. I can't escape
Oh, yeah.
I can't escape Elvis. I will say about Elvis, like he was say what you want about him. He was a bit of an innovator in terms of his little and stuff like that. Just like the delivery and a lot of the songs he took from people of color, which sucks. But he was I mean, he made him his own. He's gone down in history, so he's inescapable for me. I always keep coming back to Elvis. But yeah.
Thank you so much. That was an absolute pleasure to be able to sit through. I've never got to see you play live before. Any chance I was trying to, I had to work and, or it was at doors and it was 9,000 degrees outside, which was 20,000 degrees inside. And but yes, thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm so happy that you got to be a part of this.
I'm so happy I got to as well. Thank you so much for having me.
And buddy, we love you.
I love you too. I love you lots.
Take care, and I will talk to you soon.
Talk to you super soon, okay? All the best. Good luck with the rest of the telethon.
Thank you, sir.
Break a leg, stay awake, and say hi to hi, Tanya.
She's watching in the other room.
Oh, she's watching. Hi, Tanya.
And she went, woo!
Thanks so much, y'all.
Thank you, Max. I'll talk to you soon, bud.
Talk to you soon. Love you. Bye.
And to follow that up, Ms. Andrea Pullman.
That's a tough act to follow, especially when, it's not titties out because you got this like bar here at the bottom,
Yeah, I also didn't say titties during Max's interview.
I know you made a mistake. I was watching, so.
I don't make mistakes, but I was mistaken.
Oh, yeah. Correct. You got me there.
I don't know. With Max, I can't be well, I was a little foul. I did say that Hollywood Nights just starts with Bob Seger. He's like, here's my dick. It's in you. But Max is such a gentle soul from the first time I met the kid. A funny story about Max.
Excuse me. I'm a gentle soul too. No, I'm not. Go on.
You're a force of nature, which is equally as good. But young Max brought this young lady to the shop for a tattoo.
Right.
Later on, he messages me and he's like, hey, how did the tattoo go? Did she like it and everything? I was like, yeah. He goes, I was on a Tinder date with her and she talked about wanting a tattoo. So I just brought her to your shop. Unfortunately, she never called him back after that. But as soon as she said she wanted a tattoo, he took her right to me. And I was like, oh, Max. I met him just by chance of going into Revolution Records. And instantly I was like just tractor pulled in to this kid's whole being. And I absolutely love the kid. He's talented. He's smart. He's got wisdom and he's got heart. And that's all you can ask in people.
That's really it.
You get a little bit here and there, with some people, but he is the sweetest soul. If ever anything happens to him, I will cry for days.
It's so nice. I feel like everyone you've had on so far today has been, from my perspective anyway, as someone who doesn't know most of them, like just a really solid human. I feel like it really speaks to you guys as a team that you managed to kind of collect all these really excellent people. I think that's just like a really important thing to like just say out loud now as a person who's been watching this since like 12:30, 1 o'clock, that like what?
No judgment. Usually me till the end.
Well, I was working today all day, but I usually like just have something playing in the background anyway. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna have Spotify playing, I may as well just have one day of not that and this instead. So I think you guys are a much worthier cause than
and
women and songs.
And we're not just getting percentages of a penny for this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Now there was talk earlier from Sophia and you in the chat 5 minutes ago.
Ah, she got the pizza.
Tanya's in the bedroom. Tanya's in the bedroom with hers. She got us each one. So thank you, Sophie. Thank you so much. That's why she's my favorite. I have to say that now. She bribed.
Well, I mean, she brought you a $5 pizza, which is more than you could say for the rest of them right now. If anyone, there's this running joke we have. Like, one of my exes is very much wants to get back together with me, and I just am not. We've talked about this before. It's not for me. I don't recycle like that. But he's like, oh, let's have dinner, and I'm like, how about you bring me a pizza? And it'll better your chances. But he's yet to show up with a pizza. And so now it's like a running joke with my friends. Like, the way to Andrea's heart is to just show up with a pizza. And I think it's really funny that Sophie did that right before I was on. I think that's like, just the energy, you know?
Oh man. So let us jump into this. A lot of people are unaware of just how much of a category 10 storm you are on social media. And I'm not saying that to be in any way derivative of who you are.
No, and I take it as a compliment. So
like when your name is said and I was to close my eyes and someone's like, Andrea Pullman, I picture you in a toga, and this is me sexualizing you, okay? We're getting to where it's gotta be. You're wearing this toga and you're standing on this mountain and you are just wielding this fiery sword of justice in the name of all people who need you for them. And like I said, this isn't in any sexualizing fashion. You are wearing underwear under the toga.
Right. I mean, not that I usually would be, but go on.
But and you know my feelings towards you. I'm very open with our discussions and everything, my respect for you and what you do. And that is the imprint in my mind when it comes to you as a persona. I mean, you're a radiant beauty on your own, physically and in person, but mentally you are just this, the lack of a word, this goddess with a flame of justice for a sword, because of the things that you're putting out there, the things that you do, not just on behalf of the different communities in Hamilton, but also the small businesses and the things that you stand behind. You posted a really moving photo on Instagram about your experience with, being homeless or houseless. I'm sorry, with the defund the Hamilton Police Services protesters when they had their encampment torn down. If you're comfortable sharing, can you tell us more about that for the people that are not fans of yours already?
Right. So I shared that with the understanding that, like, just to preface, I understand how privileged I am, and I say that through and through and through every time I talk about this. I was in a situation where, despite working full time and being in a better financial situation, I would say, than I am even now, I was living with someone, and I had trusted them to not be on the lease, which is a mistake I would never make again, obviously. And I was away on a business trip in British Columbia. This is when I used to work in cannabis. I was in British Columbia on a business trip, and my roommate informed me that she thought I had stolen from her and she had changed the locks, which is like a very bizarre text to receive, first of all. Yeah. Secondly, an even weirder text to receive when you're like between business meetings, which was the whole purpose of us being there. And so I got back on a plane to Hamilton, not knowing where I was going to sleep that night, which is like it's such a bizarre level of privilege to be in a situation where you are not only traveling, but in a very I was the director of operations at the time. Like that's a big title. There was a lot of, from the outside, that seems like a very successful moment. But inside I was like completely full of anxiety and like absolutely torn, because I was coming home to, not having my winter coat because it was in that house, and not having a place to sleep and all of these other things. And I am very lucky, similar to you guys. I attract a lot of excellent people into my life. And one of my excellent friends let me sleep on their couch for like 2 weeks. And I was still going to work every day. But I had no address, which is like a very strange feeling to have. And again, I was very lucky that like I have a support system that, you know, did support me. And I ended up being fine. But there is like a level of just, I don't know how exactly to explain it without like becoming emotional, which like I always am emotional, so it's a separate issue. But to feel completely without footing is not something I feel very often as a person. Like I just like, that's never really been like, I kind of always know where I stand. And I'm very confident in myself and in my abilities and in my life. And this just felt like, it felt like as if someone had just taken the floor. Like there was no ground. It just felt like falling. I recently watched Alice in Wonderland, all of the Alice in Wonderlands, like every version. And there's a moment in the animated one, specifically the Disney one, where she falls into, and she's falling and turning, and there's all these things flying by. And that's really what it felt like. It very much felt like I was just falling. And I went to work every day and I accomplished all my tasks. And, you know, I hired people in that time. I was training people. I was like doing my job. But then I would go home and not feel like, and it wasn't my home because I had no home. I had no house. And that was like a terrifying experience, and also one that I don't wish on my worst enemy. And I have a lot of enemies, to be clear. But like that feeling and that consistent feeling of like never landing is so terrifying, and I can't imagine what that feels like on a permanent basis.
I know the feeling that you're speaking of.
Yes.
I was living in Texas and with a girlfriend of mine. She kind of fucked everything up for us. She ran back home to her parents. I was actually living outside. I had like a poncho I would use as a tent. I would find places where I know nobody would be around just so I could grab like a quick nap. I'd sleep in the library. You know, I was able to go to her house, to her parents' house, to shower and stuff. But I couldn't stay there. You know,
Right.
I got caught in her closet once. This is like right before 9/11.
Right.
Like that's how long ago it was. And that's why I try to do what I can to help other people. Is, you know, that's one of the many reasons. But I know the feeling you're talking about where you don't even know that you exist.
Yes.
You know, you have no phone, no address, and it's just like, am I even a person anymore?
Exactly. And it's such a, it really speaks to kind of the misaligned priorities of our society, that without those things you feel like you're not a person. And I think, you know, I catch a lot of flack from my friends, or used to when we used to go out, where like someone would ask me for a cigarette and I don't smoke, like I don't have cigarettes, but like I will just buy someone a pack of cigarettes. I think that there is like sure, smoking is bad for you, like whatever, fine. But ultimately, if that pack of cigarettes makes or breaks someone's day, that $10 doesn't make or break me anymore. And so like
$10 a pack, that's ridiculous.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. That's a separate issue. But like the idea that like, oh, the guy who is always outside of the Big B by my house and like is very clearly hurting, like if I know that he likes Mars bars, I'm gonna buy him a Mars bar. Whatever. I'm going in to buy Arizona iced tea. It's not like I'm like up on some high horse here. You know what I mean? And yeah. I think that experience specifically really helped me understand the real meaning of empathy. It gave me a better understanding of like, you know, there's more to life than like thinking you're better than everybody else. Like living like that is not helping anyone. If I was in the position to help somebody who was in the position I was in, I would absolutely do it in a heartbeat. And we all have that opportunity. So that's what we should do.
That's the whole thing behind the shop. Is we wanted a voice, we wanted a platform.
Yeah.
And we knew by having the shop, we could do things. We could make things happen. That's why we do the donation drives. That's why we're constantly trying to align ourselves with other people to make sure that the folks out there that are in need are getting it.
I think that's one of my favorite things about you guys as a business. As you said, I'm very much like team small business. I always have been. That's, you know, when someone asks who I am, the first line in my bio is always Andrea is a warrior for small business. Andrea is a cheerleader for small business. There's nothing else I care about more than people having the freedom and ability to run their own business and do it successfully. But I think that there's also a level of like, I like to align myself with businesses that care about other people. Because it's like you said earlier, it's not about becoming wealthy. Like none of us are ever going to be billionaires. And like the sooner we realize that is the sooner we get back to understanding that like humanity is more important than money. And that like we need to protect the people and the spaces and the businesses that are most at risk in any situation, whether it's the middle of a pandemic or it's the holiday season or it's none of those things. I personally believe that there is a time and a place for Walmart. Like people need Walmart. Walmart is essential. That is a fact. And people who are saying, well, close the stores, make it all curbside pickup. I'm like, what about people without credit cards? What about people with no credit? What about people with no cars? What about like there's so many reasons that all of the things that are still open are also essential. I agree with what's been said by everybody that like this is detrimental to small business in a way that is not reasonable and that there should be protections in place. And I would fight to the death for that. But taking away things like Walmart and these big box stores that offer things at a heavy discount means that we're putting people who are already at risk even more at risk.
And you're putting more people at risk because they won't have their jobs if they're not at the big box store.
Correct. And so as much as I'm like, yeah, small business, I also have to understand, and you mentioned this earlier when you talked about Starbucks, is that if it's a good company, it doesn't matter how big it is, we have to protect the jobs that are secured by that big company.
Exactly.
If that makes sense.
I have another question for you.
Sure.
How can we as a city, and especially the folks at City Hall, work to be more compassionate to those that are experiencing housing insecurity, especially now with a global pandemic and a supposed pause in evictions in Ontario?
I mean, a supposed pause. I think the answer to any question is listening. Like the folks at City Hall, as you so kindly put it, I never use words that nice when I talk about them, choose not to listen to their constituents. And the problem with that is that, as I once really aggressively said in an Instagram story, they work for us. Or they should.
I've been saying that all along. We vote for them to represent us. They are just like in court. You have the foreman of the jury. They speak on behalf of the other 11 people. That's how I see these people. But now the only people they're speaking on behalf of are the ones who lobby them and line their pockets.
Correct.
The people that are going to do whatever it takes to make them look better, be it the counselor in my ward where my business is, who's not doing anything and hasn't been seen or heard from in any way. Yeah. And then you've got the other counselor with the hairpiece that's up on the mountain that is too busy hearing his own goddamn voice echoing in his own ass where his head is. It's ridiculous. We have these old white women that are in the outskirts of the town, and they're too caught up in their own. There's no racism in Hamilton. Oh, I bring my own tampons with me. No, you don't, Esther. No, you don't. You're already dried up. You're in menopause, lady.
You're dried up. Look,
she has no eggs.
No, she's also like a reptile. Like every issue. I'm trying to be really nice.
We're not here to be nice. We are.
Look, I'm doing my best.
We are victims. All of us are victims of the municipal government.
Yes.
Not all of them are bad, and I will go on record as saying that Narinder Nan and Maureen Wilson Brad Clark to a degree, John Paul Danko. They're trying harder than Ferguson, Marula, Collins, Pauls,
for sure,
Partridge.
for sure.
And you know what's funny is 10 years ago, I didn't know a goddamn person's name here in the city. And now I know all 14 counselors and Fred Freisenbergers.
Here's the thing. Ultimately, the way politics works is that these people are going to listen to the people who are lining their pockets. And until election time, there's not much we can do about that.
Nope, not at all.
But the reality of the situation is, and I've been screaming this for years, is that if we don't vote, nothing changes.
Exactly.
And the problem is that when we see low voter turnout, when we see voter apathy, when we see people just voting for people who used to be fucking on the radio, that's when you end up with, counselors who have never lived in their ward and say they're going to move there every election, like the one in the ward where you own your business. That's when you end up with people like career counselors who have been in office for so long.
Like the ones on the mountain.
I was just saying. So like the ultimate answer to the question of like, how do we fix this is we vote in the next election. We run in the next election. And if that is not something that we can count on everyone doing, then we have no hope of fixing the problem. I think that we as a people are more engaged with other levels of government because we perceive them to have a higher impact on our life. Yes. And in some cases, that is true. Obviously, in your case right now, the level of government that is the most impactful on your life is not municipal. It's actually provincial. You personally. Me personally, is always municipal because I work from home. I'm living my truth. Like I don't need to be anywhere, right? So for me right now, I'm still mad about municipal politics and I will be probably for the rest of time. The idea for me is like, I want to see a better understanding of, tenants' rights in a city where we have so many tenants and so few homeowners. I want to see a better understanding of our actual bylaws and the ways that we can be protected. Like I've called bylaws 16 times in the past 8 months because I think that is more important to me than trying to get a hold of Jason Farr, who replies to my emails once in every 6 times.
Yeah.
Right? But like when my landlord's fucking with me, it's not Jason Farr that's going to help me. It's bylaw. And people don't understand that. There's actually, Cameron was on here earlier.
Yep.
He is presenting at the Steel Conference this week, which is the Hamilton Hive Conference, about how to engage with your municipal government. And it's the session that I'm actually like almost most excited for because I think Cameron has a unique insight on like what works and what doesn't. And I think that's a very valuable session for any person living in any municipality. Like forget Hamilton, any municipality, because the reality is that you're going to run into different personalities along the way, but that the structures and the systems are going to be pretty similar municipality to municipality. I can't do politics. Might have to push a certain journalist. Well, I think to answer your original question, the things that we can do is like annoy your counselor, email the mayor. But the reality
I wouldn't waste time with the mayor because he doesn't even come out to meet people in the forecourt. He can't even look someone in the eyes before he has them arrested.
I think he looks like I think he's kind of like a robot, like a cyborg, It just feels like his facial expression is always the same.
I'm Mayor Grant. I got basset hound eyes. But let's move on to something a little happier because I know you and I both. We
do it for days.
We could go all day.
Yeah,
going on and on about the 14 up at City Hall. So you're known as a small business superhero around town. What makes you so passionate about independent businesses?
I love people. I think that people are the coolest. I like learning people's stories. I like understanding like their motivations. And I like supporting individual humans who I like. So when I end up at the doorstep of a business and I find that the people there are excellent, then I make it my life's journey to make sure that everyone knows how excellent those people are. And that has turned into a huge referral network, essentially, of, people know that if they come to me, I will tell them, good or bad,
And I've been told. You've opened my eyes to a lot of things I didn't know before. You redirected me on some things that I was mistaken at. And you always name drop the businesses that definitely need to be name dropped at the right time too.
I do my best.
It's
the
like,
thing is, it's about, for me, I just am always as honest as I can be and as genuine as I can be. Like there's no, I am what you see. Like you can catch me on any day and I'm always going to be the same. And maybe sometimes in a worse mood. But like, generally speaking, if you encounter me and I'm not furious about something, and even when I am to a certain extent, it's what you're going to get is the truth. Whether I'm in a good mood or a bad mood, you're going to get the truth. Is just how it's delivered. And for me, with small businesses, there are so many excellent people in Hamilton doing excellent things, and they're the best at those things. And why wouldn't I want to talk about that? Isn't that the best thing to talk about? I love talking about how great people are.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of people on the whole, but I will talk about people that are exceptional.
So this is the thing.
Like you and Max and, pretty much everybody that's been on here.
I love people. Like, I hate talking to people, but I love learning about people, And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about, like, when Max was talking about, like, the movies that he likes watching about, like, wrestling people and whatever else. It's like the reason that I am drawn to things like that is because I love learning people's stories and their whys and their hows. And once you kind of have that information, how do you not share it? It's so exciting. Like you and I have talked at length about how I don't get tattoos from men. That's a thing.
Yeah.
And the reason for that for me is that I love supporting women in male-dominated industries. I think that that's super important. I'm like the die-hardest feminist there is, right? So like, I love that. But there's also the idea that like, you changed my mind about that. I was like, if I'm ever going to get a tattoo from a man, it's going to be Jim, who cares about other people. And I think when you kind of understand people's whys and you experience their how, then you get to, be excited about the things that they're doing. And you can't do that with Walmart. You can't do that with Kelsey's or the Keg. That doesn't mean you shouldn't go to Kelsey's or the Keg. People are employed there. It's a great business. I love a spinach dip or a steak as much as the next bitch. But ultimately, I'm going to go to Diplomat before I go to Kelsey's.
Exactly.
Unless I want a frozen margarita, in which case it's a chain restaurant. You got to go.
Well, you know what? After everything is finished up with this lockdown and the COVID lets us reopen and shit, I'm going to get a way to make you frozen margaritas at our shop.
Just a blender. That's really all we need.
I was thinking like one of those Slurpee machines.
Yeah, that would also be sick.
And just pour tequila in there. We're good.
They do that at Arcade in Hess. They have like a slushy machine and they make boozy slushies.
Oh man, there's always somebody that gets the idea before I come up with it.
No, but they're really good.
But they're not a monopoly. I will do it. Before I let you go, I want everybody to know that you are a municipal treasure.
True. Fact. So are you. So is everyone who works at Vagabond Saints, actually.
I am in no way. I'm not in the same ballpark as you. I'm not even in the same national league. But what we do is just as important. You are at a different level than we have gotten to yet.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, I do my best, and I think that's all anyone can do. I think it's really important that everyone recognizes their own capacity. And I think whether that's knowing when to stop or it's knowing when you can push further, I think capacity is such a key thing, especially right now. I have the capacity right now to do more than some other people do. And the reason for that is because, you know, I have a lot of social energy that I can't use anymore. Right? And so that broadens my capacity. I was talking about this, I can't remember where or when. But the idea that there used to be like patrons of the arts and that artists got to create these beautiful, exceptional things because they weren't worried about earning a living, because they had patrons.
Yes.
And the idea that like during this lockdown, I was fortunate enough to go from having, 4 jobs, Jim, that I used to have?
Yeah.
Go from having 4 jobs to having none, but still be financially stable. You know, that was lucky for me. That's luck. It's hard work, but it's also luck. And if I can use that stability and that ability to, you know, not worry about paying rent, if I can use that stability to further other causes, then that's what I'm going to do. And I think if you don't have that stability and you need support, now is the time to ask for it. And that's what you guys are doing. And I really, truly, I'm always here to support you. You know that. Whatever you need, I'm always there. And I think that, you know, being able to ask for help and being able to set up something like this and taking the time to be like, you know what, we could probably figure this out, but we have given to this community and we are part of this community, I think is like a really lovely thing. And I think knowing when you need to ask for help is just as important as helping other people.
Yeah.
I think that's
with us asking for help now, we know that by us being helped now and we're around later, then we can pay it forward. That
Absolutely.
we can take what was given, the help we were given, and give that help to others that are needing it. So Absolutely. It's not a matter. I don't see it as, oh, help us, and then I go and make $3 million and don't do anything. That would be wrong. But the whole purpose of us staying open is because we know the benefit we are to not just the community but society here. And I don't see it as you know, me just taking. I am going to be putting it to use, you know, be it us taking food and water to people that are living in tents, or it's us, you know, making ourselves available for anybody that comes in that's having a mental health emergency. It's us doing our donation drives to get food and clothing and stuff together for people that need it. So investing in us by helping us now is just investing in a great future to help out other people.
Yes, I personally feel that you have invested in me. Like that's, you know, you would say otherwise. Oh, I'm going to cry. I just love you guys so much.
Oh, don't cry, because then I'm going to get all choked up.
Oh, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
Tanya just goes, aw.
You guys give so much to everybody whoever steps foot in your shop. Oh, I'm such a mess. Oh. Okay.
Andrea, look me in the eyes.
I'm fine.
Okay. Tim.
Okay. I'm fine.
There we go.
We're fine. It's fine. You guys give so much to everybody who steps through the doors of your shop, whether it's Spring Street or John Street or any other shop you've ever had. You hold space for people. You provide excellent art and culture to the community. You give back whenever you can. We don't deserve you.
This bitch just used culture talking to us, Tanya. I kid. I appreciate what you said.
And I think, you know, as much as it's like, this is hard and COVID sucks, I am so glad that, you know, you are part of our community and that we are able to support you like this, because there's no one who deserves it more.
Why do you gotta humble me so? I'm
well,
trying
you're halfway through. Got to keep you going, you know.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to be like this. I don't give a shit badass. That
Yeah,
people like,
no one's buying that, Jim.
Even with Husky Tanya.
No.
I don't know if you caught that earlier, but Tanya's side persona is Husky Tanya. She hangs out with a girl named Shitty Trish, and they wear cutoff denim jackets with patches on them, and they're just all about hardcore. All she does is hard style.
I love this.
And that's Husky Tanya. We went to bed laughing about this because the word husky isn't I don't want to say politically correct, but it's just not a term used anymore to describe people of girth.
Yeah. No, I love that.
But like last night I was telling Tanya, like I'm rubbing her back and I'm like, I'm gonna just start telling people like, oh, hi, I'm Jim from Vagabond Saints, and this is my wife, Husky Tanya. And Matt Serena this morning described himself as husky, and I was like, oh shit, it's a sign. We're bringing it back.
That's amazing. I feel like being introduced to someone like that, like how do you react? Like if you were like, this is my wife, Husky Tanya, I'd be like, cool.
I'm gonna get her rockers on the back of this denim jacket. It says Husky Tanya. And she's gonna wear like a beanie to the side, like a fucking toque on the side.
It's like kind of like baggy in a weird way. Like you're like,
yes. It's also holding on in a way that you're like, is it bobby pins or
yeah? Like how is it stuck there?
Yeah. Tanya, will there be a toothpick? Does Husky Tanya, is she a toothpick person?
She's a toothpick. She's definitely.
I mean, sure. I feel like I'm gonna fall and choke on it.
And she goes, I don't know. I think I might fall and choke on it.
She does fall a lot. I feel like.
I will finish this up with this. 3 winters ago, we're walking down King Street, and you know where the park is on King across from First Place?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's West Ave, further down from our house. And we're walking, and it's icy out. And all of a sudden, I just see Tanya melting slowly to the ground. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, I'm falling. And it's in slow motion. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I don't want to get hurt. But she lowered herself fully laying on the ground. It wasn't like she brought herself down to her haunches and stopped herself from getting hurt. No, she went and extended her legs to the side and laid in the street. From fully standing to prone.
I love that though.
Oh.
That's better than a fast fall.
Sometimes I'm in a bad mood and I'll remember that and boom, I'm happy again. I'm like, this bitch laid down in slow motion. I'm falling. Like it's a common occurrence.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
Husky Tanya is a character unto her own.
I feel like I'm gonna go and buy a cutoff denim jacket.
I think you should anyways.
Yeah, catch me after lockdown.
But I need to calm down on the Husky Tanya thing because look what happened with Shop Daddy's CEO. It started off as a way to like irritate Sophie because she didn't like the term Shop Daddy. It's like up there with Leather Daddy and the other kind of daddies they have. So that and then Sandra Downard started calling the shop and being like, can I speak to Shop Daddy? And Sophie's like, ugh, don't say that. And then it stuck. And then, of course, I became CEO of Vagabond Saints, with Shop Daddy CEO.
Look,
now
if you didn't want us saying it all the time, you never should have told me. That was your first mistake.
When I'm in the car, I'm Drive Daddy CEO.
Nice.
It's not in the shop. I just pulled buttons. Oh. I remember the last time I wore this suit.
Somewhere with buttons.
Well, I'm not wearing a full suit.
No, it's shorts.
This is the eulogy that I read for Chris Parkinson. That's still in my
goodness
pocket here. I haven't worn this since then. I've also put on 40 pounds. So
right.
This is, I'm Big Jim in a little coat. But there's also buttons in here.
I feel like you could get a robe like mine with it's like a kimono.
I was hoping that the kimono robe thing was going to happen.
Well, you said gown or robe. I'm never going to choose gown over robe. Well, not today. Sometimes I would.
I knew either way you would do it. I knew that you would go either end. That's why I gave you the options. I'm like, you can go this end of the spectrum with a robe or this end with
I honestly considered
full sequin gown.
I thought about wearing my sequin gown under this. and then taking it off in like a reveal type of fashion. But then I realized that I was just meant to be an interview and not some sort of like entertainment. And so I was like, I'll tone it down.
It wouldn't have been entertainment. That just would have been a grand reveal.
Yeah, but that's entertaining. That's entertainment.
Aren't you the same one that wanted to outshine some brides at their weddings? Like,
I did that.
I was hoping that was going to happen. Like, you were going to just outshine me. You're like, oh, look at Jim in his little jacket and t-shirt. And you're like, what?
I have the sequin gown out, the one that I tried on for the first time in the shop, actually. But I was like, I feel like it's too hot. Like, it's so hot that I was like, oh, I'll be sweaty and then cranky. You know? No one needs that.
Regardless of what you wear, you've always been stunning. Your personality shines through even on your groggiest days. And it has been an absolute honor and pleasure to have spent this time tonight with you. I've enjoyed all of our interactions throughout our entire friendship. And but thank you so much for coming on and being a part of this and
anytime
letting people know who you are and what you do so that maybe when they need you, they can find you.
Well,
you're a beacon in the night.
Doing my best. Thank you so much for everything you do for all of us and for people who are not us, frankly. I appreciate you. I appreciate your whole team. Sophie's done 700 of my tattoos, so she knows. But, you know, to everybody else at the shop, I love you so much. And to Tanya, I can't wait to get my nails done again.
Tanya's watching, so she is.
Look how trash I look, like a little baby. It's terrible.
I think Sophie only has 3 nails left.
Oh, I took all mine off at Christmas because I had like an anxiety attack, and I was like, they're all gone. I'm fine now.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
Well, have a good night. Good luck with the next, what is it? 12, 14 more hours? 13 more hours?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 12, like 15.
Yikes. Okay, well, I'll be watching for parts of it. I'll be really stoned in about an hour watching it. So when my comments stop making sense, that's why.
And gritty fucks.
And also gritty fucks. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Have I showed you this before?
No, and I'm seeing it now, and I appreciate that.
My boy. All right. Have a good
Now
night.
Have a good night. Thank you so much. And
Bye,
stick around
Donate.
because Thomas Duxbury is going to be playing next.
Perfect. Everyone should donate while they're watching that.
Yes, I will make sure to remind everybody of that very soon. Bye, Andrea.
Bye.
All right. That was Andrea Pullman. You can find her on all the social media. She is she is a fountain of resource. So if there's ever anything you need as a business person, or you even have questions municipally about the way things are done, don't hesitate to reach out to her. She's very approachable and a just damn good human being. And without further ado, I am going to give you guys Thomas Duxbury.
Hello.
Sir, it has been so long since I have seen your face.
Been a minute or two. How you doing, man?
I'm well. I'm getting through this. How about yourself?
I am good. I've been watching your stream, man. I admire the endurance for 24 hours of this, man.
Check back in tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. and see what a pile of shit I am. I'm just going to be cranky, low blood sugar, yelling at everybody.
I feel that, man. I'll be watching, man.
All right. So the stage is yours. I'm giving you full screen, and I am excited.
All right.
Everybody, Thomas Duxbury.
Cool. All right. I've been setting up this new way of doing things, and let's hope it works. Can you guys hear my guitar? I just want to make sure. I want to do a little sound check before I get going.
Sure thing.
You hear that?
Bluesy as all hell.
All right, let's get her actually going. Check. Check. All right, center. 1, 2, 3.
for me to whisper loud, 'cause in good time you'll find. Till I finally feel out. In the time it takes some time, baby, I'll finally realize I must go my way. You ain't mine, always your time. Oh, time says we'll all work out, but your love's no run. You'll find when it all comes around, on me, oh, yes, it's like that. So I'm gonna there's a woman I'll be moving around and drag you to the ground. You'll find when it all comes around, and I'm in the way to down. So I'm gonna do now. Till I finally feel out. Hey, I'm gonna do now. Till I finally feel out.
When experimenting this new way of having the band here while I'm social distancing, so what we sort of do is we pre-record the tracks. I load them onto a pedal, and then I can hear what's going on, what was played before, and then I can play along to it. So I don't know,
That's awesome.
just adapting to the times.
That is awesome.
So I can have the whole band here in my apartment, so it's kind of neat to be able to do that. I'm gonna play a new song. So as some of the people watching this may know, I put a record out in the summer called Back 40 Homegrown. That's on, all the streaming giants and shit like that. But this one is a new song I'm working on. I'm hoping to have this one out sometime in February. But anyways, put this thing on backwards. It involves a harmonica. So let me try it out. Jim, how does the mix sound over there? Is it can you hear everything okay?
I can hear you singing really well. I can hear most of the backing track, but the guitar seems to be cutting in and out because of the speaker on whatever the device is, the computer or tablet.
Okay, so turn up the guitar a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I'm not sure if the guitar is causing the influx in the microphone on the device. If that makes sense.
It's just running through a mixer, and then I got it going through a PA. So
Okay.
Originally I had a system that I could plug into my phone, but it died right before the last live stream I did, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. So we're running through a PA and then the phone mic. So
Okay, it's probably the phone mic that the guitar is a little too much for, but we're hearing the vocals, definitely.
okay, sick.
And the
All right.
guitar solo, we heard the guitar solo.
All right, I got another song for you guys. This one's called Ain't No Life. It's a new tune I've been working on and writing. Hopefully you enjoy it.
Just to get by. Run away your time, every day take it down. One soul man, turn me upside, throw me down the stairs and show me unwise. I said I ain't no life for living. I ain't no life in the side of the road. I ain't no life for living. And I ain't gonna die hanging from your baby, back to the ground. Go back up, oh, yeah. It'll make your man. Take my advice, get yourself a job. Look for your life on someone else's dime. I said I ain't gonna lie for the living. I ain't no life at the side of the road. I ain't no life for the living. I ain't gonna die hanging from your
guitar was a bit too loud on that one now. I'll get there eventually. Thank you so much. Jim, thank you for having me, and I want to thank everyone at Vagabond Saints for putting this all together. This is a great thing you're doing, and I look forward to seeing all the great acts. I've been trying to watch periodically throughout the day, and I've been really enjoying what you're doing.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And it's all the better that you're a part of it.
Thank you so much. How many more do I got? Just one more?
Yeah, I think one more will do.
All right. So I'm going to play the second song I released. And apparently people like it in Brazil because it's got like 1,000 plays on Spotify in Brazil. So that's kind of cool. It's called That Woman. And I'm going to turn my guitar down a little bit for this one. And yeah. goes like this.
I wanna take your walk flying high. I wanna sit up in the sky. To sit with my working man. I stay to sit to a borderland. If I'm not able to go plane, I may still just ain't no thing. Without a dream, all you need, I go somewhere where the sea. They won't understand my mind. I won't tell about it. They won't understand my mind. I'm crazy 'cause these colors ain't yours, don't. I set my hand and I saw you. Green, yellow, don't make it red. I ain't loving this devil out there. They won't understand I'm not. Tell about it. They won't understand I'm not. Crazy 'cause it's They won't understand I'm not. Won't tell about it. They won't understand I'm not. Crazy 'cause it's I said they won't understand I'm not. Won't tell about it. They won't understand I'm not. Crazy 'cause yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Jim.
It has been our pleasure, Thomas. And for the folks at home that don't realize, here, let me put us back on the same screen. You were actually at our very first benefit show. It was you, Amigo the Devil, Bourbon Decay never showed up. We had Kevin Broch there from the Thirsty Traveler, and Clifford Myers was the comedian to open everything up. And Dynamite Show. It's back when you were with the Retro Action. And after all these years, I'm still in touch with you, and occasionally I hear from Keith.
That's awesome, man. I'm so glad we kept in touch and everything.
Oh, absolutely. You and Keith have been nothing but absolute sweethearts with us and the shop, and it's been an honor on our end watching you guys grow musically. Like Keith is over in Amsterdam right now, just making videos and hanging out with people, and making music. And I'm watching what you're doing and how your life is going. You and the girlfriend seem extremely happy, and it brings pride to us here.
Absolutely, man. I've been so happy to see you guys grow too with the other locations you guys have gotten. Congratulations again on getting the new shop. It looks great.
Thank you. Just wait. Once everything
come and see you guys in person.
We look forward to it. I've got a hug waiting for you, man.
Absolutely, you as well.
Hey, ever need anything, don't hesitate. We're always here for you, just like you've been here for us.
Anytime, man.
Thank you, Thomas. Have a great night, and we'll talk soon.
See you around, Jim. Bye, Tanya.
She's in the back room. She's watching.
Hi, Tanya.
She's waving, and you don't hear her. See you, Thomas.
It was great chilling with you. It was great to play some songs with you, and I look forward to visiting the new shop.
Likewise, my friend. Cheers.
See you around.
And that, everybody, was Thomas Duxbury. Up next, we have the Hub of the Hammer trivia happening. I'm just waiting for Matt to return so that he can get that going. Damn, we have some really good musicians in this city. From all levels, really. And I wish nothing but the best for the ones that we know personally, like Thomas and Max and Mike. Very entertaining, and I'm humbled to be in the presence of these people and their songwriting. I've written my share of songs in the past and performed them, but these guys make me just look like I'm Daniel Johnston or something. People don't know Daniel Johnston was sort of a savant in his own way. I think the last song I wrote was about Inuits. I mean, I write songs every single day, and they're ridiculous songs I sing to the dogs or about Tanya. But these guys, Thomas and Max and Mike, just really, really on top of their talents. So look them up on social media. Thomas Duxbury is also with New Mother Nature. Max has some stuff on Spotify as well. Mike, I don't think Mike has anything on Spotify, but if you get a hold of him, he does have an album available. Actually, he has a couple albums available. So yeah, reach out to them on their social media. Give them a follow. They're fantastic people, and you're gonna like them. So yeah, we are just waiting on Matt to return. I don't know if I've got to send him another invite. I have no idea what I'm doing now. My screen just went wild. Man, how do other people do this? Okay, give me just a moment. I know this isn't the most entertaining part of the show with me staring at the screen and clicking. All right, so I've sent him the invite, and I hope everybody's ready to play. I'm stoked to see how this goes down. We got a little bit of time. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. In the meantime, we have a auction going on right now on biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints, and hold on just a second. Come on. Where was I? Oh, yes. So we are at biddingowl.com/Vagabond Saints, and we have a painting by David Brace. We have a painting by Alberto Morales. We have a painting by Bonnie McGill. We have services provided by Savage Gardens Landscaping. We have a set of nails, complete gel set with art from Tanya, a tattoo gift certificate from me for 150, and we also have tattoo date night, which is dinner, manicures, and tattoos for 2. And we also have a trivia night from Hub of the Hammer as well. Speaking of Hub of the Hammer, the prodigal son has returned.
Ooh, I tell all my injured says it's right what I mentioned. I'm late for a lot of things.
Matt, if only you came in with like a puff of smoke.
Oh, I really should have smoke pop ready to go.
So the floor is all yours. Bring on the trivia.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen so everyone can see the instructions, and I won't be able to see you. So just verbally let me know when it's good to start.
I just gave you full solo screen layout. You're good to go at any time.
Okay. Right. Well, sorry guys, just making sure I can share the right screen. All right. So you're going to triviarat.com/HUB and picking a team name. I noticed that there is a bit of a lag between the StreamYard and the YouTube. So it's possible that might delay things a couple seconds. So when you hear this, go to triviarat.com/HUB and pick a team name. You can do it from a smartphone or another browser window. So once I start seeing names pop up there, okay, I see one team already. The Gritty Fox are here. All right, Bonnie B has entered. Give a couple more minutes just to make sure everyone has a chance to come in. Got 3 teams already. All right, Jerry only has entered. Okay, if you haven't joined yet, you're going to triviarat.com/HUB.
Some great names there tonight, Matt.
Well, I'm just messaging you. Perfect. So while I'm full screen, I won't be able to read any of the comments or questions. So if you can just message me if anything comes up or verbally tell me, whatever you prefer.
I can keep you updated on the comments if you'd like.
Yeah, if anyone has any like tech questions.
Well, as of right now, Andrea says digging the stash, Matt.
Oh, it's not a question, but I'll take it. Thank you.
I told you, man, it looks good on you.
Only people I can be outside showing off. All right, we got 5 teams so far. We've got Gritty Fox, Bonnie B, CPW, Jerry Only, and Husky Tanya and Jim. That's you guys, right?
Oh, we got another person, Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan has entered.
Oh yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
Sweet Ass Pie has also entered.
Now,
Some great.
Now, is that a sweet ass pie or a sweet ass pie?
Ooh, I don't see any punctuation, so it's all one word. Could go either way.
It is an ass pie, like a cream pie, but with the rear end.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with Tanya. Oh no, I would not eat that pie.
Same, even if it is sweet. Ugh.
All right, any more people join in?
Looks like we got 8 teams.
Two, three, four, five. Okay. So if you're just listening to this now, it's triviarat.com/HUB. You can do it from your smartphone or from a browser window. If you're doing your browser window, just arrange the windows. You can see both screens as there is a picture around. Okay, I think we're gonna start in our half a minute. If anyone else wants to join, you can just join at the point that we're at. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams. Okay. Miserable Quizzerable has just entered. Okay. So I'm hitting the game on buttons. You will now be able to enter your answer for question 1. Keep in mind that it's not a speed thing. You have until the end of the round to enter your answer. If you think of a different answer, you can always change it. If your phone dies or you switch devices, put in the exact same team name, it'll pick up where it left off. Right, round 1 is strictly general knowledge. What were the first words in the Bible?
I'm not saying it out loud, Tanya, then other people will. I kind of wish we had a Bible so I could look this up.
All right, so about 56% of the players have entered. Once it gets to about 75, we'll go on to the next. If you don't know, feel free to put pass or don't know or it's the Bible. Those are 3 words. All right, question 2. What decade was the New York City Ballet formed? What decade was the New York City Ballet formed? Question 3. Porsche is a brand of car that originated in what country? In what country did Porsche originate? Question 4. What word beginning with the letter H describes the longest side of a triangle? What word beginning with letter H describes the longest side of a triangle? Question 5. In our solar system, which two planets rotate clockwise? I'll give you a half point for each correct answer. In our solar system, which two planets rotate clockwise? Question 6. There are 42 of what in a standard deck of cards, excluding the Joker cards? There are 42 of what in a standard deck of cards? Question 7. What language does the word Arabic stem from? Question 8. What is the national dish of Scotland? Question 9. What former U.S. president was the director of the CIA from 76 to 81? Which former U.S. president was the director of the CIA from 76 to 81? Question 10. What is the Italian word for bartender? Question 11. What year was the $2 bill last printed in the U.S.? What year was the $2 bill printed in the U.S. for the last time? And 12, how many squares are there on a chessboard? Okay. And that is it for round one. We're going to go over the answers actually right now. So number one, the first three words were in the beginning. Number two was the 1940s for the ballet. 3, Porsche is Germany. 4 is the hypotenuse of a triangle. Question 5, in our solar system, which two planets rotate clockwise? It is Venus and Uranus. If you got one of the two, I give you a half point. There are 42 of what in a standard deck of cards, excluding the Joker cards? It is eyes.
I would have never guessed that.
Those tricky ones. What language does the word Arabic stem from? It's Aramaic.
Yes. I've got every other one right.
A track record. The national dish of Scotland is, of course, haggis. Jerry only with the answer if it's haggis. I will be very put out, which is a very fantastic Swimmer and Axe Murderer reference. Fantastic. No one ever brings out quotes from that movie. Which former U.S. president? It was George Bush. The senior George Bush. The Italian word for bartender is barista. The last year the $2 bill was printed in the U.S. was 2014.
Oh, wow.
And how many squares are on a chessboard? 64. Which means Husky, Tanya, and Jim as in the lead with 7 points. Hulk Hogan with 6, and then Jerry only with 5.5. So we're going to head into the next round.
Fun fact, Husky Tanya's not even giving me the answers. She's just watching.
Tell you?
Oh, Tanya.
Sorry, one quick second here. There we go. Okay, sorry, one quick second. I'm just switching the rounds. 2. All right, round 2 is based on pop culture. Question 1, who created the Muppets? Question 2, what is the name of Barack Obama's dog? Question 3, and then sync. What does the J in JC stand for? For all my timber heads, this is for you. People putting their answer for this one faster than the Bible question. That is amazingly funny. Question 4. What is the name of the Fast and the Furious actor that tragically passed away? What is the name of the Fast and the Furious actor that tragically passed away? Question 5. What decade was NASCAR formed? What decade led to the formation of NASCAR? Question 6. Who is Tom Hanks married to? Question 7. What is the name of Dr. Seuss's egg hatching elephant? Just some promo, guys. If you go to the screen, it'll say at the bottom, should say click here or something. Follow us online. So click follow us online, at least to our social media. We do this across the city. Mondays, we do this through the Patreon. To become a Patreon patron, you could get these games for free on Mondays. Tuesdays, Red Electric Diner. And then Wednesdays, alternating Wednesdays, we've got a Friends and the Office tournament starting this week. You guys like that sort of thing? Question 8. What would you rock the baby or walk the dog with? With what would you rock the baby or walk the dog? Question 9. What kind of a dancer was Mr. Bojangles? Question 10. What state is Captain Kirk from? What U.S. state is Captain Kirk from Star Trek from?
I only know the answer to that because of Fanboys.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that movie.
Yeah, remember they had the statue that they ran into with their van?
That was a great movie.
Oh, absolutely. Dan Fogler can do no wrong.
Oh, I love Dan Fogler. Question 11. What is the name of the Bill Clinton's cat? That's a typo. Should just say Bill Clinton. What is the name of Mr. William Clinton's cat? And the last question, round 2. Arthur Curry is the real name of which superhero? Looking for the character's name, not the actor's name. Give you guys an extra 15 seconds before we close off the round. Feel free to change the answer to anything you've done so far for round 2.
We can change answers?
Yeah, probably shouldn't have told you that. So yeah, if you think of a different answer, it'll say at the bottom, I think jump to whatever number.
I'm too lazy to click.
Oh, that's fine. You're already in the lead, so. All right, so that is it for this round. Let's see how everyone did. Go right to the answers. The creator of the Muppets was Jim Henson. Barack Obama's dog is Bo. Although, Jerry only again, the name guessed Bark Obama. In my mind, that's what it should have been. JC in NSYNC's first name is Josh. Jerry only got that one. Paul Walker tragically died.
I call foul. I put in Joshua.
Yeah, you got it right. Wait, no.
I didn't get it right.
Nope, I see it here. You're good.
All right, cool.
Next up. NASCAR was formed in the 40s. Wait, no. Sorry, yeah. Before the 40s was the correct answer. Hulk Hogan got that one right. What a sentence. Tom Hanks is married to Rita Wilson.
I got a half point. Woo!
Gotta be fair. Horton is the name of Dr. Seuss's egg hatching elephant. A yo-yo is what you would rock the baby or walk the dog with. Mr. Bojangles was indeed a tap dancer. Captain Kirk is from Iowa. The name of Bill Clinton's cat was Socks. And Arthur Curry's real name is Aquaman.
I remembered that Bo was the name of Obama's dog because it was also the name of Biden's son, the one that passed away.
Oh, it's a fun way to remember that. Hulk Hogan, you're in lead with 18 points. Husky Tanya and Jim with 17.5. Bonnie B with 11. Gritty Fox with 10.5, and so forth. So the final round is a picture round. I'm going to show you a picture of a family. You're going to tell me what show it comes from. I'm not looking for the family's name. I'm looking for the name of the show. So if you're on the browser with Trivia Rat, just arrange your windows in a way so you can see both screens. What show is this?
Like, I'm not going to know what show Olivia Diabo was on.
What a reference. She's like the least talked about person on the cast.
Yeah, and shit, what was that kid's name? Everybody thought it was Brian Warner, and it wasn't. You know, the guy who was Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm looking at the kid's face. I can't remember what his name was. But Olivia Diabo, she was an early crush.
All right, number 2.
I need to enlarge the screen for that one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Number 3.
Hey Matt, fun fact: my mom looks like John Goodman.
That is a very fun fact. I think for everyone but your mom.
Oh, it's been told to her. She just doesn't like it.
Oh, I don't think she would like being referred to as John Goodman. Question 4. What show is this?
I wish I could zoom in further.
Webcam's on, you know.
I think I know it. Yeah. I'm going to be wrong on that one. I never watched the show. I don't like Dax Shepard. I like Dax Shepard on his podcast, but if I have to look at him, I don't like him.
I'm the same. I like his podcast, but I haven't seen Dax Shepard in the role that made me say that was good. All right, number 5. Number 6.
Surprisingly enough, this became one of my favorite shows last year.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's the Goldbergs, but with an Asian family.
Oh. Okay.
I started watching it because of what's her name there? Constance Wu.
Mhm.
And then the rest of the cast just won me over.
All right, number 7.
I'm going to use my old man memory on this one, Matt. I will say time was not fair to Justine Bateman.
No.
No. Now, she looked good when she was on crap. The show with Job. Yeah, on Arrested Development, she looked good. But yeah, I've seen pictures since, and I'm like, oh, you poor thing.
All right, moving on to number 8.
Both of his TV parents are dead, and it kind of makes me sad.
It is sad. It shows that time is passing. All right, number 9.
I feel racist writing that.
Number 10.
Lenny Kravitz's mom was on the cast.
Really?
Yep. She played the neighbor.
Number 11. And the last question of the game, which shows this.
I have the soundtrack to the show on vinyl.
How old are you again?
I'll be 45 on Wednesday.
Okay. It's a very old-fashioned sentence.
But it's a true sentence. I do have the soundtrack to the show on vinyl. And I'm waiting for the day that Dan Ocito is playing somewhere. And I'm like, sir, can you put this into the mix? Just the theme song. Dan Ocito is one of my favorite DJs in Hamilton. He puts together music in a way that you wouldn't think would work well in a mashup.
All right, so that is it. Let's see how everyone did. We've got number 1 was The Wonder Years. 2 was The Middle. 3 was Roseanne. 4 was Parenthood. 5 was Modern Family. 6 was Fresh Off the Boat. 7 was Family Ties. 8, Everybody Loves Raymond. 9 was Blackish. 10 is The Jeffersons. 11 was The Brady Bunch. And 12 was All in the Family.
Yeah.
Which means Husky, Tanya, and Jim take it with 29.5 points. And in second place, we've got Team Hulk Hogan.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Guys, thank you so much for playing. Like I said, this is for Vagabond Saints, so feel free to make a donation and bid on some items. So thank you guys for allowing this to happen.
That was... I'm fucking up over here.
Oh, there we are.
That was a blast.
It was fun.
I had fun.
It was definitely, you definitely really rocked the older person questions, I found.
You know it, sonny boy. Bringing that whippersnapper shit up in my yard. I actually remember new episodes of All in the Family on TV.
When did it air till?
I think the mid 80s, but there was a spin-off where it was Archie's place, so it took place in his bar.
Okay.
And the Jeffersons were a spin-off of All in the Family. George and Wheezy were actually the Bunker's neighbors, and then they moved on up. How's that for some trivia?
Yeah, you gave me a lot of knowledge there. I didn't know any of that.
Yeah. A show like Archie Bunker would not work in today's climate.
No, I definitely agree.
I do remember episodes where homophobic slurs were used. I do remember the big bad N-word being used, but it wasn't directed at people. You know, like he wasn't just calling them those things, but the words were used.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking back, I'm like, oh, that's rough. That would not fly today with most of the stuff that Carol O'Connor would say as character.
Yeah.
That was a good time. That was the trivia, not the age of.
You really just talked about the N-word a lot and said that was a good time.
It's never a good time. Never a good time. But yeah, I enjoyed that. So hopefully when the world opens up again, the Husky Tanya and Jim will come to trivia night and dominate.
Oh, bring it on.
We just dropped an elbow on the Hulk Hogan. I did have hopes for the Gritty Fucks, though. I was really, in my mind, I was like, God, I hope Gritty Fucks gives us a run for our money.
With a name like that.
Yeah. And it should have been FUX. It seems better that way. But that was fun. And thank you to everybody that decided to play.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And here we are at 10:12 in the evening, which is also how long? Well, actually, it's 10:15, but yeah, we've done 10 hours of this. So we have, 12 hours to go.
I did a tally on the auction stuff, and I think you're up to $530.
Wow. I did a tally on what's been e-transferred, and we're at $320.
Okay.
So that's not bad. We're edging in closer to that 1,000. So Tanya has to do Tammy Faye Baker makeup.
That has to happen.
I'm hoping that we reach a big number, by like 4 in the morning. I could wake her up and be like, "Put your face on, woman." You have an obligation to fulfill. I know that from probably about now is I'm going to start losing some steam physically because I'm normally in bed by 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I get up at 7 in the morning, so 10:30 is a long night for me. Yeah, was Sophie was Hogan. Oh no, she was Jerry only. Oh, she was Jerry only. Why would she be Jerry only? Nope. Even Jerry only doesn't want to be Jerry only. Jerry only's devil's lock doesn't even want to be a part of him. It comes from the back of his head now to the front, and it doesn't want to be a part of that. Just like Peter Criss doesn't want to be Peter Criss in the band Kiss.
That's the one Family Guy quote I keep in my head and always makes me laugh.
You mentioned earlier that nobody makes So I Married an Axe Murderer references. We make them all the time.
Oh, thank God. It's one of those movies I watched so much growing up, and then at some point, once Austin Powers came off, that was like the big Mike Myers quote fest.
Speaking of Mike Myers. So for most of us, like myself, I have Star Wars. I have the original trilogy. That's close to me.
Mm-hmm.
We found out what Tanya's original trilogy is, and it is Austin Powers trilogy with the Love Guru being her Rogue One.
Okay.
She adores the Love Guru, and I can't blame her. It's got some great lines, and Daniel Tosh made an appearance as a stupid cowboy. But yeah, those are, if it comes down to like what is the defining movies for you in a trilogy, she's Austin Powers with her Rogue One being
the
Love Guru. But yeah, we definitely I went and saw So I Married an Axe Murderer in theaters.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, because I'm 90.
Yeah.
And I thought it was great, but it was also that the era of like grunge, and we had just stepped away from him doing the 2 Wayne's World movies.
Mm-hmm.
which Wayne's World 2 doesn't get enough play.
I said the same thing. I don't think it's better than the first, but Wayne's World 2 is fantastic.
I mean, come on. It had Kevin Pollak in there, and it's like, I will cross all my I's or my T's and dot my lowercase
J's. Oh.
I really think Mike Myers should come back with one more Austin Powers movie and let him be old and chubby. It would speak to a lot of us.
Yeah, I want to see Austin Powers old.
Because James Bond, they just replace him with more people of appropriate age and body build.
Yeah. If we could see Austin Powers having a midlife crisis, I think that's the direction to go.
That or Dr. Evil having to deal with like arthritis or something.
Yeah.
You know, he's already lost Mini-Me to, well, Vern Troyer dying.
All right.
But there's so many opportunities, and Fat Bastard could get old. You know, Frau Verbissina should have white hair still screaming for people. Because, in all honesty, they left us on a cliffhanger with Scott Evil losing all his hair and developing his laugh and swearing his vengeance. So I think it needs to be wrapped up. It needs to be tied up and give us the answers we need. And plus, Seth Green probably needs some work right now. He's kind of fallen off the nerd wagon.
Yeah, I don't know what I've seen him in last. I think I heard him on a podcast, but I don't know what I've seen him in.
I can't remember the last thing I saw him in. But other than, you know, he's still doing voices on Family Guy and stuff.
Looking him up now. I'm just very curious.
Granted, the only thing that's coming to mind right now is Without a Paddle.
Oh, God, yeah. That was so long ago.
Jack Shepard didn't like him. I think I still have Without a Paddle in my DVD collection. And I don't know why. Probably an ex-girlfriend.
Apparently, in the Ninja Turtles TV series from 2017, he was Leonardo. That's a weird cast.
Really? Huh. Have you seen the new Ninja Turtles?
Not for me. I don't like their CGI heads.
No, this one's animated.
Oh no, I haven't.
Yeah, this one's animated and it's not too bad. It's actually the story of them before they were ninjas, so they were still ninjas in training. It's quite adorable, and each character looks different. So they're not just the same character times 4 with different colored masks. Kind of like the way they were in the movie, as much as I don't want to invoke that. But yeah, the character designs are pretty decent, and the characters themselves are quite enjoyable. And it's not CGI. It's on Netflix if you want to check out an episode sometime. Give it a go.
Even the first 3 were so good just because, you know, you could tell they were suits and they weren't just like computer animated. They just cool to see practical effects.
Oh, and they were so cumbersome for Jim Henson's workshop. They had so many problems with those. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a documentary on the suits themselves, and like they are sought after collector's items now, and they are hideous looking. Like the latex or the foam or whatever has pulled back from the teeth. And they are just they didn't age well. Did not age well at all. But they're highly sought after. And there was like, I think there was 4 turtles. I think there was like 16 suits altogether because Jim Henson's workshop had such a hard time with the animatronics. They wouldn't work half the time. But you know, Michael Bay fixed it with some CGI.
Steph did Robot Chicken. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah. And I'm glad. And there's Liam again with another Vanilla Ice reference. I'm seriously going to draw up a Vanilla Ice tattoo that says either "Cool as Ice" or "Drop the Zero and Get with a Hero." Both of which are quotes from the Vanilla Ice movie "Cool as Ice."
Oh gosh.
He was a construction worker and he had a motorcycle. Oh, he is it? Yeah, that's right. He flips houses and he steals shit. Vanilla Ice stole tools and stuff from a work site. And this is while he had his flipping houses show. And I was like, Rob Van Winkle, you done fucked up, buddy. You're not the role model I thought you were.
I don't think anyone has ever looked at Vanilla Ice and said role model.
So when Vanilla Ice's To the Extreme came out, what was that, like 1990? I had a great grandmother living in Massachusetts. We were still in Texas. And my grandmother tried so hard. She was in her late 70s, early 80s. And she went down to her local pharmacy and was like, "Oh, my great grandson listens to music. Like, what's cool music?" And I get a package for my birthday, and in it is Vanilla Ice's "To the Extreme" on cassette.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at my parents and I'm like, "What?" I mean, I listened to it because I'm not one to turn down free music. And I'd already heard, Ice Ice Baby on the radio and stuff, but my poor sweet great grandmother bought me Vanilla Ice to the extreme with that.
And it's so funny that the record store person, or is it the pharmacy you said?
Yeah, it was like a Rexall.
So she went to a Rexall to get music advice?
Well, back in the 90s, you could actually buy CDs and tapes inside most of the drugstores in the US.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Even up until I graduated 95, and the drugstore that was behind my parents' house, you could go in there and get like top 40 music, like Shania Twain and whatever was really like adult contemporary almost, but Vanilla Ice was in there at
wow.
Yeah, the drugstores used to carry all sorts of fun shit, and they just kind of whittled it down over the years. Most of all the fun shit they just bring out seasonally at this point. Like do you remember grocery stores used to have like a toy aisle, or at least a toy section, and it was always like rinky-dink toys, like the pinball.
Yeah, kind of. Because I grew up in Canada, but I spent 89 to 93 in Michigan. So I kind of vaguely remember American stuff versus Canadian, but I definitely remember grocery stores having that.
Oh, that's right. You and Tanya are close in age. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
I just equated height with age with you. Yeah. I'm like, oh, Matt's 6 foot something. He's 40.
Just an overgrown 17-year-old.
Yeah, I do tend to forget that Canada had its own history of things as opposed to the US.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I don't like being a former American, I still can't, get rid of those memories.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was one of my great memories of my great grandmother was that. Speaking of her and birthdays, 3 years ago, I was going through a box as we were like, diminishing clutter. And there was a birthday card from 1993 that I had never opened for my great grandmother. So I ended up opening it up around the time of my birthday when I found it. And it was just the sweetest little card. I still have it. And I was just like, how did I never open this card? And I was a little more disappointed there wasn't money in it.
Yeah.
a nice fresh $5 bill from the US.
It's like $7.50 in Canada, I think.
Oh yeah,
that is right.
All right, so let me check the schedule because we're pushing 10:30, and we have Kat the Satanist coming up next.
Ooh.
How do you put a browser back in? I'll just sign out and re-sign back into Facebook. It'll be easier that way. My browser tab came undone.
Ugh.
Okay. I don't think I've ever run my laptop this long in my life.
Overheating it all? Like I said, like getting real hot?
No. Andrea told me to prop it up, and I did, and it's as cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce.
Ugh.
That's a Beastie Boys line.
I like that a lot. I thought you came up with it, so
Nope, that would be MCA, sir.
Okay.
R.I.P. He died on May 4th, like a Jedi should.
Oh, did you see Liam's offer in the chat?
Did I see what?
Liam put an offer in the chat about a Vanilla Ice tattoo.
Oh, Liam. I will do the Vanilla Ice tattoo on him if he wins the date night.
Hell yeah.
That is a deal. I may not work for UPS, but I can deliver on that. Liam, I know you're listening right now. What is it that you guys call yourself? Cardboard warriors or something like that? You've used it before in your Instagram. It's a term that you've used for delivery drivers. Cardboard crusaders.
Cardboard warriors.
I don't think it was cardboard warriors.
That's what he said.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Where do you see it?
In the chat.
I don't see it. Oh, there must be a delay because.
You might have a delay.
Yeah, okay. I do have a delay because you said it and I'm looking at my screen and it didn't refresh. Cardboard warriors. They do a fun little thing, Matt, where if they see like a Purolator truck or a FedEx truck or whatever, they'll leave one of their "Sorry I Missed You" notes, sticky notes on the vehicle with a note just to taunt one another. I'm like, that's adorable.
What's the Instagram account you're talking about?
Liam T. McNamara. Where the shit is... Boom. Invitation is sent. Yeah, Liam's a fun guy. He was our UPS driver over on Spring Street.
Okay.
And he would come in and be like, hey, you know, I've been following you guys on Instagram and, you know, just keeping up on what we were doing. He's a beer aficionado. So he's always got, you know, the newest taste in brews that he's posting about. He has a love of horror, especially Friday the 13th. And yeah, just a really nice guy. Can make your day even better with just his personality. So there's a little bit of sunshine known as Liam T. McNamara. And we were pointed. I thought he covered the whole area of like down to where we are now, but he doesn't. We have a nice guy that delivers there also, but he just doesn't have the personality that Liam brings. And we had a really good postman down there named Dante. Dante was a former New Jersey Devil, and he brought in his Stanley Cup ring from 1995, and this thing was bigger than my thumb. Like I could have fit 2 fingers in it, and it was really nice. He a genuine guy, always was like kind of hyper. He kind of reminded me of Phil Lamar's character from Mad TV. Delivery guys always, but Dante is training. What does he karate or some shit up on the mountain, and like he works with kids and stuff, and yeah, just one of the best mail carriers we've had. And they switched them all up like they like to do, and now we have a guy who's not really personable. He'll come in and be like, "Hey man, how's it going? Everything's fine. Here's your mail." Like, oh man, you are all personality. I'm like, do you really hate? Like, he seems like the type of person that would go postal. It seems like he doesn't like his job, but he does it anyways. But yeah, we've had some good carriers. We had a British woman before we had Dante over on Spring Street, and she was a delight. And she'd always show us pictures of the dog that she had just bought from like another country, and just a very happy dog mom. If Hamilton, if I was to say what's one of the rare things they have, really nice mail and couriers. It's always something to, you know, that we look forward to, especially with Dante. He'd just go and be, hey guys, how's it going? Sophie, who works with us, her stepfather works for the post office, and he knew of Dante. Dante was also the one that was on the mountain when that little boy got hit.
Oh shit.
He actually went out and tried to help the little kid. And yeah. So it definitely fucked him up a little bit, but he still went back to work and was like, hey, you know, I got to keep my mind busy. But yeah, he was there, saw it happen, and tried to help. Yeah. Okay, so we are at 10:30, and I can see Kat is waiting in the wings. That's the fun thing about this in the bottom where the windows are.
All right, well, guys, thanks for playing. Follow us online. We'll be back later.
I look forward to it. We're moving into After Dark here. I think we were actually in the After Dark section.
Oh, is that begun? Okay.
I think it's begun. I think Kat will have some kind of risque talk. She'll probably say shits and fucks and stuff, and hail Satan. But I'm not going to hold that against her.
All right, I'll be watching the other side. You guys have a good time.
You too, Matt. I'll see you shortly. Hi, Kat. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Mr. Watts.
How are you?
I'm good. Just hanging out, watching the stream all day while I cross stitch. So
How you feeling?
not bad. I got a little bit of a cold. I get swabbed tomorrow. So yay!
I can hear it a little bit there. It's a cold.
Yeah. Hopefully, just a cold. Hopefully, that's the price I pay for being a frontline worker.
Question: were you one of the teams that we just played against?
I actually wasn't. I was off for that because I had to go deal with a situation with my superintendent, so I didn't join that. So.
Oh, you're building super?
Yeah.
We won't get into that on live.
No, we won't.
I was going to say live television. This isn't television. As much as people treat it like it is. No. All right.
Yeah.
So how are things?
Pretty good. I've obviously been busy working because I work in a shelter. So this whole lockdown hasn't completely impacted me as much as I think it's had everybody else. But it's been stressful trying to keep our folks safe, considering all the new restrictions and the difficulty in very close quarters. But we manage. So far, everyone's good. We haven't had an outbreak in our shelter, thankfully. So fingers crossed it stays that way.
Oh, somebody said that they were promised that Matt was going to sing "What a Fool Believes" by the Doobie Brothers. Most people don't realize that song was sung by Michael McDonald.
Ooh.
We all know Michael McDonald from "I Keep Forgetting I'm Not in Love Anymore." Oh man, I do have a vast musical knowledge. I hope Max caught.
Definitely can't compete with your musical knowledge.
No. It's good. It's good. I don't want. I'm not gonna brag because I can be wrong from time. As I get older, I do forget things or make things up. I bullshitted somebody earlier about something. It was like 24 hours ago. During this live stream. This is the 2020 of live streams. At noon today, I don't remember who I talked to. Actually, I think we were still setting up at noon. But in case you didn't know, Glenn Danzig is Sophia Baccio, and she's calling you the maker of the yummiest diabetic-friendly cupcakes.
Yay! I'm so happy considering they were my first attempt. So I didn't kill her, so that's always great.
Hey, and you didn't put frosting on any cupcakes, so
Nope.
Right there helped her as well.
Yeah, I think it was fair across the board. No one got icing.
Yeah, but that's what makes a cupcake.
So they were sugary muffins.
Cake muffins. I remember that. Like, Tanya was like, does she know frosting is vital? Because Tanya is a cupcake queen. And I'm like,
I did not have the ingredients to make diabetic safe frosting and just did not have the extra money right now to go shopping. So I was like, oh, well, guess no one's getting frosting today.
It's okay. It is okay. We were all on the board. We had to forego our sugar privilege because Sophie doesn't have that anymore.
Yep.
Oh,
That reminds me, I have to get my container back from her still.
You can tell her.
Sophie, I need my container back.
How are things? How are things on the baking side of life now that you have a mixer?
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm going to be making banana bread this weekend. I'm going to do some muffins
Don't
this
make any
weekend.
for Sophie. Sophie's allergic to bananas.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, I can bring her muffins because I'm going to make muffins as well. The mixer is amazing and so much easier than having to do everything by hand. Like old school, like 1800s with the wooden spoon, like just going.
You're living in a goddamn Steinbeck novel.
It's okay. It also make making whipped cream a lot easier too because I was doing that by hand with a whisk. So.
Oh, that explains those arms. Damn girl, you swole. I know. I'll whip it by myself. So unlike everybody else we had on here, you are just here for my amusement.
Yes, I am just here for your amusement.
I'm just gonna bullshit with Kat for a little while. So you're also helping me kick off the After Dark portion of our telecast.
Yay, I'm special.
So
it's always fun chatting with you.
I'm starting to like feel it because you know me. I'm
You're out by this time.
Well, I'm in bed by 10 in a
You'll get your second win eventually, I promise. It happens.
I will. Probably during one of the next performances, I'll mute my mic and just kind of walk around and get the blood moving and stuff.
Yep. Get the blood moving. Eat something that's not too heavy in carbs too. That'll help.
Oh,
take you out.
All I eat are carbs. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I can't enjoy marijuana, but I can eat the shit out of carbs. I had a pizza that Sophie sent over. Thank you again, Sophie, from Born and Raised. It was a margarita.
Ooh.
There's that. During one of the musical performances, I ran into the kitchen quick and I ate 2 pieces of naan bread. And I did have a muffin and ate too fast. And I was like, oh, God. Oh, okay. It went down. We're good.
I'm a curvy girl, so I love my carbs and cheese. I'm so happy with those.
And those are the things that are making me a portly gentleman.
Us white girls love our bread and cheese, man. I can't. Throw some garlic in there and we're super happy.
Come to warmer weather, I will be dropping some of the weight. I just don't have the motivation to do a sit-up in my living room.
Yeah.
Notice that was singular.
One exercise.
Up? More than one?
Yeah, hopefully work will open the gym back up soon and once the restrictions ease off.
I forget you guys have a gymnasium there.
Yes, we do. And a pool, which would be nice to use. I know our residents would love to use it too. So
what is she? Oh, Zoe's in there just being loud and playing.
Oh, Miss Zoe.
She has like a senior moment.
Mm,
Her idea of playing was trying to bite your hands.
I saw Hoagie earlier and got really excited.
Yeah, Tanya, I ran to the washroom. I could not handle. I had to stop drinking tea.
Bathroom breaks are vital.
But I don't have a backup. Tanya won't come on camera.
Hoagie's a good boy, so it's fine.
Yeah, he is. He's a little upset that I am, because after he goes out at 7, that's his last time going out for the night.
Yep.
Then that's when he sits in my arm.
Good boys club.
I'm as you know from my apartment, I'm at the kitchen table or the dining table, and he's over the recliner, and he's not happy he can't sit with me.
Oh,
He's over and laid on the floor looking at me like, "Come on, man."
He's like, "Why no good boys club?"
Nope, no, but Good Boys Club meeting got postponed for today. But
you can make it up to him tomorrow.
He's over in the recliner, just kind of. He hears me. He knows what's up, and then Zoe's in the bedroom with Tanya.
Aww.
And Tanya's in the bedroom actually watching the the live
broadcast.
So goddamn, 10:30. That's 10 hours and 39 minutes. I've been doing this.
You got it. You can do it.
I'm starting to carb crash, actually.
This is why I said no carbs. You need to get some fruit in you.
The whole point is to watch me just turn into a bag of shit.
By the end of it, you're just gonna be a little goblin. Just
I'm
goblin.
so grumpy. I'm like, fuck Whitehead. And that's all I'm gonna talk about is just Terry. Oh damn, we got more donation.
Yay! I'm kind of mad that I got outbid on the date for 2.
Yeah, that was Liam T. McNamara.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, it's still going until noon.
I got to talk to a friend about going halvesies.
Call up Bob. Call up Bob. He'll help.
But Bob, lend me some money. I got a coworker who's like, "Oh, we can go halvesies on it. We'll have a girl date."
We're at $495 in donation.
Yay. That's awesome. We need all the money. You guys can't leave me. I'll be devastated.
we don't want to leave. If we lose this shop, we're gonna have to pack up and move to Nova Scotia.
No.
And then we're gonna have to avoid going to court because we're gonna get sued for breaking our lease.
Ooh.
Yeah, the landlords, they're a multi-million-dollar corporation, so they need every cent they can get.
Yes, they gotta, their families are starving.
So we were talking about, okay, back to my self-advertising on live stream. The last thing I see her advertising is that she's trash.
Aw, Sophie's. I love Sophie.
Sophie refuses to move to Nova Scotia. Okay. So.
Oh, we love her. She's sweet. I miss her. I miss I miss the whole shop. It's been hard not going there to hang out with you guys.
When I first met Sophie, almost 2 years ago, it'll be 2 years in April. Remember that scene in Anchorman where Jack Black, the motorcyclist, grabs Baxter and kicks him?
Yep.
I so badly wanted to do that to Sophie. All she spoke was in puns, and she was so nervous.
Oh.
I had to understand that this poor kid was nervous as all hell, and it was entering a world that she had only seen from the outside, from her apprenticeship. Now here she is. She came to us, and I'm like, fine, you'll be tattooing. And she was just so nervous and trying to fit in and everything was just a shitty pun. I'm gonna kick her off a bridge. And then one day, she just totally grew on me. She threw tea at Tanya one time. But yeah, she has come so far, and I can't imagine working in the shop without her.
She's amazing, honestly.
If I'm not there, she knows what to do. And
yeah,
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, she's
I'm not gonna, fucking fill up her ego anymore. You can't
be too nice. I could be nice, but you can't be too nice.
Oh,
they have to hear you.
She got to a point one time when she was like, I have to go check Instagram to see what my fans are up to. I was like, oh, motherfucker. But no, she's pumping out quality work, and she's really, she's doing what she has to do. She's getting better with her artwork. She's getting better with her drawings, which are transferring mightily well into her tattooing. And she's gotten really good with, the last few pieces that she did, the spider and stuff, like that was dynamite work coming out of her. And I'm really, really proud of her for, putting herself into this the way she has. A lot of people just come in and they're like, well, I can only do one thing. I'm only going to do that thing and nothing else matters. Where Sophie tries really hard to do a little bit of everything. Like she could pigeonhole herself in doing tratty daddy work. Or she could, stick herself doing, stupid fine line stuff. But that's not
She's
her.
got a great variety. She's so
variety,
talented.
Variety is important.
Yeah.
We're a street shop. We're not a tratty daddy store. We're not a realism store. We are. You come in, you tell us what you want, we're going to do it. And we're going to do it in the style that you want.
I mean, that's how I met you guys. So.
Yeah. Well, you met us because of Hail Satan Saturday.
No, that was it a Hail Satan Saturday?
Yes.
It was. Okay, but I didn't know it was.
You had actually missed Hail Satan Saturday.
Yeah.
And you came in and you were quite upset because you had just been fucked over by some bad dude.
Yeah, I got stood up so hard.
And you were really upset. And you were like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to do for me. And you came to the shop. I don't know how you found out about the shop.
Bob brought me.
Okay. And it was I honored the Hail Satan Saturday for you because
you did.
We Satanists stick together.
Yeah. And it's a beautiful tattoo. I love it. I look at it every morning. It makes me so happy.
Sophie just goes, explain how y'all met. I just did.
Yeah. So if anyone else didn't catch that, I had a really bad day. The night prior, I'd gotten stood up by a dude for my company's Christmas party, which was uber embarrassing because I had to say that I was bringing a guest and pay for that ticket. So I ended up only staying at the party for about an hour, went home and just was like not having it. And then my lovely friend Bob texted me the next morning to check in on me, and I was still pretty upset. So we went shopping because retail therapy always helps. And I had said, I want to get a piercing. Body mod is always how I make myself feel better. And he's like, I know exactly where to take you. And you guys were still on Spring Street?
Yep.
Yeah, Spring Street. So I popped in and chatted with you. And unfortunately, you didn't have the tools needed for that piercing that I wanted that day.
I didn't have the jewelry.
Yeah. So instead, we ended up chatting a little bit more. And I was like, screw it, I'll get a tattoo instead. And it's going to be upside down because it's on my arm, but my Lucifer sigil right there. And you guys were super, super nice. You were super friendly. Let me talk about what was going on, and were just cool with it, and told me about how you guys are a safe space and I'm welcome to just come and hang out whenever. Of course, it was all pre-COVID, which I loved. I thought, this is great. You guys are super close to my home. I love tattoo shops. And for someone to say, hey, you can just come hang out and chat was the greatest thing ever. And then I think the next time I came in it was your last flash sale. I think it was the very last one you had. Because I got in and got my little devil flash.
Yep.
That you did. And that was I think it was the last time. And again, super awesome experience. You were so kind, so respectful. Because it's up on my collarbone. There was obviously some more sensitive body parts we had to talk about.
I was very courteous, letting you know I might have to lay my arms on your titties.
Yes.
And you were like, cool.
Yes, and you were very explicit on needing consent for that, which I really appreciated, because we know, unfortunately, there are some not so awesome people, particularly men, in the tattoo world. So, again, was made to feel super safe, super welcome. And I think from there, our friendship just kind of like grown and grown and grown. And I started coming to see Tanya to get my nails done. So I was there on a fairly regular basis. And now you guys are like two of my best friends.
And she was courteous not to touch your titties either.
This is true. She probably could have gotten away with it, though.
Yep. And, let everybody know that you were the Sophie, and he managed to work titties into this one too.
We love titties. We love titties.
With the lockdown, we were allowed to have one person in our bubble, and it ended up being you because you were single, lived by yourself. I mean, you have the two cats, and so we actually had you over for Thanksgiving, and
which was lovely.
And you had a.
I had to get swabbed because my coworker tested positive for COVID.
Yep.
Which was super awful because I'd had direct contact with her. Thankfully, actually, update, she was able to leave her house today, or was it yesterday? She managed to go for a short walk, so she's up and moving around. I think she's out of quarantine in her house, which is really nice. So she's on the mend.
Good.
Which is fantastic news.
I'd rather hear that than somebody else on a fucking ventilator.
Yeah, no, she got to stay home the whole time, thankfully. But I was supposed to spend Christmas with you guys, but COVID kind of screwed that one over.
But we did make up for it with your birthday.
Yes. That pineapple upside down cake was so good. Best cake ever.
Pineapple upside down abortion that she made. In the
I didn't get to see the aborted one, so
it was bad. Tanya's thing is, anytime that she has to make a cake, she runs to the bundt pan, and I'm like, I'm not a bundt pan man. Like, if it's meant to be a bundt cake, I'm all for it.
Right.
But no, she's like, Tanya has two modes: bundt cake or circle pans that she stacks on top of one another.
Right.
That layered cakes, and I'm just like, can't we just get a goddamn square pan and make a fucking square cake?
I will lend you a square pan. I have multiple.
We bought one. We have a square pan now. But it's just, Tanya runs on two ways. It's bundt or circle.
Oh, I have so many cake pans.
We used angel food cake that time.
Yes, we did. Yeah, it was good.
And so that does not work in a bundt pan. It says so on the box. And she's like, oh, it says don't use a bundt pan.
Oh, womp womp.
Yeah, we kind of just picked at the other one. Like, I picked out the chunks of pineapple for myself and maybe it's there. And Tanya was like, I got to get through this, but it was so mushy in some areas.
It was so good. And honestly, leftover Chinese food for the couple of days afterwards, best.
Oh, what I had left over only lasted me a day. I sat here at the table, I was watching TV and just like, nah.
All I could hear was Uncle Roger in my head the whole time. Him talking about MSG.
When you and I went to Nations the other day,
Yes.
I took you grocery shopping. I wanted so badly to ask you where's the MSG, but we were surrounded by so many Asian people. I didn't want them to think that I was making fun of them. You know, I am a white dude, and I didn't want them to be like, fucking Guilo wants MSG.
It's really hard. No, because I was thinking it the whole time.
Guilo means round eye. I learned that from Balls of Fury.
I was thinking about it the whole time, and I'm like, don't make an Uncle Roger impression right now because you're going to get your ass beat.
Oh, I should make. Oh, I wish Berto could be on here. He could talk like Buck Lau. He's able to do it because he's a person of color. Oh.
Well, next time I'll have to just bust out my Jewish grandmother voice and
do it now. You're able to. You're Jewish.
I don't. That's the hard part. It's really hard to get it going.
Is it like this where you talk like this and you're like, oh my God, we went out and we got bagels and lox. And Marty, what are you doing, Marty? No. It's bupkis.
Okay, see, my Bubby wasn't as raspy, so she had a very softer voice. So,
oh, your Bubby didn't smoke the Pall Malls.
No.
Did she play the bingo?
No, she did not.
She didn't play the bingo.
She liked her scratch cards.
Bubby with the scratches.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Okay, every Sunday we'd go to this is the most Jewish thing ever. We would go to this cute little Jewish bagel bakery in my hometown, and we'd pick up like 3 dozen bagels, cream cheese, lox, like smear the whole thing, some chocolate buffalo, some rugula, which if you've never had.
What's a chocolate buffalo?
It's a pastry that's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like oval in shape, but it's long, and it's just filled with chocolate.
Wow.
I don't think that's the proper name for it, just what we called it. So, and then rugula is a Jewish like rolled cookie, which is really nice. You can have jam or fruit or chocolate in it, which is really, really good.
I'm familiar with those.
Rugula is delicious. So we'd pick up all that. We'd have to stop at the convenience store. We'd get her scratch tickets. From the time I was about 18 onwards, she would buy me scratch tickets too. Not that I cared, but it was so she could have the money, the winning. If I won a big one, she would split it with me.
Nice. Very nice.
And then, yeah, so Sunday morning would be big, giant meal of bagels and schmear all down the table. And because she loved it, bacon. We were not good Jews. We had lots of bacon in the house.
British. Is it true that Jewish people love brisket?
Yes. Brisket is the like epitome of like a Jewish dinner.
I do enjoy a good brisket. Tanya says she feels it's the Jewish version of a turkey dinner.
Well, we tend to have turkey at the holidays. So like Passover, Hanukkah, you usually have turkey there. Brisket's like you're having like just like a nice family get together, or it's someone's birthday and you got to feed a bunch of people. So you put a brisket on.
So instead of a ham.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I came into really loving brisket when I was in New York. There was a convenience store called Nice and Easy, which was also my nickname in college. And they had these brisket subs, and the meat was so succulent. And anytime my friend Sarah Cronin was out, we'd be like, you want to hit up the Nice and Easy? Yeah, brisket time. And then Tanya's dad worked for Chicago 58, which is owned by Jewish people out in Toronto. And he picked me up from their company, one of their briskets. And I was in heaven making this thing. I put it in the turkey pot and like really just spent all day slow roasting this thing.
Yeah, once it's just like crumbly and falling off of itself, it's perfect. Actually, Oasthouse has a really nice brisket. Bob and I went there one night just to hang out, and what did we had brisket, and then there was like this little platter, and it had lox, herring, which is also a Jewish delicacy. Pickled herring is a big one that we eat. Cream cheese. I think it had chopped liver as well. So we were sitting there eating this, and we were like, wow, we went full Jew on this one.
Wow. You and your goddamn livers.
It's delicious.
To let everybody know, Kat is actually of the tribe. She is.
I am.
But she is a non-practicing Jew in favor of full practicing
Satanism. Yep. I identify as a non-observant Jew. I still do all the holidays with my family and everything like that. And I actually don't mind going to shul every now and again. It's nice, especially because we're Reformed for the most part. So a couple family are conservative, so it's very chill, very open.
So you're gonna basically you're telling us you kick it old shul.
Yes. I always joke that I'm Jewish. But I didn't really resonate with the Abrahamic religions in any way, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, and spent a good chunk of my teenage years studying and practicing Wicca, as most of us did. Thank you, Buffy and Charmed. It's a whole thing.
And the craft. Don't forget
and the craft. Yeah. Fruza Bald, my goddess. But always had interest in Satanism. I think I first read the Satanic Bible when I was in the 8th grade. So I was about 13, 14. And I had like little upside down crosses and 666 written all over my my school binders and stuff. Because I was that weird kid and I had to stop the bullies somehow. So hailing Satan was a good way to do it. Yeah, my Baphomet is sitting on the side there.
I don't have a Baphomet yet. I've been looking for the perfect one.
To get you one. I realize my creepy dolls are all in view of the camera though, so.
Oh, Bonnie's a little late when she says, "Can't forget the craft." We already talked about that.
So I was always kind of interested in Satanism, and then in the 2011-ish, 2010, 2011, the Satanic Temple really kind of came into the prominence in the news. With their Baphomet monument that was going around, and
when Lucian took over.
Yeah, when Lucian became like their spokesperson and was really involved. I mean, he's still really involved, but when they really started to hit in prominence and really kind of coming out of the woodwork, was really interested in it, being that I'm all for pluralism. I'm a big believer in social justice, why I work in social work. So that really fascinated me, and I got really interested in that. But didn't get involved in it at the time just because of the partner I was with, and wasn't a good time. Wasn't quite ready to take that step yet. But I was also reading a lot of Dawkins and Hitchens at the time, so a lot of atheist works as well. And then
I used to do a lot of Dawkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, Don Dawkins was the shit.
I was talking to Richard Dawkins.
I know you meant Dawkins. Don Dawkins doesn't get enough attention.
Oh. But yeah, so then in 2018, 2019, I was on my own, and just kind of really disconnected from everything, and kind of fell back into the interest with Satanism, and thanks to a fantastic podcast, found a really cool community, and jumped right in head first. And so now it's been 2 years of full-blown out as a Satanist, living my best life.
I can dig it, as I do the same.
I'm actually repping Lilith today on my beautiful little rosary that a friend made me. So
I saw when you posted that. Congrats on the new acquisition.
It's beautiful.
Of the Abrahamic religions, the one I have the least amount of problem with, actually, the two that I don't have the least amount of problem with, is the Muslims and the Jews.
Yeah.
I know they don't like each other, but it's the Christians, really. It's the Christians that give me a problem. But the Jews don't really go into, the Jewish don't really go into the degrees that the Christians do. Like they just keep their guilt to themselves, and the Christians
Yeah.
guilt everybody. You know.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you're the chosen people, there's nothing really you can do to like not get in, right? All of our punishments happen now. Conversion's not a huge thing in traditional Judaism. More modern Judaism, you can convert. So we do have a lot of folks who marry into Jewish families and convert. You'll see that a lot in conservative and reformed synagogues or shuls. As well, there's a whole humanist Judaism movement as well now too, with very much like the United Church, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, it's because you can't convert anyone, right? There's no evangelicizing of it. So it's, we are who we are, and we just do what we're supposed to do, and to the best of our ability. And in the end, we're the chosen people, so everything's supposed to be good no matter what. So it's pretty chill. Don't get me wrong, there are some wackadoodles like there is in every religion, and I will preface that not all Jewish people and Muslim people don't get along. There's a huge movement in Israel by folks who are both Palestinian and Israeli to bridge that gap, because that's a huge issue. And one that I'm really supportive of, because the reality is we really got to stop killing each other. It's not a good look.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I would say overall, it's definitely a religion I was more comfortable with than Christianity. Like my mom's family is Anglican, and she left that faith. And I've never resonated with the Anglican Church or any of Christianity ever. It's never piqued my interest. And I have a lot of Muslim friends, and we're very, very similar in that sense. And there's a lot of like cross Muslim Jewish connections. Halal and kosher meat are pretty much the same thing. And both of our religions say if you can't get one, you can definitely have the other. So we have more in common than we like to admit. So.
Do you have a favorite Jewish person?
Ooh. I think Adam Sandler is still my favorite Jewish person. He is still kind of the epitome of comedic Jew. 8 Crazy Nights still holds a really special place in my heart as a teenager. Like,
same with Tanya.
Yeah, all of my friends and I who were Jewish, like getting together, because like our Christian friends all had Christmas, and that was great. But there's not a lot of movies for Jewish folk during Hanukkah. We have Rugrats, which surprisingly was a pretty common cartoon that had predominantly Jewish characters, which was cool.
Yes, he was Jewish.
It was great. But a big one for us when it came out was 8 Crazy Nights. And we're like, oh, we have something now. And it was Americanized, right? So it was North American, and we could relate to this modern person in their Judaism. And yeah, it just kind of became, a special part. So, and I still love a lot of Adam Sandler flicks. Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, The Wedding Singer are still some of my favorite movies. They still make me laugh.
You left Little Nicky out of there.
Oh, Little Nicky is, oh my God. Little Nicky was such a special film. Okay, so bad confession. I haven't seen it in years. The blonde brother, whose name is escaping me now. Huge crush on him when I was a teenager.
Royce Ifans?
I think so. He played the really nasty older brother who was blonde.
Yeah, Royce Ifans. He was in The Replacements.
Yeah, I had a huge crush on him. I was in love. It was bad.
I have a favorite Jewish person.
Yeah.
Matasyahu, the Jewish rapper, the Hasidic Jewish rapper.
Oh goodness, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
The first time, that's the look I'm going for right now. The first time I heard the song Jerusalem, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is incredibly well done. And I'm like, who is this Matasyahu? Which is Matthew in Hebrew.
Yep.
And I come to find out he's a Hasidic Jew from New York City who does Jamaican style rap. And
it's a very interesting combination.
No, failed, and Matasyahu was like, hold my matzo ball soup, I'm taking over.
Oh goodness. Oh, I'm gonna cry. It's definitely an interesting mix. And again, these like weird kind of things that happen with like the Hasidics are a very traditional, very strict group of Jewish people. And so for someone who really does adhere to that, but then also kind of branch out and do this very non-traditional career of making music and specifically rap music with a Jamaican style is a very interesting thing and shows the versatility and adaptability of the culture, because we're more than just a religion. We are a culture. It's my cultural background as much as it is my family's religion.
He did go and cut his hair and shave his beard off at one point.
Yes, I do remember he did do that at one point.
And I was not interested.
I don't think he's as strict an adherent anymore. So, but
I was like, oh, you cut all that off. I'm not as interested. You don't look like you should be wearing one of those.
The brimmed hats.
Yeah, the brimmed hat.
It have to be. It was a really good gimmick because I don't think anyone had ever done that before. So
I really don't think it was a gimmick. It was just that was what he was, a Hasidic Jew, and he rapped.
I use the word gimmick in that, like, no one had seen this, right? So that's the first thing that's going to grab. Yeah, it was a hook, right? A very unique look that you're like, okay.
The white shirt, the black pants. I was in it to win it with that. I was like, I actually got 2 of the albums and was just really blown away by the talent there. The hard part was watching the videos on YouTube and seeing the anti-Semitic messages that were being put by people of different faiths.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing.
Yeah,
we still
Matajahu is my favorite Jew.
Fantastic.
So it comes to the part where I got to say goodbye. We have to move on to the next segment, which is Courage Pro Wrestling.
Yay!
I can get this to work with sound because the first video that we did earlier was actually through YouTube.
Yeah.
And I was just able to do it through the browser, but we're going to see what I can do with this next clip.
Well, fingers crossed. And for everyone watching, please bid on the items, donate some money, help keep our local shops alive because it's so important. Please.
Appreciated. I will talk to you soon. You won't hear from me tomorrow.
That's fine.
When I'm done at noon, I'm going to bed.
That's all good.
And I want Tanya to close the door and forget that I exist until I emerge from my cave.
I work nights Monday, so I'll be home all day. So
She is to keep her filthy, dirty hands to herself. I slap her hands and I tell her, "You keep your paws off my filthy draws. Would you pull this crap with a net?"
Oh, good old Rizzo.
Oh, she has tried to be inappropriate with me, and I'm like, "Excuse me, I'm a married man."
She didn't ask for consent. Consent is key.
Consent is key. I can get a little key that says consent on it. And every time she tries to get frisky with me, I hold up.
Oh, the key.
The key to my chastity heart.
Oh, please, let's get you a cage.
I'll be like that kid from Good Boys. I'll be like, I consent. Oh, Kat. Get the feeling better, and I will be in touch soon and outside of this. And stick around. Enjoy.
Yes, take care. I need more tattoos. Mwah.
Love
you, Tanya.
Bye. Fantastic. Now, if everybody can bear with me a moment, I have to get the next thing geared up. I do apologize if it gets kind of difficult with sound or anything. This is my first time using this app, and it's just been kind of flying by the seat of my pants. So let me gear things up. I don't know if any of that was audible to anybody. Was it? Yeah. Okay, cool. I can dig it. Working with numerous screens here. Share screen. Okay.
next match is a fatal four-way no disqualification tag match.
Yes.
With the Spirit Squad, former WWE Tag Team Champions, Kenny Dykstra, Mike Mondo, the Spirit Squad.
I forgot to give it a proper introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the best of CPW, Courage Pro Wrestling.
Death Squad! And team number 3 to be accompanied to the ring by Miss April Jones. A total combined weight of 475 pounds. They're the team of Double D, Dylan Daniels, and Chief Heavyweight Jones. Death Squad, consisting of the beautiful Miss April Jones, the heavy hitter Jake Jones, and the Delight Double D, Dylan Daniels. Death Squad, they are not a team to be taken lightly. we literally have squad versus squad versus Del Bruno Worldwide. Who is team number 4? I think it's the Empire.
The Empire's a team that I've been looking forward to seeing here in CPW.
And yeah, it's the Empire. PWO champion, Matt Grant.
Matt Grant is such a talented young individual.
And he is 350 pounds. PWO Openweight champion, Matt Grant. As you heard Bill Chase say, the undeniable underdog, Matthew Grant, is the current Pro Wrestling Ontario Openweight champion. That is the belt he carries with him.
And he has had that belt for a little while now as well.
Yes, he's the inaugural champion. I believe he was crowned in March or April.
So that's quite the reign to be holding for Matt Grant.
Yes, Empire Grant and the reject, JT Kirk, should not be taken lightly in this match whatsoever. They've teamed together before. They are a well-oiled team. 3 well-oiled machine teams and 1 put together in Del Bruno and Worldwide. But this should be a good match. And look, my favorite official, Old School, is back in the ring for this one.
So we know the rules will at least be adhered to.
Yeah, and we know he won't signal the watch to ring the bell. It looks like Jake Jones is going to start it.
It looks like Mikey's trying to get some of these fans at ringside to do calisthenics for the first time in their life.
He might cause heart attacks. Or maybe he's trying to prevent the heart attack rate in Hamilton from going up. You know what? Death Squad, they're 2 men that can really hurt you, and having April Jones at ringside could really distract you.
Yeah, this match really is just a crapshoot on who could win here. No team could really be overlooked, including Soccer Worldwide.
The Soccer Worldwide, yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Is it looking like Jake Jones and Kenny of the Spirit Squad will start this match? And there we go. And it looks like it will be the heavyweight Jake Jones starting this match with the founding member of the Spirit World Order, Kenny. I mean, you've got 4 good teams. Let's see how well Soccer Worldwide can hang.
Kenny Dykstra himself is nothing to be sneezed at. His career going back to even after the squad was sent back to OVW in that infamous segment all those years ago.
He's looks like he's in amazing shape. And Jake trying to punch his head off.
Why not? If
And he
you're,
ducks through the rope to get a break very intelligently.
hey, if you're an athletic high flyer, you're usually not ready for just a good old sock to the face.
No, Jake Jones looks like he belongs in
Matt
a
Grant's
box.
taking a nap at ringside.
Jake Jones looks like he belongs in a boxing ring or an octagon more than a wrestling ring. He's a throwback to the old style brawler. Kenny wants no part of this. I can't say I blame him.
Bringing in that little pit bull of a man, Mike Mondo, it looks like.
The Calisthenics King, the other founding member of the Spirit World Order, Mikey Mondo.
Getting his boogie on.
The big bad boogie daddy, Mike Mondo.
Although a man like that should never twerk.
I don't want to have discussions about twerking, but I agree with you. Mondo wanting to test his strength with Jake Jones.
Whatever this man's on, I want some.
Me too. Remember, Spirit Squad are former Raw Tag Team Champions in the WWE.
So they do know a thing or two about, hold on.
Matt Grant just tagged Mike Mondo. Mondo gets out. The undeniable underdog, Matt Grant, gets in the ring.
And he wants the biggest man in the match.
Oh, did he just ask for Double D, Dylan Daniels?
That he did.
He's got balls. He's got balls. Oh, nice shot. Looks like it had no effect.
Looks like he hurt his own hand.
Ow, he's slapping him and getting nowhere. Oh, that'll end it.
Just dumps him.
And Double D just dumps Matt Grant in his corner and taps the reject JT Kirk.
Would that technically be him tagging out?
If I'd want to tag. Yeah, that's weird. Now we have Double D, Dylan Daniels, one-on-one with the reject JT Kirk. And it looks like Jake Jones wants it, but no. Well, he punches Dylan in the face.
The reject has some great shivers there. Oh, little rake to the eye. I like that.
Matt Grant tags in.
Little show of disrespect.
Nice. Double team move by the Empire. Oh, Double D's.
Keep your eyes on Grant. Whoa!
Over the top of the dropkick. Very nice.
This is why he's no stranger to things like cruiserweight championships around the province.
This is why he is the current openweight champion in Pro Wrestling Ontario. Hard to believe this man started in business as a podcast host. Hey, it's one half of Soccer Worldwide, Alessandro Del Bruno.
Gotta take off them chains.
And Grant tags in the reject, JT Kirk.
Del Bruno with that double arm takedown.
He's got both legs. He gets pushed off.
There's that soccer style kick.
Leads to a 2 count. Old School on top of it. I wish we could have Old School to do every match.
Although kick to the face like that, I think that's a yellow flag.
I believe yes. Liam Worldwide has just tagged in. Oh, nice double team by Soccer Worldwide. Up and over. 2 count on Worldwide by Kirk. Floats over, jackknife cover, 2 count.
They are showing to be a World Cup caliber tag team.
Yes, they are.
Wait. Both members of the squad tagged in?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, if I was the squad, I would just lay down for it.
But if one pins the other, then that's the elimination.
This is very true. I would just slap 2 other people or one other person to get out of there.
They do have to make some kind of physical contact before a tag can be made.
Do they?
In Old School tag rules.
So, shake each other's hands, make a tag. That work?
That would work. Kenny getting stretched out here. Oh. Old School's gonna let it fly. No!
They're trying to tag out and everybody's dropping off the apron. Oh boy.
Here we go. Little squad attack. I don't know what either of those things are supposed to be. There we go. There's the physical contact. The tag can be made. Matt Grant tags in.
So is Dylan Daniels. Wow. That was interesting.
I'm going to have nightmares for weeks.
I already am, I think. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
They got Matt Grant up.
Poor Matt.
Jesus! What is that?
That's an elimination is what it is.
Elimination via pinfall. The Empire has been eliminated. So we're down to the Spirit Squad, a Death Squad, and Soccer Worldwide.
That's right. Wait. Is that Logan and Yates that just came out of the dressing room?
It looks like it is. And yeah, that's Logan and Yates. Yates has a crutch. Logan's walking this way.
Right there beside you.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, come to Chris Logan and Scumbag Yates. Came to see him compete, not to sit on the sidelines and watch this travesty of a match.
You know, I would have to agree.
What we have here is now we just lost a couple of crybabies. We got a couple of makeshift teams who shouldn't even be in this match, a couple of wannabes and a couple of has-beens. Now, it should be very simple. Again, to make the point straight, we've been booked since the last show. And somehow we come here, we don't have a match? Like, what kind of crap is that? Do you not agree? Like that?
I do completely agree. This match should have featured the two of you. You guys have been here for long enough to be getting the respect that you deserve.
Exactly. Like, it's Thanksgiving weekend. We could be at home with our families having some nice turkey and whatnot. But no, we have to stand here and watch these bunch of idiots try to have a wrestling match.
Well, you know, if you do need some turkey, you guys are more than welcome to my family's meal this year.
I don't even know, man. Look at, why would even Del Bruno and Liam like team together?
I would compare them to the guys you see at Hess Village, just fist pumping to the music.
Yeah, figure as much.
Death Squad is getting worked over against the ropes there from Liam Worldwide. Into the ropes, come back with that back elbow.
Oh, what a lovely back elbow. Like, what do you think about this, Logan? Like neither team can really compare to each other, right? There has to be like at least. We haven't done the Hardy team. We are an actual team. This squad is overrated. We can beat them any day of the week, anytime, any place. And they have like the worst hashtags I've ever heard in my life. Like drill to kill. They're supposed to be trying to be family friendly and they want to talk about killing people? What's up with that?
Yeah, that is not a PG product right there.
No. Who was talking to you anyways?
You know, I'm
that's right. Shut up.
I'm just glad to have some more intelligence in this booth for once.
Hey, we show up and that's what we do.
You guys bring the talent, you bring the noise, you bring the energy with you, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, sir. At least someone around here is giving us the respect we deserve. I'll tell you another thing that really pisses me off. How is it that Liam Worldwide is having his second match tonight, and we don't have one?
That's true. Someone should be bringing that up with the commissioner.
Well, things around here are going to start changing. We're going to make sure. Let's go back. Big changes, ladies and gentlemen. Big changes. Like, listen to these idiots just clapping. Death Squad. Death Squad. Like, to tell you the truth, like, Daniels and Jones are just a couple of idiots. And Miss April Jones, I have done a lot of worse things to a lot of prettier women than her. I can tell you that. Holy crap. Baby powder? What is this, like 1982?
Well, let's hope it was baby powder. We are in downtown Hamilton after all.
That is true. Like, I'm known as a scumbag, and like, this place is even scummier than me. That's impressive. Why are they paying each other?
I thought I was the stoned one. I'm confused as all hell about that idea.
Like, they're just paying each other.
Would that not be an elimination, fellas, if they did get the 3 count?
Yeah, they'd be eliminating each other. Is this why they got kicked off of WWE again? After only like 2 months?
Without even a shipment back to OVW.
Might as well. CPW. And left us out of this match. Just see that happen. Not roll around like babies.
I don't see why they just don't create a tag team title division and just hand the belts to you guys.
I think they should. Like, it should be just that easy. Woo, you picked up a 167-pound man. Good for you. Ooh.
Liam coming in to help us, but we've been calling them Soccer Worldwide out here in the booth.
Soccer Worldwide?
Can't think of anything better.
Is that a good name? Is that a good name, Soccer Worldwide? Or whatever. How much do they pay you guys to stand out here anyways? Nothing? No, never mind.
Well, they don't pay Josh, they pay me.
Like, here, drill to kill. Like, there's children around. Like, my God. I bet you Jake Jones couldn't fight his way out of
That could be it. Nope. Old school trying to keep things in order here.
Yeah, that's right. Kick those losers. Kick them right in the guts.
Those soccer style kicks. That doesn't have to taste good and all that boot to the mouth.
Seriously?
Little miscommunication.
Go to a match and you do something stupid like that.
Sidewalk slam just takes him down.
Okay, I might have to admit that was a little bit impressive, but
Alessandro Del Bruno and Liam Ruiz have been eliminated.
Well, they are from Hamilton.
The makeshift team got eliminated. Who would have thunk it?
Now Death Squad and Spirit Squad.
Alright. I guess it's time to leave you two alone and I guess you can do your somewhat job now.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it. Josh, welcome back, my friend. How are you?
Now that those two pricks are out of here.
Oh, I know, right?
Wow! So I to take it off of by these two idiots, the entire company. Wow! Now they're attacking Miss April Jones, and she just took out Cutthroat. Well, it looks like their plan didn't really work. You know what? The scumbag wants Death Squad. I say,
maybe it did work.
Well, Spirit Squad has beat Death Squad.
Here are your winners, Kenny and Mikey, the Squad World.
They chased them right out the front door.
You know what? I was off of commentary for this entire match because those two assholes, after to come out here and be flipping bricks. You know what?
They were perfectly nice to me.
If I was management, I would make the match of the Cutthroat Scumbags versus Death Squad. But nonetheless, Spirit Squad wins the match. Gotta hand it to them for taking advantage.
Veteran maneuvers from the veteran boys.
Yeah, they are the vets.
The following contest is a singles match scheduled for one fall.
And here we go. And the crowd here at the Germania Club is split 50-50. A nice collared elbow tie up with Josh Alexander backs Forte into the corner. Goes for that single leg. Hooks that leg, see him crossing his own leg over it to lock it in position, keep Forte on the ground. Forte trying to shoot that arm, get a hold of that wrist, get a little arm control. Goes for a rear naked choke. Walking weapon rolls through. For a headlock of his own. Forte battles up into a hammerlock. Side headlock, switch on. Walking weapon just tosses Forte to the mat. This has been a highly anticipated match here in TPW. Side headlock by Forte. Headlock takeover. Walking weapon just has him trapped. Hobbs getting that momentum. Nice little handstand. Hobbs and no head out. point of mat wrestling here. You can see Josh Alexander kicking his hips to build that momentum to get that roll through. Got that front chance we locked in. Reefs on it. I see Forte going through just flat faces around. Keeping control of that arm, not letting him get up. Just drills a knee into the shoulder blade. Beautiful ring awareness by Forte to bring Josh Alexander down to the mat. You see the crowd intensely watching this. Armbringer just leaps it down, trying to pull it right out of position. Roll through. Oh! And just barely managed to duck that back elbow. Mike Forte really holding his own here. Has the strength going on between these two. Armbringer go around. Alexander just whips him back down to the mat. Keeping him pinned down there. Nice kip up and just dragged back down. They do call him a walking weapon for a reason. But look at Forte kicking those legs up, trying to build some space. Not really working out the best forward. He's got that top wrist lock dragged onto the mat. We are once again joined by CPW co-owner Josh. Josh, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you for keeping that down. Nature call, had to pee. Looks like this match is a barn buster at the beginning here between Walking Weapon, Josh Alexander, and Michael Forte.
It's been a true catch-as-catch-can classic, Josh.
Well, when you have a guy who's an up-and-comer like Mike Forte and a Hamilton living legend like Josh Alexander, a man who's held countless championships and is currently one half of the Impact Wrestling Tag Team Champions. This man has wrestled as the Ronin. He's wrestled as many different names, but he didn't really find his craft until he became Josh Alexander.
You know, sometimes that's all it takes. You just gotta be yourself.
And I believe he is himself, turned up to 10. Even match. Forte pushes Alexander back to the corner. Clean break. Josh, the professional, gives him the clean break. Remember, later tonight, Forte's tag partner will face Alexander's tag partner all in week next.
In the second half of our Air Strike versus the North,
which is next. But not before this match concludes. Remember, Mike Forte, trained by Lance Storm, currently trained with Rip Impact. Josh Alexander, trained by Johnny Devine. Following up with time, go behind by Forte. Alexander blocks. Alexander blocks 3 times. Switches to a go behind. Oh, look at Forte. Slips out, armbringer by Josh. Heel over, and he goes right to a rear chin lock. Slowing it down, putting his pressure on Forte's back. Gonna make it hard to breathe.
that's the story so far. Even while you were in the back there, Josh, as soon as it looked like Forte was going to start building some momentum, Josh Alexander just shut him down.
The crowd here at the legendary Germania Club is liking these matches today. Forte kicking his feet, won't give up. Up in the corner, it says, "Welcome home, Josh and Ethan." Josh Alexander and Ethan Page, some good save, made their name for themselves in Hamilton here in the Germania Club. Forte gets a rope break very wisely.
We got guys like Forte making their names here now.
Like Forte, Tyler Arrow, Jem Tryington. Forte back up. We're in a stalemate, but this has been a good match so far. And like I said, thank you for holding down the commentary for it while I went pee.
Not a problem. Hey, I use the excuse for taking care of business in the back.
It's all good. It's all good.
Trying to keep kayfabe for you, brother.
It's all good. I'll just shoot straight at you. These guys are just circling each other in the ring, looking for that opening.
Like a couple of sharks.
Nice color double time, nice analogy. Josh, and you see the foot on the back of the knee, dropping like Forte to his knees.
That is experience. That is wisdom. That is a veteran move. Drops him down though. Whoa!
Nice catch! Forte down.
Jesus!
Nice up and over. Head to the takeover by Forte on Josh Alexander. Followed up by a drop kick. Wow!
Look at this place. People are getting on their feet for this.
This is amazing.
This is what Courage Pro is all about.
Up and over. Nobody's home.
Almost slid back in.
Shoulder block to the son of Alexander. Sunset and he hooks down. Mike Forte with a near fall. And Alexander picks the ankle. Forte rolls through. Alexander into the corner. Oh, nice takeover by Mike Forte.
Who then hooks the arm and stays on him.
You know what?
That is a veteran instinct.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was trained by Josh Alexander. That is a Josh Alexander style.
That is a serious armbar he's got locked in.
Alexander back to one knee. Now back to a vertical base.
Backwards right up into the corner. Taking his time. Veteran move though to take your
That
time.
shot was blocked by Alexander.
You got him in the corner. Take your breath.
See, Alexander doesn't need any weapons because he is the weapon.
Oh! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
I think he chopped that guy in the front row through Forte.
Oh, I think it hurt the eyes.
Who's right behind Mike Forte?
Oh!
These chops are insane!
Nice double knee into the corner, setting up a tornado DDT. Whoa!
Wow! Submission hold! And Josh
Catches a
powers up and suplex! Wow! Josh Alexander powers up into a suplex! Cover leads to a near fall.
You know, this match isn't even over yet, and I think it's one of my favorite that we've had in CPW history.
It's a goodie. It's a good one, for sure. This is what I strive to do with ownership of Courage Pro, along with Justin Coleman and others. Kick to the chest. That could stop your heart.
Tosses him out like a sack of potatoes. Josh Alexander is one of those talents. He's as legit as he looks.
Yeah, they don't make him any more legit than Josh Alexander.
No, they broke the mold when they were done with him.
Wow. Chop has no effect on Josh Alexander.
Try again.
Oh!
I think he's just pissing him off.
Chop again has no effect on Josh Alexander.
He's asking for another.
That's guts. And they're having no effect on Josh Alexander. But you gotta applaud the heart and determination of Mike Forte. Belly to back by Josh Alexander on Mike Forte.
Almost put his head through the mat.
Mike Forte has a history of neck injuries, as does Josh Alexander.
You can hear the crowd getting fired up.
The crowd is definitely into this match.
Everyone enjoying this match on Free Match Friday is definitely going to wish they were here for this.
I don't know if this will be a free match Friday. People should have to pay for this one. I think you'd agree.
I would agree.
Alexander's on Forte, surfboarded almost?
Through the ropes. Through the ropes.
Oh, surfboard.
Oh my God.
Through the ropes. Wow, first time I've seen a surfboard stretch through the ropes.
That was incredible.
I'm a lifelong wrestling fan, and it's great to see things can still amaze me. Josh Alexander on the floor.
Just a knee.
Just knees him in the face.
The walking weapon just...
Forte fighting back with those shots to the wrestling gear of Josh Alexander.
Literally right in front of his mom.
Oh! Picks him up and just drops him back first on the outside of the ring, the hardest part of the ring.
And only gets a 2 count for it.
Forte, with all this heart and all this drive, will not give up. Holy cow. You get beat up in front of your family and you still pick that. Well, that could be what's driving like Forte.
It could be that extra bit of motivation for
Knowing
sure.
that his Nona and his mom and the rest of his family are here in attendance today.
Forte in the house.
Josh picks up Forte. Oh, look at that shot. Forearm shiver.
And it just...
And he's pushing Josh back into the corner. That's about it. Irish whip. Reversed by Josh Alexander. Josh charges in. Forte with the back elbow.
A hard back elbow with that. He's not stunned. Oh! Just a standing drop kick right to the mush of Mike Forte.
And Josh Alexander tells Nona Forte, turn your hearing aids up.
She's gonna take him on next. Yo, don't fuck with Nona, all right?
Nona's got a lot of guts. Yeah. Josh Alexander picks up Mike Forte, feels him over, and
He's gonna cross his arm. Both of them.
straight jacket stretch.